Grasping Evil Chapter 1145 to Chapter 1164. The world spun and the space in front of him turned pitch black. Ning Fan felt as if he had been swallowed by something. It was as if he had been directly swallowed from the top of the sealed tower to another dark space. The being that swallowed him was unusually strong. It actually emitted an aura that was comparable to an ancient great cultivator. His nose was filled with a mixture of acid and rotten smell. The dark space he was currently in seemed to be the stomach of that great cultivator. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. Could the ancient great cultivator that swallowed him be the real cause of death of the skeletons on the top of the tower? The improvement of his state of mind allowed him to remain calm and fearless even when facing an ancient great cultivator. He still had the important task of repairing the immortal sovereign's seal. How could he be eaten by this great cultivator of unknown origin? Finally, I've woken up. Junior, I've just woken up and I'm very hungry. Are you willing to become my food? In the dark space, a hoarse voice reverberated continuously. It carried the enormous aura of an ancient great cultivator. Its heavy aura pressed down on Ning Fan, trying to squash him to death. This supreme being only knew that Ning Fan was just an ordinary Last Days Immortal King. Even an Last Days Immortal Emperor would have trouble dealing with the suppression of such an aura, let alone a mere immortal king. It had just woken up. Now was the moment when it was at its weakest. It was also the moment when Ning Fan had the highest chance of escaping from its stomach. The voice carried an extremely strong bewitching power, causing Ning Fan's sea of consciousness to shake. Subconsciously, he wanted to agree to become its food. Fortunately, Ning Fan's resistance against illusion techniques was rather high. He instantly woke up from the bewitching state and let out a devil roar, shattering the bewitching voice that reverberated in the dark space. He then activated his ability and rays of light shone from his body, illuminating the dark space. The walls of the stomach were wriggling. This place was indeed the stomach of that supreme being. A mere immortal king like you can actually break my illusion technique. The other party was obviously a little surprised. Ning Fan still did not say a word. He turned his hand and summoned the treasure-searching compass, using it to locate the weakest part of the stomach of this supreme being. In the next moment, he summoned the ocean-defying sword and stabbed it at the weakest part without saying a word. Ding *, even with the weight and sharpness of the sea-defying sword, when it stabbed into the soft stomach wall of this supreme existence, it was actually unable to pierce through. Instead, it produced the sound of metal colliding. Even though Ning Fan did not pierce through the wall of that supreme being's stomach and escape from it, he still managed to inflict great pain on that supreme being who was still in a weakened state. Roar! From within the sealed pagoda came the angry roar of an ox or a beast. This roar contained the pressure of an ancient great cultivator. The pressure triggered a torrent under the water. With the sealed tower as the center, the massive water pressure crazily swept over the entire Heaven Shadow clan's vestige. The expressions of Sovereign Jin Heng and the others who were guarding outside the tower changed drastically when they sensed the aura force of the ancient great cultivators inside the tower. How could they not know that something had happened inside the tower and that Ning Fan had encountered an unknown danger? They wanted to rush into the tower to support Ning Fan immediately. However, they could not do so. Instead, due to their lack of strength, they were directly blown away by the massive water pressure in the surroundings. Be it Sovereign Jin Heng and the other two immortal emperors of the tower or the four cultivators who were guarding the formation like the Void Space Emperor, all of them were blown out of the Heaven Shadow clan's vestige by the water pressure. Only then did they barely manage to stabilize their bodies. Their blood and chi were surging and their hearts were pounding. The four-sided formation that was set up around the ruins was shattered by the water pressure released by the ancient great cultivator in just an instant. It seemed so fragile. Damn it. What exactly happened inside the tower? Fellow Taoist Ning must be fine. Sovereign Jin Heng and the others' expressions turned extremely ugly. At the same time, they felt a trace of lingering fear. None of them expected that they would actually encounter an ancient great cultivator's level of danger while repairing the immortal sovereign's seal inside the tower. Ning Fan was the only one who could barely protect himself in the face of such danger. If they were the ones who entered the tower, they would probably be killed by the ancient great cultivator as soon as they saw him. At this moment, Ning Fan's chi was still present. The immortal emperors could still sense his existence even though they were separated by the sealed tower. This made Sovereign Jin Heng and the others who were worried about Ning Fan's safety slightly let out a sigh of relief. However, their expressions were still shrouded by dark clouds in the end. There was no other reason. In the opinion of Sovereign Jin Heng and the others, Ning Fan's chances of surviving after encountering an ancient great cultivator's level of danger were extremely slim. It was even more impossible for him to withstand such a danger and repair the immortal sovereign's seal. Today's operation was probably going to end in failure. Moreover, Ning Fan, the strongest expert of the Realm River Alliance, might be killed because of today's failure. What should we do? Something has happened inside the tower. Should we abandon our plan and retreat immediately? Sovereign Jin Heng sighed. We can't leave. If we leave, fellow Daoist Ning might not be able to return alive from the tower alone. The aura force of the ancient great cultivator inside the tower seems to have a trace of the heavenly bull's chi. Besides, the feeling this tower gives me right now is like a living person that has its own breath. I vaguely know what kind of danger fellow Daoist Ning is facing. However, how is this possible? The Heavenly Bull clan has clearly signed a contract with immortal sovereign Zido. How is it possible for them to betray him? If they encounter a cultivator who is repairing the seal, they definitely won't attack them. Sovereign Jin Heng's expression was extremely unpleasant. He said something that Sovereign Jin Heng and the others could not understand. The sealed tower can only allow one person to enter at a time. If we can't enter the tower, how are we going to support fellow Daoist Ning? Luo Ho asked with a frown. He owed Ning Fan a huge favor. He did not mind using his life to repay Ning Fan when he is in danger. But the problem was, why would he repay Ning Fan? There seemed to be an inside story behind the sudden change in the sealed tower. Besides, Sovereign Jin Heng, who was familiar with the secrets of the Realm River, seemed to have seen through some of it. That was why Luo Ho asked Sovereign Jin Heng for a solution. Just destroy this tower directly. This tower has betrayed its responsibility. It is impossible for us to use this tower as a medium to repair the immortal sovereign's seal. Today's plan was a mistake from the very beginning. It was my mistake. I missed the possibility that there might be a traitor of the Heavenly Bull clan in the long river of time. Sovereign Jin Heng's words were still not something everyone could guess. However, they still understood what Sovereign Jin Heng meant. He actually wanted to destroy the sealed tower which he had painstakingly repaired in order to save Ning Fan. Let's attack together. Attack this tower. Sovereign Jin Heng did not wait for the others to hesitate. He took the lead and rushed out. He ignored the pressure brought by the enormous water pressure and forcefully rushed back to the ruins of the Heavenly Shadow clan. He rushed back to the outside of the sealed tower and attacked it. Luo Ho followed closely behind Sovereign Jin Heng and rushed back to the sealed tower to attack. Bai Yulo and the others did not hesitate for too long. In the end, they also rushed back to the ruins of the Heavenly Shadow clan and joined the team to attack the sealed tower. Inside the tower, an illusory bullhorned burly man replaced Ning Fan. He stood beside the formation mark that Ning Fan had carved. He stopped roaring in pain and laughed out of extreme anger. It was him who launched a sneak attack from the side and swallowed Ning Fan. At this moment, Ning Fan was already in his stomach. He only thought that it would be as easy as flipping his palm to devour a doomsday immortal king. However, he did not expect that Ning Fan could break free from his illusion technique and even attack his stomach boldly. Hee hee. It really hurts. This junior sword is quite powerful. Unfortunately, it is still not enough to pierce through his stomach with this sword. He's indeed an impressive doomsday immortal king. However, that's all he is. In front of an ancient great cultivator like me, an immortal king is just an ant. Liquefied stomach sea, ancient immortal devouring. Borrowing samsara, Zido wind mist. Within the space of the stomach, a stinky sea wave suddenly appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards Ning Fan. That sea wave was none other than the gastric juice that this supreme existence had refined for many years. It was extremely acidic and posed a great threat to Ning Fan. That sea of gastric juice was originally light red in color. However, for some unknown reason, it could actually absorb the small amount of samsara power that immortal sovereign Zido left in the sealed tower and turn it into his own. As such, after the sea of gastric juice absorbed some of the golden purple wind mist, it suddenly turned purple. The sense of threat that it brought to Ning Fan had also increased by a few times out of nowhere. It was almost a fatal threat. Ning Fan's body instinctively sensed the imminent danger of death from the sea of gastric juice that was glowing with purple light. He knew that he must not be drowned by this sea of gastric juice. He must keep these waves at a distance. Sea Steadying Divine Needle, appear. Ning Fan summoned the Sea Steadying Divine Needle and activated its Sea Steadying Divine ability. All of a sudden, the monstrous wave of gastric juice was directly calmed by the Sea Steadying Divine Needle. This ability that could restrain water element abilities was just too heaven-defying. Even though there was a huge gap between Ning Fan's strength and that ancient great cultivator's, he still managed to stabilize the other party's gastric juice with just a single blow with this needle. After succeeding in his attack, Ning Fan's confidence soared and his courage also grew. So what if it's an ancient great cultivator? Since it dares to swallow me into its stomach, it must pay the price. Wishful cudgel. Under my command, grow bigger and longer. Break this person's stomach. As soon as Ning Fan gave the order, the Sea Steadying Divine Needle grew bigger and longer. In the blink of an eye, the tip of the Divine Needle had already reached the top of the stomach wall. However, it was still growing as if it was going to forcefully break the sky of this space. Bang! A loud bang resounded. Ning Fan actually pierced through the stomach of that supreme existence with the momentum of the Sea Steadying Divine Needle and seized the opportunity to escape from the stomach. On the top of the sealed tower, the illusory bull-horned burly man's face suddenly turned pale. He let out a muffled groan as a bloody hole appeared on his abdomen. Ning Fan held the Sea Steadying Divine Needle that had shrunk back to its original size and escaped while the blood spurted out from the bloody hole. He landed on the ground and held the cudgel in front of his chest while looking at the bull-horned burly man with fear. The other party was also looking at Ning Fan. He did not expect that Ning Fan, a mere immortal King Realm cultivator, would actually have the ability to escape from his stomach. When his eyes fell on the Sea Steadying Divine Needle, he immediately understood why Ning Fan was able to escape. It's actually the Sea Steadying Divine Needle. Hee. Interesting. A mere doomsday immortal king is actually qualified to use such a divine item. It seems like I have underestimated you a little. The bull-horned burly man sneered. His eyes were filled with greed and fear when he looked at the Divine Needle. Obviously, he knew about the famous Sea Steadying Divine Needle that suppressed the defying mortal sea in the past. Senior, who are you? Why did you sneak attack me when I was repairing the Immortal Sovereign's seal? On the surface, Ning Fan was asking the bull-horned burly man a question. However, he was secretly activating the power of Yin Yang poison. He infused his poison power into the dim light at the top of the pagoda and launched a sneak attack at the bull-horned burly man. Humph. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask about my identity? The bull-horned burly man was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly stopped talking. At the next moment, he spurted out a mouthful of poisonous blood without any warning. His eyes narrowed slightly. He did not expect that he, a dignified great cultivator from the ancient times, would actually be ambushed by Ning Fan, a mere immortal King Realm cultivator. Using light as a medium to poison? Humph. Insignificant tricks. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes are useless. Refine. The bull-horned burly man activated his great cultivation realm magic power and forcefully refined the poison that had invaded his body. Ning Fan's expression changed. One should know that Ning Fan's current poison power had been infused with the red dot of myriad worlds and the complete green wave fire poison. Its power was incomparable to before. Even a first-level quasi-sage would have to suffer a little if they were poisoned by this poison. However, this bull-horned burly man was actually able to forcefully refine the poison power in his body. Is this the strength of an ancient great cultivator? It's way beyond a first-level quasi-sage. What Ning Fan found even more unbelievable was that the damage that the Sea Steadying Divine Needle caused to the bull-horned burly man's stomach was instantly healed after a flash of light appeared on his abdomen. Even the Sea Steadying Divine Needle could not leave any injuries on this man? Ning Fan was not a hot-blooded person. His calmness allowed him to clearly understand the difference between him and this bull-horned burly man in front of him. This bull-horned burly man's strength was definitely not any weaker than Xueshen. Moreover, if it wasn't because this man had just woken up and his qi was still a little weak, Ning Fan might not even be able to escape from his stomach. He would have been directly digested inside his stomach. It seems like I have no choice but to give up on repairing the Immortal Sovereign's seal today. This man was obviously unwilling to repair the Immortal Sovereign's seal by myself. With him around, even protecting himself would be a problem. How would Ning Fan have the strength to repair the seal? The only thing left was to retreat from this place and find an opportunity to repair the Immortal Sovereign's seal from the other two sealed towers. Compared to the sealed towers that were guarded by ancient great cultivators, be it the sealed towers that were guarded by the great divine priest of the foreign races or the sealed towers that were guarded by the three quasi-saints of the Divine Lotus clan. Illusion technique, explode. Under Ning Fan's command, a trace of extremely hidden illusion power suddenly invaded the bull-horned burly man's sea of consciousness. Being caught off guard, the bull-horned burly man was bewitched by Ning Fan's illusion technique for a moment. However, his cultivation base was strong after all. He regained his consciousness almost instantly. It was a trace of illusion technique that Ning Fan had hidden in his poisonous power. Poisoning the bull-horned burly man earlier was not his goal. Instead, he borrowed the power of the poison to secretly send the illusion technique into the bull-horned burly man's body to buy time for him to leave this place. Even though the bull-horned burly man was only bewitched for a moment, it was enough for Ning Fan to run very far away. He had already run from the top of the tower to the first floor of the tower and reached the entrance. The bull-horned burly man flew into a rage out of humiliation. Among all the abilities he possessed, illusion technique might not be the strongest, but it was definitely not weak either. Now, he was actually tricked by a junior with an illusion technique. It was really embarrassing. You won't be able to escape. Heavenly Bull Skin Mark, Space Mark. The bull-horned burly man smiled coldly. On his face, the back of his hands and all the exposed skin on his body, strange marks that looked like palm lines began to appear. It was actually the Heavenly Bull Skin Mark that Ning Fan had seen once in the Taurus Palace. The prestige of the Taurus Palace was inextricably linked to the Heavenly Bull Skin Mark. According to the ancient records, on the day a certain sovereign attained the Tao, the heavens will turned into a sword and severed half of his palm. The severed palm then turned into the Heavenly Bull clan. It was also recorded that the Heavenly Bull Skin Mark was similar to the palm lines of the Saint Defier. From this, it could be seen how profound the origin of the Heavenly Bull Skin Mark was. Ning Fan did not expect that this bull-horned burly man would actually possess the ability of the Heavenly Bull Skin Mark. Moreover, he did not expect that the moment the bull-horned burly man activated the Heavenly Bull Skin Mark, his body was actually teleported away uncontrollably. Originally, he had already taken the opportunity to escape to the entrance of the tower. However, at this moment, he was directly dragged back to the top of the tower by a force of space, right in front of the bull-horned burly man. With the power of the Heavenly Bull Skin Mark, the bull-horned burly man directly sucked Ning Fan back to his side. Then, he threw a punch at Ning Fan, intending to smash him into pieces. In a hurry, Ning Fan activated his eternal true body. With the size of this sealed tower, it was enough to accommodate his eternal true body. It was true that the defense of his eternal true body was very high. However, under the punch of the bull-horned burly man, all of his defenses crumbled like dried twigs. Ning Fan spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. His body heavily smashed against the wall of the tower. This was the first time he was instantly killed by someone with a single punch ever since he obtained the God-exterminating shield. This bull-horned burly man was too strong. Ning Fan did not have the slightest chance of winning against him. Even though this man was not as strong as the ancient Chaos Immortal Emperor, he was probably a heaven-defying great cultivator from the ancient times who could hardly be a match for him. Interesting. I can't believe you didn't get killed by my punch. Your reflexes are really fast. At the moment when the space changed, you actually had the time to put up your defense. Such reflexes are very suitable for you to cultivate the space mark of the Heavenly Bull Skin Mark. What a pity. What a pity. If it was in the past when I didn't hate Immortal Emperor Zido, perhaps I wouldn't mind accepting a descendant of Immortal Emperor Zido like you as my disciple and teach you my Tao. However, Immortal Emperor Zido lied to me. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Be it this damned illusionary world or you damned descendants of Immortal Emperor Zido, all of you deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. Heavenly Bull Skin Mark, Space Mark, the bull-horned burly man once again activated this ability. In an instant, Ning Fan's original position was changed to the space in front of the bull-horned burly man. His vision turned dark and another punch came flying at him. I can't avoid it. The heavenly bull skin mark of this man was too strange. Even if Ning Fan escapes to the ends of the world, this man could still suck him back to the original spot and beat him up. Chi a ray of sword light flew into the sealed pagoda and blocked Ning Fan's path. It was the fate-severing sword that was stuck in the ruins of the Heavenly Shadow Clan. It sensed that its master was in danger and came to protect him on its own. If it was an ordinary punch, the fate-severing sword would be able to withstand it. However, this was a punch from an ancient great cultivator. With a cracking sound, the fate-severing sword was broken into several pieces by the bull-horned burly man's punch. The fate-severing sword let out a mournful wail. Its power was completely destroyed. It had fallen. Ning Fan's eyes were immediately filled with anger. He had never paid attention to the fate-severing sword. However, at this moment, he was touched by its loyal act of protecting him. The fact that the sword died for him had angered him. Under normal circumstances, immortal king cultivators definitely did not have the qualifications to fight against ancient great cultivators. Back then, when Ancestor Mo fought against the eyeball monster, countless immortal emperors were killed by Ancestor Mo. Even the leaders of the four demonic sect and the true dragon clan were no match for him. Ning Fan knew very well that he was not a match for the bull-horned muscular man. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to ignore the death of the fate-severing sword and act as if nothing had happened. He couldn't suffer losses for nothing. A loyal servant cannot die in vain. Cross Halo, activate, freeze. Seeing that the bull-horned burly man was going to attack again after breaking the fate-severing sword with a single punch, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He suddenly activated the cross-shaped halos and the entire top of the pagoda was engulfed by it. Ink seals flew, black light flashed. Unlike those foreign race experts, the bull-horned man didn't have the East pacifying talisman that could restrain the heaven sealing technique. As such, he was directly immobilized on the spot by the cross-shaped halo. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Ning Fan, on the other hand, seized the opportunity to snatch the broken sword that had fallen to the ground. Then, he retreated at the top of the narrow tower while staring at the bull-horned burly man with fear. If he did not sense wrongly, his cross-shaped halo was not enough to stop this person. With the broken sword in his hand, Ning Fan's brows suddenly twitched as if he had sensed something strange from the broken sword. Then, his expression became a little strange. What kind of halo is this? It actually fused with the East demonic ancestor's sky sealing technique? Interesting, but unfortunately, you chose the wrong person. If the East demonic ancestor used it himself, he might be able to stop me for a while. However, with your weak cultivation, it would be difficult for you to stop me for even an instant. Don't show off your insignificant skills. Heavenly bull skin pattern, space pattern. The bull-horned man chuckled coldly as he struggled violently, instantly freeing himself from the heaven sealing technique. Once again, he used the spatial skin marks of the heavenly bull, trying to pull Ning Fan to his front and launch a heavy punch at him. Golden flames burst out from Ning Fan's true body. His eyes flashed with green light. All of a sudden, the bull-horned burly man's action of activating the heavenly bull spatial skin mark became extremely slow in Ning Fan's eyes. Every movement and every detail became clear to him. Hiss hiss hiss, the invisible spatial suction force produced a hissing sound. In an instant, Ning Fan was once again sucked away from his original spot, making him unable to break free. Die. Ants. Boom, the bull-horned burly man's face was filled with disdain. He threw a punch in front of him. This was the third time he threw a punch at Ning Fan. He was confident that he could kill Ning Fan with this punch. But he hit nothing but air. There was no one in front of him. Ning Fan, who was supposed to be sucked to the front of his spatial skin mark, was nowhere to be seen. He did not get sucked to the front to get beaten up. The space behind the bull-horned burly man was suddenly torn apart. Ning Fan's true body of golden flames rushed out from it. Each of his hands was holding a broken sword fragment of the fate-severing sword. Both of them stabbed at the bull-horned burly man's back. He had vaguely seen through some of the laws of the heavenly oxen's skin patterns, which allowed him to break this technique. Not only did he not get sucked to the front of the bull-horned man, But he also used this technique to move to the back of the bull-horned man and launch a sneak attack. This was the moment when the bull-horned man's attack missed and revealed a flaw. This was a perfect sneak attack that could not be dodged. Heavenly Bullhide Pattern, Escape Armor Pattern. The bull-horned burly man's face darkened. He was infuriated by Ning Fan's location. He did not expect that Ning Fan could actually break his spatial skin mark with just his Immortal King Realm cultivation base. Almost instinctively, he activated the hidden armor skin mark that could enhance the defense of his physical body, attempting to directly resist Ning Fan's slash with his back. How confident! The fact that Ning Fan was able to break his spatial skin marks with his Immortal King Realm cultivation base had indeed surprised him. Unfortunately, the threat level of Ning Fan's sneak attack and the slash of the broken sword was too low. He did not put them in his eyes at all. After all, even if the fate-severing sword was in perfect condition, it wouldn't give him any sense of danger. The offensive power of the fate-severing sword could only be considered as ordinary among first-level mid-grade innate experts. It was already not easy for it to injure an ancient great cultivator. Besides, the sword was already destroyed now. The power of the broken sword was less than 1%. It was even more impossible for Ning Fan to injure him with this sword. Moreover, he had also activated the hidden armor skin pattern to strengthen his physical defense. Under such circumstances, if his physical body is still pierced by Ning Fan with a mere broken sword, that would really be hilarious. Poochie. It was the sound of the broken sword piercing through his skin and flesh. The bull-horned burly man's expression changed drastically. As soon as he felt the pain on his back, he felt a great sense of danger. His body flashed and he directly retreated 100 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough. His back was only pierced a little bit by the broken sword. The wound was not too deep and the injury was almost non-existent. Even so, a drop of cold sweat still trickled down the bull-horned burly man's forehead. When he looked at Ning Fan again, his eyes were filled with fear. His body's instincts told him that if he did not dodge in time just now, he would have been killed by Ning Fan's sword. Even if he was an ancient great cultivator, he would not be able to withstand the destructive power of Ning Fan's broken sword. He could not understand it. The fate-severing sword that was in perfect condition obviously did not have the ability to injure him. Why was it able to break his defense so easily even though its power was less than 1% after it was broken? Under the bull-horned burly man's widened eyes, the sword intent of the broken sword in Ning Fan's hand dispersed. Primordial white lotus flowers that were pure and glowed faintly appeared around Ning Fan's body while carrying mist. Hiss. It's actually the sword intent lotus. Impossible. How is it possible for an immortal king to cultivate such a legendary ancient sword intent? The bull-horned burly man's expression changed drastically. The sword intent lotus was a supreme sword intent that only third-step sword cultivators in the legends could cultivate. Once the lotus sword is activated, a sage will die. It was incomparably powerful. How could Ning Fan, a mere doomsday immortal king, understand such an ancient sword intent? How could he use it? No wonder he was easily wounded by the broken sword. A sword intent that could even kill a sage was certainly more than enough to kill an ancient great cultivator like him. Despicable. You purposely made me break your sword in an attempt to make me look down on this sword and let my guard down. Then, you used the supreme sword intent in the broken sword to ambush me, catching me off guard. What a great scheme. What a great scheme. If it wasn't for my cautiousness, I might really have been killed by your sword. How hateful. The bull-horned burly man cursed. As he was cursing, he instinctively retreated as if he did not dare to get too close to Ning Fan's lotus sword intent. Moreover, he did not dare to absorb Ning Fan's spatial skin marks recklessly anymore. What if Ning Fan used the power of the spatial skin marks to fly to his side and ambush him with the supreme sword intent? Ning Fan, who was criticized as despicable by an ancient great cultivator as if he was facing a formidable enemy, felt very innocent. In fact, Ning Fan himself also did not know that the fate-severing sword actually contained a trace of ancient sword intent that took the form of a lotus. Before this, he did not know that the sword intent could give birth to a lotus or not. It was only after the sword was broken that he realized the uniqueness of this sword. This lotus sword intent contained the power of a third-step sword cultivator. Because the sword cultivator who forged this sword had deliberately restricted it, this hidden lotus sword intent would only be able to see the light of day when the fate-severing sword is broken. It was not the sword intent that was left in the sword by an ancient sword cultivator unintentionally. Instead, it was the sword intent that the ancient sword cultivator purposely nurtured. That's right. Something like sword intent could be nurtured. Rumor has it that every ancient sword cultivator was an expert in forging swords. What these ancient sword cultivators loved to do all their lives was to nurture their swords. Those who were bloodthirsty would use the lives of the common people to nurture their swords, while those who were crazy would even use their own lives to nurture their swords. Of course, there were also some sword cultivators who did not like killing, who used the method of forging sword embryos to nurture their sword intent. The true identity of the fate-severing sword was not a killing weapon but a sword embryo. The purpose of its existence was to act as a carrier to nurture the ancient sword intent called sword intent lotus. When the sword intent inside it matured, the sword would choose to destroy itself on its own to release the matured ancient sword intent inside it. Protecting its master on its own. Stop joking, this sword does not have much affection for Ning Fan. How is it possible for it to protect its master on its own? It's just impossible just by thinking about it. It just wants to find a suitable place to destroy itself and release the matured ancient sword intent inside it to complete its mission. Even if an ordinary person wants to destroy a mid-grade innate magic treasure, it would not be an easy task. As an ancient great cultivator, the bull-horned burly man had the ability to do it easily. That was why the fate-severing sword would sacrifice itself to fulfill its mission. It was indeed very loyal. For its first master who forged it, it could sacrifice its life to release the ancient sword intent inside its body. However, the person it was loyal to had nothing to do with Ning Fan at all. Ning Fan's anger because of the sword's death was completely self-willed. Ning Fan's expression did not show it, but he was rather speechless inwardly. When he sensed the sword intent inside the fate-severing sword, he vaguely guessed the truth. To think that he was touched by the sword's loyalty to protect its master and planned to risk his life to fight an ancient great cultivator for the sake of this sword. It turned out that he was overthinking. The bull-horned burly man kept his guard up against Ning Fan as if he was facing a formidable enemy. With his great eyesight, he gradually realized that the sword intent of the third step that Ning Fan used was not something that he personally comprehended. Instead, it was something that was hidden inside the fate-severing sword. So, it's a sword embryo. No wonder the broken sword is stronger than the undamaged sword. So that's how it is. The bull-horned burly man understood the key point, but he still did not dare to be careless when facing Ning Fan. He could tell that the lotus sword intent contained in the fate-severing sword was not much. In fact, he had made a big fuss over a minor issue just now. The amount of sword intent that Ning Fan possessed was definitely not enough to kill him. However, there were still many chances for Ning Fan to injure his foundation. It took him a long time to wake up. His chi was already weak in the first place, and he was eager to eat to replenish his strength. How could he be willing to let Ning Fan injure his foundation at this critical moment? In that case, even though Ning Fan did not possess a lot of lotus sword intent, he was also unwilling to continue fighting Ning Fan. After weighing the pros and cons rumble the entire sealed tower suddenly began to shake violently. It was Sovereign Jin Heng and the others who were outside attacking the sealed tower in an attempt to save Ning Fan. The bull-horned burly man's originally gloomy expression suddenly turned cheerful. He burst into laughter and said to Ning Fan, "Good. Good. Good. Since you were able to injure me a little with your immortal king body, you have the right to continue living. Do you feel the shaking of the sealed tower? Those companions of yours seem to be anxiously waiting outside the tower to save you. They are really a group of reliable companions. Young man, you are really not bad. I admire you very much. I won't kill you today. Just leave." The bull-horned burly man spoke with a tone that seemed to say, "I'm being merciful today, or you can leave, or young man, I have high hopes for you." Ning Fan's expression was strange. He looked at the bull-horned burly man and was rendered speechless by his shamelessness. This man was obviously afraid of the lotus sword intent of the broken fate-severing sword, but he actually said that he was being merciful today. His skin was really thick. In fact, Ning Fan did not mind making peace with this bull-horned burly man. He did not want to fight to the death with such an expert in the first place. The reason why he was angry just now was just because his fate-severing sword was destroyed and because he was touched. Unfortunately, that touch was just his imagination. He did not seem to have any reason to fight the bull-horned burly man anymore. The lotus sword intent was an unexpected gain. It was also very powerful. However, the amount of sword intent was obviously not enough to kill ancient great cultivators. Even if he used it to kill a second-level quasi-saint, it was still not enough. Since he could not kill this bull-horned burly man with a single strike, Ning Fan naturally did not plan to use up all the lotus sword intent that he obtained unexpectedly. Without enough benefits, why would he use up the precious lotus sword intent? These were the spoils of war that he exchanged for losing the fate-severing sword. The sealed tower shook violently. It was the evidence that Emperor Jin Heng and the others were rushing to save him outside. It made Ning Fan feel a little warm. The feeling of having companions to fight monsters with seems to be really good, even though those companions are very weak. However, he did not plan to leave just yet. In fact, when he had the ability to break the suction force of the skin marks in the heavenly bull space, he already had the ability to ignore the bull-horned burly man's pursuit and escape from this place alone. Even though he was not a match for the bull-horned burly man, after familiarizing himself with his skin marks, the bull-horned burly man would not be able to stop him if he wanted to leave. Moreover, he had also accidentally obtained a lotus sword intent which could be used to intimidate this ancient great cultivator who was in a weakened state. That's right. This man was afraid of such a large amount of lotus sword intent because he was in a weakened state. If this man returns to his peak state, the lotus sword intent in Ning Fan's hand might not be able to cause serious injuries to his foundation and the deterrence would no longer exist. Young man, I have already decided to let you go. Why aren't you leaving yet? Don't tell me that you still want to stay here and repair the Immortal Sovereign's seal? I'm warning you that there is no room for negotiation. I have a grudge against the Immortal Sovereign. Immortal Sovereign Zido has deceived me. I will not give you guys the chance to repair the seal. I'm very happy to see those descendants of Ziwei running out of the water domain and chasing after your Immortal Sovereign Zido. The bull-horned burly man was a little dissatisfied when he saw Ning Fan still not leaving. He snorted coldly. It seemed like this man really had a grudge against Immortal Sovereign Zido. That was why he was hostile to all the descendants of Zido. However, after witnessing this man's shamelessness and adaptability, Ning Fan faintly felt that he was not a stubborn person. On the contrary, he was a tactful and flexible person. There should be nothing that cannot be discussed when dealing with such a person. Is there really no room for negotiation? Ning Fan looked at the bull-horned burly man meaningfully. After breaking the latter's skin marks, he was no longer afraid of him. When he was talking to him, he also felt much more confident. Humph. It's not really that there is no room for negotiation. How about this? Give me the broken sword in your hand first and I will let you repair the Immortal Sovereign's seal here. What do you think? The bull-horned burly man suddenly changed the topic and stared at the broken sword in Ning Fan's hand greedily. Senior, are you joking? Ning Fan frowned. This broken sword was one of his trump cards to protect himself when facing the bull-horned burly man. How could he give it to him just like that? He was not an idiot. Humph. You don't have any sincerity at all. If that's the case, there is no room for negotiation about repairing the seal. As long as I'm here, I will definitely not let you repair the seal. Even though the bull-horned burly man said that there was no room for negotiation, his eyes suddenly rolled and he chuckled. It seems like there is still room for negotiation. Ning Fan thought to himself. May I know Senior's name? What kind of grudge do you have against my Immortal Sovereign Zido cultivator? Ning Fan suddenly asked. I am Niu Manchan. As for the grudge between me and your Immortal Sovereign Zido cultivator, why do you have to ask when you already know the answer? As soon as the bull-horned burly man mentioned the grudge in the past, his tone instantly became a little hostile as if he had recalled some unpleasant memories. Niu Manchan, Ning Fan had never heard of this name before. Naturally, he did not know what kind of grudge this person had with Immortal Sovereign Zido. If Emperor Jin Heng was here, given his understanding of the secrets of the Realm River, he might know the whole story of this matter. Anyway, Ning Fan would not know about it. Outside, the sealed tower was still shaking. This was the proof that Emperor Jin Heng and the others were determined to destroy the sealed tower. Unfortunately, Niao Manshan only needed to wave his hand to strengthen the sealed pagoda's defenses countless times over. He did not plan to give Emperor Jin Heng and the others a chance to break the pagoda. Speaking of the grudges in the past, Niao Manshan could not let it go no matter what. Seeing that Ning Fan really did not know about this matter, his anger subsided a little. With a cold expression, he told Ning Fan what happened in the past in a simplified manner. It was rumored that on the day a certain ancient emperor attained the Tao, the will of the heavens transformed into a sword and sliced off half of his palm, creating the Heavenly Bull race. This was the beginning of the Heavenly Bull race. The Heavenly Bull clan's Heavenly Bull skin pattern was extremely powerful, but for some reason, this clan had never been able to produce a true saint since ancient times. The highest cultivation level was only a quasi-saint. Since ancient times, the powerful warriors of Heavenly Bull tribe had been searching for a way to become a saint. To give birth to a saint, this tribe had served countless saints and Saint Defier, all for the sake of a future. It was a pity that none of the saints or Saint Defier were willing to help this race give birth to a saint. Everyone said that if they wanted to help Heavenly Bull give birth to a saint, they would have to pay a huge price. After a few twists and turns, the clan finally attached themselves to the infamous Celestial Emperor Zido. This was because Celestial Emperor Zido said with certainty that he was willing to pay the price to help the clan give birth to a saint. However, he needed the Celestial Bull clan to wait patiently for him to settle the invaders of Zido celestial domain. Right now, the tribulation race is invading the defying mortal sea, and the battle has yet to end. After we defeat the invaders, I will naturally enlighten your Heavenly Bull race to become a saint. This was Immortal Emperor Zido's promise all those years ago. Thus, the Heavenly Bull clan waited patiently until the Purple Do Immortal Realm was destroyed. In the end, Celestial Emperor Zido died before he could help the tribe give birth to a saint. Countless powerhouses of the Heavenly Bull tribe died in battle to protect the Zido Immortal Realm. Only a few powerhouses of the Heavenly Bull tribe had been ordered to guard the sealed tower of the Boundary River for Zido Immortal Emperor, so they did not die with the Zido Immortal Realm. The small number of Heavenly Bull clan warriors still abided by the agreement with Immortal Emperor Zido. Their physical bodies turned into the sealed tower to guard the border river, and their true spirits turned into loyal guards to guard the sealed tower and suppress the alien races. Even if the Zido Immortal Domain was destroyed, even if the Zido Immortal Sovereign had fallen, even if countless years had passed, the Heavenly Bull powerhouses still believed that the Zido Immortal Sovereign had not forgotten about them. Perhaps Immortal Emperor Zido had made some kind of arrangement before his death to fulfill his promise back then and help the Heavenly Bull tribe give birth to a saint. But he didn't. All his expectations were only met with disappointment in the end. After 1 billion years, the true spirits of the Heavenly Bull that were guarding the sealed tower in the eastern border river grew old and died. Their immortal lifespans were exhausted and they turned into ashes under the heavenly tribulation. Only the sealed tower formed by their corpses was left to guard the border river forever. Niao Manshan was the last clansman of the Heavenly Bull race. If he also fell, the bloodline of the Heavenly Bull race would be severed from now on. Unlike the other members of the Heavenly Bull race, he did not believe Immortal Sovereign Zido. He did not believe him from the very beginning. He had advised his clansmen countless times to leave the Zido Immortal Domain and return to the territory of the Heavenly Bull race to give up the illusory dream of becoming a saint. However, the members of the Heavenly Bull race refused to listen to him. Thus, he could only watch his clansmen die one after another for a promise that was never to be fulfilled. Is Senior's hatred towards Immortal Sovereign Zido because he did not fulfill his promise in time? Therefore, every time Immortal Sovereign Zido enters this tower with the intention of repairing the seal, you would kill them as revenge? Ning Fan sighed and asked. It could be inferred that Immortal Sovereign Zido did not intentionally deceive the Heavenly Bull race. Under that kind of situation, even Immortal Sovereign Zido himself had fallen. The entire Zido Immortal Domain was destroyed. How could he care about the matter of the Heavenly Bull race becoming a saint? After all, it was Immortal Sovereign Zido who had failed the Heavenly Bull race. Even though Ning Fan could understand Niao Manshan's repeated revenge because of this, he did not dare to agree with him. Humph. Don't think of my Heavenly Bull race as treacherous villains. The Immortal Sovereign Zido cultivators who died at the top of the tower were all ancient cultivators who deserved to die or were controlled by the tribulation intent. That year, I had not really made up my mind to betray the Zido Immortal Domain. Those people who came to the top of the tower were not trying to repair the seal. All of them wanted to tear the seal apart and wreak havoc in the illusionary world. That was why I killed them. It was only in recent years that I became disheartened and made up my mind to break the seal and escape from this place. During the age of Dharma decline, there was no immortal sovereign Zido who had the ability to come down to the realm river to repair the seal. That was why I had never killed any Eastern Heaven cultivators. In the past 100 million years, you are the only Eastern Heaven cultivator who entered this place. You are also the only descendant of Zido who was almost killed by me. Speaking of attacking Ming Fan, Niu Manshan did not feel guilty at all. There was only deep disappointment in his heart, disappointment towards immortal sovereign Zido. Niu Manshan continued to tell the story. He had long wanted to stop abiding by the contract and guard the realm river for immortal sovereign Zido. Immortal sovereign Zido's seal not only sealed the foreign races in the realm river but also the true spirits of the heavenly bull race like Niu Manshan. They would never be able to leave the sealed tower for the rest of their lives unless the immortal sovereign's seal is destroyed. In the past, Niu Manshan only managed to escape from the sealed tower once under the premise that the immortal sovereign's seal was not destroyed. It was exactly because Niu Manshan walked out of the sealed tower that the entire Heavenly Shadow clan was annihilated. All of them died in his hands. Unfortunately, Niu Manshan was in an extremely weak state when he just walked out of the sealed tower. Then, he was besieged by the group of demi-saints of the foreign races including Blood God Gung Wu. Even though Niu Manshan was brave enough to kill several demi-saints of the Heavenly Shadow clan and severely injure Blood God Gung Wu, those demi-saints of the foreign races still took the opportunity to severely injure him and destroy the sealed tower. The sealed tower was formed from Niu Manshan's physical body. It was the foundation of his body. As soon as the tower was destroyed, Niu Manshan's true spirit was implicated and vanished into thin air. This kind of disappearance did not mean that he was dead. Instead, he was in a deep sleep. If someone could repair the sealed tower, Niu Manshan could still wake up along with the space inside the tower. Niu Manshan did not hide these things from Ming Fan and told him everything. After hearing these stories, Ming Fan sympathized with the Heavenly Bull clan very much. However, sympathy was just sympathy. He would not give up on repairing the immortal sovereign's seal just because of this reason. After saying so much, what do you want in order for Senior to allow me to repair the seal of this place? A straightforward person will not resort to insinuations. If there is really no room for negotiation, Senior will not talk nonsense with me at all. Tell me your conditions. If it is within my capabilities, we can still negotiate. Ming Fan went straight to the point. Fine. Since things have come to this, it would be a little too much for me to act pretentiously. As long as you agree to 3 of my conditions, I will allow you to repair the immortal sovereign's seal here. What conditions? First, you need to help me escape from this tower. This Senior is restrained by the immortal sovereign's seal. Unless all the seals are destroyed, you won't be able to escape. It is impossible for me to destroy all the seals in the eastern boundary river and help Senior escape. Forgive me for not being able to agree to this condition. Ming Fan refused. Hee. Who told you that you must destroy all the immortal sovereign's seals in order to escape from this place? If that's the case, how did I manage to go out and slaughter the Heavenly Shadow clan before the immortal sovereign's seal was completely destroyed? In other words, there is a way to ignore the immortal sovereign's seal and escape? Ming Fan was surprised. That's right. However, this method requires me to pay a huge price. If I have your help, the price I have to pay will undoubtedly be reduced by a lot. How about it? Do you agree to this condition? Ming Fan frowned and remained silent. If he could save Niu Manshan without destroying the immortal sovereign's seal, it was not impossible for him to agree to this condition. The problem was, would Niu Manshan seek revenge on Zido after escaping from the sealed tower and the eastern boundary river? Without a doubt, Niu Manshan hated Zido. If he regained his freedom, would he run to the eastern heaven and start a massacre? I know what you are worried about. Next, it is my second condition. I can swear a great oath of Heart Devil that as long as I regain my freedom, I will never seek revenge on Zido's descendants. Of course, a small-scale revenge is still necessary. Once I regain my freedom, I will definitely kill 1 billion Zido's descendants to vent my anger. Do you agree to this condition? Impossible. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He rejected without even thinking. How could he allow Niu Manshan to kill wantonly in the 4 heavens and 9 worlds? 800 million. 800 million should be fine, right? I'm already being very generous by not killing all the descendants of Zido. You should know that my entire Heavenly Bull clan died because of Zido Immortal Domain. Immortal Sovereign Zido has broken his promise. Doesn't he have to pay the price? Niu Manshan said with dissatisfaction, somewhat blaming Ning Fan for not being sensible. It's just the death of 800 million people. What's the big deal? He had already given in. If Ning Fan still doesn't agree, it would mean that he was not giving him face. No. Ning Fan coldly rejected. 600 million. No. 500 million. Not even one. If you have the intention to take revenge on Zido Immortal Sovereign after you are rescued, I will definitely not let you go. Ning Fan sneered. Damn it. You don't have any sincerity to negotiate. Let's just forget about this matter. Alright. If that's the case, I will go to the other sealed towers to repair the seals. There are 3 sealed towers on the 6th path. It's not like this place is the only one. However, if that's the case, Senior won't be able to help you get out of here. Moreover, I will even try to stop Senior from getting out of here. How dare you threaten me? You're courting death. Niu Manshan was enraged. He hated being threatened the most. He raised his hand and displayed his spatial skin mark, trying to capture and kill Ning Fan. Ning Fan sneered. Ever since he was very young, he knew that in order to negotiate with someone equally, he must have the same level of strength. The reason why he dared to talk nonsense to Niu Manshan was because he had the ability to do so. Chi Niu Manshan's spatial skin mark sucked in air again, borrowing the spatial suction force from Niu Manshan. Ning Fan instantly got close to Niu Manshan's back and wielded the fate-severing sword. Damn it. This time, Niu Manshan was more vigilant. He dodged the attack quickly and was not pierced by the fate-severing sword. Even so, cold sweat broke out on his forehead again because he was almost pierced by that lotus sword intent. After that attack, Niu Manshan's anger subsided a little. He gnashed his teeth and glared at Ning Fan. If it wasn't because he could not get rid of Ning Fan, he would definitely skin Ning Fan alive to vent his hatred. Why would he put down his status as an ancient great cultivator to make a deal with Ning Fan, an immortal king? I can agree to Senior's first request. However, I also have a request. After Senior gets out of here, you must stay by my side for 3,000 years. Within 3,000 years, I will plant a restriction on Senior as a form of restraint. After 3,000 years, I will set Senior free. However, Senior must also promise me that you won't kill a single purple doe immortal cultivator for the rest of your life. Ning Fan turned around and made a request to Niu Manshan. Impossible. Who do you think I am? How can I listen to you? Not to mention 3,000 years, even 300 years or 30 years won't do. Since that's the case, let's both take a step back. I can promise to help Senior get out of here. However, Senior must promise that you won't kill any purple doe immortal cultivator after you regain your freedom. If I can't even agree to this request, I will never let Senior go. Ning Fan knew that it was impossible for Niu Manshan to submit to him. Thus, he made a slight concession. This, Niu Manshan finally realized that not killing purple doe immortal cultivators was Ning Fan's bottom line. He really could not understand Ning Fan. What's wrong with killing a few 100 million people? To a powerful cultivator, it's just a small matter, alright? If it's someone else who comes to negotiate with him, they might not necessarily agree to it. Sacrificing a few 100 million people could repair the immortal sovereign's seal and protect the eastern heavens cultivators that were thousands of times more. No matter how he looked at it, the eastern heaven would benefit. However, Ning Fan refused to do so stubbornly and even did not hesitate to fight him again. Isn't this young man's principle a little too strong? Never mind, I can swear on the great heart demon oath, and I can even swear on the great karma oath. If you rescue me from this predicament, then I'll absolutely not indiscriminately kill a single descendant of Violet Doe. Of course, if they offend me first, then don't blame me for being in the right and killing them. Humph. There are so many conflicts of interest in the cultivation world. Even if I don't take the initiative, as long as there are benefits to be gained, there will still be descendants of purple dough immortal cultivators who don't know what's good for them and seek trouble with me. I will slowly kill these people who don't know what's good for them. One day, I will kill 1 billion people. Great karma oath? Ning Fan was surprised. It was his first time hearing about such an oath. This is an oath that has a higher standard than the Great Heart Devil oath. Even third-step saints have to abide by it. Once I make this oath, I won't violate it no matter what. Don't worry. Niao Manshan explained. By the way, my second request is to kill 1 billion people. Since you don't agree to it, I'll have to make another request. Niao Manshan said again. Sure. About the chaos of the Realm River. Even though I have just awakened, I have gathered some information through some channels. I'm very interested in the chaos of the Realm River this time. I want to go to the Western Heaven after I get out of here and fight against the Buddhas of this generation there. Don't worry. I won't go to the Western Heaven and kill people indiscriminately. There are so many third-step sword intents. Your lotus sword intent is just one of them, which is fated with Buddha. How about giving me your broken sword? Ning Fan frowned and pondered for a while. How could Ning Fan not know how precious the lotus sword intent in the fate-severing sword was? Since it could be valued so highly by an ancient great cultivator, it was certainly not an ordinary item. Exchanging it for the restoration of the seal was a little too much. However, it was just an external object. Ning Fan was still willing to give it up. No matter what, he would not sit by and watch the people he valued die in the chaos of the Eastern Heaven. I can agree to this. Oh? You're really generous to agree to such a request. Niao Manshan was full of smiles. He raised his hand, wanting to take the fate-severing sword from Ning Fan's hand. Not now. I'll restore the seal first and then I'll give you the broken sword. Ning Fan avoided Niao Manshan's large hand and said indifferently. How troublesome. Who do you think I am? Do you think I will go back on my words after taking your treasure? I've already made a great karma oath. Niao Manshan said discontentedly. Your great karma oath only includes not killing the innocent. It didn't say that you will definitely let me restore the immortal sovereign's seal. I'll only give it to you after I'm done with it. Ning Fan said cautiously. He kept the fate-severing sword. At the same time, he secretly kept a tiny bit of sword intent. The tiny bit of sword intent that was kept was not enough for him to kill people. However, it was still possible for him to use it to gain enlightenment. Even though Ning Fan had decided to give up this item, he was also interested in the lotus sword intent. Thus, he decided to keep a trace of it to study it slowly. You're really petty. Fine. Next, it's my third request. I need a son to inherit the bloodline of my Heavenly Bull clan. Can you agree to this? Inherit the bloodline? Ning Fan frowned. To mortals, it was very easy to have a son. They just needed to give birth to more children. Even if they were infertile, it was not impossible to cure them. However, to cultivators, it was definitely not easy to have a son. The higher one's cultivation base was, the harder it would be to have a child. The stronger the bloodline, the harder it would be. The bloodline of the Heavenly Bull clan was naturally extremely strong. Moreover, Niao Manshan was an ancient great cultivator who had almost lost the ability to give birth to descendants. Unless he had the help of the sacrificial vessel of the Heavenly Bull clan or he found another secret method to give birth to a child, don't worry. My Heavenly Bull clan is very indifferent towards the matter of having a foster son. I'm not looking for a biological son. I just want to find a foster son who is compatible with the cultivation method of the Heavenly Bull clan and pass the bloodline to him. The bloodline of the Heavenly Bull clan cannot end in my hands. You have to agree to this. If it's just looking for a foster son, it's not difficult. If that's the case, then you can be my son. Niao Manshan looked at Ning Fan with an expression that said, you're going to make a huge profit, brat, or hurry up and agree. Ning Fan was speechless. He already had a father and a mother. Why would he want another foster father? I have parents. That won't do. My Heavenly Bull clan has a rule. We can't accept a foster son whose parents are still alive. No way. You don't have the right to be my son. When your parents are dead, you can come and find me. Niao Manshan said to Ning Fan with a look of disdain. Ning Fan's face immediately darkened. Does this Niao Manshan know how to speak like a human? Your parents are the ones who are dead. Humph. My parents have already died. Moreover, they died fighting for the Zido immortal domain. Even 13 of my foster sons died in the battle. Damn it. Damn it. Niao Manshan gritted his teeth in hatred when he thought of this. He wished he could kill every single member of the Zido immortal domain. However, he was also struggling with the matter of taking revenge on the Zido immortal domain. So many members of the clan had died protecting the Zido immortal domain. Would he really be willing to destroy the world that the members of the Heavenly Bull clan had risked their lives to protect? Ning Fan was very doubtful. From the beginning, he could vaguely see that Niao Manshan was not telling the truth and was struggling with his inner thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely not waste time talking nonsense with this person. If this person could be loyal to the Zido immortal domain, it would undoubtedly increase the combat power of the Zido immortal domain by 1 level after he is freed. Of course, if this person is released without any restrictions, he might also become a great calamity in the 4 heavens and 9 worlds. Ning Fan still needed to work hard to balance out the restrictions. Your Heavenly Bull clan is really a loyal clan. Ning Fan said with a sigh. Ning Fan's words were sincere and it made Niao Manshan feel very comfortable. It was one thing that he did not like the Zido immortal domain, but he was still very happy to hear others praising his clan members. I originally wanted to adopt you as my son. Unfortunately, you don't meet the requirements. How about this? I'll change my 3rd request. After I'm freed, you must promise to help me find a few sons. I won't ask you to help me for free. I'll give you some benefits every time you find a son. What do you think? All right. Ning Fan was calculating. Among the geniuses under him, many of them seemed to have lost their parents. If Old Wu and the others were to be Niao Manshan's sons, he did not know if they would reject him. Since they had already reached an agreement, Niao Manshan reiterated the agreement and made a double oath of Heart's Devil and Karma with Ning Fan. After that, Niao Manshan took the initiative to help Ning Fan repair the Immortal Sovereign Seal. However, he did not allow Ning Fan to repair all the seals at once. Instead, he left some of them unrepaired. According to Niao Manshan, the Immortal Sovereign Seal did not need to be repaired until it was undamaged. It was already enough to stop all the foreign races from coming out of the water. If he really repaired the seal until it was undamaged, on one hand, Ning Fan would have to pay a huge price and his cultivation base might be damaged. On the other hand, the undamaged seal would not allow Niao Manshan to escape. Niao Manshan had been longing for freedom in the outside world for a very long time. He did not want to die here. He still wanted to continue the bloodline of the Heavenly Bull clan in the outside world. The damage of the Immortal Sovereign Seal had already reached 86%. This time, Ning Fan repaired the seal to 99% in one go. He did not repair the last 10%. After checking for a while, he realized that he would have to pay a huge price to perfectly repair the seal. Thus, he gave up. The power of the seal was enough to barely protect Dong Tian. There was no need to pursue perfection. Ning Fan was not the kind of person who would sacrifice his life for the sake of pursuing perfection. Finally, Ning Fan's purpose of diving into the water this time was achieved. At the moment when the seal was repaired to 99%, all the foreign experts' expressions changed. They were filled with rage. Outside the sealed tower, Sovereign Jin Heng and the others were stunned at first. Then, they were overjoyed. Dong Tian is safe now. Sovereign Jin Heng and the others laughed heartily. They did not expect that Ning Fan could repair the Immortal Sovereign Seal despite the danger of ancient grand cultivators. It was truly heaven-defying. Dong Tian is safe now. But all of you must die. It was the furious voice of the great divine priest of the foreign races. His voice reverberated throughout the ruins of the Heavenly Shadow Clan. The chaos in the eastern boundary river had finally come to an end after the Immortal Sovereign Seal was repaired. The plan of the foreign races to wreak havoc in Dong Tian had become a piece of paper. How could he not hate them? The great divine priest was about to go mad with anger. He had imagined countless scenarios when he came to the Heavenly Shadow clan. However, he did not expect that the other party had already repaired the immortal sovereign's seal as soon as he arrived. The speed of repair was too fast. Could it be that Xianxia actually took the initiative to repair the seal? How was this possible? Didn't Xianxia hate Zido to the bone? Why would he take the initiative to help Zido repair the seal? Could it be that the person Zido sent to the repaired tower was someone who was extremely good at talking? He actually managed to convince Xianxia to help repair the seal? Who is it? Who ruined this old man's plan? I will tear his body into 1,000 pieces. The great divine priest's angry roar carried the terrifying pressure of a second-level demi-saint. It was like the sky was overturning and the sea was overturning. It pressed down on the Archjin and the others below. A moment ago, the Archjin and the others were overjoyed. The next moment, they were so frightened that their faces were drained of blood. This was because the foreign race's army had arrived. Not only did the second-level demi-saint great divine priest come, but there were also several other demi-saints behind him. Their auras were like the sky, sealing the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. There was no way to escape. We will die. Fortunately, we will die a worthy death, a worthy death. I have been selfish all my life. I never thought that one day I would die for the sake of the world. Ha ha ha, very good, very good. I have not let down my entire life of cultivation. The Archjin and the others suddenly burst into laughter. Even though they were pale from the great divine priest's ferocious aura, they still laughed fearlessly. They had made up their minds to come to the bottom of the water. They had asked for benevolence, and they had received it. Die. The great divine priest waved his hand and the demi-saints behind him charged at the Archjin and the others. Inside the sealed tower, Ning Fan, who had sensed the situation, was about to act. Suddenly, a few sighs came from the empty bottom of the water. Sigh I didn't expect that we, the Eastern Heavens demi-saints, who have cultivated the Tao for our entire life, would lose our courage. We have to be cautious in everything we do. We are not as good as these juniors who have seen through life and death. All of you have done very well. You can retreat now. Just leave the rest to us old men. Suddenly, a bright light shone from the bottom of the water. Within the light, Xiang Bozi, Daoist Musang, Old Man Ho Tu and a few demi-saints of the southern clan appeared in front of everyone. As the Eastern Heavens demi-saints, they still came to the bottom of the boundary river under the drive of their sense of responsibility. There were also the Eastern Heavens immortal emperors, immortal kings and immortal venerables who did not participate in the operation this time. All of them followed the Eastern Heavens demi-saints. Among them, there were also the Eastern Heavens women who were led by Zhang Yu and Old Wu's subordinates like Ning Fan. Where is that little fellow? Zhang Yu's cold eyes swept across the ruins of the Heavenly Shadow clan with a hint of imperceptible anxiety. When he sensed that Ning Fan was in the sealed tower and his chi was safe and sound, he heaved a sigh of relief. How dare you? A mere Eastern Heavens demi-saint dares to act presumptuously at the bottom of my boundary river? Don't you want to live anymore? A first-level demi-saint of the foreign race roared furiously and directly rushed towards Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu harumphed disdainfully. A ray of moonlight that carried the aura force of a first-level demi-saint suddenly shot out, causing the demi-saint of the foreign race to retreat in a sorry state. He coughed out some blood and was greatly shocked. Demi-saint. When did you appear among the Eastern Heavens demi-saints? Who are you? You're asking me who I am? Listen carefully. I'm the concubine of the Eastern Heavens Yama King, Zhang Yu. I'm very angry that you want to touch that little fellow. What? This woman was actually the ancient Emperor Zhang Yu immortal concubine. Didn't immortal concubine Zhang Yu die long ago? I heard that immortal concubine Zhang Yu was only a 9 tribulation immortal emperor when she was alive. How did she break through to the quasi-sage stage? Be careful. This woman is an ancient cultivation great emperor. Once she becomes a sage-to-be, she won't be a match for a first-stage sage-to-be from the Dharma-ending era. Her strength is almost comparable to a second-stage sage-to-be. Are you kidding me? The dignified Zhang Yu immortal concubine actually claimed to be someone else's concubine? Who was the king of the Eastern Heavens? What right did he have to tell this woman to bow down? Humph. Could it be that this East Heaven Yama is the same person as the white-robed Yama? Hearing Zhang Yu's name, the expressions of the demi-saints of the foreign races changed and they started guessing. The truth was just like what these quasi-saints of the foreign races had guessed. Be it the white-robed Yama or the Eastern Heaven Yama, they were all titles given to him by the people of the world. The difference between them was that the former was the description given to him by the members of the foreign races while the latter was the description given to him by the cultivators of the Eastern Heaven. Since most of the low-grade foreign races and the cultivators of the Eastern Heaven could not speak the same language, it was naturally difficult for them to address Ning Fan in the same way. The reason why they all used the title Yama to address him was undoubtedly a coincidence. Although it was a coincidence, there was also a certain inevitability to it. Ning Fan's figure, which kept galloping across the battlefield of the Realm River, was really like the King of Hell. Wherever Ning Fan passed by, the corpses of the foreign races piled up like mountains. During the chaos in the Eastern Realm River, Ning Fan had almost relied on his own strength to defeat the foreign races that came out of the water in the battlefield of the Realm River where no quasi-saints would come out. Only then did he lay a solid foundation for the peace of the chaos in the Eastern Realm River. Slaughtering an immortal emperor, killing a half-step saint and subduing a lightning infant. Ning Fan's battle achievements had already spread across the entire Eastern Heaven. His name shocked the world and countless sects of the Eastern Heaven turned pale when they heard of him. When Ning Fan's battle results were passed to Zhang Yu, even someone as strong as immortal concubine Zhang Yu felt astonished. Zhang Yu finally realized that Ning Fan was a rising sun in the cultivation world during the Age of Chaos. Now that he was already in the middle of the sky, there was no longer anyone who could stop his rise. The Dark Ones couldn't. The foreign races of the border river were no exception. Apart from feeling shocked, immortal concubine Zhang Yu was secretly worried about Ning Fan's safety. Even though Ning Fan had given her an order not to allow the people around him to participate in the battle of the border river, when Xiang Bozi and the others invited her to come along with them, she still could not help but feel worried and agreed to it. At this moment, immortal concubine Zhang Yu and nearly 100 reinforcements from the eastern sky had arrived at this place. They wanted to help Ning Fan and his group return to the water surface safely. Among these people, there were some who had a close relationship with Ning Fan and some who were strangers to him. There were immortal venerables, immortal kings, immortal emperors, and quasi-sages. The Eastern Sky's quasi-saints had dispatched a total of 6 people. This lineup could be called luxurious. Apart from Musang, Xiang Bozi, Old Man Hutu, and Zhang Yu, there was also the southern tribe's 5th elder Zhao Wangong and 6th elder Tasher, 2 great quasi-saints as reinforcements. The reason why these demi-saints had appeared at the right time was naturally because Emperor Grey, Emperor Divine Void, and the others had revealed the plan to repair the seal to their respective masters. When Xiang Bozi and Daoist Musang learned that Ning Fan and the others were actually going to risk their lives to repair the immortal sovereign realm's seal, their expressions turned solemn. Quasi-saints like them were not willing to get involved in the mortal world easily. They were even more unwilling to put themselves in danger and get involved in the chaos of the border river. However, perhaps the heroic actions of Ning Fan and the others had awakened their courage that was buried deep in their hearts. In the end, they still decided to wade into the murky waters and step into the mortal world. After all, Xiang Bozi and the others still retained the courage of the Purple Dipper immortal cultivators in their bones and blood. Today is a joyous occasion. The immortal sovereign realm's seal in the eastern border river has been repaired. The chaos of the foreign races will soon be quelled. Little friend Ning and the others will be the main contributors. Unfortunately, even though little friend Ning has repaired the immortal sovereign realm's seal, he still needs a lot of time to deal with the aftermath. If the aftermath is not carried out smoothly, it is very likely that he will fail on the verge of success and cause all the repairs to fail. Let's stall these quasi-saints of the foreign races here and buy little friend Ning some time to deal with the aftermath. When little friend Ning walks out of the sealed tower, we will retreat together. Xiang Bozi wore a smile on his face. He took the lead and charged towards the quasi-saints of the foreign races. He had a deep friendship with Ning Fan. The reason why he came here today was not because he was worried about Ning Fan. The mortal world is tumultuous and we should brave it. Brother Xiang's words are very kind. All of us quasi-saints will attack together and stall these quasi-saints of the foreign races. All the juniors just need to prepare a path of retreat at the side. Everything will be carried out according to the plan. Musong and Old Man Ho Tu laughed heartily and charged forward at the same time. Hee hee. Fellow Taoist Ning and the others have risked their lives for the survival of the Eastern Heaven. We should lend them a hand and protect their safety. According to our calculations, the aftermath will probably take at least 6 hours. As long as we can stall the quasi-saints of the foreign races for 6 hours, we will be victorious. The 5th and 6th elders of the southern clan also charged forward. Needless to say, Zhang Yu directly expressed her attitude with her actions. She chose the quasi-saint of the foreign races who had spoken rudely to her just now and dashed towards him with a cold expression. As for the rest of the Eastern Heaven immortal cultivators who had rushed to this place, they formed a formation and guarded the surroundings of the sealed tower, setting up some kind of formation. Fairy Lan, what kind of formation are you guys setting up? Even with the experience of Emperor Tsang and the others, they could not recognize the formation that the Eastern Heaven immortal cultivators were setting up. Thus, they asked Immortal Loli, who was standing at the side. Immortal Loli also came to this place. Even the matter of setting up the formation at the rear was led by her, directing everyone to set up the formation. This is the Heaven Returning Formation. Immortal Loli casually replied. However, her pitch-black eyes were looking at the direction of the sealed tower from beginning to end. She did not look at Emperor Tsang and the others. She was worried about Ning Fan. Hiss. It's actually the Heaven Returning Formation. After hearing what was said, the expressions of Emperor Tsang and the others changed. They revealed a look of disbelief and then became overjoyed. This formation's reputation was too great. It was one of the true Heaven 300 absolute formations. It was a kind of ancient formation of the third step. Logically speaking, cultivators in the cultivation ending period should not understand this kind of ancient formation. Even Taoist Musong, who was a top-notch expert in the cultivation ending period, did not have the qualifications to possess this kind of formation. Considering that there were also ancient clans like the Southern Clan participating in this operation, Emperor Tsang and the others quickly understood who taught this formation to the Eastern Heaven reinforcements. Presumably, it was a colossus like the Southern Clan that generously took out this formation. Although fellow Taoist Ning has restored the Immortal Sovereign's seal, he still needs at least a few hours to deal with the aftermath. During this period of time, it will be extremely dangerous for us. More and more foreign reinforcements will be coming to this place. However, if we have the protection of the Heaven Returning Formation, it won't be too difficult for us to protect ourselves or evacuate from this place. Emperor Tsang and the others said happily. Very soon, Emperor Tsang and the others also joined in the formation. They listened to Immortal Loli's command and began to carve formation marks in the water area. The Heaven Returning Formation was a top secret. Immortal Loli was the only one who was told about the complete formation by the Southern Clan. The others could only listen to her command to know where to carve the formation marks. All the Eastern Heaven cultivators below the Quasi-Saint Realm were setting up the Heaven Returning Formation. The Quasi-Saint Realm experts, on the other hand, were fighting against the Quasi-Saints of the foreign races. Logically speaking, first-level Quasi-Saints preferred to seek good fortune and avoid calamity. Normally, they would not risk their lives against Quasi-Saints of the same level. However, who asked Ning Fan to ruin the plan of the foreign races in the Eastern Boundary River to march into the Eastern Heaven? Seeing their millions of years of planning going down the drain, all the Quasi-Saints of the foreign races were enraged. They swore to make the Eastern Heaven cultivators in front of them pay the price. During the battle, these quasi-saints of the foreign races simply resorted to all means. They actually had the attitude of wanting to perish together with the Eastern Heaven's quasi-saints. G Old Man Ho Tu turned the power of his palm realm into an earthy yellow palm realm sword and cut off the head of his opponent. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just broken through to the quasi-saint realm, the power of his palm realm sword could have been even stronger. The one who faced him was a first-level quasi-saint of the Water Immortal clan. After his head was cut off, strangely, there was no trace of blood flowing out from his broken neck. Moreover, a blood-red Water Immortal grew out from his broken neck. As soon as the Water Immortal bloomed, the severed head actually grew back. It's actually the Palm Realm Earth. You do have some tricks. But so what if you're a Palm Realm expert? I have the bloodline of the ancient Water Immortal. My flower will never die. How can you kill me? Do you know that ever since the last time we attacked the Eastern Heaven, my clan has been planning for this second invasion for millions of years? Millions of years of painstaking efforts were ruined because of a brat. That Yama child deserves to be killed. You all deserve to be killed even more. Even if I have to give up my cultivation base, I will make you all pay the price. Hand over your lives. The 10-faced water immortal form, the water immortal quasi-saint, seemed to have gone mad. He actually burned his cultivation base and transformed into 10 heads. On the forehead of each head was a water immortal totem that emitted demonic light. In an instant, the water immortal quasi-saint's aura rose to the limit of a first-level quasi-saint. Under its frenzied attack, one of the heads directly bit down on Elder Hutu's palm realm sword. It even bit off one of Elder Hutu's arms and swallowed it whole. Intense pain spread through his entire body, causing a drop of cold sweat to drip down Elder Hutu's forehead. But even more so, he was frightened. He wanted to reconstruct his arm, but shockingly discovered that he couldn't do it. The arm that was bitten off by the 10-faced water immortal was lost forever. It was extremely difficult to regrow it. It's actually the legendary 10-faced water immortal form. After this person uses this trick, he will definitely fall from the quasi-saint realm. He doesn't care about dropping his realm just to kill me. Elder Hutu was shaken by the water immortal quasi-saint's determination. Since he started cultivating, he had experienced many battles between quasi-saints. But this was the first time he had encountered a situation where one's life was at stake. In the past, the quasi-saints who faced each other would rarely risk their lives in battle. They would all be wary of each other and compromise. But today was different. Elder Hutu was deeply aware that if he didn't have the same resolve and risk his life against the quasi-saints of the foreign races, he would probably die here. Palm realm stacking ignition. Elder Hutu's eyes revealed a ruthless look. He didn't hesitate to ignite the power of the palm realm. In an instant, his aura also reached the limit of a first-level quasi-saint. He and the water immortal quasi-saint were locked in a stalemate. They attacked each other crazily, causing blood to flow. Similar to the water immortal quasi-saint, the other quasi-saints of the foreign races also fought with their lives, forcing the Eastern Sky quasi-saint to fight with them. In a rage, the Talisman tribe's quasi-saint used tens of billions of ghost talismans that he had spent hundreds of millions of years to carve. He used up all of them, forcing Xianxia to use all of his trump cards. He even used up the 12 mixed origin energy that he had refined for hundreds of millions of years. The two Golden Stone tribe's quasi-saints seemed to have gone crazy. They ignited their Golden Stone true spirits in exchange for power, forcing the two Southern tribes' quasi-saints to ignite their primordial spirits as well. The foreign race's Grand Divine Priest was even crazier. He was facing Daoist Musang, and they were evenly matched. After a bitter battle, the foreign race's Grand Divine Priest seized an opportunity. He took out hundreds of Khanate Dharma treasures and detonated them all. He didn't use ordinary methods to detonate them. Instead, he used a secret technique of the ancient explosion clan to explode the Dharma treasure's power by hundreds of times. Hundreds of Khanate Dharma treasures were detonated with a secret technique. The power was enough to destroy heaven and earth. The shockwaves of the explosion turned into hundreds of fire dragons. Even great cultivators from the ancient times would suffer some injuries from this attack. The shockwaves of the explosion were so powerful that they were no longer under the control of the Grand Divine Priest. As the caster, he naturally wouldn't be targeted by the shockwaves of the explosion. He was only swept up by a trace of the shockwaves. Even so, he was heavily injured and spat out blood. It was obvious how powerful the explosion was. Caught in the middle of the attack, Daoist Musang had to face the shockwaves of the explosion dozens of times stronger than the Grand Divine Priests. Despite his strength, Daoist Musang couldn't help but feel his heart race. He instantly opened his eyes, which were always tightly shut, and purple light burst forth from them. Daoist Musang didn't know what technique he had used, but the exploding fire dragons disappeared as soon as they got close to him. Daoist Musang had comprehended some kind of technique after opening his eyes. He had guided the terrifying shockwaves of the explosion to another dimension. Even though Daoist Musang had acted quickly, his body had been blown to pieces in that split second. Only his primordial spirit was lucky enough to survive, but it was also gravely injured. This made Daoist Musang's heart ache. For an existence like him, the materials he needed to reconstruct his body were extremely precious and difficult to find. Repairing his body was no easy task. The foreign race's grand divine priest was shocked. He had used such a terrifying attack right from the start, yet he hadn't managed to kill Daoist Musang. This man was truly amazing. Rumor has it that Daoist Musang of the Eastern Heaven Immortal World is extremely powerful. Today, I finally know that these rumors are true. Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are, your body has been destroyed and only your primordial spirit remains. How can you be my match? A wise man submits to circumstances. Why don't you surrender to me, the descendant of Purple Myrtle? After this, I'm willing to share the position of the Grand Divine Priest of the Eastern Border River with you. What do you think? The foreign race's Grand Divine Priest was extremely afraid of Daoist Musang, so he took the initiative to ask him to surrender. In your eyes, my body has been destroyed, but in the world after I opened my eyes, my body is still there, and my golden body hasn't been destroyed. You don't understand. Because the world I see, you can't see. Boom, 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 Daoist Musang sneered and charged forward. He was truly amazing. With just his primordial spirit, he was able to force the foreign race's Grand Divine Priest to retreat. Apart from Musang's side, Xianxu's side also had an advantage. Xianxu was facing a first-level demi-saint from the Cold Cave clan. Although this person was also attacking with all his might, the gap between him and Xianxu was too big. He simply couldn't give Xianxu too much pressure. Of course, it wasn't easy for Xianxu to defeat a first-level demi-saint who was fighting with all his might. Even with the many ancient techniques she had mastered, she could only maintain a slight advantage. Overall, the Eastern Heaven side had the upper hand in the battle of the demi-saints. When the 7th foreign race demi-saint arrived to help, the situation began to turn against the Eastern Heaven side, the 8th, the 9th, the 14th foreign race demi-saint. As time passed, less than an hour later, all the foreign race demi-saints in the Eastern Border River had arrived. When the foreign race's side had an absolute advantage in numbers, even the strong Musang and Xianxu fell into a disadvantageous position and suffered setbacks again and again. The others were in even more danger. Several times, the foreign race's side almost killed Xiangbozi and the other demi-saints. It was only because of Musang and Xianxu's help that they didn't succeed. Let me tell you a piece of good news. According to this old man's observation, although the Eastern Border River's seal of the Immortal Emperor has already been repaired, it still needs a certain amount of time to deal with the aftermath and reinforce it. Otherwise, the seal of the Immortal Emperor will become unstable and return to its weak state. This is precisely the reason why the child Yama hasn't come out of the sealed pagoda. It is also the reason why the Eastern Heavens demi-saints are fighting bitterly here to buy time for the child Yama. In other words, we still have a chance to break the Immortal Emperor's seal. Tens of millions of years of planning still haven't been in vain. As long as we kill the people outside the pagoda, as long as we kill the child Yama before he finishes his business and destroy the pagoda, we still have a small chance to break the recently repaired Immortal Emperor's seal. All of a sudden, the foreign race's great divine priest realized something and told the other foreign race demi-saints the shocking news he had discovered. As soon as they heard that they still had a chance to attack the Eastern Heaven, the foreign race's morale skyrocketed and their killing intent became even heavier. There was even a demi-saint who directly gave up his life and used some kind of lost Purple Myrtle divine ability to self-detonate and use all of his blood essence to transform into the Purple Myrtle Imperial Blade, which seriously injured Daoist Musang's primordial spirit. It was an injury that even Daoist Musang's secret technique of opening his eyes could not negate. That kind of damage contained the conviction of the foreign race demi-saint, even if he had to die. Defying the crepe myrtle Dao to emptiness, my star annihilation followed by myriad star slaughter. Unify the northern wilderness for all eternity. Unify the northern wilderness. That was the fearless song of the non-humankind sage-to-be who sacrificed his life. He, too, had a belief that he had to achieve even at the cost of his life. To be able to make a quasi-sage willingly give up his life, the conviction of these foreign quasi-sages was truly indestructible. The blood feud of the Ziwei immortal cultivators was buried in the hearts of every Ziwei descendant. The shame of their ancestors was something they had to redeem at all costs. For the glory of their ancestors, for the beauty of Ziwei immortal cultivators, they could give up everything, including their own lives. This kind of enemy was terrifying. Even Musang and the others, who were in the opposing camp, couldn't help but feel a trace of respect for this kind of enemy. Unfortunately, they and the alien races were destined to walk different paths. The descendants of Ziwei had the glory of Ziwei, but the descendants of Zido also had the glory of Zido. Daoist Musang also had something that he must protect. In front of this matter, it was impossible for him to make any concessions. I, the Zido immortal cultivator, do not hesitate to fight, do not fear a battle, life and death are all for Zido immortal. Daoist Musang was the first to roar. At this moment, how could he still remember to be careful in everything as a quasi-sage? How could he still think about his own safety? He forgot. He completely forgot about it. He only remembered his identity and the glory that was passed down from his ancestors in the depths of his bones and blood. That glory only had one name. It was called Zido Immortal Cultivator. I, the Zido Immortal Cultivator, do not hesitate to fight, do not fear a battle, life and death are all for Zido Immortal. Xiang Bozi and the others revealed a determined look and fought in front of him. All of this was just to buy time for Ning Fan to reinforce the seal and to prevent the eastern sky from being destroyed. Just for the burning conviction in their hearts, they did not hesitate to die in battle here. Why should they be afraid of the mortal world? If they are afraid, then it's fine if they don't cultivate this Tao. Ha ha ha, 6 against 13. All the quasi-sages were fighting with their lives on the line. They were killing the enemy regardless of the cost. Emperor Tsong and the other eastern sky reinforcements were shocked by such a heroic battle. What shocked them was not the cruelty of the battle between quasi-sages but the conviction. This battle had nothing to do with the usual killing and seizing treasures of the cultivation world. It had nothing to do with those interests and schemes. There were no benefits. Regardless of winning or losing, the reason why everyone fought with their lives on the line was just to carry out their conviction. Such a battle was something Emperor Tsong and the others had never seen before. They only felt that in their previous life of cultivation, in a lifetime of scheming, in a lifetime of gains and losses, in the face of such a heroic conviction, nothing counted for anything, they were too insignificant. The immortal emperors of the foreign races who came late were also good. Whether it was the immortal emperors, immortal kings, or immortal venerables of the eastern sky reinforcements, everyone was infected by each other's conviction. Countless underwater sands were flattened by the fluctuations of the battle between quasi-sages. No one dared to approach this battle between quasi-sages. Only the location of the sealed tower remained standing. None of the eastern sky reinforcements around the sealed tower were affected by the fluctuations of the quasi-sages. This was all the credit of the heaven-returning grand formation. Under the direction of the immortal Loli, the heaven-returning grand formation's runes were engraved little by little. In the name of the purple myrtle immortals, I am willing to sacrifice 180 million years of cultivation to ask the saints to write the river diagram and Luo Shu to kill the enemy. Seeing that a quasi-sage couldn't even kill Daoist Musang, the great divine priest flew into a rage. He didn't hesitate to pay a huge price to summon an ancient high-grade primordial magic treasure. The river diagram and Luo Shu, this was a magic treasure that only saints were qualified to use. With the great divine priest's second stage quasi-sage cultivation, he would have to pay a huge price to use this treasure. This was the most precious treasure passed down by the ancestors of the Dragon Horse clan. It was the great divine priest's greatest trump card. He saw the river diagram and Luo Shu shoot out a ray of golden light. Daoist Musang, who had been able to resist the siege of several quasi-sages, was directly pierced by the golden light. Golden blood sprayed from his mouth as he fell to the ground. The great divine priest laughed crazily. His fingers changed, shooting out even more golden light from the river diagram. Countless strands of the river diagram's golden light hung down like silk ribbons, wanting to behead Daoist Musang. My life is over. The aura of death on Daoist Musang's nascent divinity grew heavier. His vitality was rapidly draining away from the river diagram's golden light. Seeing that Daoist Musang was not far from death, at the moment of imminent peril, a pitch-black, jet-black formation light suddenly spread in all directions with the sealed pagoda as the center. The moment he saw the inky array light, Daoist Musang suddenly had the confidence to survive. He used the last bit of his eye power to shoot out a boundless purple light. In the blink of an eye, he and the other eastern sky quasi-sages teleported into the inky array light. As for the quasi-sages of the foreign races and the thousands of strands of golden light from the river diagram and Luo Shu, they were all kept outside the array light. Fortunately, the great heaven return array was set up in time. Otherwise, I would have died without a doubt. As soon as Daoist Musong's nascent divinity entered the array light, he coughed up blood and fainted. The other quasi-sages were all seriously injured and didn't have much strength left to fight. Xiang Bozi's body was half destroyed. The void above Elder Hutu's palm was shattered, and his Dao foundation was severely damaged. The two southern tribe quasi-sages were seriously injured and on the verge of death. As soon as they entered the array light, they fainted. Zhang Yu's complexion was deathly pale. Her moon-white palace dress was covered with blood. Perhaps she was the one in the best condition among everyone, but the injuries she received were definitely not light. There were several wounds on her body that were bleeding profusely and couldn't be healed. It was unknown what kind of special technique had injured her. Xianxia, you did well. If you hadn't led the other fellow Taoists to set up this array light, we would certainly have died. Zhang Yu patted Xianloli's little head and thanked her. She had always sympathized with and loved this little girl who recognized the enemy as her father. Although the Great Heaven Return Array has a great reputation, I don't know how long it can last under the siege of these quasi-sages of the foreign races. Although Xianloli had been taught by the southern tribe and set up this array light, she wasn't clear about the specific power of this array. She had only heard about it before. It could be said that the eastern sky quasi-sages were already an arrow at the end of its flight after being besieged by the foreign races quasi-sages. The enemies were more than twice the number of quasi-sages. It wasn't strange for the eastern sky quasi-sages to be unable to defeat the enemies. It was already very rare for them to be able to save everyone's lives. It was also thanks to Daoist Musong and Zhang Yu's efforts. Xianloli was also not very confident about whether this array light could protect everyone and help Ning Fan strengthen the seal to buy some time. She could only take one step at a time. Once the array light is broken, everyone's outcome would be very, very tragic, seeing that they would be able to kill Musong and the others with just a little more effort. But these people managed to escape into a formation. The great divine priest's expression turned incomparably gloomy. The other quasi-sages also wore the same expression. Humph. I can break a mere formation light with a single strike. Do you think you can survive from me with just a formation light? The great divine priest sneered and shot thousands of golden rays from He Tu and Luo Shu at the black formation light. The destructive power of a high-grade innate magic treasure was extremely terrifying. All the quasi-sages of the foreign races were shocked by its momentum. However, what surprised them was that a dignified high-grade innate magic treasure actually failed to penetrate the unknown black formation light in a single strike. All the quasi-sages realized that the black protective formation light was not an ordinary formation light. They realized that the surface of the formation light was coated with a layer of membrane that looked like dense scales. It was actually the sacred membrane that could only be activated by third-step formation masters. What kind of formation is this? There is actually a sacred membrane on the formation light? The quasi-sages of the foreign races became slightly solemn. It was not strange that they did not know about the heaven-returning grand formation. However, they could tell that this formation was very powerful. This is the heaven-returning grand formation. I can't be wrong. I've read about it in an ancient book before. The great divine priest of the foreign races was knowledgeable. After examining it for a few times, he recognized the formation and gasped. How should he put it? In terms of grade, He Tu and Luo Shu were items of the same grade as the heaven-returning grand formation. However, He Tu and Luo Shu were not offensive magic treasures. Even though they possessed the power of high-grade innate magic treasures, it was very difficult for them to penetrate the defense of the heaven-returning grand formation. The power of a magic treasure was closely related to the user's cultivation level. Based on the great divine priest's cultivation level, it was impossible for him to display the destructive power of a third-step formation. Formations, on the other hand, were not related to the user's cultivation level. As long as there were enough materials, even the weakest person could arrange a formation with 80 to 90% of its power. In this way, it was impossible to break the heaven-returning grand formation with He Tu and Luo Shu alone. Fortunately, they had many quasi-sages on their side, so the great divine priest was not worried that they could not break the formation. Let's attack together. No matter what, we must break this formation. Once this formation is broken, all the eastern sky cultivators inside will become meat on the chopping block. It will not be difficult to kill them. If we march into the eastern sky, there is still a glimmer of hope. The great divine priest ordered in a deep voice. In an instant, more than 10 quasi-sages of the foreign races attacked together. The formation light of the heaven-returning grand formation flickered under their siege, but it was not broken. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. The great divine priest's expression was extremely unsightly. 13 quasi-sages had joined hands to attack the formation, but they actually could not break it. This heaven-returning grand formation was just too powerful. The reputation of the 300 absolute formations of the true heaven was not just for show. Only a stronger attack could break the shell of this formation. How long more until Lord Blood God arrives? The great divine priest's expression was gloomy as he transmitted his voice to the quasi-sages beside him. Soon. We can already detect the power of the Blood God. I think Lord Blood God is not far from here. A quasi-sage who was good at sensing answered. That's good. We will take a break and not attack anymore. The shell of this heaven-returning grand formation is too hard. Let's let Lord Blood God break it in one go. The great divine priest said helplessly. Then, a strange scene appeared. The quasi-sages of the foreign races suddenly stopped attacking the heaven-returning grand formation. Instead, they sat down cross-legged and adjusted their breathing, as if they were waiting for something. The eastern sky cultivators were struggling to maintain the formation's operation, waiting for Ning Fan to come out from the sealed tower. Seeing that the quasi-sages of the foreign races suddenly gave up on attacking the formation, many of them heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that the foreign races' quasi-sages had given up on attacking the formation. However, only a few of them could sense that something was wrong with the atmosphere. It's very depressing. Extremely depressing. It seems like something bad is approaching this place. Xianxia said solemnly. At the moment, only she, Xianxia and Hutu were not in a coma due to severe injuries. Among the three of them, she was the strongest and her injuries were the lightest. Naturally, she was the leader of the group. After hearing Xiangxia's words, Xianxia and old man Hutu's faces turned solemn. They could also feel that some peerless ferocious creature was approaching them. Strong. Extremely strong. There seemed to be only one thing in the entire eastern border river that could give them such a terrifying sense of crisis. I'm afraid Blood God Gungwu is coming. Xianxia revealed the mystery. Ning Fan was not the only one who knew about Blood God Gungwu's existence. As a quasi-sage, if he did not know about Blood God Gungwu's existence, why would he be so secretive about the chaos of the border river? Just as Xianxia's voice fell, a building in the ruins of the Heaven Shadow clan in the distance suddenly collapsed. The rock stratum at the bottom of the water cracked. A gigantic tentacle that was as thick as a mountain suddenly pierced out from the crack of the rock stratum. Without saying a word, it blasted towards the heaven-returning grand formation. At the moment when the tentacle approached, the quasi-sages of the foreign races were all delighted while the cultivators of the eastern sky were shocked. Everyone could feel the aura force of an ancient great cultivator coming from the tentacle. Boom for the first time, a crack appeared on the unbreakable heaven-returning grand formation because of an external attack. After all, this formation was not set up by a sage. Its defensive power could not reach the third step. As for the attacking power of this tentacle, it was already infinitely close to the third step. Awesome! 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 Seeing that its all-out attack had only managed to create a crack in the heaven-returning array, the Blood God, who was hidden in the rock stratum at the bottom of the lake, became even more enraged. Due to its low intelligence, it could only express its anger with simple words. Ox 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 ox, no one knew what it was trying to say. Only it knew what kind of anger was contained in the words of this low intelligence. It could feel that the damned Myo Manchon was close at hand. He had already woken up and was in the formation in front of it, inside the sealed tower. As long as it could destroy the formation, it could fight with Myo Manchon again. It wanted to eat Myo Manchon. It wanted to pay back all the humiliation it had suffered that year. Awesome! 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 More tentacles pierced through the rock stratum and attacked the formation. Several quasi-sages of the foreign races happened to be in the way of some tentacles. They couldn't dodge in time and were blown away by the tentacles, vomiting blood. Damn it! That evildoer can't distinguish between friend and foe again. He promised us that he wouldn't attack us casually. The injured quasi-sages of the foreign races were so angry that they started to curse. The Grand Divine Priest's face changed. He immediately scolded them. Watch your words. If you provoke this great god, none of you will be able to live. Don't let him go. This monster is so cruel. Fortunately, Blood God Gungwu was so eager to take revenge on Niu Manshan that he'd completely lost his mind. He didn't even notice that the demi-saints were secretly criticizing him. At this moment, Blood God Gungwu only had one thing on his mind: to shatter the heaven reversal formation, shatter the sealed tower, and fight Niu Manshan again. Roar! Blood God Gungwu roared, and the underwater world lost all color in an instant. The roar of the sea demon and the blood-colored sound waves reverberated at the bottom of the river, frightening all who saw it. This was the anger of an ancient great cultivator. Whether it was the water or the sky, everything began to shake violently and resonated with the blood-colored sound waves. Heaven and earth were shaking, and so was the boundary river. No one could stand firm in such an intense shaking, not even the powerful Grand Divine Priest. He swayed left and right in a sorry state. The heaven reversal formation shook, and Xianxia and the others, protected by the formation, also lost their footing due to the shaking. Only the sealed tower remained as steady as Mount Tai. It was as if there was an existence no weaker than Blood God Gungwu maintaining the sealed tower. Even if the world was turned upside down, the tower would still stand firm. Roar! Blood God Gungwu was even more furious. Hundreds and thousands of blood-colored tentacles pierced out from the underwater rock stratum and bombarded the heaven reversal formation. Any attack from one of its tentacles was enough to injure a demi-saint. The bombardment from hundreds and thousands of tentacles had the power to destroy the world. Even the Grand Divine Priest sucked in a breath of cold air, not daring to get involved. His figure swayed as he led his subordinates and retreated far away from the sealed tower. Boom, 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 under Blood God Gungwu's ferocious attacks, more cracks appeared on the heaven-returning array. There were even some places that were permanently dented by Blood God Gungwu's attacks. Deep pits appeared one after another on the array light. The formation could block the attacks from the He-Tu and the Luo Shu, but it was barely enough to stop Blood God Gungwu. Emperor Tsongwu and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. The formation that even the 13 demi-saints of the foreign races couldn't break, and the formation that even the innate upper-grade innate river diagram and inscription of Luo couldn't break, was actually cracked by the hideous blood-red tentacles in just a few moves, even though Ning Fan had reminded them before that there was an ancient great cultivator guarding the foreign races and they must not fight against him. Only when they saw this ancient great cultivator with their own eyes did they realize how small the world they used to live in was and how huge the gap between them and the other party was. So what if he was an immortal emperor? What was a quasi-sage? In front of an ancient great cultivator, he was still just an ant, tiny and insignificant. Seeing how Blood God Gungwu was so powerful that he could leave the great heaven reversal array riddled with scars in just a single exchange, even Xianxia and the others, who were mentally prepared, had a drastic change in their expressions. This was not normal, absolutely not normal. Blood God Gengwu was indeed very strong, but it should not have been so easy for him to destroy the heaven-returning formation in his normal state. In ancient times, the Gungwu clan was born out of anger. The more angry they were, the stronger their combat power would be. Could it be that there was something that enraged Blood God Gungwu, causing his strength to skyrocket due to his anger to the point that even the heaven-returning grand formation could not withstand it? Awesome! 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 Blood God Gungwu roared. The word awesome was the only word he knew. It contained immense hatred. Unfortunately, Xianxia and the others were destined to not understand Blood God Gungwu's roar. They would not know why Blood God Gungwu was so angry. Of course, it was impossible for them to watch Blood God Gungwu destroy the heaven-reversing grand formation and kill all of them. Young friends, please lend your magic power to this old man. Xianxia, who only had half of his body left, spurted out a mouthful of blood essence. He smeared the blood essence on his remaining hand and carved several blood-red runes on the formation light of the heaven-reversing grand formation. Then, Xianxia refined countless unknown rare materials into the heaven-reversing grand formation. No one could recognize those runes. However, Emperor Tsong and the others still obeyed Xianxia's order and channeled all of their magic power into his body to help him. Xianxia did not have much magic power left. If it was not because of that, he would certainly not borrow magic power from the juniors. After all, everyone's magic power was different. If he were to absorb other people's magic power into his body without permission, it would leave impurities in his own magic power if he was careless. If he wanted to remove these impurities in the future, it would take countless years of hard work. The loss outweighed the gain. However, Xianxia could not care so much anymore. Behind him was the sealed tower where Ning Fan was. It was the hope of the Eastern Heavens cultivators. Ning Fan was still working hard for the rise and fall of Eastern Heaven. How could he not do his part for the survival of Eastern Heaven? Ancestor Summoning Formation Mark, activate. Unfilial disciple Xianxia earnestly requests the Ancestral Master to manifest his spirit and bestow down his protective power. Every word that Xianxia uttered required a large amount of life force. His appearance became older and older while his chi became weaker and weaker. As he continued to cast his technique, the blood talismans that he drew began to shine brightly. All of a sudden, it was as if there was a pair of invisible hands that tore apart the spacetime. An ancient chi descended upon the entire heaven-returning grand formation. Within the light, an illusory woman whose appearance could not be seen clearly stepped on the pitch-black clouds and mist of space. Like a deity, she descended upon the heaven-returning grand formation. That woman who was treading on the clouds seemed to be a different species that should not exist in this space-time. Her entire body was hidden in the vast power of space, giving people an unimaginable feeling of distance. She was obviously close at hand, but it seemed to be out of reach. The woman who was treading on the clouds just waved her hand and the hundreds and thousands of tentacles of the blood god froze in an instant. They could no longer attack her. That freezing was not an ice seal. Instead, it was the freezing of the space. At first glance, the blood god Gung Wu seemed to have been frozen into an ice sculpture. However, that was not the case. All the experts of the foreign races were shocked by this scene. They thought that this woman who was treading on the clouds was really powerful. She actually restrained the blood god Gung Wu so easily. Could it be that she was a great cultivator with an illustrious reputation in the ancient times? Looking at this woman's appearance, she didn't seem to be a living person. Instead, she seemed to be a deceased person. If that was the case, could it be that this woman was the ancestral protection will, summoned by the Eastern Sky cultivators? Who is this woman? She actually blocked such a terrifying tentacle attack with just a raise of her hand. Sky Emperor and a large group of Eastern Sky cultivators who didn't know what was going on all sucked in a breath of cold air. Afterwards, they were overjoyed, happy that their side had one more powerful ally. Xianxia and some of the Divine Void Pavilion cultivators, including the Divine Void Twin Emperors, all fell to their knees as soon as they saw the woman riding atop the clouds. They called her ancestor, their expressions incomparably respectful, but also incomparably ashamed. They needed their ancestors to descend to protect themselves. This was enough to show how useless their descendants were. How could Xianxia and the others not feel ashamed? Only then did the Eastern Sky cultivators understand that originally this woman was the godly Void Pavilion's ancestor, unexpectedly summoned by Xianxia. The great name of the Divine Void Ancestor was known to all of the Eastern Sky cultivators. To be able to single-handedly establish such a massive influence like the Divine Void Pavilion, it was enough to see what kind of powerhouse the Divine Void Pavilion ancestor was. With the help of this woman, the Eastern Sky cultivators faced the blood god Wu, and their confidence greatly increased in an instant. Xianxia? So that's how it is. You're the son of Bozi. You're Xianxia's adopted son. Xianxia is my fourth disciple, and you're her adopted son. Calling yourself my grand disciple is actually reasonable and reasonable. The current position of Divine Void Pavilion's old ancestor is held by you? The woman riding atop the clouds lowered her head and glanced down at Xianxia, understanding the cause and effect within. Yes. Xianxia respectfully replied. The woman riding atop the clouds nodded. She suddenly became aware of something and looked towards the sealed pagoda at the center of the heaven-returning great formation. She noticed that there seemed to be an ancient chaos inheritor within the pagoda. When she became aware of this matter, her heart immediately ached and she felt bitter. So to say, you summoned me because you want me to protect you all, as well as that ancient chaos inheritor who is currently reinforcing the immortal emperor's seal, yes. I ask Ancestor to make a move and save us from danger. After this matter, this grand disciple is willing to sacrifice his life to compensate for the loss of Ancestor's protective intent. I absolutely won't regret it. Xianxia resolutely said. No. There's no need for that. You just need to live well. There's no need for you to sacrifice your life. After all, this strand of protective intent of mine has been wandering for too long. I'm already very tired. Very tired. I've been protecting others but no one has ever protected me. So, I'm very happy that you summoned me. This is a chance for me to get rid of my endless longing. I will protect his disciple for him. However, this is the last time. Rumble blood god Gung Wu's thousands of tentacles shone brightly with blood-red light, breaking free from the spatial seal. Pieces of broken spatial ice fell from the sky with a loud rumble. Roar blood god Gung Wu was enraged. He did not know who this woman was. He only knew that since this woman dared to attack him, she must pay the price. Tribulation flash, blood god Gung Wu no longer cared about the heaven-returning grand formation. Instead, he shot out a scarlet light pillar from the endless underground rock strata, trying to destroy the woman. If Ming Fan was here, he would certainly notice that the tribulation flash that blood god Gung Wu used was almost the same as the barbaric flash. In the past, Ming Fan had also used the power of the tribulation flash to release the barbaric flash. However, it was not as pure as blood god Gung Wu's. He actually imitated the barbaric flash and created another type of tribulation flash. The scarlet light pillar of the tribulation flash was twice as powerful as the barbaric flash pillar of the same grade. The purity of its energy was much higher. The destructive power of a single strike was enough to severely injure a second-level quasi-saint like Mu Song. The woman treading on the clouds gently clapped her palm. Her spatial power turned into a pitch-black light pillar and collided with the tribulation flash. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. The tribulation flash and the spatial light pillar cancelled each other out. They were evenly matched. Kiss all the experts of the foreign races sucked in a cold breath. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw how powerful the woman treading on the clouds was. One should know that this woman was not a living person at all. She was just the manifestation of a strand of protective intent. At most, she could only retain around 50% of her strength when she was alive. Moreover, she could not maintain it for too long. This woman only used 50% of her strength and she was already able to fight evenly with blood god Gung Wu. How terrifying would she be when she was at her peak? It's her. There's only one woman in the eastern sky who can use the power of space to such a level. Quickly inform Lord Blood God that this woman is the founder of the Godly Void Pavilion. Her Tao of space is extremely mysterious. You can't fight her head-on. You can only defeat her with your wits. The great divine priest's expression was unsightly as he commanded. Defeating her with his wits meant that they would not directly clash with this woman. Instead, they would find a way to exhaust the power of her protective intent. After all, this woman was only a manifestation of the protective intent. Once her power was exhausted, she would naturally dissipate. There was no need to kill her head-on. A foreign race quasi-saint carried the great divine priest's instructions and flew toward the area where the blood god's tentacles were concentrated. He wanted to inform blood god Gung Wu of this plan. Unfortunately, the foreign race quasi-saint hadn't even reached the place when he was slapped away by a tentacle as thick as a mountain. He was so seriously injured that he fainted. Damn it! This evildoer can't distinguish between friend and foe again. All the foreign race experts' expressions were unsightly. However, after the great divine priest's warning last time, no one dared to voice their anger. They only grumbled in their hearts and did not say these words aloud. This is troublesome. Lord Blood God's intelligence was originally not high. What little reason he had left was now completely submerged by his anger. He won't listen to our advice. How about this, let's attack together and help Lord Blood God deal with this woman. Let's end this quickly. We can't let this woman buy more time for that Yama brat. The foreign race great divine priest commanded in a low voice. With this command, all the foreign race quasi-saints joined the battle and attacked the cloud-riding woman. Unfortunately, bang! Bang, bang! Bang! Another few foreign race quasi-saints were slapped away. Blood god Gungwu did not allow anyone to interfere in his battle. He wanted to avenge the humiliation that the cloud-riding woman had brought him. Whoever interfered in his battle, he would kill them. Oh, interesting. You actually want to rely on your own strength to compete with me. The Gungwu clan has a battle maniac like you. You can be considered a strange species. Divine Space Graveyard Human Bind, Void Sky Burial Song, Divine Void Boundless Blade. One after another, the lost techniques of the Godly Void Pavilion were used by the cloud-riding woman. Blood god Gungwu screamed in pain. The rock stratum at the bottom of the lake was completely shattered. In the deep underground crack, an incomparably huge cuttlefish revealed the tip of its huge body. Its body was too big, its blood chi was too vast. Even though it was beaten up by the cloud-riding woman, it did not lose too much of its blood chi. Its injuries were almost non-existent. Tribulation Flash. 3 times Tribulation Flash, 10 times Tribulation Flash. Blood god Gungwu's attack was very simple. Other than the physical attack of its tentacles, it was the magical attack of Tribulation Flash. However, its Tribulation Flash was not to be underestimated. For some reason, it was actually able to continuously increase the power of the original Tribulation Flash. Even with the strength of the cloud-riding woman, it was still a little difficult to deal with the 10 times Tribulation Flash. After all, she was not her real body. She was not a living person. She was just a protective consciousness. Not only did she only have 50% of her strength, she could not use many of her abilities. Moreover, she did not have the magical treasure of the life immortal realm. When blood god Gungwu released the 100 times Tribulation Flash, the cloud-riding woman coughed blood for the first time. This was the proof that her strength was on the verge of exhaustion. Blood god Gungwu's strength seemed to be inexhaustible, but her strength was very limited. As expected, the dead could not compete with the living. I really want to teach this Gungwu a good lesson while I'm still alive. Boom, another 100 times Tribulation Flash was released. Half of the cloud-riding woman's body was blown up. With a bitter expression, she looked down for the last time. She was not looking at Xianxia, the slightly familiar Zhongyu immortal concubine, or any of the Eastern Sky cultivators. She was only looking at the sealed tower. That person's disciple was in the tower, but where was that person now? According to a trace of feeling from the divine tomb, that person was no longer in the divine tomb. If that person died in the divine tomb, according to the restriction she had set in the past, the divine tomb should have been buried with him. But the divine tomb was still there. In other words, the reason why that person was not in the divine tomb was not because he died, but because he had some kind of opportunity and came back to life. It might be a permanent resurrection or just a temporary one. In short, he had life again, but because of this, he obviously had life again, but he did not come to find her. No, to look at her protective consciousness that was left until now, even if it was just a glance. Sure enough, he still didn't care. Everyone thought that the ancient Chaos Great Emperor who created the Yin-Yang transformation must be a sentimental person. Unexpectedly, he was an infatuated and heartless person who only loved one person in his life. This is the last time. If there is a next life, I would rather not cultivate the Tao, not be a human, heartless, emotionless, without love or hate, without life or death, than to know you again. That year, you saved my lake immortal Tao from the heavenly tribulation, gave me the void technique, helped me achieve the Tao, helped me to establish merits, and was on the verge of becoming a saint. You gave me a colorful boat to cross the sea, saved my life, and lingered on in the illusory dream world. I have already returned all of these kindness to you. There will not be a next time. Avicii soul sealing technique. The cloud-riding woman let out a bitter smile and used up the last trace of the protective consciousness. Her whole body drifted away like smoke, and all of the power turned into an ancient golden talisman, sealing blood god Gungwu firmly. In this place, no one could recognize this talisman. This kind of talisman restriction was too ancient. However, if the cultivators of the true world saw it, they would certainly be shocked by this talisman. This was a type of Buddhist sect talisman that could perish together with the enemy. It could sacrifice itself and pull the enemy together into the Avicii hell. The caster would die, and before dying, they would suffer the unimaginable pain of the Avicii punishment. The victim would be sealed in the Avicii hell for a certain period of time. It could be 3 to 5 years, 30 to 50 years, or even 3 to 500,000 years. The specific time of the sealing depended on the difference in cultivation between the caster and the victim. With the remaining protective consciousness of the cloud-riding woman, it was naturally impossible to seal blood god Gung Wu in the Avicii hell for too long. At most, it would be a few days. A few days was probably enough for the Eastern Sky cultivators to escape, and probably enough for the ancient Chaos successor to escape. She was already a dead person, and naturally, she would not lose her life because of using this technique. However, the pain of the Avicii punishment still had to be tasted once. According to the legends of the true world, the pain of this punishment was enough to make a quasi-saint with a weak will open his mouth and beg for mercy. It was obvious how painful it was. Was there such a person who you hated to the bones, but you were still willing to suffer the Avicii punishment for him? Even if he didn't know, he didn't care, and he wouldn't even look at you because of it. In the instant that the seal was about to reach its body, blood god Gung Wu let out a frightened roar. Its body instinctively told it that the seal was extremely dangerous, and it had to be dodged. It was a kind of mutual destruction technique. Blood god Gung Wu's little spiritual wisdom was incomparably clear that the cloud-riding woman in front of it was an out-and-out lunatic, crazy to the extreme, crazy to the point of being pure. It wanted to dodge, but it couldn't. However, just as it was about to despair, the moment that the seal was about to reach its body, a golden light flashed and blocked the seal. You actually want to save it? That seal was blocked by the golden light and flew backwards. As it flew backwards, it once again transformed into the illusory and broken figure of the cloud-riding woman. The casting of the technique failed. Moreover, what made the cloud-riding woman unable to understand was that the one who stopped her from casting the technique to seal blood god Gung Wu was unexpectedly the ancient Chaos successor that she wanted to protect. What was going on? Wasn't ancient Chaos successor on her side? Why was he helping the enemy? Save it, humph. Why would I save it? What qualifications does this Gung Wu fish have for me to save it? I'm trying to save you. You're still so young. Why are you so stubborn and want to taste the pain of Avicii hell? TSK, TSK, TSK. Since ancient times, people who are full of love are filled with hatred. Still, an old widower like me is more carefree and carefree. I don't have any worries and I won't be so foolish and stubborn for someone. The golden light dispersed. A giant with horns and a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right hand appeared in front of everyone. His entire body was burning with golden flames. Judging from his appearance, that golden flame giant was exactly the same as Ning Fan's eternal true body. However, the strange thing was that this golden flame giant had an extra pair of horns for some reason. Its cultivation base was also unbelievably high. It actually emitted the cultivation base of an ancient great cultivator. Humph. You're the successor of ancient Chaos. How dare you call me little girl? Didn't your master teach you to respect your seniors? Wait, why is your cultivation base so high? You've actually reached the peak of ancient great cultivators. The cloud-riding woman's face turned red. It was not because of shyness but anger. How many years had it been since she was called little girl, especially by the successor of ancient Chaos? That kind of feeling really made her a little angry and she did not know whether to laugh or cry. Humph. Aren't you the little girl of the Xiang family? I've heard of you before. You're deeply in love with ancient Chaos but you can't get him. Every day, you're on the verge of death. That's right. I'm the successor of ancient Chaos. However, I just want to call you little girl. What can you do to me? I remember that your father's name is Divine Sovereign Xiang. Am I right? Humph. I'm Ning Manchan. I'm your father's friend. Calling you little girl for your entire life is because I think highly of you. If I look down on you, I should call you a silly little girl. During your 1-month celebration, I even gave your father a string of divine coins. In the past, when you were changing your diapers, you even smelled the stench. Wait. Stinky brat, don't snatch my consciousness. I haven't finished reminiscing with my old friend's daughter. Humph. Do you see that? You can't snatch my consciousness. So where were we, little girl? Oh, right. Speaking of diapers. The golden-armored giant was talking to himself. His appearance was very annoying. The cloud-riding woman who was about to disappear was so infuriated by the golden-armored giant that she wanted to give him a punch. Unfortunately, her power had been exhausted. She was about to disappear and leave this world forever. Otherwise, she would certainly give this shameless and insolent successor of ancient chaos a good beating. Ning Manchon, is it? Stinky brat, I'll remember you. If there's a next life. Asterisk bang asterisk before the cloud-riding woman could finish her angry words, she disappeared. Senior Godly Void, I'm very sorry. I didn't say those words just now. It was Niu Manchon who was causing trouble. Ning Fan, who had regained his consciousness, wanted to apologize to the cloud-riding woman. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Ning Fan shook his head helplessly. Forget it. At least his intervention had prevented this woman from suffering from Avicii. The result was already very good. As for the grudge that this woman held against him, asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk, an immortal's death is like the scattering of one's thoughts. This woman's true body had already been dead for many years. Even her last trace of protective sense had just dissipated. She no longer had the chance to take revenge on him. She would no longer have the chance to reincarnate. Oh? I've underestimated you. You actually managed to win against me once. Unfortunately, the young lady of the Xiang family is destined to not be able to hear your apology. You two will never meet again in this life. Of course, that kind of insignificant matter is fine. Now, let's work together to deal with this small fish. I'm a little hungry. I want to eat the Fusang Immortal Kingdom's cuttlefish dumplings. The ingredients are right in front of me. Do you know how to cook this dish? The golden-armored giant muttered to himself. I don't know. I've never heard of it before. The golden-armored giant answered himself. Forget it. After I kill this Gung Wu and obtain the high-grade cuttlefish meat, I'll cook it for you. That taste. TSK TSK TSK. I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. Heavenly Bull skin mark, space mark. In front of countless people's shocked and speechless expressions, the golden-armored giant activated the Heavenly Bull skin mark and sucked the gigantic blood god Gung Wu out from the underground rock stratum. However, what greeted him was an unreasonable punch, escape mark, ancient devil mountain breaking strike. The blood god Gung Wu, who was sucked out of the ground, let out a miserable shriek. The golden-armored giant's heavy punch sent him back into the underground rock stratum. The blood and chi of this cuttlefish was thousands of times stronger than black rope. Moreover, a single punch had destroyed 1% of it. In other words, the power of this punch was enough to kill dozens of black ropes. Everyone was stunned by this earth-shattering punch. The grand divine priest of the foreign race stared at the golden-armored giant in disbelief. According to the information he received, this golden-armored giant was definitely Ning Fan's ancient true body, although his appearance was slightly different. The power of a single punch was actually this powerful. How could that Yama kid be so powerful? The grand divine priest broke out in a cold sweat. If this punch landed on his body, he would definitely be killed instantly. Hiss. What kind of divine ability is the ancient devil mountain breaking strike? It actually has such power when combined with the escape mark of my heavenly bull race. It can amplify the power of my punch by tens of times. I've been unparalleled in this world. This technique is definitely one of the top 10 body techniques that I know. The golden-armored giant exclaimed. He wanted to search Ning Fan's memory to learn the ancient devil mountain breaking strike, but he could not find any of it. Sigh. I really don't know what to do with you. I've opened up my memories for you to see, yet you're still hiding yours. How petty. The golden-armored giant scolded angrily. On the other side, blood god Gung Wu became even more furious. Without any mercy, a red light beam that was 100 times more powerful blasted towards the golden-armored giant. 100 times tribulation flash. Oh, this technique is. The golden-armored giant's eyes lit up. At this moment, it was no longer Niu Manchon who was in control. Ning Fan had regained control of his body. Naturally, he could see many problems in blood god Gung Wu's 100 times tribulation flash. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not have much time to think about the 100 times tribulation flash because Niu Manchon came to seize the control of his body again. The shield sword in the golden flame giant's hand had long since dissipated. At this moment, he once again activated the escape armor rune of the Heavenly Bull race. He punched out with the ancient Devil Mountain Break and easily shattered the 100 times Tribulation Flash. The red glow of the shattered Tribulation will illuminated the waters. All the experts here were suppressed by the might of the Golden Flame Giant. Even Blood God Gung Wu couldn't do anything to him. Is this the power of the white-robed King of Hell? He can actually suppress Blood God Gung Wu so easily. Each of the experts of the foreign races broke out in cold sweat. None of them had expected that Niu Manshan would help Ning Fan. As a matter of fact, even though this golden flame giant that possessed the strength of an ancient great cultivator was Ning Fan's eternal true body, it was not really accurate to say that it was Ning Fan. Ning Fan was not alone. It was the product of the fusion of Ning Fan and Niu Manshan. The reason why Niu Manshan was able to escape from the sealed tower was because he had attached his true spirit to Ning Fan's body. Moreover, he had used a secret technique of the Heavenly Bull clan that was similar to half-possession to merge his true spirit with Ning Fan's body. Last time, he had used a similar trick to escape. He had used an unlucky expert of the Heavenly Shadow clan who had entered the sealed tower as a medium. Unfortunately, as soon as he got out of the sealed tower at that time, he had already broken away from that mediator and killed him. Therefore, the other members of the foreign race did not know that Niu Manshan had a similar ability that allowed him to transfer all of his cultivation base into Ning Fan's body. This kind of half-possession secret technique was different from ordinary possession, and it was very risky. If Ning Fan's heart was vicious enough and his cultivation base was ruthless enough, he could even devour Niu Manshan's cultivation base and assimilate it into his body. Of course, if Ning Fan really does that, he would certainly benefit tremendously in a short period of time. It was equivalent to directly receiving all of the cultivation base of an ancient great cultivator. However, in the long run, this action would directly destroy all of Ning Fan's Dao foundation, causing him to be stuck at the level of ancient great cultivators for the rest of his life. It was equivalent to using the method of enlightenment to directly raise his cultivation base. The side effects were rather obvious. As such, even though Ning Fan was not a kind person, he would not burn the bridge after crossing it and secretly devour Niu Manshan's cultivation base. As for Niu Manshan, it was precisely because of this that he dared to borrow Ning Fan's body to execute a secret technique to escape from the sealed tower. Within a few hours, he would share the same physical body with Ning Fan. After a few hours, this kind of half-possession would lose its effect and his true spirit would separate from Ning Fan's body. At that time, Ning Fan would revert back to his original cultivation base. But now, he could freely use Niu Manshan's cultivation base to be arrogant and presumptuous. This state of being in a half-possessed state made Ning Fan almost unable to distinguish his own identity. Am I Ning Fan or Niu Manshan? His mind was in a mess. That feeling was very wonderful. Although his mind was a little confused, his entire body was full of energy. With just a thought, he could pluck the stars and the moon, and it was as easy as flipping his hand. During the battle in the desolate wasteland, Ning Fan had also experienced the feeling of an ancient great cultivator for a short period of time. During that time, he was possessed by the eyeball monster and fought against old ancestor Nmo, shocking the entire world. This time, he was once again coincidentally possessed by an ancient great cultivator, allowing him to temporarily obtain the power of a great cultivation realm expert. What was different from the last time was that Ning Fan's cultivation base was still weak at that time. That was why he almost played the role of a spectator during the battle with Nmo. This time, however, his divine spirit sea of consciousness could faintly rival Niu Manshan's consciousness. The first punch heavily injured Blood God Gung Wu while the second punch shattered the 100 times Tribulation Flash. Half of it was Niu Manshan's contribution while the other half was Ning Fan's contribution. Awesome! 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 Blood God Gung Wu seemed to have gone mad. He continuously unleashed his 100 times Tribulation Flash at the Golden Flame Giant. Others might not be able to tell that Ning Fan was possessed by Niu Manshan, but how could he not? Niu Manshan was right in front of him. He must give him a good beating before he will stop. Rumble rumble one after another. The 100 times Tribulation Flash, which was enough to kill a weak quasi-saint realm expert, was blasted out by Blood God Gung Wu without any regard for his own life. Then, they were easily destroyed by the Golden Flame Giant's iron fists. The ancient devil mountain breaking strike that the golden flame giant used was not an ordinary strike. Instead, it was a strike that was fused with the hidden armor skin marks of the heavenly bull race. Its destructive power was far greater than blood god Gung Wu's 100 times tribulation flash. When the advantage of the ancient devil mountain breaking strike was activated, each of the golden flame giant's punches became heavier and heavier. The advantage it had gained was becoming more and more obvious. When the number of consecutive attacks reached around 800, the golden flame giant destroyed 10 light pillars of 100 times tribulation flash with just one punch. Its destructive power was already 10 times greater than that of the 100 times tribulation flash. Boom *. It was another 800 times ancient devil mountain breaking strike. Blood god Gung Wu's indescribably massive body of flesh and blood was actually penetrated by the golden flame giant with just one punch. His blood dyed the water area red. He was severely injured. This punch directly hit the vital part of blood god Gung Wu, greatly weakening his chi and blood, directly reducing it by around 1/10. Blood god Gung Wu let out a miserable shriek. When his shriek reached the ears of the experts in the area, all of them were so shocked that they could not utter a single word. Is this Ming Fan's true strength? Blood god Gung Wu actually did not seem to have any strength to resist his attacks. Lu cc lu 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 lu. Amidst the miserable shriek, blood god Gung Wu became even more enraged. He released all the millions of leeches in his body and attacked the golden flame giant. Each of the millions of leeches was incomparably strong due to absorbing blood god Gung Wu's chi and blood. Even the weakest among them had the strength of a true immortal realm expert. Among the army of leeches, there were already more than 100 immortal emperor realm experts. Hundreds of immortal emperor realm leeches leading tens of millions of true immortal realm leeches had an extremely terrifying aura. Even a second-level quasi-sage would feel his scalp go numb when he sees such a scene. Unfortunately, they were not facing a second-level quasi-sage but a third-level ancient great cultivator. 100 immortal emperors, huh? Even I will have to expend some effort to deal with them. Even though the golden flame giant said those words with fear, there was not even a hint of it on his face. There was only Niu Mansion's usual arrogance and Ming Fan's usual calmness. Summon, heavenly bull intestines, Niu Mansion sneered. He actually summoned his intestines and intestines. Then, he swung his iron fists continuously. The ancient devil mountain breaking strike easily killed the leeches one after another. None of the leeches could get close to him. It was because it was not an ordinary ancient devil mountain breaking strike. Instead, it was an enraged ancient great cultivator waving his fists. Even an immortal emperor would die from a single punch from him. Boom boom boom. Tens of thousands of leeches were killed. Their blood was all devoured by the wriggling intestines of the heavenly bull. In less than 20 breaths, Niu Mansion continuously swung his fists hundreds of times and killed all the millions of leeches in front of him. As for the corpses of the leeches, they were all eaten by the heavenly bull intestines. The sound of people gasping could be heard from the bottom of the river. No one would be able to remain calm after seeing someone kill 100 immortal emperors within 20 breaths. On the other hand, the golden flame giant had a look of disdain. He cancelled the summon of the intestines and burped in disgust. It's too disgusting. The taste of these leeches is as disgusting as the feces that I have been holding in for millions of years. If it wasn't to replenish my strength, I would never eat these disgusting things even if I was beaten to death. Roar! Blood god Gung Wu was enraged by the insulting words of the golden flame giant. In its entire life, it had never been so angry before. The result of its unprecedented anger was that its huge body actually emitted some kind of strange light, beginning some kind of evolution. What's more, Wu-wielding ring evolution. It was rumored that when the Gung Wu clan was extremely enraged, they had the chance to evolve into ring-holding Gung Wu in a short period of time. As the name suggested, the Gung Wu with the holy halo could greatly increase the strength of the Gung Wu tribe. Great! The blood god was going to evolve into the legendary ring wielder. With the holy halo, no matter how powerful that Yama kid is, he won't be a match for Lord Blood God. The demi-saints of the foreign races who had studied the Gung Wu clan were overjoyed when they saw this. Originally, after witnessing Ming Fan's strength, they no longer had any hope of defeating him. But now, the blood god Gung Wu was evolving under extreme anger, which gave them confidence again. The blood-red light gradually separated from the blood god Gungwu's huge body and turned into a blood-red halo in its mouth. Compared to the blood god Gungwu's body, which was as huge as a star domain, this blood-red halo was too small. However, none of the experts here dared to ignore this blood-red halo. It was because this blood-red halo was none other than the saint initiation halo that only an incipient saint could possess. However, it was transformed under Gungwu's extreme anger. Ring holding Gungwu, huh? This is a little troublesome. The golden flame giant frowned. At the moment when the blood god Gungwu evolved the saint initiation halo, a scarlet beam of light shot out from its mouth and went straight at the golden flame giant. It was still the tribulation flash, which only had one attack method. However, this time, it was not the 100 times tribulation flash. Instead, it was 3,000 times tribulation flash. Such a powerful tribulation flash was definitely not something that the blood god Gungwu could release in his normal state. Under his normal state, 100 times tribulation flash was his limit. However, he was not in his normal state right now. Holding the saint initiation halo in Sun Luo's hands was completely different from holding it in the hands of the blood god Gungwu. Currently, the blood god Gungwu was holding the saint initiation halo. With the help of the halo's power, his tribulation flash was entangled with the power of the third step of samsara, causing the destructive power of the tribulation flash to reach a terrifying 3,000 times. The golden flame giant swung his fists with all his might to resist the attack. He had even activated the defense of the armor runes to its limit. However, he still could not completely reduce the damage of this attack. The golden flame giant coughed out a mouthful of blood. Even though he managed to repel the tribulation flash that was 3,000 times stronger, he still suffered some injuries. Because of these injuries, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across the golden flame giant's eyes. All of a sudden, it became Ning Fan's turn to control his body. The tribulation flash that was 3,000 times stronger was no doubt terrifying. However, it was nothing compared to the mountain-breaking attack of 3,000 ancient devils. Young man, Gungwu who holds the halo cannot be defeated by force. Let's retreat for now. With me here, even if we can't defeat Gungwu who holds the halo, it is still very easy for me to bring all of you out of this place safely. Niao Mansion's consciousness advised Ning Fan. Senior, didn't you want to eat cuttlefish dumplings? Wouldn't it be a great regret if we leave just like this before? Roar. The blood god Gungwu released another tribulation flash that was 3,000 times stronger than before. The cross-shaped halos around the golden flame giant suddenly activated. He stuffed a large amount of divine recovery rice into his mouth and swung both of his fists continuously, rushing towards the tribulation flash that was 3,000 times stronger than before. Boom. Boom. 17 punches. The golden flame giant threw out 17 consecutive ancient devil mountain breaking attacks to block the tribulation flash that was 3,000 times stronger than before. Even though he managed to block it, he was injured by the power of the tribulation flash once again. The blood god Gungwu did not give the golden flame giant any time to rest. He quickly followed up with the first 3,000 times stronger tribulation flash and launched his second attack. However, this was exactly what Ning Fan wanted. This is the best way to go. This is the best way to launch consecutive attacks. Only when the attacks are as strong as a storm can the power of the ancient devil mountain breaking attacks be displayed. If the attacks are intermittent, it will break the momentum of the ancient devil mountain breaking attacks and cause the number of attacks to recalculate. If it were those ancient great cultivators with higher spiritual wisdom who could see through the weakness of the ancient devil mountain breaking attacks, they would definitely stop the timing and disturb the golden flame giant at the right time to interrupt the continuous attacks of the golden flame giant. Unfortunately, did the blood god Gungwu have that kind of intelligence? No, its intelligence was not even comparable to that of a 3-year-old child. Because of its rage, it even lost the last bit of its ability to think. That was how it evolved into the heaven-defying Gungwu who was holding the ring. Why would Ning Fan be afraid of a creature without intelligence? Boom. Boom. The golden flame giant was not afraid of the 3,000 times stronger tribulation flash at all. It threw out its iron fists like a storm, trying to destroy all the tribulation flash that was coming at it again and again. Before the 300 punches, the golden flame giant needed 17 punches to block a tribulation flash that was 3,000 times stronger. After the 600 punches, it only needed 12 punches to block a tribulation flash. After the 800 punches, it only needed 10 punches. After the 1000 punches, it only needed 9 punches. After the 2000 punches, it only needed 3 punches. After the 3000 punches, it only needed 1 punch. The destructive power of a single punch could actually destroy the tribulation flash that was 3000 times stronger directly without suffering any injuries. At this moment, even Xianxia was afraid of the terrifying aura force of the golden flame giant. However, Ningfan was not afraid at all. There was only the ancient devil destruction will that penetrated his body and mind. The devil might was like the sky. 3000 punches was not Ningfan's limit. From the beginning of the 3000 punches, the golden flame giant gradually gained the upper hand and began to suppress the blood god Gungwu. 4000 punches, 5000 punches, 6000 punches. Blood god Gungwu's tribulation flash that was 3000 times stronger was no longer a match for the golden flame giant. 7000 punches. The destructive power of a single punch from the golden flame giant had actually directly destroyed the Genesis Saint ring that blood god Gungwu had mentioned. That kid Yan Luo actually destroyed the Genesis Saint ring. In this lawless era, is there anything that he can't do? The quasi-saints of the foreign races were all trembling in fear. When the 8000 ancient devils mountain-breaking attack was launched, the gigantic physical body of the blood god Gungwu was actually destroyed by a single punch from the golden flame giant. The entire water region was filled with the broken physical body of the blood god Gungwu and the ancient treasures that fell from his body. The waves of the fist light swept across the area, engulfing all the living beings in the area within the fist light storm. All the quasi-saints of the foreign races were directly sent flying by the fist light storm. All of them spurted out blood while some of the weaker experts of the foreign races directly died under the fist light. At this moment, the heaven-returning grand formation that was struggling to resist the attacks of blood god Gungwu was also truly shattered by the fist light. All the cultivators of the eastern sky that were under the formation were engulfed by the fist light storm. Not good. This is too much. The golden flame giant's expression changed. He activated the protective golden light around his body to the maximum, enveloping all the cultivators of the eastern sky within it. Fortunately, he acted quickly to protect them. Otherwise, many of these cultivators of the eastern sky would have been engulfed by the fist light storm and died. That was not the result that Ningfan wanted. It seemed like Ningfan's control over his power was still not enough. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. This kind of power that could even destroy the blood god Gungwu was certainly impossible for Ningfan, who was just an immortal king realm cultivator, to control it freely. If he was not careful, not to mention devouring his own people, there was a great possibility of him devouring his own body. Cici Lu. Cici Lu. Cici Lu. So scary. So scary. This person is a monster. Among the countless pieces of cuttlefish flesh, a cuttlefish true spirit that was only the size of an ant quietly escaped. Ningfan, of course, noticed the true spirit of the cuttlefish that had escaped. Originally, he wanted to chase after it, but he was stopped by Xianxia. Let it go. If the Gungwu clan fights to the death, they can detonate their true spirits. Their true spirits are different from ordinary people's. The destructive power of their true spirits is 10 times stronger than the detonation of an ordinary true spirit. Therefore, many cultivators of the true world love to capture the true spirits of Gungwu and use them as explosives. Their destructive power is extremely terrifying. With this Gungwu's cultivation base, if it is determined to detonate its true spirit, the entire Eastern Realm River will be flattened. The destructive power of its explosion can even reach the Eastern Heaven Immortal World and destroy more than half of it. If you don't have the strength of a Saint Realm expert to control it, it's better not to force it into a dead end. As soon as he heard what Xianxia said, Ningfan was inwardly shocked. How would he still dare to capture the true spirit of the Gungwu, which was the size of an ant? Once such an inconspicuous true spirit explodes, it could actually flatten the entire Eastern Realm River and destroy half of the Eastern Heaven Immortal World. If Gungwu is really forced to detonate itself, it would be hard to say whether Ningfan could keep his own life or not. As soon as the quasi-saints of the foreign races saw blood god Gungwu explode, who else would dare to stay in this place? Each of them desperately fled the place, afraid that they would be killed by Ningfan. Today, Ning Fan's devil godlike figure would definitely become a shadow in their Dao hearts in the future and hinder them for the rest of their lives. Waves of exhaustion spread throughout Ning Fan's body. It was not Ning Fan himself who was exhausted but Niu Mansion's power. The battle against Blood God Gung Wu might seem simple, but it had completely used up the little amount of power that Niu Mansion had just awakened. The cross-shaped light ring could infinitely replenish Ning Fan's magic power, but it could not replenish Niu Mansion's magic power. After defeating Blood God Gung Wu, Ning Fan's cultivation base had already fallen back to its normal state. He could no longer display the strength of an ancient grand cultivation realm expert. How could he still have the strength to kill those quasi-saints of the foreign races? All he could do was to watch them escape. To this, Ning Fan felt regretful, but at the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. If the enemies did not run away but turned around and besieged him, he would have a headache instead. Ning Fan was well aware of his own capabilities. It was all thanks to Niu Mansion's cultivation base that he was able to defeat Blood God Gung Wu. Even though he had also contributed quite a lot, it was not the main factor in his victory. He could not even defeat a quasi-saint realm expert. If he were to face 13 quasi-saints of the foreign races at the same time with his own cultivation base, he would certainly not have a good ending. I don't have the ability to chase after those quasi-saints of the foreign races. This is also the most troublesome part. If those quasi-saints of the foreign races see that I did not chase after them, they would probably realize that I no longer have the strength to fight. They will certainly come back soon. Luckily, the Immortal Sovereign Seal has already been repaired. Before they realize what's going on, I have a lot of time to bring the others away from this place. Ning Fan thought to himself. Of course, before I leave this place, there are still two things I need to do. Firstly, I need to take away the countless pieces of Gung Wu's flesh and ancient treasures in this place. Secondly, I need to bring a person away from the bottom of the Realm River. Ning Fan withdrew his eternal true body. With a raise of his hand, he took away all the pieces of Gung Wu's flesh and ancient treasures. Then, he brought the group of Eastern Heaven cultivators back to the surface of the water. After sending these Eastern Heaven cultivators out of the water, Ning Fan turned around and prepared to return to the bottom of the Realm River of the Sixth Path. Father, where are you going? Immortal Loli pulled Ning Fan's sleeve, preventing him from returning to the bottom of the Realm River. The scenes that happened at the bottom of the water had given her quite a lot of fright. She was not willing to let Ning Fan return to such a dangerous place again. Even though Zhang Yu and the others did not stop Ning Fan, they also looked at him doubtfully, waiting for his explanation. Don't worry. I'm just going to the bottom of the water to pick up a person. I won't fight against those quasi-saints of the foreign races anymore. Ning Fan smiled and answered. Then, he patted Immortal Loli's head and dived into the water. After hearing Ning Fan's words, Zhang Yu immediately curled her lips in annoyance. Even if she used her toes to think, she would already know that the reason why Ning Fan took the risk to go back to the bottom of the water was to pick up a woman, not a man. She was so lustful that she could even throw away her life. She was not convinced by anyone but Ning Fan. As for Xiang Bozi and the other old monsters of the Eastern Heaven, they smiled knowingly to express their understanding. Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman. It seems like the hero who saved the Eastern Heaven is going to go to the bottom of the water to pick up his beauty. Hee hee. Such a romantic affair will surely become the topic of conversation among the cultivators of the Eastern Heaven very soon. As for the issue of safety, they were not worried that Ning Fan would be in danger after returning to the water because they had already begun to believe in Ning Fan's strength. In their eyes, Ning Fan was a great cultivator from the ancient times who hid his strength well. Or perhaps, he had some kind of method that allowed him to attain the strength of a great cultivator within a short period of time. They did not need to worry about Ning Fan's safety at all. The ones who should be worried should be those quasi-saints of the foreign races, but I'm still a little worried about Father. Others might not be able to see it, but Xianxia can. The power of the ancient great cultivator that Father used just now doesn't feel right. It's definitely not his own power. That power should have already been used up during the battle with the giant cuttlefish. This time, Father has returned to the bottom of the water. What if he encounters danger? What should we do? The other cultivators of the Eastern Heaven were rejoicing for surviving the calamity, but Immortal Loli could not bring herself to smile. She was worried about her father. Alright. You don't have to worry about that little cuttlefish. He's so cunning. Why would he take the risk? He must have a well-thought-out plan for this trip. Even if he doesn't have enough power, he can still protect himself. We are the ones who should be worried. All of us are more or less injured, especially the few quasi-saints who suffered the most serious injuries. If we don't hurry back to the nearest checkpoint for treatment, I'm afraid some of the quasi-saints will suffer a drop in their cultivation base due to their severe injuries. But even if Father is fine, I'm still worried. I feel that Father will bring another woman back. Xianxia is not happy. Xianxia hates it when others snatch Father away from her. Humph. Xianxia isn't the only one who is unhappy. Sister Zhongyu is also unhappy. No. What's there to be unhappy about? He can find as many women as he wants. What does it have to do with me? Zhongyu and the others had guessed one thing correctly. The reason why Ning Fan returned to the bottom of the sixth path was indeed to pick up a certain woman. However, this matter had nothing to do with his lust. Ning Fan had received Aphrodite's kindness. What he did was just to give her a favor. Of course, if it was not convenient, he might not have gone to save Aphrodite. As a matter of fact, he had long heard that Aphrodite was imprisoned in the death prison of the foreign race. This was the reason why he did not save her even after so long. He did owe her a favor, but he had already returned the favor of reminding her that day. It was Aphrodite's wish to return to the foreign race. Ning Fan complied with her wish and let her go. However, because of that, Aphrodite was imprisoned in the death prison of the foreign race. Aphrodite was the one who wanted to return to the bottom of the water. All the consequences should be borne by her. That was true. However, if Ning Fan could save Aphrodite along the way, he would not mind saving her. In the past, there would definitely be quasi-saints of the foreign race guarding around the death prison where Aphrodite was imprisoned. How would he have the ability to save her? However, it was different now. At this moment, all the quasi-saints of the foreign race were busy running for their lives like stray dogs. How would they have the time to care about such a trivial matter like Aphrodite? Instead, it gave Ning Fan a chance to take advantage of the situation. Somewhere in the sixth path, the group of quasi-saints of the foreign race who were running for their lives in a hurry suddenly stopped. Great Divine Priest, why did you stop? Someone asked with uncertainty. Not good. We've been tricked. We've been running for 1 hour, but that Yama kid actually didn't catch up to us. There seems to be something wrong with this. The Great Divine Priest said with an unpleasant expression. Great Divine Priest, are you saying that after that Yama kid defeated Blood God Gung Wu, he no longer has the strength to face our joint attacks? That's why he didn't chase after us? Some other quasi-saints of the foreign race guessed after hearing what the Great Divine Priest said. I didn't expect that Yama kid didn't even chase after us. We've been running blindly for 1 hour in fear. It's really embarrassing. If this matter is spread out, what glory do we, the Ziwei immortal cultivators, have? Someone said angrily. Since that Yama kid no longer has the strength to fight us, why don't we go back and kill him? Someone suggested. No, it's not right. The problem is that we only know that Yama kid doesn't have the strength to fight us. However, we don't know how much strength he has left. It's certain that he doesn't have much strength left. However, it's hard to tell how much strength he has left. Perhaps he still has the strength to kill 7 quasi-saints? Perhaps he still has the strength to tear 5 quasi-saints apart? Perhaps he still has the strength to kill 3 quasi-saints? Perhaps he won't even be able to kill 1? Or perhaps he might die if he fights with his life on the line, but he can still kill all of us. Before we get to the bottom of this matter, we might pay a heavy price for our recklessness if we go back rashly. The Great Divine Priest rejected. But this is a rare opportunity for that Yama kid to be weak. If he finishes recovering, none of us will be a match for him. He's an ancient fiend god that could even kill Blood God Gung Wu. If we wait for him to finish recovering and come back to kill us Ziwei immortal cultivators, I'm afraid none of us will be able to survive. Humph. He wouldn't dare. If he's forced into a corner, Lord Blood God's true spirit will self-destruct and he won't have a good ending either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Lord Blood God's true spirit escape. But this is a rare opportunity for that Yama kid to be weak, he might have already escaped from the water domain. Who knows, I still think that we should go back and take a look. Even if we don't fight him, we should at least try to find out more about him. Running away in panic without knowing anything is not the usual style of the Z-Way immortal cultivators. That's right. We should still go back and investigate. Firstly, we should investigate this person's background. If he's already gone, we should also investigate the restoration of the Immortal Emperor's seal to see if there's any possibility of destroying it. Also, the flesh of Lord Blood God that was smashed is an excellent nourishment. I wonder if that Yama kid has taken all of it. As the great divine priest of the foreign race gave the order, all the quasi-saints of the foreign race turned around and began to return to the ruins of the Heavenly Shadow clan. While the quasi-saints of the foreign race were busy dealing with this matter, Ning Fan quietly swam towards another direction, the place where the divine temple of the foreign race was located in the sixth path. With Ning Fan's intelligence network, he easily found out that the death prison of the foreign race was located in the divine temple. To the foreign race, the condemned prisoners in the death prison were the best sacrificial offerings. They could offer them to blood god Gung Wu to consume through the sacrificial offerings. The sacrificial offerings in the death prison were of great importance. Normally, no one was allowed to get close to the death prison. Even quasi-saints would need the great divine priest's order to get close to the death prison. The death prison was heavily guarded. Usually, there would be more than one quasi-saint and more than 10 immortal emperors guarding it. However, it was different now. Due to the earth-shattering chi of the battle that spread out from the ruins of the Heavenly Shadow clan, all the immortal emperors of the foreign race who did not know the truth rushed towards the location of the Heavenly Shadow clan. This was the time when the guards of the divine temple of the foreign race were at their weakest. It was also the best time for Ning Fan to save them. There were more than 1,000 cells in the death prison. Afra was locked in one of the cells in the deepest part of the prison. The four walls of the cell were engraved with runes that sealed the water elemental power. To the water clan, it had an incomparably strong suppressive effect. Afra was expressionless. She just stared at the walls of the cell. However, if one were to take a closer look, they would find a trace of bitterness hidden deep within her eyes. She shouldn't have come back. She shouldn't have come back. Afra did not expect that Ning Fan had unknowingly saved her life when he captured her that day. During the days when she was captured, most of the merman warriors were used as sacrificial offerings and fed to blood god Gung Wu. The great divine priest had lied to her. The great divine priest had clearly promised that she alone would be enough as a sacrificial offering. However, in reality, other than the trusted subordinates of the great divine priest, everyone else was the sacrificial offering. Not a single innocent merman could survive. They were all dead, her clansmen were all dead. The few male mermen who survived also became traitors of the merman race. They sold their souls to the great divine priest to save their lives. I initially thought that my return could save all the people of the merman race. However, it turns out that I can't even protect myself. Soon, I will also become a sacrificial offering to blood god Gung Wu. My clansmen are all dead and I'm the only one left. Perhaps it's better for me to die, but why do I feel unresigned? I want to avenge my clansmen, be it the great divine priest or blood god Gung Wu. They are all existences that I can't defeat even if I use all my strength. However, I don't want to give up. I can't accept it. The remains of my clansmen were eaten by blood god Gung Wu. I will never be able to forget how miserable they were. Afro smiled bitterly. So what if I can't accept it? I can't even escape from the prison, let alone take revenge. The funny thing was that when the great divine priest saw that she possessed the karma seed of self and had a bright future, he was actually willing to help her get rid of her identity as a sacrificial offering and recruit her to deal with Ning Fan. When she found out that all of her clansmen had been sacrificed, how could she still help the great divine priest, especially that matter which involved dealing with Ning Fan? It was even more impossible for her to agree to it. When she met her other self, she shared a lot of memories and also the complicated feelings that the other woman had towards Ning Fan. Those feelings were unreal. They were built on countless nightmares. There were only physical collisions and no soul communication. But no matter what, Ning Fan's figure was engraved in the depths of her heart. Whether it was her in this world or her other self in the other world, Ning Fan remained in her heart. Afra waved her palm and took out half of the golden arrow. That day, she broke the golden arrow and gave half of it to Ning Fan while keeping the other half for herself. She promised to repay Ning Fan's kindness. Unfortunately, she could not even protect herself anymore. She probably would not have the chance to repay that kindness anymore. That's a great kindness from the karma seed of self. If you have any difficulties, as long as you don't harm the interests of the Z-Way immortal cultivators, bring this arrow to me. I can help you do one thing. You've shown me great kindness. If I had the potential to become a sage, the great divine priest might show mercy to my clan. This kindness is very heavy and I must repay it. Meng Lang, no, Ning Fan, goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. I heard that your clan members are all dead. The thing that you want to protect doesn't seem to exist anymore. A voice suddenly resounded from outside the prison. At the same time, it was accompanied by the blood-curdling screams of the immortal King Realm Guards. Afro's heart shuddered. How could she not remember this voice that came from two different worlds? It's Ning Fan, but why is Ning Fan here? He's the white-robed Yama that everyone in the Z-Way immortal cultivators wanted to kill. Because of the restriction of the prison, Afro could not sense the chi of the great battle outside. Naturally, she did not know what had happened outside. She suddenly stood up and held on to the iron bars of the prison. However, she was bounced off by the runes on the bars. She looked at the outside of the iron bars in disbelief. Ning Fan parted the blood-stained water and walked towards her while stepping on the corpses of the guards. The ocean-defying sword slashed open the prison. It was not just the prison. The entire divine palace of the foreign race was slashed open by Ning Fan. This was the most sacred place of the Z-Way immortal cultivators in the eastern boundary river. However, it was destroyed by Ning Fan. This time, the Z-Way immortal cultivators were going to be nailed to the pillar of shame by Ning Fan forever. Why did you come here? Afro's eyes turned red. She did not know what she was feeling at the moment. She was betrayed by her closest comrades but was saved by her former enemy. What does this mean? What does this mean? Since you are so unwilling, don't wait for your death here. Even though you are a member of the foreign race, you can still live in the Eastern Heaven in the future for my sake. Eastern Heaven, Afro remained silent. She had never eaten an Eastern Heaven cultivator before. Back then, after she got out of the water, she was captured by Ning Fan before she could even kill the Eastern Heaven cultivators. Theoretically, she did not have any blood feud with the Eastern Heaven cultivators. However, she was a descendant of the Z-Way immortal cultivators. Could she live together with the descendants of Zido? Was it possible to betray one's own ancestors and one's own beliefs? I'll give you 3 breaths. If you hesitate any longer, I will capture you and lock you up in the profounding world again to take your tears. Ning Fan said angrily. Even though he was certain that the quasi-saints of the foreign races would not return to the divine palace in a short period of time, he did not dare to waste too much time here. What if some of the quasi-saints returned earlier than expected? Then it would not be easy for him to get out. Locked in the profounding world is fine. Anyway, I don't want to live in the Eastern Heaven. As if she had recalled some erotic memories, Afro's cheeks flushed. In other words, you would rather be locked up in the profounding world and be humiliated by me than live in the Eastern Heaven peacefully, right? The corner of Ning Fan's mouth twitched. Could it be that Afro has masochistic tendencies? Was it accidentally developed by him? He had misunderstood Afro. In fact, Afro just did not know how to face the ordinary cultivators of the Eastern Heaven. In the past, she had always treated them as enemies. Now, it was difficult for her to change her mind in a short period of time. However, Ning Fan did not know that. He had never come into contact with a woman who had masochistic tendencies. He was thinking about how he should arrange things to satisfy this woman. Since this woman wants to continue living in the profounding world, then let her stay there. The profounding world is so huge. It doesn't make a difference if she stays there. The problem is, how should he stay there? Senior Nyo, you have a lot of experience. Have you ever heard of such a woman who has masochistic tendencies? Ning Fan asked in the depths of his consciousness. Currently, Nyo Mansion's consciousness was weak. How could he have the mood to chat with Ning Fan? When he heard Ning Fan's question, he answered perfunctorily without thinking. Oh, I've heard of this kind of woman before. Each and every one of them is a little demoness who likes to torture people. They won't eat the candy given to them and will only eat the whip given to them. If you want to make them happy, you definitely can't treat them well. You have to be like this. Niao Manshan talked nonsense for a while. Then, due to his weak consciousness, he fell into a deep sleep. Therefore, he had no idea what happened later because of his nonsense. Also, he did not want to be responsible for it. As a result, when Afro stayed in the profounding world again, she was tied to the bed by Ning Fan with a rope. Why did you tie me up? And you even tied me up in such a shameful manner. Afro subconsciously wanted to resist. However, after receiving Ning Fan's kindness of saving her life, she already had the thought of repaying him with her body. Even if Ning Fan treats her like that, she would just think that Ning Fan has a strange fetish and she would not resist. She would only endure it shyly. She actually didn't object to me tying her up. It seems like Senior Niao didn't lie to me. Women who have masochistic tendencies indeed have strange fetishes. She actually likes to be tied up by others, Ning Fan criticized inwardly. However, he still put on a friendly smile on his face and said to Afro, "You've been locked up in this cell for a long time. Have a good rest here today. I still have something to do. If you need anything, you can send me a voice transmission. My mind is connected to the profounding world. After I hear your voice, I will naturally come and satisfy your needs. Don't worry, Mississippi. I won't discriminate against women who have special fetishes." As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, his figure flashed and flew out of the profounding world, leaving Afro alone. Ning Fan actually said that she has special fetishes. Ning Fan is the one who has special fetishes, which normal man would tie a weak woman up on the bed. Pervert, he's too perverted, Afro criticized Ning Fan's behavior inwardly. Of course, Ning Fan was unaware of all of these. As soon as he saved Afro, he sensed a few quasi-saints rushing back to the divine palace with the help of the treasure-searching compass. Those people must have sensed that the divine palace had been destroyed. That's why they were rushing back. Since there were quasi-saints of the foreign races rushing back to help, how would Ning Fan dare to stay in this place for a long time? He left in a hurry. Of course, he did not have the leisure to consider Afro's feelings. The pitiful Afro was tied to the bed for a very, very long time. The quasi-saints of the foreign races returned to the ruins of the Heavenly Shadow clan. After inspecting the sealed tower, they came to a conclusion. The immortal sovereign seal that was 99% intact was no longer possible to be destroyed. In this way, the second invasion plan that the foreign races had prepared for tens of millions of years after invading the Eastern Heaven previously had finally become a piece of paper. The seal had been repaired and it was stronger than any time in the past hundreds of millions of years. For a long time to come, not only would the celestial emperor stage beings be unable to come out of the water to wreak havoc, but even the low-grade beings would find it extremely difficult to come out of the water. The chaos of the foreign races in the eastern boundary river was finally settled. In this war that had lasted for tens of years, Ning Fan's contribution was undoubtedly the greatest. Slaughtering an immortal emperor realm expert, killing a half-step saint realm expert, subduing a lightning infant, repairing the seal, destroying the blood god and making it even darker. News of Ning Fan's latest achievements spread to the Eastern Heaven like snowflakes. Countless people were shocked by Ning Fan's latest achievements. Ning Fan was actually so powerful that he could even destroy an ancient great cultivator? Many people began to discuss this in private. More of them began to frantically inquire about the details of this war. Ning Fan was not aware of all these. Even if he knew, he would not care. Once again, he returned to the surface of the sixth stream of water. He stepped on the water and bathed in the sunset scenery of the boundary river. Looking at the immortal sovereign seal that was almost undamaged, he let out a long sigh of relief. The chaos of the foreign races in the eastern boundary river has finally come to an end. I wonder if the chaos in the other three great heavenly worlds has also been settled. Ning Fan looked at the direction of the northern heaven along the sixth stream of water and pondered. Suddenly, Ning Fan felt a tearing pain in his sea of consciousness. It was Niao Manchan's true spirit that was separating from his body bit by bit. Under the intense pain, Ning Fan could barely stand still and directly fell to the surface of the water. He endured the pain and slowly separated from Niao Manchan's true spirit. Due to his weakness, Niu Manshan was lucky enough to fall into a deep sleep, avoiding having to share half of the pain with Ning Fan. In this way, Ning Fan almost had to bear all the pain of his true spirit being separated. The entire process of the true spirit separation lasted for a full 8 hours. The sun set below the surface of the river and the dusk turned into night. After a long time, Ning Fan finally exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi and forced out a true spirit that was countless times smaller from his sea of consciousness. Niu Manshan's true spirit. The size of Niu Manshan's true spirit was different from the size it had when it launched a sneak attack on Ning Fan. Currently, Niu Manshan's true spirit could no longer maintain the size of a human due to the exhaustion of its power. Just like the true spirit of Gung Wu which fled in a sorry state, both of them had shrunk to the size of an ant. Niu Manshan, who was as small as an ant, was sleeping soundly in Ning Fan's palm. His breathing was weak, but his snores were very loud and full of energy. Did Niu Manshan really run out of energy? He's actually so full of energy, however, he did not intend to wake Niu Manshan up. Instead, he took out a few 9th Revolution Emperor-grade healing pills, extracted their medicinal power and injected them into Niu Manshan's true spirit body. These 9 Revolutions Emperor pills were the treasures in Gung Wu's body. They were seized by Ning Fan after the battle. Now, they were the most suitable to be used to treat Niu Manshan. If it weren't for these pills, Niu Manshan would have to sleep for at least several hundred years before he could wake up. However, after using pills, Niu Manshan's ant true spirit grew bigger and bigger. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, it had grown to the size of a fist. After another incense stick's time, the true spirit had returned to the size of an adult and had finally awakened. At least you still have a conscience. You know how to help me recover my strength. You're really worth teaching. Niu Manshan stretched his body comfortably. Then, he took a deep breath of the fresh air on the surface of the Boundary River. It's so refreshing and nostalgic. This is the taste of freedom. How many years has it been since I last breathed the air on the surface of the water? It's almost 1 billion years. I've finally left the damned bottom of the Boundary River. According to our agreement, I've already brought Senior out of the sealed tower. I hope that Senior can also keep your promise and won't hurt any Purple Dipper Mortal Realm cultivators recklessly in this life. Ning Fan looked at Niu Manshan who was filled with happiness and sighed deeply. Air was something that those who had it would not cherish. Sure enough, some things had to be lost before one could understand how precious they were. Don't worry. I've already sworn the great karma oath. How can I possibly go back on my word? Alright. Our deal is done. Quickly give me your broken sword. I'm going to depart for the Western Heaven now. Depart for the Western Heaven now? Why are you in such a hurry? Ning Fan was surprised. However, he still kept his promise and passed the fate-severing broken sword which contained the lotus sword intent to Niu Manshan. Hee. Aren't I in a hurry to go to the Western Heaven to see my old lover, I mean, to go to the Western Heaven and challenge all the major Buddhist sects? I've been guarding the sealed tower for nearly 1 billion years. During this long period of time, I couldn't even find a single opponent. Sigh. The Western Heaven is still better. Each of those Buddhist sects is unfathomable. I'm sure I'll be able to find quite a number of opponents who are on par with me in the Western Heaven. Niu Manshan pretended to be serious and said. The corner of his mouth twitched. Inwardly, he complained, Old Uncle Niu, you've already spilled the beans, alright? Stop hiding it. The truth is that you're in a hurry to go to the Western Heaven to see your old lover. I wonder if she's still in this world. After all, 1 billion years have passed. Since ancient times, how many cultivators could live for more than 1 billion years? It's difficult. It's just too difficult. Niu Manshan suddenly thought of something and began to sigh. Ning Fan did not know who the old lover that Niu Manshan was talking about was. Naturally, he would not say anything to comfort him. He just looked at Niu Manshan with a poker face and let him sigh for a long time. In the end, Niu Manshan glared at Ning Fan. Old Senior is sighing here. Don't you know how to comfort him? Boring. Really boring. Alright. Let's part ways here. You can go and find your companions in the Eastern Heaven. I'm going to the Western Heaven. The waterway that leads to the western heaven should be the third waterway. Before Niu Manshan could finish his words, his entire being had already shrunk into a ray of light between heaven and earth and disappeared without a trace. Senior, wait a moment. Don't you want the cuttlefish dumpling and your adopted son? Niu Manshan acted in a hurry. He left too quickly. Before Ning Fan could even open his mouth, he swallowed his words helplessly. Niu Manshan had clearly asked him to help him find his adopted son. He even wanted to use more cuttlefish meat to make cuttlefish dumpling. However, he actually left just like that before he could do all these things. Sure enough, compared to old lovers, adopted son and cuttlefish dumpling, none of them are important, right? Ning Fan waved his hand helplessly and rested for a while. Then, he stood up from the water surface and planned to leave. Unfortunately, before he could leave, there was another ray of light flashing towards him from afar. Who else could it be other than Niu Manshan, who had returned using the same route he came from? Niu Manshan returned to Ning Fan's front with an ashen face. He was extremely unhappy, as if he had encountered something bad. Senior, why did you come back? Aren't you in a hurry to go to the western heaven? Ning Fan was surprised and asked. I can't go anymore. The world passage to the western heaven has actually been sealed by another immortal sovereign. Niu Manshan said in a displeased tone. The seal of another immortal sovereign? What do you mean? Ning Fan's expression darkened. Humph. You'll understand after you see it with your own eyes. Quickly help me think if there's any way to open the world passage. Niu Manshan waved his hand. A ray of light swept over and carried Ning Fan away from his original spot. It was the unique escaping technique of the Heavenly Bull clan. Its speed was unimaginably fast. With Ning Fan's maximum speed, he would need at least 1 to 2 days to fly from the 6th water path to the 3rd water path. However, Niu Manshan only needed a few hundred breaths to fly from the 6th water path to the 3rd water path. The speed of an ancient great cultivator had actually reached such a level. Ning Fan was certain that his speed was definitely comparable to some weaker quasi-saints. However, compared to Niu Manshan, his speed was simply insignificant. Sure enough, there was still a huge gap between him and a true expert of the 2nd step. In front of an ancient great cultivator, his insignificant speed might not even be enough to escape with his life. Niu Manshan brought Ning Fan to the White Tiger Pass of the 3rd water path. This was the last pass of the 3rd water path. If they go further, it would be the long world passage that leads to the western heaven. Ning Fan did not even participate in the operation to recover the White Tiger Pass. Naturally, he did not go to the West Heaven Realm Passage, which was further behind the White Tiger Pass. If Niu Manshan did not bring Ning Fan all the way to the end of the West Heaven Realm Passage, Ning Fan would not even know that the entrance of the West Heaven Realm Passage had already been sealed by a massive sealing power. In between the water and the sky, there was a sealing power that emitted a desolate and decaying chi. It had sealed the entrance of the West Heaven Realm Passage. Even with Niu Manshan's strength, he actually could not break the seal and go to the western heaven. Ning Fan's eyes were covered with green light. The more he looked at the desolate seal, the more shocked he became. This is not an ordinary seal, this is an immortal sovereign realm seal. It was created by another 4th step immortal sovereign other than immortal sovereign Zido. Which immortal sovereign sealed the West Heaven Realm Passage? Ning Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. He did not expect that when he used immortal sovereign Zido's seal to deal with the foreign races in the World River, someone also secretly set up another immortal sovereign's seal and sealed the West Heaven Realm Passage. This is the seal of the primordial ancient immortal sovereign. However, it was not done by the immortal sovereign himself. Not even a 4th step immortal sovereign has the ability to interfere with the illusory dream world that immortal sovereign Zido set up. I'm afraid that someone in the illusory dream world obtained the seal bestowed by the primordial ancient immortal sovereign through some unknown channel and used its power to seal the West Heaven Realm Passage. Niu Manshan said. Primordial ancient immortal sovereign. It was not Ning Fan's first time hearing the name of this immortal sovereign. He frowned deeply. He really wanted to know why the seal of the primordial ancient immortal sovereign would appear here and seal the West Heaven Realm Passage. What he was sure of was that the Dark Race and the Devil Conferral Summit were definitely behind the chaos in the World River. Could it be that the cultivators of the primordial ancient immortal domain were also behind this? Little friend, you're quite capable. Do you have any way to destroy this seal? It was Niu Mansion's first time addressing Ning Fan in such a polite manner. His purpose was actually to meet his old lover. Senior, you must be joking. The seal of the primordial ancient immortal sovereign in this place is fully intact. How could I possibly have the ability to destroy it? Ning Fan smiled bitterly. 99% of the Purple Dipper seal could already seal more than 10 quasi-saints of the foreign races to death in the East World River. A fully intact seal of the primordial ancient immortal sovereign was definitely not something Ning Fan could destroy. You have the eyesight of a cultivator at the second level of the Heaven Being realm. You can't even see the weakness of this seal? Niu Mansion asked in surprise. Ning Fan was not too surprised that Niu Mansion could see through his second level of the Heaven Being realm. He shook his head and said, "The seal of this place has no weakness. If we want to destroy it, we can only wait for the seal's power to be depleted to a certain extent over a long period of time." Not good, Ning Fan suddenly thought of something. His face darkened and he said to Niu Mansion, "Let's not talk about the seal of the West Heaven Realm passage for now. Senior, please bring me to the sixth path to find out what's going on. The sixth path connects to the Northern Heaven. I wonder if there's also such an ancient seal on the North Heaven Realm passage." Niu Mansion nodded his head and activated his ability. In just a few hundred breaths' time, he brought Ning Fan back to the sixth path and went straight to the entrance of the North Heaven Realm passage at the end of the sixth path. As Ning Fan had expected, the entrance of the North Heaven Realm passage was indeed sealed by the ancient seal. Moreover, the power of the seal here was actually a few times stronger than the one at the entrance of the West Heaven Realm passage. "Let's go to the ninth path," Ning Fan said again. Niu Mansion followed Ning Fan's instructions and brought him to the entrance of the South Heaven Realm passage. This place was also sealed by the ancient seal. The power of the seal was not as strong as the entrance of the North Heaven Realm passage. It was only comparable to the entrance of the West Heaven Realm. Even so, it was enough to prevent ancient great cultivators from passing through. This is troublesome. Ning Fan's face darkened. After a long while, he let out a long sigh. There were people whom Ning Fan cared about in the East Heaven. Likewise, there were also people in the North Heaven. According to rumors, the chaos in the North Heaven was the most serious among the four heavens. Ning Fan was very worried about the safety of Bei Xiaoman and the other women. Settling the chaos in the Eastern Heaven realm was supposed to be a joyous event. Ning Fan planned to go to the North Heaven as soon as possible after settling the chaos in the Eastern Heaven. Initially, he thought that as long as he wiped out the foreign races in the Eastern Heaven realm, he would be able to clear the path to the North Heaven. However, he did not expect that the mastermind who controlled the chaos in the Eastern Heaven realm this time had actually set up a second layer of protection at the entrances of the world passages of the various heaven realms, the seal of the ancient immortal sovereign. In this way, even if the cultivators of the West, South and East heavens could calm the chaos in their own realms, they would not be able to pass through the seal and support the other heaven realms. The four heavens were completely cut off. The Purple Dipper seal separated the foreign races from the cultivators of the four heavens, while the ancient immortal seal also separated the four heavens. I saw the future. A terrifying future. The four heavens will be isolated. There will be a great war in the North Heaven. After that, the Spirit King will die. He will die in the hands of the Western demon ancestor. Ling Er, who was eaten by the Spirit King, will also die. Everything was going exactly as Nailan Zi's prophecy. Isolated. Isolated. The word isolated was not referring to the obstruction of the foreign races. Instead, it was referring to the ancient immortal seal that separated the four heavens. Ah! Who was the one who placed such a hateful seal at the entrance of the world road? How am I going to head to the Western Heaven now? Abbess, it's not that I don't want to look for you. It's just that the immortal sovereign's seal is too powerful. Niu Mansion let out a long sigh. Ning Fan's expression, on the other hand, was filled with uncertainty. No one knew what he was thinking. The seal of the immortal sovereign of the ancient immortal sovereign was not something that a mere immortal king like him could break. However, he must go to the Northern Heaven. The appearance of the ancient immortal seal further highlighted the abnormality of the chaos in the Four Heavens World River. The water behind the scenes was too deep. As the center of the chaos, how dangerous would the northern heaven be? So, I have to find another way. Ning Fan thought to himself. Ning Fan could only think of one method that could allow him to travel freely in the Four Heavens while ignoring the ancient immortal seal. The ancient immortal devil cavity. The ancient immortal seal could give ancient great cultivators like Niu Manshan a headache. However, in the past, Taoist Xianxia who was at the half-saint realm could withstand the ancient immortal seal and directly open the devil cavity to fly from the northern heaven to the eastern heaven. If Ning Fan could cultivate the ancient devil cavity, it would certainly not be difficult for him to go to the northern heaven. Even if it was just the half-baked ancient devil cavity of Taoist Xianxia, it would be enough for him. Unfortunately, he did not have the half-baked devil cavity cultivation method in his hands. All he had was the authentic cultivation method that was unimaginably harsh. How troublesome. Fine. I won't go to the western heaven for the time being. I don't believe that the person behind the scenes will still seal the passage of the world forever after the chaos in the Four Heavens ends. Once they achieve their goal, they will definitely open the passage. I will just wait for the time being. Niu Manshan said helplessly. Niu Manshan could wait but Ning Fan could not. However, Ning Fan did not say anything about this matter. His expression was filled with worries, which made Niu Manshan criticize him in his heart. Hey, little brat. It's me who can't see little mistress, alright? It's me who should be crying, alright? Why are you acting like me? You look like you have just eaten shit and your parents have just died? It's not like you can't see little mistress. Could it be that you can empathize with my pain? Niu Manshan was touched and patted Ning Fan's shoulder. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth twitched. He swatted away Niu Manshan's dirty hand and ignored him. Nonsense. It would be strange if he paid attention to Niu Manshan who doesn't know how to chat. Oh, that's right. I seem to have asked you to help me find a foster son. You finally remembered about your son? Oh, there's also the cuttlefish dumpling. After we return, I will make you a delicious meal of Fusang Immortal Country. Unfortunately, Ning Fan who was currently filled with worries did not want to reply to Niu Manshan's words. I will stay in the eastern heaven for the time being. Come, let me live in your body again, no. Ning Fan finally opened his mouth and rejected Niu Manshan's suggestion. What a joke. His divine physical body had so many secrets. Previously, he allowed Niu Manshan to possess his body because he wanted to bring him out of the sealed tower without anyone knowing. There was no need for that now. Why should he let Niu Manshan live in his body? What if he spied on his divine secret? What if he spied on his intimate relationship with his wives? Humph. What a petty man. If you don't want to live in my body, so be it. Do you think I really like living in your body? You have an aura similar to Wu Xiaoyu. Aren't you just trying to conceal your bloodline of the Taitsong tribulation spirit? Niu Manshan said self-righteously. Ning Fan raised his eyebrows and thought to himself that Niu Manshan's eyesight was really sharp. He had already deliberately concealed his identity but Niu Manshan was still able to see through his identity. Unfortunately, Niu Manshan did not seem to be able to see through his identity as an ancient divine being. After all, ancient divine beings were things from the previous cultivation era. It was not strange that Niu Manshan did not know about them. That was also the reason why Ning Fan could not let Niu Manshan continue living in his body. Otherwise, even if Niu Manshan did not know about the ancient divine beings, he would be able to see through some problems sooner or later. Ancient divine beings were the biggest taboo in the world. Compared to this, the exposure of his identity as the Taitsong tribulation spirit was not important at all. Don't worry. I can see that you are not of the same race as the members of the Jia clan in the mortal world. Jia clan's bloodline is just a subsidiary of many bloodlines. Considering that you are the successor of ancient chaos, it is not strange at all for you to have 4 types of bloodlines. Ancient god, ancient demon, ancient devil, and Jia clan's bloodline. You are even stronger than your master by cultivating 4 types of bloodlines at the same time. No wonder you possess the terrifying magic power of 13,500 tribulations realm even though you have just reached the immortal king realm. If your cultivation base in all four types of bloodlines reaches the level of ancient great cultivators, who in the Dharma ending era would be your match? I'm afraid you would even be able to kill saints who are at a higher level than you. Niao Manshan clicked his tongue and praised. Then, he changed the topic. However, isn't the purity of your magic power a little too low? Purity of magic power? It was Ning Fan's first time hearing about this concept. Hee hee. One look and I can tell that you don't have the proper inheritance of an ancient clan. You don't even know this concept of cultivation. Why do you think cultivators in the Dharma ending era are weaker than ancient cultivators of the same level? The decline of the Dharma ending era divine abilities is one of the reasons. But the most important reason is that the purity of the magic power of cultivators in the Dharma ending era is far inferior to ancient cultivators. Your 13,500 tribulation magic power is more than enough to scare cultivators in the Dharma ending era. It is also enough to fool half-baked ancient cultivators. However, if you face a true expert among the ancient cultivators, even if the quantity of their magic power is not as good as yours, they can still crush you with the advantage of the purity of their magic power. Sigh. You won't understand this no matter how much I explain it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go back quickly. I am hungry. So you want me to go back to eat squid balls? However, a ray of light flashed between the sky and the water. The two of them immediately disappeared from where they stood. A few hundred breaths later, the two of them found the mountain pass where Xianxia and the others were at, the sixth path, the Black Tortoise Mountain Pass. Ning Fan's original intention was to let Niao Manshan show himself openly and introduce him to the cultivators of the Eastern Sky who had contributed the most in defeating Blood God Gung Wu. However, Niao Manshan was unwilling to expose himself in front of others. On this point, he had the same stubbornness as Aphrodite. He could promise not to kill Zido's descendants recklessly, but he was unwilling to get along with them and meet them. In the end, he still had a trace of resentment towards immortal sovereign Zido. You can go and buy yourself. Don't tell anyone about my existence. I can just stay outside the Black Tortoise Mountain Pass. Niao Manshan's figure became fainter and fainter. He hid his figure between the sky and the water, hiding in the boundless night. Before his figure disappeared, there was an indescribable loneliness and desolation. If he was unwilling to do so, even the quasi-sage of the Eastern Sky would not know that he was here. He could hide his body but he could not hide the loneliness in his heart. The Heavenly Bull clan had been annihilated. All the members of the clan had died for Zido's immortal cultivation. Only him, the last member of the Heavenly Bull clan, was left. He was living in the vast mortal world without any kin. How lonely was that? Ning Fan let out a sigh. He could understand the emotions that Niao Manshan was carrying. However, he could not personally experience that kind of heaviness. If there was a day when he lost everything, he would also be alone and would also be at a loss towards the secular world. Perhaps, he would be like Niao Manshan and have such a lonely back view. The people of the world only knew that each and every one of Zido's immortal cultivation was incomparably heroic and heroic. Who could understand the bitterness and sacrifice behind it, just like the chaos in the Realm River this time? Even though the casualties of the Eastern Sky's cultivators were not as severe as expected because of Ning Fan's intervention, there were still a large number of cultivators who died in the battle. When a human dies, it is like a lamp that goes out. The samsara wheel will be blown and reignited. When an immortal dies, it is like a thought that scatters, never to return in this life. Ning Fan remained silent and activated the Fuli spirit wheel in his palm. The number of heroic souls that he could absorb was just a small number after all. Most of them died outside of his ability. Daddy is back. Suddenly, a joyful figure flew out from the Black Tortoise Mountain Pass and went into Ning Fan's arms. Following that, one figure after another flew out from the boundless night sky with a look of concern on their faces. Zhongyu, Little Demoness, Ouyang Yuan, Yao Qingyun, Old Wu, Zhu Er, Heavenly Crow Dog, Earth Devil, Iron Crow, Emperor Tsong, Luo Ho, LV Wen, Yun Lei, haha. What did I say? Brother Ning will definitely be fine. He's back. It's great that he's back. Our great hero is back. Eh? Where's the promised beauty? Why didn't he bring her with him? Could it be that he's hiding a mistress in his house? Let's start the banquet. Tonight is a joyous occasion. We won't go home until we're drunk. Great hero? Ning Fan could not help but laugh. How did a devil lord like him suddenly become a hero? If he had a choice, he would rather be a villain, an ambitious and ruthless person, or even a great villain. He was used to being feared by others. On the contrary, he was not used to being admired and respected by others. Even if most of the admiration and respect came from the bottom of their hearts, he was still not used to it. When he became the divine sovereign of the rain world in the past, even though the cultivators of the rain world obeyed his every order, they were only afraid of his strength. Today, however, it was different. Very different. He was no longer the young man who took revenge when he first entered the path of cultivation in the past. He was becoming more and more like a purple dipper immortal cultivator. Senior Xiang said that the entire eastern sky will wear white clothes for 3 months after 10 days for the cultivators who died in the battle in the Realm River. During this period, we are not allowed to drink alcohol for 3 months. However, Senior Xiang also said that tonight is not within the range of the ban. We should welcome the return of the heroes and hold a banquet for 10 days. Senior Ning, please get drunk with me. Senior Ning, please get drunk with me. More and more cultivators of the eastern sky began to shout loudly. Ning Fan could only smile bitterly and was dragged into the banquet in the Black Tortoise Mountain Pass by the crowd. It's hard to refuse such great hospitality. Although it was said that there would be a grand banquet for 10 days, Ning Fan certainly did not have the mood to celebrate for 10 days. For this victory, the Eastern Heavens cultivators sacrificed a lot. Of course, because of Ning Fan's intervention, the number of casualties was far less than expected. 600,000 second step immortals had died in battle. Of the immortal emperors, 6 died in battle, 3 defected and 1 went crazy. The sage-to-be experts also paid a heavy price. Xiang Yitzi lost half of his physical body, Daoist Musang lost his entire physical body, the old man Hutu destroyed his palm space, and the 5th elder and the 6th elder of the southern tribe also suffered heavy injuries. This victory was not easy to come by. Compared to this great chaos that could easily affect an entire world, the eastern sky's past wars and sect wars weren't even worth mentioning. Due to the ancient desolate seal, Ning Fan could not go to the northern heaven for the time being. He had no choice but to be patient and put an end to the war that swept across the entire eastern realm river. The living were lucky, but the dead and injured were unlucky. In this war at the border river, the eastern sky cultivators who were seriously injured numbered no less than 200,000 people. It was not suitable for the injured to travel too far, so most of them were settled at Taiyuan Ferry. Countless cultivators who were skilled in medicine and alchemy were responsible for taking care of these injured heroes. As a Gold Core 9th Revolution Dan Master, Ning Fan's Dan concoction technique was an indispensable skill in treating the injured. Ouyang Nuan's alchemy skills were also very high. She had put in a lot of effort to treat the injured. Secretly, Ning Fan even planned to order several Gold Core Dan Masters in the incense space to refine pills for the wounded in the eastern sky. Unfortunately, these pill refinement masters who were merely incense slaves could no longer serve Ning Fan. They were not Eastern Heaven cultivators, they were natives of the extreme Dan sacred region. Logically speaking, they could not live in the outside world. Although living in the Jaw Stick world was different from living in the eastern sky, they still suffered the huge side effect of leaving the extreme Dan sacred region, the curse of the southern medicine sage. The biggest reason why the native cultivators of the extreme Dan sacred region could not live in the outside world was because of the curse of the saints. This was also the reason why Ning Fan did not bring dual Lan away in the past. The cultivation bases of all the incense slaves that Ning Fan brought out from the extreme pill sacred region in the past began to drop day by day. They were also heading towards death day by day. Those incense slaves who helped Ning Fan mine the gold and silver ores were getting weaker day by day. Some of them could no longer mine the ores. Those pill refinement masters could no longer serve Ning Fan. They begged Ning Fan to release them back to the extreme Dan sacred region as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they continued to stay in the eastern heaven, they would die of weakness sooner or later. Considering that these pill refinement masters had once helped him concoct the Dragon Horse 16 Hearts pill, Ning Fan did not have the heart to let these pill refinement masters die. Left with no other choice, he used a secret ice sealing technique in the cultivation world that could preserve life force to seal these pill refinement masters in ice while they were still in a state of tortoise hibernation. Although it couldn't prevent their cultivation from dropping, it could at least preserve their life force. In the future, when Ning Fan finds a way to return to the extreme dance sacred region, he would keep his promise and set them free. As for the other incense slaves, unfortunately, Ning Fan did not have the ability to seal everyone in ice. This kind of secret technique that preserves one's life force would cause quite a lot of damage to the caster. Even if Ning Fan exhausts all of his life force, he would not have the ability to save all of the incense slaves. Besides, what obligation did he have to save these people? These incense slaves were his enemies in the first place. He should have killed them all in the past. Ning Fan had never been a kind person. It was impossible for him to hurt himself to save his enemies. His last mercy was limited to using an illusion technique to make these incense slaves who were gradually dying fall into a deep sleep. At least, they would not feel the pain and fear of dying. It could also be considered as a reward for their contributions in mining all these years. I digress. For a few months, Ning Fan and Ouyang Yuan led a large group of pill refinement masters in the Eastern Heaven, busily concocting pills and treating the injured. After a few months, all the injured, including Xianxia and the other quasi-saints, were out of danger. What was left was a long period of self-healing. At least, there was no need for Ning Fan to continue staying at the Taiyuan ferry. Finally, one day, Ning Fan bid farewell to Xianxia and the other quasi-saints. They decided to leave the Taiyuan ferry and return to the Eastern Heaven with their subordinates. Ning Fan's battle record of defeating Shuai Gung Wu shook the hearts of every cultivator in the Eastern Heaven. Everyone was in awe of the powerful and invincible Ning Fan. Xianxia was the only one who talked to Ning Fan naturally as an old friend. Be it Daoist Musong or the two elders of the Nan clan, each of them was a little uneasy and polite when facing Ning Fan. It was like how a junior would lower their head when facing an elder. This young man can even defeat Shuai Gung Wu. He really hid his strength well. Be it the Dark Clan or the other clans, everyone was deceived by his strength. Whether it is because his cultivation base has reached the level of an ancient great cultivator or because he has some kind of special method to achieve this, he is not someone I can compare to. Fortunately, I unintentionally planted a willow tree and formed a good relationship with him. Thus, I don't have to worry about becoming his enemy in the future. However, when I face him in the future, I can no longer call myself a senior. I must show him some respect. This was Daoist Musong's inner thoughts. Our Nan clan is still the smartest. When this young man killed the clone of a quasi-sage in the past, we already knew that he is an ancient great cultivator who has hidden his strength well. However, we didn't expect him to be able to defeat Shuai Gung Wu, who is also an ancient great cultivator. It seems like this young man is a top-notch expert even among the ancient great cultivators. Our Nan clan can't afford to offend this kind of person. We can only treat him with respect. This was the inner thoughts of the two quasi-sages of the Nan clan. Ning Fan did not know what Musong and the quasi-sages of the Nan clan were thinking. Neither did he care. He was just a little speechless at their restraint. It seems like these people are determined to treat me like an ancient great cultivator, because Niu Manshan had made it clear in advance that he did not want Ning Fan to expose his existence. Ning Fan did not plan to explain too much to Musong and the others. He could only let them misunderstand him for the time being. Are you planning to return to the Eastern Heaven now? Don't you plan to stay here and help us old farts heal? Xianxia said with a smile. Half of his physical body was made of flesh and blood while the other half was created using magic to temporarily make up the numbers. Originally, he had no choice but to create this half-real and half-illusory body because half of his physical body was destroyed. However, recently, Xianxia seemed to have comprehended something. This half-real and half-illusory body actually gave Ning Fan a mysterious feeling. It was unpredictable, which made him feel amazed. I'm planning to go back. Seniors, your injuries have already been stabilized. As for the remaining injuries, I suppose all of you have already found a way to deal with them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to look so happy these days. Ning Fan answered. Xianxia and the other quasi-sages seemed to have paid a huge price in this battle, but the benefits they obtained were even greater. During that battle, their lives were hanging by a thread and they almost died in the battle. At the moment when they were on the brink of death, each of them obtained a great understanding of life and death. It was immensely beneficial to their cultivation base in the future. Taoist Musang vaguely saw a path that could lead him to the third level of the quasi-sage realm. Xianxia was even more certain about the path of the second level of the quasi-sage realm. Once his physical body is restored, he could officially break through to the second level of the quasi-sage realm. Moreover, it seemed like he had comprehended some kind of supreme profound technique between the illusory and the real. Even though Old Man Ho Tu had shattered the void space in his palm, his understanding of the Tao of Earth had become deeper and improved by leaps and bounds. The two quasi-sages of the southern race had also obtained a profound understanding which was greatly beneficial to their cultivation base. As a result, these quasi-sages were naturally in a good mood. However, when this scene fell into the eyes of the others, they felt a little strange. Why are they still so happy after paying such a heavy price? Ordinary people really could not understand what Xianxia and the others were so happy about. Ning Fan naturally understood. Now that he mentioned it, Xianxia and the others smiled even more. Judging from your expression, you seem to be in a hurry to return to the Eastern Heaven. I suppose you have something important to do, right? Do you need help? Xianxia asked with a smile. If Ning Fan has a request, he would certainly help. This was without a doubt. Even if he only had half of his physical body left, it would still be the same. Ning Fan shook his head. It's not something dangerous. Senior, just focus on healing your injuries. You don't have to worry. All right. If that's the case, we won't keep you any longer. Even though the chaos in the Eastern Realm River has been settled, you still have to be extra careful after returning to the Eastern Heaven. Be wary of the ancient devil opening its devil cavity and descending to launch a sneak attack on you. Xianxia had already heard about the descent of Taoist Xian Wei's devil cavity. That was why he reminded Ning Fan, hoping that he would not be careless. I will be careful. What Ning Fan did not expect was that he actually met several groups of cultivators who came to welcome him on his way back to the Eastern Heaven. These cultivators had taken the initiative to welcome him. As soon as they received the news that Ning Fan was about to return to the Eastern Heaven, they waited day and night on the path that he had to pass by in order to pass by the Slaughter Palace, just to welcome the triumphant return of a hero. That's right. A hero. It had already been a few months since the Eastern Realm River was settled. These few months were enough for people with ulterior motives to magnify and exaggerate Ning Fan's achievements. Ning Fan's meritorious deed of saving the Eastern Heaven had already spread across the Eastern Heaven. He had become a hero in the hearts of countless cultivators who did not know the truth. In the past, Ning Fan was also considered to be famous in the Eastern Heaven. However, his reputation at that time was fierce and evil, which made people fear him. At that time, only a small number of devil cultivators in the Eastern Heaven admired Ning Fan. Most of them still harbored ill feelings towards him. In order to curry favor with the dark race, they even secretly attacked Ning Fan behind his back. Today was different from the past. All the cultivators who understood the severity of the chaos in the Eastern Heaven were grateful to Ning Fan for his deeds of defeating the foreign races and saving the Eastern Heaven. When they talked about Ning Fan again, which of the heroes of the Eastern Heaven did not give him a thumbs up and praise him as a real man and a true hero? Even many people who did not like Ning Fan in the past had no choice but to admit that they had misjudged him after this incident. These people began to repent and began to follow the general trend of praising Ning Fan's achievements. As a result, countless poems praising Ning Fan began to come out. As a result, the public opinion of the world began to change one-sidedly, rapidly changing in the direction that was beneficial to Ning Fan. Some people said that Ning Fan was not a scoundrel. He was just a little romantic. As a hero, what did it matter if he was a little romantic? Only great heroes could show their true colors. Some people said that Ning Fan was not a homicidal maniac. It was just that his way of doing things was a little extreme. As a hero, killing one was a sin. Killing 10,000 was a hero. If he did not kill, what kind of hero was he? If he did not kill his enemies, how could he save the world? Some people said that Ning Fan was not a bad person or a devil. On the contrary, Ning Fan was a good person with great virtue. He was a meritorious person who saved the world. He was a warrior who had broken away from his low-level interests. Some people even said that Ning Fan's achievements were comparable to the Eastern Heaven's ancestor emperor. Before the Eastern Heaven's ancestor emperor died, he said that if someone could save the Eastern Heaven from danger in the future, that person could ascend to the ancestor emperor realm. Very obviously, the current Ning Fan already had the qualifications to succeed the ancestor emperor realm. With Ning Fan's ability to collect information, how could he not know? Today, there were discussions about him everywhere in the Eastern Heaven. Without a doubt, he had become the hottest topic nowadays. More and more people began to flatter him. They almost made him a moral saint and a role model of justice. This made Ning Fan very speechless. He knew what kind of person he was. A role model of morality? He could not be one. The public opinion was a little too exaggerated. This was not a good thing. If anything is exaggerated too much, it will definitely have the opposite effect in the end and attract a large number of opponents. Considering that more and more people were discussing the Eastern Heaven's ancestor emperor's last words, Ning Fan could not help but suspect that this kind of excessive flattery was deliberately promoted by some people. They were not willing to sit and watch him accept the Eastern Heaven's ancestor emperor's last words and ascend to the supreme throne of the ancestor emperor, becoming another Eastern Heaven's ancestor emperor. Eastern Heaven's ancestor emperor, Ning Fan did not care about this kind of meaningless false reputation at all. Furthermore, if it wasn't for the public opinion mentioning this matter, Ning Fan would not have known that the Eastern Heaven's ancestor emperor had actually set up the last words. The one who saves the Eastern Heaven can actually succeed the ancestor emperor realm. This is really boring. We are bathed in blood and fighting at the front, but there are a few rascals at the back who are scheming for a false reputation. Compared to those cultivators who are fighting at the front line, the people who are spreading these rumors are really a little shameless. Ning Fan sneered. He did not know who was spreading these rumors, but he also did not care about it. Compared to the Eastern Heaven's ancestor emperor's last words, he had more important things to do. Thus, he was too lazy to care about this matter. Ning Fan led the cultivators under his command back to the slaughter palace. As soon as he returned to the palace, he went into seclusion in a strange manner. No one knew what Ning Fan was doing during his seclusion. Everyone only knew that the place where Ning Fan was in seclusion would emit a strange fragrance of seafood every day. That kind of fragrance was definitely not something that could be produced by any of the dishes in the Four Heavens realm. This little thief. What is he doing alone in the cave? Xianxia was very displeased. For Ning Fan's safety, she did not hesitate to take the risk of running to the World River to save him, since she had just broken through to the quasi-saint realm and her cultivation base was still unstable. For Ning Fan, she had suffered injuries all over her body. Even though they were not the heaviest among all the quasi-saints, they were definitely not light either. However, Ning Fan actually did not show her enough concern. Not good, really not good at all, humph. What a heartless little thief. She shouldn't have rushed to save him. Xianxia's complaints did not last for long. Because a few days later, Ning Fan walked out of the cave and took out the first batch of cooked cuttlefish balls, intending to feed her. What is this? I don't want to eat it. Xianxia rejected proudly. However, she felt a little happy inwardly. She was happy that Ning Fan had found his conscience. This is cuttlefish balls. It is said to be the food refinement that was passed down in the Fusang immortal country. Ning Fan answered. Food refinement. Could it be the legendary food refinement that has the same effect as pills? Xianxia's expression changed slightly. With her vast experience, she had naturally heard of the food refinement of the Fusang immortal country. The Fusang immortal country was one of the many immortal countries in the true world. The cultivators in the country did not cultivate the Tao of pills but the Tao of food. They did not refine pills but only refined ingredients for the sake of food refinement. Food refinement was actually similar to pills. Some could improve cultivation base while some could be used to heal injuries and detoxify. Compared to pills which only had a single taste, the taste of food refinement was much more delicious. However, the process of making food refinement was much more complicated than pills. Unlike normal cooking, it required a lot of special techniques, and even the soul eater, which was at the same level as the medicine soul. Even though the food refinement of the Fusang immortal country was famous, it had never spread to outsiders. In the past, Xianxia had never been to the Fusang immortal country before. She had only heard about the food refinement from rumors. She had never tasted it before. Today, it was her first time tasting it. These cuttlefish balls are cooked using the flesh of a dark great cultivator. Its medicinal power is extremely strong. Eating one of them is almost equivalent to eating a 9-revolution emperor pill. Your injuries are quite serious. Eat some of them. It's good for your body. Ning Fan said with concern. Zhang Yu actually became obedient for once and did not argue with Ning Fan. With a red face, she ate one of the cuttlefish balls that Ning Fan fed her. Delicious. Zhang Yu smiled satisfyingly. It was unknown whether she was satisfied with the taste of the cuttlefish or Ning Fan feeding her personally. I'm not letting you eat the taste. I'm letting you refine the medicinal power in the cuttlefish balls. Ning Fan was speechless. You don't have a soul eater. You definitely can't refine food like this. Did the person who helped you defeat Blood God Gungwu make this for you? Zhang Yu asked curiously. Sure enough, I can't hide anything from you. Ning Fan did not hide anything and nodded. Even though he promised Niu Manshan that he would not take the initiative to reveal this matter, it was Zhang Yu who found out about it. It was none of his business. You might get hurt if you ask a tiger for its skin. Zhang Yu was a little worried about Ning Fan and reminded him. Don't worry. He has made a great oath of karma with me. He won't harm me. Ning Fan did not explain further. He only said a great oath of karma to make Zhang Yu feel relieved. The great oath of karma was much better than the great oath of heart devil. With this oath, she did not need to worry about Ning Fan's safety. I still want to eat. All right. Take this plate of dumplings and eat it yourself. I have to help Senior Niao make some more dumplings. These dumplings can not only be used to heal injuries but also for cultivation. However, because the medicinal power of these dumplings is too strong, they can't be eaten by ordinary people. Only half-saints and above can eat them. If not, I can give them to others. Ning Fan said regretfully and turned around to leave. Zhang Yu was displeased again. Just because other people's cultivation bases were not high enough to eat the squid dumplings, this little thief gave them to her to eat. This reason made her unhappy. Besides, Ning Fan actually did not want to feed her anymore. She did not want to eat it herself at all. She wanted Ning Fan to feed her more. However, how could someone as proud as her say such a shameful request? As a result, Zhang Yu could only watch Ning Fan turn around and leave. She held the plate alone, not knowing whether to eat or not. She was so depressed that she kept stomping her feet. This woman actually knows how to act coquettishly in front of me. Even though Ning Fan's back was facing Zhang Yu, his sharp senses allowed him to see all of Zhang Yu's actions. He could not help but laugh in his heart. He never knew that Zhang Yu would have such a feminine side to her. She was a little cute. Therefore, when Ning Fan served the second plate of squid dumplings to Zhang Yu a few days later, he very responsibly slept with her. This turn of events was a little sudden. It made Zhang Yu feel ashamed and resentful. Although it wasn't the first time she did that with Ning Fan's, but don't forget, she was now an injured person. How could Ning Fan do that to her? Doesn't he care about my body at all? Even though her mouth was full of complaints, Zhang Yu's body was more honest. She did not resist at all. Instead, she welcomed Ning Fan's advances. Humph. Sure enough. Sure enough, you're a little thief. You only know how to bully. Softer. Slower. Slower. My injuries. Don't be afraid. I have a dual cultivation technique that can help you absorb the medicinal power of the food and speed up your recovery. A woman who says one thing but means another. Your body is far more honest than yours. Don't talk nonsense. I'm the great emperor whose name shook the ancient times. No matter how famous I am, I'm going to make you beg for mercy today. No. It hurts. In short, in the following days, Zhang Yu's injuries healed at an unprecedented speed. Her qi and blood had also increased by more than 10% compared to before she was injured. This was all thanks to the dual cultivation of the cuttlefish ball and Ning Fan. Even her breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm was completely stabilized with Ning Fan's help. As a matter of fact, During the dozens of years that Ning Fan participated in the Great Battle of the Realm River, even though Zhang Yu had luckily broken through to the quasi-saint realm, her cultivation base was still a little unstable. She should not have participated in the battle immediately. However, she still went. Because of her injuries, her foundation was already somewhat damaged. She did not tell Ning Fan about all of this. However, with Ning Fan's eyesight, how could he not see through it? Seeing that Zhang Yu's foundation was repaired and her cultivation base was truly stabilized, Ning Fan was relieved. He thought that Niu Manshan did not lie to him. The cuttlefish ball indeed had the miraculous effect of stabilizing one's cultivation base. The fact that Ning Fan and Zhang Yu ate the cuttlefish ball in the day and had sex at night was impossible to hide from Yao Qingyun and the other ladies. Knowing that Ning Fan was helping Zhang Yu heal her injuries, they did not feel dissatisfied. However, Palace Lord of the Massacre Palace, can you share some of the benefits? With this question in mind, some ladies began to join the group of people who had sex at night. Cuttlefish balls were not something that anyone could eat. They also disdained to be jealous over a delicacy. However, they still had to fight for something that was related to their own happiness. Anyway, Ning Fan would not be able to squeeze them dry. The descendant of the ancient Chaos Palace was not a bluff. It was not just a saying that he could have sex as many times as he wanted in a night. The aura of peace enveloped the Massacre Palace and the entire Eastern Heaven. This aura of peace lasted for 10 whole years. After 10 whole years, Niu Manshan finally refined all the flesh of Gung Wu that Ning Fan obtained into food. Even though the cuttlefish balls were small, in order to refine one cuttlefish ball, it usually required a mountainous amount of meat. As a result, even though Gung Wu's physical body was as huge as the starry sky, he could only cook slightly more than 10,000 cuttlefish balls. Half of these cuttlefish balls were eaten by Zhang Yu while the other half was eaten by Ning Fan. Niu Manshan was the one who cooked the food. However, he did not have the luck to eat more cuttlefish balls because he did not have a physical body. He only had his true spirit. He did not have enough qi and blood to withstand the medicinal power of the cuttlefish balls. Every time he ate one, he would need a long time to digest it. Thus, he could only eat some occasionally and taste them. Most of the cuttlefish balls went into Ning Fan and Zhang Yu's stomach. Even so, he still enjoyed making cuttlefish dumplings for Ning Fan and did not complain about it. This was his reward for Ning Fan. The reason why he wanted to repay Ning Fan was because Ning Fan actually found 3 suitable successors for him to inherit the Heavenly Bull bloodline and become his sons. He still remembered that 10 years ago, when Ning Fan just returned to the Massacre Palace, he called for dozens of servants with excellent aptitudes and asked him to choose a few of them to be his sons. Niu Manshan was angry about Ning Fan's behavior at first. He felt that Ning Fan had underestimated his standards for choosing his sons. His sons naturally had to cultivate the Heavenly Bull bloodline. The Heavenly Bull clan did not have a lot of people, but every single one of them was a person with exceptional aptitude. Being a Heavenly Bull clan member did not necessarily mean that he had exceptional aptitude. Only those with exceptional aptitude were qualified to cultivate the Tao of the Heavenly Bull clan. The divine abilities of the Heavenly Bull clan were all on the skin marks. People said that the skin marks of the Heavenly Bull clan were just like the palm marks of Saint Defire. How could the dignified palm marks of Saint Defire be so easy to cultivate? Those who did not possess great wisdom would not be able to cultivate it. Those who were not outstanding talents that appeared once every 1 million years would not be able to cultivate it. The threshold for cultivating the Heavenly Bull bloodline was at least an outstanding talent that appeared once every 1 million years. If one wanted to cultivate the Heavenly Bull bloodline to its peak, only those who harbored evil thoughts could do it. Why? Because of the origin of the Heavenly Bull clan, on the day that a certain immemorial emperor attained the Tao, the will of heaven turned into a sword and cut off half of his palm. That was the beginning of the Heavenly Bull clan. Why did the will of heaven want to cut off that immemorial immortal emperor? It was because that immortal emperor walked the purest supreme evil Tao in the world. The Heavenly Bull clan that was formed from half of his palm was the evilest of evildoers. What was laughable was that the members of the Heavenly Bull clan were actually becoming more honest with each generation due to genetic mutation or something else. They had truly become as honest as bulls, completely deviating from the essence of the Heavenly Bull clan's evil Tao. The fact that the Heavenly Bull clan had never been able to produce a saint was admittedly part of the obstruction caused by the will of heaven, but the deeper reason was that the Heavenly Bull clan had never been able to produce a person who could cultivate the supreme evil Tao to its peak. The sages and immortal emperors of the true world were not willing to help the Heavenly Bull clan cultivate a saint because they were afraid that they would be contaminated by the will of heaven. How difficult would it be for a fourth-step immortal emperor of the true world to cultivate a saint? However, the fact that so many immortal emperors were not willing to be contaminated by the supreme evil Tao of the Heavenly Bull clan showed just how terrifying it was. Immortal Emperor Zido was the only one who was not afraid of the Heavenly Bull clan's evil Tao. Unfortunately, he had died too early and did not have the time to help the Heavenly Bull clan produce a saint. As for the honest Heavenly Bull clan members, they had never seriously considered that the main reason why their clan's powerhouses could not become saints was because their clan members were too honest and could not practice the evil Tao. Niu Manshan was the only one who was different. At such a young age, he dared to flirt with the nuns on the spiritual mountain, provoking the wrath of the heavens of the true world spiritual mountain. He was clearly an immortal Emperor Zido, but he dared to resent him. In the past, he even wanted to kill all the descendants of Zido out of anger. He had never been a good person. His body was filled with evil energy. Unfortunately, before he could carry out his evil energy, he had promised celestial sovereign Zido for the future of the Heavenly Beetle clan. He had turned into the sealed tower and sealed the illusory realm's realm river forever. Niu Manshan was very angry. He felt that Ning Fan was just fooling him by randomly finding a few dozen people for him to choose from. It was an irresponsible act towards his promise. He was a member of the evil Tao. Naturally, he knew that the adopted son he wanted not only needed to have an aptitude that only appeared once in a million years but also the innate talent of the evil Tao that only appeared once in a million years. Only those who worshipped the evil Tao and despised the righteous Tao from the bottom of their hearts would have the hope of bringing the Heavenly Bull clan to greater heights. The reason why he refused to accept Ning Fan as his adopted son was not only because Ning Fan's parents were still alive. More importantly, Ning Fan had principles and justice that ordinary people could not imagine even though he looked like an evil devil on the surface. These were exactly the things that went against the main purpose of the evil Tao of the Heavenly Bull clan. Therefore, even though Ning Fan had heaven-defying aptitude, he still found a rule that the Heavenly Bull clan used to reject Ning Fan. He had never been a person who followed the rules. If it wasn't because Ning Fan's nature was not suitable for cultivating the Heavenly Bull skin marks, he would not have cared about the rules his ancestors set. Even if Ning Fan had 8 parents, he would still try to force Ning Fan to acknowledge him as his adopted father. He was Niu Manshan, who was famous for being unscrupulous in the ancient times. Therefore, he was very angry, very angry. Was he looking for an ordinary son? Ning Fan could randomly find a few dozen people for him to choose from. Why should he choose the successor of the Heavenly Bull clan from a pile of trash? You have too low aptitude. You are not qualified. You are too ugly. You are not qualified. You have too much righteousness. You are not qualified. You, and you. All of you are not qualified. Niu Manshan acted arrogantly. In just a few sentences, he had rejected more than half of the geniuses of the Devil Tao and the demonic Tao that Ning Fan had arranged. Those who were rejected by him left resentfully one after another. Before they came, Ning Fan had told them that Niu Manshan was an ancient senior with great abilities. If they could acknowledge him as their father, they would be able to become an immortal emperor at the very least. When they heard that they could become an immortal emperor, which one of them did not want to be in Niu Manshan's eyes? Unfortunately, Niu Manshan's standards were too high. He did not like them at all. The more Niu Manshan looked at this group of people, the angrier he became. What kind of crooked people did Ning Fan arrange for me? They are simply unbearable to look at. They can't be compared to the ancient cultivators. As Niu Manshan continued to reject them, there were only 3 people left in front of him in the end. No, it was not accurate to say that there were only 3 people. In fact, there were only 2 people and a dog. Son of AB*TCH. Ning Fan actually brought a dog to make up the numbers. Could it be that he wants me to accept a dog as my son? If I accept a dog who can't even transform into a human as my son, wouldn't I be laughed at to death? A dog. It's actually a dog. Niu Manshan was so angry that his teeth itched. He wished that he could stew crow tengu in front of him and eat it. However, when he carefully observed Crow Tengu in front of him, his anger instantly froze on his face. Kiss T. This is a Tengu, not an ordinary Tengu. It is actually a demon dog with a traitorous bloodline that appears once every 1,000,000 years in the Tengu clan, as the name suggested. Ordinary Tengu were loyal and would not betray their masters. However, this one was different. It was actually a Tengu with a rebellious bloodline. If this traitorous bloodline Tengu is allowed to cultivate the bloodline of the Heavenly Bull, it might really be able to cultivate some skills and walk a path that is different from all the other dogs in the world. Neo Mansion's eyes fell on old Crowbar again. He was even more surprised. I was deceived. In the beginning, he only noticed old Crowbar's extremely ugly appearance and subconsciously wanted to expel this person. However, when he noticed this person's aptitude, he was instantly shocked. Black luck. Moreover, it was not ordinary black luck. This person was completely the carrier of all the unlucky things in the world. It was actually similar to the supreme evil path of the Heavenly Bull clan. What a talent! Neo Mansion's gaze finally landed on Zhuer. Then, his eyes widened in surprise. He had discovered something, a pig with an extremely high talent in illusions. However, this was not the main point that surprised him. What surprised him was that the depths of this pig's Tao heart were actually filled with the stains of humanity and the fall of morality, gluttony, lust, greed, rage, sloth, pessimism, conceit, fear of death, shamelessness, cheap mouth, ugliness, selfishness. He had never seen anyone's Tao heart that could be cultivated to such a negative and sinful realm. There were simply no advantages to be found on this pig, only countless flaws. However, with so many flaws, sometimes, it could become an unparalleled talent, another talent. First question, are your parents still alive? Neo Mansion laughed and asked. They're long gone. I can't remember. Woof, woof, woof. Zhuer picked his ears, old Crowbar picked his nose, and Crow Tengu chased his tail in circles. No one took Neo Mansion seriously. Very good. Second question, are you willing to be my son? Neo Mansion asked again. Not suitable. This is not suitable. This poor Taoist is destined to be evil. I can only be someone's father, but I can't recognize anyone as my father. Call me Grandpa Pig and this old pig will consider being your father. Woof woof woof. Without Ning Fan here, old Crowbar would not be the most loyal little eight and Zhuer would not be the most obedient person. All of them were extremely arrogant. How dare you talk to me like that? Interesting. Third question, are you willing to die in battle for the Zido Immortal Domain? This question is very important. I only want to take in a foster son who destroys the world. I don't want to take in foster sons who protect the world. What kind of joke is this? You actually doubt my loyalty to the Zido Immortal Domain? You actually instigated me to destroy the world. Humph. Do you know that this poor Taoist is the strongest warrior in the world who is not afraid of death? What is so difficult about dying in battle for the Zido Immortal Domain? However, even if this poor Taoist dies heroically, it is not for the reward of my master but for my loyalty and hot-bloodedness. You don't understand. You can't see the world that this poor Taoist sees. Old Crowbar tried his best to show off. He had imitated most of Taoist Musong's tone. Cut the crap. Call me Grandpa Pig and I will be your daddy pig. Zhuer said impatiently. Woof woof woof. Crow Tiango turned his butt to Neo Mansion and farted. Then, he walked away disdainfully. He wanted to leave. But how could it be so easy? Haha. None of you are actually loyal to the Zido Immortal Domain. I find all of you very pleasing to the eye. None of you are good people. All of you are talented. I am very satisfied. Ha ha ha. Asterisk boom asterisk in the room, Neo Mansion released his aura force of an ancient great cultivator without holding back. It pressed old Crowbar, Crow Tiango, and Zhuer to the ground. They were so shocked that they could not speak. Old Crowbar was terrified, Zhuer was terrified, Crow Tiango was terrified. When they thought of what they did and said to Neo Mansion just now, they wished that they could go back in time and ask him again. Be my son. And so, the three cowards obediently acknowledged him as their godfather. They acknowledged him for 10 years, moreover, they were willing to accept it as if it was syrup. 10 years was just too short for cultivators. The Battle of the Realm River was still a hot topic in the entire Eastern Heaven. During these 10 years, Ning Fan had consumed a large amount of cuttlefish dumplings. His qi and blood had increased by more than a few times. The amount of qi and blood he had was not much weaker than some quasi-saints. Of course, it was still incomparable to monsters like Black Rope who had vigorous life force, let alone blood god Gung Wu. Zhang Yu's qi and blood had also increased tremendously. The strength of her qi and blood had already surpassed the range of a first-level quasi-saint. It was comparable to a second-level quasi-saint. The increase in his qi and blood naturally had a significant boost to Ning Fan's strength. However, the depletion of the spirit recovering rice had caused his combat strength to decline, making it difficult for him to fight beyond his usual level. During the battle against blood god Gung Wu, Ning Fan had consumed all the remaining spirit recovering rice. Without it, he could not activate the cross-shaped halo indefinitely. Fortunately, Ning Fan's current cultivation base was completely different from before the Battle of the Realm River. Now, with the strength of his mental strength at his peak, he could continuously activate the cross-shaped halo for around 1 hour. It was much better than the 415 breaths he used in the past. 1 hour of the cross-shaped halo was enough for him to finish off most of his half-step saint opponents. Of course, it was far from enough to deal with a first-level quasi-saint. When facing a half-step saint, he could protect himself but not win. When facing a half-step saint, he was already invincible. This was Ning Fan's current strength. After 10 years, Zhang Yu's injuries had finally healed. On a certain day, Ning Fan also quietly left the slaughter palace. Niao Manshan also left the slaughter palace. He had been cooking cuttlefish dumplings for Ning Fan for 10 years and also taught his 3 foster sons for 10 years. It was time for him to go out and have a good time. He had been cooped up at the bottom of the river for too long. He wanted to spend some time touring the vast starry skies of Eastern Heaven, searching for food ingredients and having a good time. ****I have taught you for 10 years. How much of the essence of the heavenly bull skin marks you can comprehend will all depend on your luck. Little 8, Little Air and Little Crow, remember to work hard and take the responsibility of revitalizing the heavenly bull clan. Don't slack off. Niao Manshan was about to leave the slaughter palace. The only people he could not let go of were Old Wu, Zhu Er, and Heavenly Crow Dog. In the past 10 years, the 2 people and the dog had been quite filial to him. Therefore, Niao Manshan still had some feelings for them. This was also the reason why Ning Fan purposely let Old Wu and the others call Niao Manshan their father. Since Niao Manshan had his foster son by Ning Fan's side, he was even less worried that Niao Manshan would destroy the world for no reason. Father. Take care. Dad, be careful on your way home. Come home early. Woof woof woof. Tears and snot flowed down the faces of the man and the 2 dogs. Their true feelings were revealed, which made Niao Manshan even more moved. It felt great to have a son. He, Niao Manshan, was no longer alone in this world. The Heavenly Bull tribe still has 4 members, ha ha ha. It's a pity that you insist on not letting me get rid of the restriction on your enslavement. Otherwise, I won't let my Heavenly Bull clan continue to be that Ning Fan's slaves no matter what. Speaking up to this point, Niao Manshan was somewhat resentful that they didn't meet his expectations, and he angrily glared at Old Wu and the others. A slave for a day, a slave for life. Little 8 has promised to serve Master Ning Fan for the rest of his life. The promise is still there. How can I abandon my master? Please forgive me, father. Little Pig has disappointed father. Woof woof woof. Niao Manshan was touched by the loyalty of Old Wu and the others. Even though he did not like fools who spoke of justice every day, he also hoped that his 3 foster sons would know how to be grateful and would not betray him or the Heavenly Bull clan. In Niao Manshan's opinion, his 3 foster sons were not even willing to betray their master, so how could they betray their father? They were all good children. Even though he was angry that they were unwilling to regain their freedom, he was also touched by their pure hearts. Good. Good. Since it's your decision, I won't force you. I'm leaving now. The 3 of you must remember not to spread the secret technique of the Heavenly Bull clan. After reminding them again, Niao Manshan flew away from the slaughter palace with a gratified expression. As soon as Niu Manshan left, the expressions of Old Wu and the others instantly changed. The speed at which their expressions changed was faster than flipping a page of a book. It turned out that their expressions towards Niu Manshan's father were all fake. Hee hee. They actually want me to betray the fiend. Even though you are an ancient great cultivator, the fiend's achievements in the future will definitely surpass them. If you betray the fiend now, what will you do when he becomes stronger than you in the future? Moreover, you have no idea how many benefits you can obtain by following the fiend. What you don't know is that when the fiend took the initiative to set me free in the past, I didn't agree to it. The world laughed at me for being too crazy. I laughed at them for not being able to see through me. Old Wu laughed strangely. Brother Wu, you're right. Being old devil Ning's servant is not only not a humiliation but also an honor and an opportunity. Old devil Ning is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. As long as we serve him wholeheartedly, the benefits we will obtain in the future will definitely be greater than following any master. Only fools want to be free. Zhu deeply agreed. Woof woof woof. Niu Manshan was destined not to understand the real thoughts of Old Wu and the others. It was not that Niu Manshan was simple and honest. It was just that Old Wu and the others were too good at disguising their true feelings. Somewhere in the starry sky, Ning Fan suddenly sensed something and turned to look at the direction behind him. His Yunyan sensed that Niu Manshan had already left the slaughter palace. Moreover, Yunyan even transmitted the conversation between Niu Manshan and the others to his ears. I'm leaving now. The three of you must remember not to spread the secret technique of the Heavenly Bull clan. That was Niu Manshan's instruction before he left. Unfortunately, it seemed like it was just his wishful thinking. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out 3 ancient cowhide scrolls. They were given to him by Old Wu, Zhu and Heavenly Crow Dog respectively. When the 3 of them had just obtained the secret technique of the Heavenly Bull clan, they had already fought to give it to Ning Fan. The spatial scroll of Heavenly Bull skin patterns was obtained from Old Wu. The hidden armor scroll of Heavenly Bull skin patterns was obtained from Heavenly Crow Dog. The spirit scroll of Heavenly Bull skin patterns was obtained from Zhu. According to the scroll, there were 12 types of Heavenly Bull skin patterns in the beginning. Half of them were lost in the river of time. As for the remaining 6 types of skin patterns, Niu Manshan had yet to master them all. The Heavenly Bull skin patterns were broad and profound. It was too difficult to master all of them. Niu Manshan was worried that his 3 adopted sons would bite off more than they could chew. Therefore, he only gave each of them a skin pattern cultivation method that was most suitable for them. Unexpectedly, these 3 skin pattern cultivation methods all benefited Ning Fan in the end. Spatial skin patterns, hidden armor skin patterns, spirit skin patterns. Among them, the spatial skin patterns is the most difficult to comprehend. Now, I can't even understand the surface of it. The hidden armor skin patterns requires the most expensive materials. The spirit skin patterns is the easiest to master. I only need to meditate to cultivate it without the help of external objects. I don't have the Heavenly Bull bloodline in my body. I need to choose one of them to cultivate the Heavenly Bull bloodline. 10 years ago, I chose the Spirit Scroll. Unfortunately, after 10 years, I am still a little bit away from truly cultivating the Heavenly Bull bloodline. It's really difficult to get something from nothing. Ning Fan sighed and kept the 3 types of scrolls. Under the activation of his demon spirit power, a Heavenly Bull star that was about to condense appeared in the demon stars in his left eye. As he withdrew his demon spirit power, the demon stars in his left eye disappeared one after another. I must go to the northern heaven. The situation there worries me. However, it's definitely not easy to go to the northern heaven. The only method I can use is the ancient devil cavity. However, the orthodox ancient devil cavity is too difficult to cultivate. The devil cavity is divided into 3 grades: low grade, mid grade, and high grade. The low-grade devil cavity can allow one to travel across all medium-sized worlds. The mid-grade devil cavity can allow one to travel across all boundless worlds. The high-grade devil cavity can allow one to travel across samsara. The low-grade devil cavity requires the cultivator to be an ancient devil who possesses at least 1 drop of ancestral blood. At the same time, the spatial power must be cultivated to the critical point of the sovereign realm. The grade of Ning Fan's devil blood had met the requirements. The only thing that he could not achieve was his comprehension of the spatial power. At the very least, he needed to reach the critical point of the sovereign realm of space. This requirement was too high. If Ningfan really had the aptitude to cultivate the spatial power, why would he need to cultivate the devil cavity? He would be able to travel freely in the 4 heavens and 9 worlds. It was impossible for him to cultivate the orthodox devil cavity for the time being. Thus, Ningfan could only settle for the next best thing and come up with another plan. He planned to create a pseudo-devil cavity which had a lower requirement for cultivation and sneak into the northern heaven first. Ningfan had the Tao comprehension of the second level of the heavenly being realm. In addition, he had the cultivation method of the orthodox devil cavity. It was not impossible for him to create a pseudo-devil cavity ability based on the orthodox devil cavity. However, the process was certainly not easy. During the past 10 years, other than eating dumplings, cultivating the longhorn beetle's spiritual skin marks and having sex at night, Ningfan basically spent the rest of his time studying the pseudo-devil cavity. Up until now, he had only reached 1/10 of the progress of the pseudo-devil cavity and he had already encountered a problem that he could not overcome. It gave Ningfan a headache. It was also the reason why he left the slaughter palace. Ningfan took out the treasure-searching compass. He did not know what it was searching for. Then, light spots appeared on the compass one after another. The light spot that was closest to him was located on the Dragon Transformation Star. The Dragon Transformation Star was not called the Dragon Transformation Star in the first place. 5 million years ago, the Dragon Transformation Star was just an abandoned star. Until one day, a person with the Tao title of Venerated Dragon came to this abandoned star. He used his great ability to open up a spirit vein on this star and moved his sect. From then on, this star was named after Dragon Transformation. Ningfan did not expect that the first thing he was looking for would be on this Dragon Transformation Star. Speaking of which, the previous owner of this star was Venerated Dragon. He was one of Ningfan's generals when he first entered the Realm River. Unfortunately, that was all in the past. The current owner of this star was no longer Venerated Dragon because he had already died in battle. I have a presumptuous request. I hope you can agree to it, Vice General. If I die in the Realm River like fellow Taoist Shy Flower, I hope that you can bring my natal magic treasure back to the Eastern Heaven and give it to my descendants. Alright. I also have a request. If I die, I hope that you can pass this letter to my younger brother. Just tell him that I won't be attending the Immortal Sex Flower Gathering next year. Alright. The memories of the past resurfaced before Ningfan's eyes, making him sigh softly. Venerated Dragon had died in battle. As for the natal magic treasure of Venerated Dragon, Ningfan had already sent it back to the Dragon Transformation Star the moment he returned to the Eastern Heaven and handed it over to the descendants of Venerated Dragon. Since he happened to pass by this star, Ningfan did not mind spreading his spirit sense to see if the descendants of Venerated Dragon were living well. Ningfan's eyes flashed with coldness when he saw them. He withdrew his spirit sense and descended towards the Dragon Transformation Star. At this moment, a small-scale auction was being held in the Dragon Transformation sect. The finale item of this auction was none other than the natal magic treasure of Venerated Dragon, the Yellow Dragon Rope. It was a 12 Nirvana Rebirth magic treasure. It was a protective item that Venerated Dragon left behind for his descendants before he died. It was also the only relic he left behind for them. One should know that when Venerated Dragon died in battle, he did not even manage to retrieve his corpse in one piece, but at this moment, this relic had appeared in the auction so blatantly, the descendants of Venerated Dragon actually auctioned off the only relic of their ancestor. Since this relic belonged to the descendants of Venerated Dragon, Ningfan would not care about how they would deal with it. However, what angered him was not this matter but something else. 351 billion Tao crystals. Is there no one else who wants to increase the price? The ones who hosted the auction were the 3 disciples of Venerated Dragon. All of them had void-shedding cultivation realm. As for the direct descendants of Venerated Dragon, they were seated below the auction hall. It was a tanned and skinny young man. His cultivation base was merely at the Duzhan realm. He could only watch his 3 uncles auction off the relic of their ancestor with a trace of hatred hidden deep in his eyes. How could he not hate them? In order to protect the eastern heaven, venerated dragon brought all the experts of his direct family to the realm river. In the end, all of them died in battle. Among the remaining direct family members, his cultivation base was the highest. However, how could a mere Dujin realm guard such a precious item like a 12 Nirvana rebirth magic treasure? In the end, the relic was forcefully taken away by his 3 uncles who colluded with outsiders. Then, they held this auction. Not only did the yellow dragon rope change owners, but even the dragon transformation sect no longer belonged to the descendants of venerated dragon, 352 billion. Someone made a new bid. 354 billion. 361 billion. 380. A venerated immortal old monster raised his plate and was about to make a bid. However, before he could finish his bid, a gust of wind suddenly swept through the entire auction hall. Subsequently, the plate in the venerated immortal old monster's hand shattered into dust without any warning. Who is it? How dare you behave atrociously in my dragon transformation sex auction? Before that venerated immortal old monster could make a bid, his plate was destroyed. He lost a lot of face and was about to explode in anger. However, before he could say anything, the 3 dragon transformation sect venerated elders who were hosting the auction already spoke with cold expressions. The 3 of them could not help but be angry. What kind of place was this? This was the Dragon Transformation Sect, the territory of venerated dragon. Although venerated dragon had died in battle, the Dragon Transformation sect protecting array was still there. Ordinary venerated immortals would not dare to be impudent in the Dragon Transformation sect. The person who came was too daring. He actually dared to smash the Dragon Transformation sect's place. Did he not want to live anymore? Humph. A cold snort carried an unimaginable magic power aura force, sending the 3 Shikong venerated elders flying away while coughing out blood. While they were flying away, their physical bodies were continuously collapsing. They could not even withstand a cold snort from the person who came. Everyone's faces turned pale with fright when they saw the terrifying strength of the person who came. The venerated immortal old monster who did not have the time to get angry was now sweating profusely. He was secretly relieved. In his knowledge, even an immortal Emperor realm expert might not be able to shatter the physical bodies of Shikong venerated elders with a cold snort. However, the person who came was able to do it. That person was at least an immortal Emperor realm expert or even stronger. This person was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. Fortunately, he did not get into trouble because of his words. He was really too lucky. Who can give me an explanation? Why is fellow Daoist Hualong's relic being auctioned? Without any warning, a storm suddenly fell on the entire Dragon Transformation sect. Cold killing intent spread across the entire sect. Under the horrified gazes of most of the old monsters, Ning Fan, who was dressed in white robes, walked into the auction house with a cold expression. Not everyone could recognize Ning Fan's appearance. However, after the battle at the border river, most of the cultivators in the eastern heaven roughly knew Ning Fan's appearance. As such, when the cultivators at the scene realized that the person who came was actually Ning Fan, some of them cheered while some of them were terrified. Those who cheered were the heroes who had witnessed the battle at the border river with their own eyes. Those who were terrified thought that there was something wrong with them. The physical bodies of 3 Shikong venerated elders of the Dragon Transformation sect were destroyed by Ning Fan's cold snort. Now, only their primordial spirits were left and they were lucky enough to survive. Of course, Ning Fan had shown them mercy and wanted to keep them alive for questioning. The faces of their primordial spirits were almost distorted due to extreme fear. They knew that Ning Fan was the one who sent someone to deliver the relic of venerated elder Hualong back to them. However, they did not know that Ning Fan was actually concerned about venerated elder Hualong's funeral to such an extent that he would personally attend such an inconspicuous auction. Kill, kill. 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 Lord kill. This lowly one has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive this lowly one for speaking rudely. Since Ning Fan could even kill Xue Shenwu, it was as easy as flipping his palm for him to kill 3 Shikong venerated elders. How could they not be afraid? Suddenly, a second tribulation immortal venerated elder flew towards the auction venue with fear written all over his face. Since you're so eager to escape, it seems like this matter is related to you as well. Get back here. Heavenly cowskin marks, space marks, Ning Fan pressed his hand down. That second tribulation immortal venerated elder who had already escaped from the dragon transformation star was directly caught by Ning Fan across the space and thrown to the ground. Even though he had yet to cultivate the space marks, it was enough to deal with the second tribulation immortal venerated elder. This divine ability shocked countless people. A dignified second tribulation immortal venerated elder actually could not even escape from Ning Fan. It was just too frightening. Why do you want to escape? Ning Fan was too lazy to look at the three Shikong venerated elders. His cold eyes directly swept across that second tribulation immortal venerated elder. His baleful chi was too terrifying. It was the kind of baleful chi that only a person who had slaughtered hundreds of immortal emperors would possess. It was so terrifying that the second tribulation immortal venerated elder who was being stared at directly fell to the ground with his teeth chattering. Due to extreme fear, he could no longer use any of his magic power. This lowly one deserves to die. Please spare my life, Lord Killing Hall. That second tribulation immortal venerated elder finally gritted his teeth and begged for mercy. Senior Ning, you can't spare this person. Another voice sounded. It was a dark-skinned and skinny young man. He was the descendant of the dragon transformation sect. The descendant of fellow Taoist Hua Long, huh? Alright. Come and answer my doubts. What exactly happened to the dragon transformation sect? Yes. The descendant of the dragon transformation sect told him everything that happened. After venerated Hua Long died, the dragon transformation sect no longer had an immortal venerated elder. Even his broken sense was gone. However, the cultivation resources in the sect's treasure vault were still there. In the eyes of some old monsters of the eastern sky, the current dragon transformation sect was like a naked beauty that they could do whatever they wanted with it. A few immortal venerated elders of the 10,000 ancient era had their eyes on the dragon transformation sect. After a series of battles in the dark, venerated Cold Mountain, who was at the second tribulation realm of the 10,000 ancient era, became the new master of the dragon transformation sect. The three Shekongkong disciples that venerated dragon transformation sect left behind in the sect immediately submitted to venerated Cold Mountain. Relying on venerated Cold Mountain's influence, they bullied the few remaining descendants of venerated dragon transformation sect. Even the only relic of venerated dragon transformation sect was snatched and auctioned off. If it wasn't because Ning Fan happened to need to go to the dragon transformation star to look for something, he would certainly not know that the descendants of venerated dragon transformation sect had actually become lambs that were bullied by everyone. The martyrs died for the sake of protecting the eastern sky. Their deaths were not worth it. It was fine if those cowards who did not participate in the battle did not treat the descendants of the martyrs well. However, they actually bullied the orphans of the martyrs. How could Ning Fan not be angry at such a situation? How could he not be disappointed? All of a sudden, Ning Fan really wanted to know what kind of situation the descendants of the martyrs who died for the eastern sky were in. Let me ask you. Have you ever participated in the Border River meeting? Ning Fan coldly questioned venerated Cold Mountain, who was kneeling on the ground. And no. Venerated Cold Mountain was drenched in cold sweat. Venerated dragon transformation sect died for the eastern sky. Are you indebted to him? Why yes, I am indebted to him. However, the weak are prey to the strong in the cultivation world. It has always been. Venerated Cold Mountain wanted to refute him. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not want to listen to him at all. He knew that it was common sense in the cultivation world that the strong survive and the weak die. However, there was something more important than common sense. Since venerated Cold Mountain did not understand it, Ning Fan did not expect him to understand it either. Today, he wanted to use venerated Cold Mountain as a warning to let the entire eastern sky know the consequences of bullying the orphans of the martyrs. I will give you 10 breaths of time. Run. Ning Fan said mercilessly. What? Venerated Cold Mountain's expression changed. He instantly understood what Ning Fan meant. Ning Fan wanted to kill him. I refuse to accept it. I refuse to accept it. However, so what if I refuse to accept it? Can I defeat Ning Fan? In the cultivation world, all the principles were ultimately decided by one's fist. If you don't have the corresponding strength, who would care whether it was fair or not? One breath. damn it. The timer has actually started, Venerated Cold Mountain made up his mind. He bit off his entire tongue and used the pain to stimulate his nerves, temporarily freeing his body from fear and allowing him to move again. Then, he tried his best to escape from the auction house. He ran with all his might. He coughed out his blood essence time and time again, using the blood escape art to travel across the starry sky. He was filled with regret. He regretted that he was greedy and plotted against the Dragon Transformation sect. However, it was already too late. 2 breaths, 4 breaths, 8 breaths, 10 breaths. Even though Venerated Cold Mountain had already escaped far away, Ning Fan still sucked him back to his side in an instant. With just a press of his finger, Ning Fan crushed his physical body and killed his primordial spirit. How domineering, everyone became quiet. Some of them were afraid while some of them were ashamed. You 3 disciples who betrayed your master. How do you want to die? Ning Fan's eyes then swept across the primordial spirits of the 3 Shikong old monsters. With his intelligence, he easily found out the identity of the 3 people and their actions from the hearts of some of the female cultivators here. The 3 of them were the beloved disciples of Venerated Dragon Transformation sect. He had once entrusted them with deep trust. If it wasn't because of his trust, why would Venerated Dragon Transformation sect leave these 3 disciples to guard the sect and protect his descendants? However, the 3 of them had failed to live up to his master's expectations. They actually worked together with outsiders to murder his descendants. Given Ning Fan's extreme character, he would never forgive such disciples who betrayed their masters and destroyed their ancestors. The 3 of them were also deeply aware of this. Feeling horrified, they immediately ran for their lives. However, even immortal Venerated Dragon Transformation sect could not escape. How could the 3 of them escape? As Ning Fan pointed at the void space 3 times, the 3 Shikong old monsters shrieked and died. They could not even get out of the auction house. Thank you, Senior, for avenging me. When the descendant of Venerated Dragon Transformation sect saw that all his enemies were dead, he shed tears of gratitude towards Ning Fan. He knelt on the ground in excitement and kept kowtowing to Ning Fan. Ning Fan shook his head and used his sleeve to help the descendant up. Then, he tossed a storage pouch to him and left the auction house. Farewell, Lord of the Killing Palace. Countless cultivators were impressed by Ning Fan's might and stood up to send him off. However, Ning Fan did not actually leave the Dragon Transformation planet. In a flash, he flew to the highest mountain on the planet. He was not in a hurry to take something from the planet. Instead, he remained silent. It was autumn on the Dragon Transformation planet. Without any warning, a bone-chilling autumn rain fell on the planet. Ning Fan stood in the autumn rain and looked at the boundless curtain of rain. It was as if he could see the figures of countless cultivators of the Eastern Heaven fighting to their deaths in the World River. At the same time, it was as if he could see the heroic figures of countless cultivators of the Zido Immortal Realm who died protecting the Zido Immortal Domain. Is this the world that you all want to protect? Is this the world that Immortal Sovereign Zido wants to change? Ning Fan looked at the torrential autumn rain, the flashes of lightning in the sky and the depths of the nebula. The chi that Venerated Dragon Transformation Realm left behind on this planet in the past was washed into the soil by the rain and seeped into the earth. It was annihilated in the samsara and dispersed bit by bit. That rain was formed by Ning Fan's ability. It was as if Ning Fan was purposely holding a funeral in the rain for Venerated Dragon Transformation Realm to send him off to a faraway place. After a long time, Ning Fan finally snapped out of his thoughts. The rain had stopped and his mind became calm again, as if the previous question had never happened. It's time to collect the spatial secret technique on the Dragon Transformation Star. I used the treasure searching compass to search the spatial secret techniques and secret treasures in the entire Eastern Heaven. I found a total of 1,000 light spots. Among them, there are only 6 that are the brightest. Only these 6 items are compatible with the ancient devils and can provide great help to me in developing the false devil cavity. Ning Fan muttered to himself and looked at the mountains in the distance. It was the highest mountain on the Dragon Transformation Star. Looking from afar, the mountain looked like a sleeping dragon that was lying dormant on the ground. Ning Fan's eyes were glowing with green light. His clear eyes seemed to be able to see through all the secrets hidden among the mountains. he slowly moved his feet and walked along the mountain path to the edge of the cliff. Just as he was about to reach the edge of the cliff, he suddenly leaped off the cliff. Ning Fan's body fell down the cliff. To an immortal king realm cultivator, falling from such a height was not dangerous at all. The mountain breeze after the rain carried a hint of coldness, whistling in Ning Er's ears. Ning Fan quickly calculated the distance of his fall. When he reached a certain height in midair, he suddenly moved his 10 fingers and made hundreds of hand seals in an instant. Using hundreds of hand seals to activate a divine ability could greatly increase the power of the divine ability. What Ning Fan used was the Heavenly Bull Space Skin mark which he had just mastered. As soon as he activated the divine ability, strange patterns instantly appeared on his palm, the back of his palm and even his entire right arm. They looked like tattoos on his skin. At the moment when these tattoo-like Heavenly Bull Skin marks appeared, Ning Fan made a tearing motion with his right hand and tore open a small spatial door which emitted demonic light in midair. There was actually such a small spatial door hidden on this star. Even the previous master of the dragon planet, the venerable dragon, did not know about this. If the treasure-searching compass did not show this information, it would be very difficult for Ning Fan to find out what kind of secret places existed on this planet even with his current eyesight. At the moment when he tore open the small spatial door, Ning Fan entered it in a flash. At first, his vision was filled with darkness. When he passed through a narrow spatial passage, the scenery in front of him suddenly became clear and bright. This was a secret place hidden on the dragon transformation star. Inside the secret place, there was a whole group of ancient tombs. Countless ancient tombs were located here, and no one knew who was buried here. In each of the 4 directions of the tombs, there was a burial peak that towered into the sky. It was as if they were mausoleum guardians that stood tall since the beginning of time. Who dares to enter the place where the sky dragon god rests? Crack, crack, crack. All of a sudden, the rocks on the 4 burial peaks peeled off and turned into 4 mountain puppets. They stood up from the ground and revealed their killing intent at Ning Fan. Each of the 4 mountain puppets had the cultivation base of an immortal king realm expert. It was not hard to imagine that the sky dragon god that was buried in this group of tombs was not an ordinary being. It was highly likely that he was an immortal emperor realm expert when he was alive or even higher. I know about the sky dragon god. It seems to be a branch of the true dragon clan. As for the sky dragon god, it is my first time hearing about it. The word god seems to refer to the clan. In the largest tomb of this place, I sensed the chi of a decaying ancient god which carried the chi of a true dragon. Could it be that the sky dragon god that is sleeping here is an expert of the demon race who abandoned the ancient demons and cultivated the ancient gods? Ancient demons who cultivated the divine Tao were divine beasts. Ning Fan had met some divine beasts who abandoned the ancient demons and cultivated the ancient gods in the past by chance. That was why he had such a speculation which was getting closer to the truth. The sky dragon god that was sleeping was already dead without any remains left. To Ning Fan, who had intruded the space of the tomb, this dead person posed no threat at all. The only ones who intended to stop him were the 4 mountain puppets. They were just 4 immortal kings. Ning Fan would not put them in his eyes at all. However, he could not figure out if the sky dragon god that was buried here was a heroic member of the Zido immortal domain. If this person had died in battle while protecting the Zido immortal domain, it was already disrespectful for Ning Fan to intrude the tomb without permission. Stealing his secret technique was even more disrespectful. If he killed his tomb-guarding puppets, he would really be a disgrace to the Zido immortal domain. Out of this consideration, Ning Fan showed a rare courtesy to the 4 immortal king realm puppets. I didn't come here with the intention to disturb the slumber of the senior of the Heavenly Dragon clan. I just want to borrow one of your relics to take a look. I definitely don't have any ill intentions. I hope the 4 seniors can make an exception for me. Rumble. The response to Ning Fan's request was a rude attack from the 4 puppets. The spiritual intelligence of the 4 puppets was too low. They only knew to carry out the order to guard the tomb. They would not allow Ning Fan to steal the treasures here at all. As soon as they activated their abilities, countless mountain rocks and secret techniques were launched at Ning Fan, who was at the center of the tomb from 4 directions. Conversation is ineffective, huh? If that's the case, I'm sorry. Ning Fan first activated the Morning Death technique. The Morning Death technique was known as the secret technique that could restrain puppets the most in the world. Although the morning death technique that Ning Fan obtained in the past was just an incomplete copy, it could not control high-grade spiritual puppets. However, in recent years, Ning Fan would occasionally find some time to improve this technique. He really wanted to know if his improved morning death technique could control the immortal king-grade spiritual puppets. If it could, Ning Fan was disappointed very quickly. After he activated the improved morning death technique, the 4 immortal king-grade spiritual puppets were controlled by the technique for a short moment. A black moon mark appeared on their glabella. That was the proof that they were being controlled by Ning Fan by force. Unfortunately, the improved morning death technique could only control the 4 immortal king-grade spiritual puppets for a moment before they broke free. As a matter of fact, even though Ning Fan had improved the morning death technique, it still could not be used against high-grade spiritual puppets. As such, Ning Fan had no choice but to use the heaven sealing technique violently to freeze the 4 immortal king-grade spiritual puppets on the spot. With his 13,500 tribulations worth of magic power, he would be able to freeze the 4 immortal king-grade spiritual puppets for at least a few hours. No matter how hard the 4 immortal king-grade spiritual puppets struggled, they could not break free from the immobilization. They were extremely shocked. Their spiritual intelligence was too low. It was difficult for them to understand what was happening in front of them. Ning Fan clearly looked like an immortal king. Why was he able to restrain the 4 immortal king-grade spiritual puppets with a single move? This was something that even ancient immortal kings could not achieve. Without the interference of the immortal king-grade spiritual puppets, Ning Fan landed at the center of the group of tombs. The layout of this tomb was the layout of stars surrounding the moon. The center of the layout was the resting place of the unknown sky dragon god. Ning Fan did not immediately disturb the slumber of the senior. He first took out some incense offerings and offered his prayers. Then, he used his vast magic power to tear open the restriction on the entrance of the tomb and entered the underground palace of the tomb in a flash. After a long time, Ning Fan walked out of the underground palace of the tomb. He also brought out an ancient dragon scale. It was an inherited dragon scale of the Sky Dragon clan. Within the dragon scale, there was a spatial secret technique called Heavenly Book of Teleportation. Most of the great experts of the Sky Dragon clan were proficient in the power of space. Those who were talented could even use the power of space to materialize a Heavenly Book of Space. As long as the spatial coordinates of every place in the world were collected into the book, one could directly teleport to that place by flipping to the page of the book when they need to use it. Without a doubt, this technique was an extremely profound spatial teleportation technique. The principle behind its teleportation was much more profound than most of the interdomain teleportation formations. Of course, compared to the ancient devil cavity, this technique was still far inferior. The process of collecting the spatial coordinates was already extremely complicated. It would take a lot of time to complete. It was far less practical and convenient than the ancient devil cavity. Moreover, this technique had a huge side effect. Every time the Sky Dragon clan uses the Heavenly Book of Space to teleport, they would need to consume millions of years of their immortal lifespan. It could be said that this technique directly used the lifespan of a cultivator to teleport to another place. The price to pay was not small. If Ning Fan wanted to teleport to the northern heaven using the spatial secret technique of the Heavenly Book of Space, there were many prerequisites that he could not fulfill. Thus, it was obviously impractical. Ning Fan did not plan to master this technique. He only planned to master its preliminary stage. His goal was to use the profound principles of space in this technique to develop his own pseudo-devil cavity. He did not attach much importance to the Heavenly Book of Space itself. Sorry for offending you, Ning Fan released the 4 immortal king puppets and apologized to them. Then, he left this place in a flash and sealed the small door of the space again. This man is so strong. Even though the 4 mountain puppets had low spiritual intelligence, they were still shocked by Ning Fan's vast magic power. After staying silent for a long time, they finally recovered from their fear and helplessly turned back into 4 burial mountains and fell into a deep slumber again. Ning Fan left the dragon transformation star and randomly found an abandoned star to go into seclusion. A few months later, a massive spatial storm suddenly erupted on this abandoned star, directly turning it into dust. Ning Fan's body was covered in blood. When he escaped from the spatial storm, he was inwardly shocked by how dangerous it was to cultivate the heavenly book of space teleportation. He had just made a small mistake during the cultivation process and he was almost severely injured by the backlash of this technique. The secret technique of space was indeed one of the most difficult and dangerous types of abilities to cultivate in this world. Ning Fan had no choice but to go to another abandoned star and enter seclusion to cultivate. Half a year later, this abandoned star exploded again because of Ning Fan's mistake. After that, Ning Fan found the third abandoned star. A few more months later, the star exploded, then, it was the fourth, the fifth and the sixth cultivation star. Time flashed. 11 years had passed. After sacrificing more than 20 cultivation stars, Ning Fan finally succeeded in cultivating the heavenly book of space teleportation. After spending another 6 years to integrate the profound principles of the heavenly book of space teleportation into his pseudo-devil cavity, the progress of the pseudo-devil cavity's development had reached 30%. Ning Fan's innate talent and divine abilities was undeniable as he was able to develop the pseudo-devil cavity to 30% in just 17 years. If those ancient devils who had lived since ancient times knew that Ning Fan could develop the pseudo-devil cavity at such a fast speed without the help of the Ren school, their jaws would definitely drop to the ground. However, Ning Fan was still not satisfied with his progress. After 17 years, he had only developed it from 10% to 30%. It was too slow. He was a cultivator at the second level of the heavenly being realm. Why was it so difficult for him to develop a pseudo-devil cavity instead of the original one? 17 years had passed. How many people would die in the northern heaven where the chaos in the realm river was the most severe? Would his woman also become one of the many victims? I must speed up my progress. There are still 6 more spatial secret techniques and secret treasures that I can take. Ning Fan took out the treasure-searching compass. After searching for a while, he confirmed a new direction. Then, he took a step forward and vanished without a trace. It was different from the escaping technique he used in the past. The escaping technique he was using now carried a trace of spatial power, which increased his flying speed by a few times. It could be said that Ning Fan's current speed was already at the peak among the first-level quasi-saints. There were very, very few first-level quasi-saints who could match his speed. A few days later, Ning Fan appeared in the Scarlet Rainbow Starry Sea. The Scarlet Rainbow Starry Sea was a famous forbidden place for true immortals in Eastern Heaven. Every year, many second-step true immortals would come to this place to train and search for treasures. However, only a few of them could truly enter the depths of the Starry Sea. Even the ancient monsters would face great danger if they enter the depths of the Starry Sea rashly. Ning Fan, of course, was not afraid of the dangers of this place. His second target was at the deepest part of the Scarlet Rainbow Starry Sea. The reason he came to this place was for a ray of rainbow. It was not an ordinary rainbow but a ray of the Great Thousand Rainbow that would only be born in the depths of the Starry Sea every 8 million years. According to Ning Fan's deduction, it would take another 4,400,000 years for the next ray of the Great Thousand Rainbow to be born in this Starry Sea. Of course, it was impossible for Ning Fan to wait in this Starry Sea for 4,400,000 years. If he waited for that long, it would be too late by the time he reaches the northern heaven. Through the trading formation of the ancient country, Ning Fan purchased a secret technique that could nurture and mature the Great Thousand Rainbow from the heaven-reaching sect. With the help of this secret technique, he would only need to work hard in this Starry Sea for 20 years at most and he would be able to obtain a ray of the Great Thousand Rainbow. If I can obtain this item, my false devil cavity will possess a trace of the Great Thousand attribute. It will then be extremely easy for me to travel across a medium-sized world. What's troublesome is that even if I have the help of this secret technique, I will still have to continuously perform the technique in this Starry Sea for around 20 years. Ning Fan was eager to get to the northern heaven. Thus, he would feel heartache if he wasted even a second, let alone wasting 20 years. To cultivators, 20 years was a very short period of time. However, it carried a profound meaning to the war in the northern heaven. Compared to 20 years, the various ancient ferocious beasts that were guarding the Great Thousand Rainbow Starry Sea were not that troublesome. Even if there were a few half-saint realm ferocious beasts among the ferocious beasts that were guarding the rainbow, rumor has it that the ferocious beasts in the Scarlet Rainbow Starry Sea were formed from the evil thoughts of the ancient evil immortals after they died. Cultivators who enter the Starry Sea without permission will be hunted down by these ancient ferocious beasts regardless of their cultivation level. I'm afraid there will be a bloody battle on my way to the depths of the Starry Sea. Lei Ying, get ready to join the battle at any time. Miss Afro, I might need your help in the battle if it's necessary. Ning Fan transmitted his voice to the profounding world through the trace of connection between their minds. Big brother Ning, there is no need to be so courteous. You have saved my life before. Of course, I am willing to help you in this battle. Aphrodite's voice resounded in his mind, as if she was somewhat dissatisfied with Ning Fan's politeness towards her. After living in the profounding world for so many years, the frequency of her nightmares had obviously increased. Almost every few days, she would have a crazy dream of having sex with Ning Fan. Even though she had never done the deed between a man and a woman with Ning Fan, she felt that she had done it with him thousands of times. Moreover, Ning Fan had even saved her life. Under such circumstances, Ning Fan was still being so polite to her. Of course, she was not happy about it. She was very willing to fight for Ning Fan. Master, don't worry. Under my training, Lei Ying can join the battle at any time. As for Black Demon, he can also join the battle. Please approve, Master. Black Demon doesn't want to stay in a corner like trash. Black Demon wants to become Master's sharp blade to conquer the world. It wasn't the Tao Annihilation Thunder Infant's reply. Instead, it was Black Demon, who was in charge of training the Tao Annihilation Thunder Infant. His tone was somewhat aggrieved. She felt wronged because Ning Fan did not put her in an important position in recent years. Why do you feel wronged? Fine. If there's a chance, I will let you join the battle together with me. Just as Ning Fan was comforting the disappointed little cat with his mind, his eyes suddenly flickered and he hid his body in the boundless void. At this moment, he had yet to enter the Scarlet Rainbow Starry Sea. He was still at the entrance of the Starry Sea. At this moment, a group of Eastern Heaven cultivators was flying over from the distant starry sky on a star boat. They landed at the entrance of the Scarlet Rainbow Starry Sea, which was not far from where Ning Fan was hiding. It was a group of cultivators who came to the Scarlet Rainbow Starry Sea for training. There were about 100 of them. Other than the cultivator who was leading the group, Old Monster Du Zhen, the rest of the cultivators were just at the first step of cultivation realm. Their cultivation bases were rather low. The weaker ones were only at the Gold Core realm or the Nascent Soul realm. They did not have the ability to survive in the starry sky at all. They could only hide under the defensive formation of the star boat and be extremely careful, fearing that they would be torn apart by the power of the starry sky. Does this person want to bring the juniors of his sect here to witness the ferocious might of the ancient ferocious beasts? If cultivators can witness the ferocious might of the ancient ferocious beasts when they are still at a low level, it will be extremely beneficial to the improvement of their courage and the sublimation of their Tao heart. However, aren't the disciples of this person a little too weak? Even though the benefits of coming to this place for training are not small, the chances of them dying are much higher. How many of these cultivators can return alive from the Scarlet Rainbow Starry Sea? Whether they live or die, it all depends on their luck. This is also the helplessness of the cultivation world. The weak will definitely be eliminated. Ning Fan sighed inwardly. Ning Fan did not want others to know his whereabouts. That was why he concealed himself to avoid the eyes and ears of this group of cultivators. The actions of others naturally had their own karma. Ning Fan did not intend to interfere recklessly. Just as he was about to enter the Scarlet Rainbow Starry Sea while concealing himself, he suddenly heard the laughter of two young girls coming from the small star boat. His footsteps paused slightly as he was surprised. Hee hee. I didn't expect that I would be able to follow my senior brothers and senior sisters of the Illusory Cloud sect to participate in the training right after I ascended. I'm sure that I will be able to broaden my horizons today. I'm really happy. I have never seen a true immortal senior in action before. The two young girls were actually cultivators who had just ascended from the lower world. However, Ning Fan did not know these two girls. They did not even come from the rain world. Instead, they came from another lower world. They also did not use the quota of the Godly Void Pavilion to ascend. Instead, they used the quota of the Illusory Cloud sect in the Eastern Heaven. Ning Fan remembered that the Illusory Cloud sect was an immortal venerate force in the Eastern Heaven. He did not expect that such a force would actually have the quota of ascension. That surprised him a little. However, Ning Fan also knew that the quota of ascension was not controlled by the superforces of the four heavens that were at the same level as the godly void pavilion. Some sects of the four heavens with ancient inheritances also had the quota of ascension. However, compared to the superforces like the godly void pavilion, the conditions for their ascension were much simpler. Accidents would often occur during the ascension, which directly caused 80 to 90% of the people who ascended to the four heavens to fall halfway. The failure rate of ascension was quite high. It could be said that these two young girls were very lucky to be able to successfully ascend to the eastern heaven with this kind of defective quota. However, they were also unlucky. It was because they were about to enter the Scarlet Rainbow Starry Sea for training. Unfortunately, the two girls who had just ascended to the eastern heaven obviously did not know about the dangers of the Scarlet Rainbow Starry Sea. They were still excited because they were about to witness a true immortal expert in action. But this kind of excitement was understandable. After all, how could the cultivators who lived in the lower worlds have the chance to witness a true immortal expert in action? To the cultivators who had just ascended to the eastern heaven, old monster Du Zhen was already a supreme existence. In the past, Ning Fan thought so. Now, the two young girls who had just ascended also thought the same. However, in reality, old monster Du Zhen was far from being the peak expert of the four heavens. Interesting. I didn't expect to encounter cultivators who have just ascended here. The bodies of these two girls do not have the chi of the rain world. Instead, it is more like the chi of the heaven immortal world or the earth immortal world. This is really rare. How long has it been since I last encountered cultivators who have ascended in the eastern heaven? Ning Fan, who was concealed, secretly spread out his spirit sense to investigate. Very quickly, he came to a conclusion and revealed a rare smile. There were too few cultivators who ascended to the eastern heaven from the lower worlds. Occasionally, there would be some. However, most of them would die easily in the chaotic battles and dangers of the eastern heaven because their cultivation levels were too weak. As a result, Ning Fan had very rarely encountered cultivators who had ascended to the eastern heaven until today. It was because most of the cultivators who had ascended died not long after they ascended. Only a few of them could stand firm in the four heavens. However, most of them were not outstanding figures. In the lower worlds, it seemed like it had been a long time since an ascended cultivator who could shake the four heavens was born. Ning Fan was just an exception among the exceptions. When he suddenly saw the two cultivators who had ascended to the four heavens, Ning Fan felt a sense of familiarity. It even evoked a trace of longing for his hometown. In fact, with the friendship between Ning Fan and the Godly Void Pavilion, it was as easy as flipping his hand to ask for a few ascension quotas from the Godly Void Pavilion to let his wives and concubines of the Rain World ascend to the Eastern Heaven. However, he did not do so. Instead, he borrowed the power of the Godly Void Pavilion to send some letters to the Rain World. Among them, there were some requests. He hoped that the women would not ascend but choose to wait patiently. They would meet again on the day he returns to the Rain World. Compared to the Rain World, the Eastern Heaven was too dangerous. Ning Fan was not willing to let all the women go to the most dangerous place. If possible, Ning Fan even wanted to let all the wives and concubines of the Eastern Heaven go to the Rain World and live in a more peaceful place. As Ning Fan's cultivation level became higher, he wanted to put this idea into action. There was no path in the Eastern Heaven that could allow an immortal King Realm old monster like him to return to the Rain World. Thus, he could only put the plan in his mind aside for the time being. If there is a day when he returns to the Rain World, the first thing he would do would be to open up the passage between the Rain World and the Upper World with his current supreme cultivation level and various heaven-defying methods. He would break the cultivation level limit of the Rain World so that second-step immortal cultivators could also be born in the Rain World. Then, he would move his base from the Eastern Heaven back to the Rain World, to Yu Country and to 7 Apricot City. Senior Lin, a true immortal realm expert like you is already invincible in the world, right? The two ascended young ladies were filled with admiration towards Senior Du Zhen who was leading the group. Du Zhen, who was called Senior Lin, stroked his white beard. His face was filled with joy. Obviously, he enjoyed the admiration of the cultivators who had ascended from the lower world. At the same time, his smile also contained a hint of disdain and a sense of superiority. Du Zhen wants to be invincible in the Eastern Heaven? Stop joking. Perhaps only cultivators who had just ascended would say such foolish words. However, this Duzhen was very thick-skinned. No one knew whether he did it on purpose or not, but he didn't correct the two young ladies' wrong point of view. Instead, he accepted their admiration. It's not easy to ascend to the upper world. You, who have just ascended to the upper world, should carefully observe this opportunity to experience the life and death battle with those ancient fierce beasts with my supreme true immortal realm cultivation level. If you can learn something from it, it will be a great fortune for you. Full rudder left. I sense that there is a young ancient fierce beast in that direction. It's very dangerous to fight with it. However, I'm not afraid. Because I've experienced this kind of life and death battle too many times. If you are afraid, then you don't need to cultivate this Tao. Duzhen's words were quite elegant, as if fighting against that young ancient ferocious beast was a battle of life and death. All of a sudden, including the two ascended young ladies, all the low-level juniors on the star boat who didn't know the truth were impressed by Duzhen's fearlessness. At the same time, they started to feel nervous about the upcoming battle. They were a bit worried that if Duzhen was killed by that young ancient fierce beast, would they die together with him? Senior, are we going to die? The faces of the two girls turned pale. Apparently, they were afraid of the young ancient ferocious beasts that Duzhen had mentioned. Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, none of you will die. Even if I have to die, I won't let juniors die in front of me. The people I want to protect, I will take them back even if the Heavenly Will wants to take them back. Duzhen said as if he really thought that he was the Heavenly Emperor. Senior. Thank you. Thank you for being willing to sacrifice your life to protect us. Including the two ascended young ladies, all the disciples of the Fantasy Cloud sect who didn't know the truth were deeply moved. The man surnamed Duzhen was proud of himself. He was about to boast when a timid and honest young man's voice was heard. Senior Lin, aren't young ancient fierce beasts only at the void fragmentation realm? Why do you, the dignified Duzhen, have to fight a void fragmentation realm cultivator to death? It's so hard to understand. It's so hard to understand. A dull-looking, honest fat man rubbed the back of his head and said in confusion. Silence. The starboat was in dead silence. So, the young ancient fierce beast only has the strength of void fragmentation realm. Senior Lin actually boasted about killing a young void fragmentation realm beast as an earth-shattering battle. No one else could do this, Senior. It turns out that young ancient fierce beasts are very weak. Including the two ascended young ladies, all of them didn't admire Duzhen anymore. What replaced it was a kind of disappointment, a faint feeling of being deceived. The atmosphere became very awkward. Duzhen glared at the honest fat man, wondering whose family this kid came from. How could he be so talkative? Then, he scolded him angrily. You talk too much. You talk too much. Go, run 200 laps around the ship. If you miss one lap, get off my ship. Ah? Why do you want me to run? It's so hard to understand. It's so hard to understand. The honest fat man scratched the back of his head. He didn't know what he said wrong, but he still went to run the laps obediently. Really? Where did this fat man come from? Why haven't I seen him before? Duzhen looked at the fat man running the laps obediently and cursed. He's probably a disciple from the outer sect. Outer sect disciples are all marginal figures. It's not strange that you haven't seen him before. A disciple answered. However, it seems that no outer sect disciples are arranged to participate in this trial. Don't tell me this guy is pretending to be an outer sect disciple and got on the ship? Duzhen squinted his eyes and looked at the fat man who was running the laps foolishly. He had some thoughts in his mind. However, he quickly shook his head and denied the speculation. How could it be so easy to pretend to be a disciple of the sect to participate in the trial? Cultivators who weren't from the sect would definitely trigger the alarm as soon as they got on the specially made star boat, unless they were an ancient monster. How could the stupid fat man be that kind of ancient monster? How could he avoid the detection of the star boat? Of course not. Oh right. I heard from this fat man that his name is Yuichi. A disciple interrupted. Oh? There's actually the word chi in this fat man's name? No wonder he looks like a fool when he sees this place. He doesn't even know that he has offended Senior Lin by talking nonsense. Another disciple said speechlessly. Yuichi. Yuichi, Ning Fan frowned for the first time and his expression turned serious. His eyes were filled with green light as he looked at the star boat which was gradually getting further away. He looked at the fat man who was running laps on the boat while sweating profusely. This fat man looked very ordinary. However, he gave Ning Fan an extraordinary feeling for some unknown reason. Yuichi, this person's true cultivation base is indeed not high. However, his Tao is very strange. It seems to be emotionless but it also has emotions. It seems to have emotions but it is also emotionless. The emotionlessness in his Tao is very similar to Senior Musong's emotionless eye-opening technique. His Tao has emotions but it also has an indescribable mystery and endless obsession. Yuichi. So that's how it is. The meaning of this name is that Yu Xing is an idiot. No. The idiot is not him. It's me. When the star boat disappeared into the distance and disappeared from his sight, Ning Fan revealed himself and muttered to himself. It seemed like he was talking to himself but it also seemed like he had an ulterior motive. He was purposely saying it to someone. At the moment when Ning Fan said those words, the eyelids of the fat man who was running laps on the star boat moved imperceptibly. However, his eyes regained their usual blank look. When the fools see my name, they think that they are fools. When the true ones see my name, they know that it is true. Yu Xing is an idiot. The idiot is not me but you. So this Eastern Yama is actually a person who has fallen into a devil because of his obsession. Those who are obsessed without regrets are the supreme true devils. I didn't expect that I would meet such a person unintentionally. This is the wonder of fate. Is this person also here for the boundless rainbow? This is a little troublesome. If I were to compete in strength, my cultivation base would only be around the divine transformation realm. I'm definitely not a match for the Eastern Yama. However, if I were to compete in Tao sense. The fat man obviously did not say anything. However, there seemed to be another voice that came from another world that Ning Fan could not see. It reverberated in heaven and earth in a way that Ning Fan could not hear. Ning Fan parted the sea mist and flew towards the inner region of the Scarlet Rainbow Starry Sea in another direction. Ning Fan was a little concerned about the two ascended cultivators. After all, they had all ascended from the lower worlds. If they encounter any danger in this starry sea, Ning Fan would not mind giving them some help within his capabilities. However, he was more concerned about the fatty. Yuichi, this person is definitely not a divine transformation realm junior. If he did not notice some problems with this person, Ning Fan would not dare to be so sure. However, he was now absolutely sure that the fatty was a powerful being and not the honest and gullible person that he appeared to be. This person's Tao sense gives me a feeling of rejection. This rejection comes from the ancient devil bloodline. Could it be that this person's true identity is a Buddha cultivator? This person's cultivation base is only at the divine transformation realm. He didn't purposely disguise his cultivation base. It's real. He didn't come here with his true body. Instead, it's something like his divine clone. However, it's not the kind of divine clone that I understand. His true body's cultivation base should have already reached the half-step quasi-saint realm and it's already very close to the quasi-saint realm. There's also an indescribable feeling coming from this person which is extremely similar to Senior Musong. Even quasi-saints like Xiang Bozi and Senior Ho Tu don't have that kind of feeling. Could it be that this person is a cultivator who has opened his eyes like Senior Musong? What kind of feeling does it feel like to open one's eyes? I can't see the world that he sees. There doesn't seem to be such a powerful Buddha cultivator among the old monsters of the Eastern Heaven. Could it be that this person came from the other three heavens? If my guess is correct, when did he send his divine clone to the Eastern Heaven? If it's before the chaos of the Realm River, it's still fine. However, if he can still ignore the seal of the immortal sovereign of the Antiquity era and descend to the Eastern Heaven after the chaos of the Realm River begins, then his means are rather terrifying. Ning Fan's mind was racing. He did not know if this fatty's arrival was good or bad or if he was plotting something. A dignified half-step saint would not go through so much trouble to descend to the Eastern Heaven to scheme against the weak cultivators on the same ship as him. Judging from the surprised expression on the fatty's face, he didn't come for him. This encounter was just an accident. Could it be that this person also came for the Kiliacosm rainbow in this place? Just as Ning Fan was muttering to himself, the waves in the distance suddenly changed. A torrent of water shot up to the sky. That water pillar soared 3,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, into the sky. When it fell back to the ground, it suddenly divided into 6 parts, turning into 6 water spears that were 10,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, long and pierced towards Ning Fan. We've only entered the Star Sea for 500,000 kilometers, and we're already being attacked by ferocious beasts. To Ning Fan, who had just gone through a massacre in the border river, this level of attack was nothing at all. He casually took out the drowned world bottle that had been repaired by Wu Laoba again, and absorbed all the water element attacks into the bottle silently. Then, he opened his mouth and breathed out flames of fire and thunder to burn the sea. Within the span of a few breaths, thousands of square kilometers of the sea were evaporated. Hundreds of charred corpses of ancient fierce beasts were revealed at the bottom of the dried sea. They were all adult Shirkong and thought-shatterer fierce beasts. Ning Fan continued moving forward. After killing hundreds of ancient ferocious beasts along the way, he finally arrived at his destination. This was the deepest part of the Scarlet Rainbow Starry Sea. A 9-colored rainbow hung above the sea like a giant dragon drinking water. Below the gigantic rainbow, countless ancient ferocious beasts emerged from the surface of the sea. They were absorbing the spiritual chi within the rainbow and cultivating day after day. The higher the cultivation base of the ferocious beasts, the better the cultivation spots they occupied. Only the 3 half-saint realm ferocious beasts were qualified to step into the spirit vein of the 9-colored rainbow. Once other ferocious beasts step into that place, they would certainly be killed by the 3 half-saint realm ferocious beasts. Ning Fan's arrival interrupted the cultivation of these ferocious beasts. When they realized that Ning Fan was just an immortal king realm cultivator, countless ferocious beasts' eyes glinted with ferocious light. They directly charged at Ning Fan. There were a few ancient ferocious beasts among them. The eyes of these ferocious beasts were completely covered with ferocious flames. Their hearts were filled with evil thoughts. It was extremely difficult for them to be tamed by cultivators, let alone have any form of communication with Ning Fan. Even a half-saint of the Eastern Heaven like Daoist Mu Song once had the idea of taming a few half-saint realm ferocious beasts to serve as their mountain guards. Unfortunately, after many attempts, they failed. In the end, they could only give up. Even if they enslaved them, they could not control these ferocious beasts. They would rather die than be restrained by humans. They were incomparably ferocious. Those half-saints of the Eastern Heaven could not tame the half-saint realm ferocious beasts, but they also did not dare to kill the ferocious beasts whose cultivation bases were too high. It was because the ferocious beasts in this place were formed from the purest evil thoughts. In particular, the ferocious beasts at the eternal ancient realm were much more difficult to deal with. When one kills a ferocious beast at the eternal ancient realm, they would definitely be tainted with the other party's eternal ancient realm evil thoughts, which were extremely difficult to remove. The higher a cultivator's cultivation base was, the more unwilling they were to be tainted with things that were detrimental to their cultivation. Besides, because these ferocious beasts usually only moved around within the Scarlet Rainbow Starry Sea and would not infringe upon the interests of the Eastern Heavens cultivators, the great existences of the Eastern Heavens simply allowed these ferocious beasts to exist and completely treated the Scarlet Rainbow Starry Sea as a training ground for their disciples. 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. Are there more than 5 million ferocious beasts in this place? It's enough for me to summon them several times. No one knew what Ning Fan was calculating in his mind. Suddenly, he bit the tip of his finger and used his blood as a guide. Then, he performed a hand seal. He only performed a single hand seal. However, this single hand seal actually summoned a medium-sized number of ghost flowers of the netherworld on the Rainbow Sea. Ning Fan was like an emperor who ruled over all of the ghost flowers. After Ning Fan's continuous practice, he had already reduced the thousands of hand seals needed to summon the ghost flowers of the netherworld to a single hand seal. If he improves his proficiency in this technique, he would be able to release this technique without any hand seals sooner or later. A medium-sized summon could summon 10 undying ghost soldiers to participate in the battle. Unfortunately, Ning Fan only had one undying ghost soldier at the moment. Myriad Sage Dragon King, who only had 8 heads, was summoned by Ning Fan. As soon as the first wave of ferocious beasts saw Myriad Sage Dragon King, they instinctively felt a little fearful. However, that fear was quickly drowned by the ferocity in their hearts. Without slowing down, they continued to charge towards Ning Fan. As an undying ghost soldier, Myriad Sage Dragon King was absolutely loyal to Ning Fan. How could he allow these ferocious beasts to attack Ning Fan? His 8 snake heads shot out 1,000,000 snake shadows. Countless ferocious beasts were drowned by the sea of snakes and killed by poison. Their blood was all devoured by the ghost flowers of the netherworld nearby. In just 10 breaths' time, more than 10,000 ferocious beasts were killed by Myriad Sage Dragon King, including a ferocious beast that was at the Quasi-Emperor realm. His actions enraged all the ferocious beasts in the area. More ferocious beasts charged towards Myriad Sage Dragon King, but they were all easily killed by Myriad Sage Dragon King. Don't kill too many of them. Kill 1,000,000 first. Leave the rest. Ning Fan ordered Myriad Sage Dragon King. Understood. Myriad Sage Dragon King answered respectfully. In just a few moves, Myriad Sage Dragon King had already killed more than 100,000 ferocious beasts. If there are no experts at the same level as him stopping him, completing the mission of killing 1,000,000 ferocious beasts would only be a matter of time. Roar. Finally, there were immortal Emperor realm ferocious beasts that could no longer sit still. A few immortal emperors joined hands and attacked Myriad Sage Dragon King. Their attacks were not weak, but they could not injure Myriad Sage Dragon King, who was an undying ghost soldier. After another 10 rounds, the physical bodies of the immortal Emperor realm ferocious beasts were all bitten to pieces by Myriad Sage Dragon King. Only their demon souls managed to escape. Courting death, seeing that the immortal emperors could not do anything to Myriad Sage Dragon King, a half-saint realm ferocious beast finally made its move. It was a ferocious beast that looked like a 9-winged demonic phoenix. Every single ferocious beast was formed from the evil thoughts of numerous villains that had perished. Obviously, the evil thoughts of this ferocious beast at the half-saint realm was formed from a 9-winged evil phoenix, and the other evil thoughts were supplementary. That was why it had taken such a form. Myriad Sage Dragon King's expression was indifferent as he clashed with the 9-winged demonic phoenix. He easily gained the upper hand. In reality, this 9-winged demonic phoenix and Myriad Sage Dragon King's strength were about the same. However, who could teach an undying ghost soldier to be undying? The undying Myriad Sage Dragon King had a huge advantage. He could take all of the 9-winged demonic phoenix's attacks head-on and remain unscathed. However, the 9-winged demonic phoenix was different. Every time it was injured by Myriad Sage Dragon King, it would be a real injury. As time passed, the situation became more and more disadvantageous. This was an unequal battle. If the 9-winged demonic phoenix did not have any powerful reinforcements, its defeat was only a matter of time. I will help in battle. Another half-saint ferocious beast that looked like a black Chelan joined the battle. However, even though it was 2 against 1, Myriad Sage Dragon King still had the upper hand. It was a pity that Myriad Sage Dragon King could only gain the upper hand. Due to the lack of offense, it was extremely difficult for him to crush 2 half-saints in a one-sided battle. To an undying ghost soldier, defense is actually not important anymore. There are very few methods that can cause harm to them. Myriad Sage Dragon King is good at defense and self-preservation. These methods slightly overlap with the undying ability of the undying ghost soldier. His offensive power isn't that high. If his offensive abilities are a little stronger, with his undying body, he should be able to easily defeat experts at the same level as him, even if he were to kill 2 or 3 experts at the same level as him. However, right now, he only has the upper hand. Ning Fan shook his head slightly. He was not satisfied with Myriad Sage Dragon King's offensive ability. Inwardly, he was thinking whether he should choose experts with high offensive abilities as his materials to produce undying ghost soldiers in the future. Only then could he maximize the advantage of the undying ghost soldier, capture the bandits. Capture the king. The third half-saint ferocious beast saw that its 2 companions were in a disadvantageous situation. It actually did not go to help them. Instead, it sneakily attacked Ming Fan, who was watching the battle from the side. It was a huge dog that looked like a white-eared dog. Its fur was very long and it looked as majestic as a lion. To be able to come up with the strategy of capturing the bandits and capturing the king, the spiritual intelligence of this white-eared dog was obviously not so low that it was hopeless. It could almost be considered as the wisest among the ancient ferocious beasts in this place. The undying ghost soldier was indeed difficult to kill. However, if it could directly control the summoner and force the summoner to cancel the summoning, it would undoubtedly be able to get rid of Myriad Sage Dragon King in an instant. The strategy was correct. However, this huge dog had underestimated Ning Fan's strength. Ning Fan took a step forward and transformed into his eternal true body within the myriad of golden flames. He opened his mouth and breathed out a sea of flames that reached the heavens, burning the white-eared dog's fur and turning it into a black dog. Although the white-eared dog seemed to be severely injured, the burnt fur on the surface of its body had already neutralized most of the destructive power of the flaming lightning flames. Therefore, its physical body did not suffer much damage. Even so, the white-eared dog was still greatly shocked. It could not imagine that Ning Fan, who was just an immortal King Realm cultivator, would actually have such terrifying flames on his body. How would it dare to underestimate Ning Fan anymore? Its abdomen bulged slightly and it let out a furious roar. Billowing black wind gushed out from its abdomen, turning into tens of unknown black wind blades that attacked Ning Fan. Ning Fan could not recognize what the black wind was, but he felt a hint of threat from it. Since it could make his eternal true body feel threatened, it was obvious that the black wind was not ordinary. He did not take the black wind head-on. Instead, he summoned the shadow of the god-exterminating shield of the ancient country and easily blocked the incoming black wind. Without giving the white-eared dog more chances to attack, Ning Fan dispersed the shadow of the god-exterminating shield. Then, he raised a finger and pointed at the white-eared dog. 10 times tribulation flash. A scarlet-red pillar of tribulation flash shot out in all directions. The white-eared dog tried to block the red light with the black wind in its mouth, but it was easily destroyed. What kind of destructive red light was this? It gave the white-eared dog a deep sense of danger. This was the tribulation flash that Ning Fan created by imitating the blood god Gung Wu. Its principle was similar to the blood god Gung Wu, but the details were more mysterious. When the white-eared dog realized that it could not block the attack of the red light, it immediately tried to dodge it. However, the red light seemed to be able to track its movements. No matter how it tried to dodge, it would still catch up to it in the end. This kind of spatial tracking ability was something that the blood god Gung Wu's tribulation flash did not have. It was also Ning Fan's unique creation. In the end, after the white-eared dog dodged tens of times, it was still hit by the red light of the tribulation flash. It let out a muffled groan. The destructive power of the tribulation flash was slightly stronger than the mid-grade innate flame lightning flame. This time, it really hurt the white-eared dog. 10 times tribulation flash is the limit of my current blood tribulation flash. Due to the difference in our cultivation bases, the destructive power of my tribulation flash is far inferior to the blood god Gung Wu's tribulation flash. However, it is still enough to deal with some weaker half-saints. 10 times tribulation flash. 10 fingers shot out consecutively. Ning Fan raised both of his hands. All 10 of his fingers released the tribulation flash at the same time. 10 scarlet light pillars whizzed out. Surprisingly, he did not use much of his magic power. One should know that without the spirit recovering rice, Ning Fan did not activate the cross-shaped halos as he usually did in order to avoid wasting his energy. Currently, he did not have the infinite magic power to enhance his attacks. Under such circumstances, he only consumed a small amount of magic power when he continuously used the tribulation flash with his 10 fingers. Obviously, the consumption of magic power of the tribulation flash that Ning Fan developed was rather low. It was an extremely practical method of attack. 10 rays of red light landed on the white-eared dog's body at the same time and exploded like blood-red fireworks. Muffled groans could be heard continuously in mid-air. The white-eared dog's injuries rapidly worsened. 1 hour passed. The white-eared dog was already on the verge of death after being beaten by Ning Fan. As for Myriad Saint Dragon King, He forcefully killed 1 million low-grade ferocious beasts while enduring the attacks of 2 half-saint realm ferocious beasts and completed his mission. When the number of dead ferocious beasts reached 1 million, the netherworld ghost flowers began to multiply. It was the proof that the intermediate summoning technique had been upgraded to a high summoning technique. Under the condition of the high summoning technique, Ning Fan had the chance to turn the enemies he killed into undying ghost soldiers. Rumble rumble another round of tribulation flash that was 10 times stronger was launched consecutively. The white-eared dog was blasted into pieces by Ning Fan. Its blood splattered across the sky and it died with hatred. After its blood fell to the ground, it was devoured by the ghost flower of the netherworld. Its remnant soul was also devoured by the flower. Lightning Infant, appear. Protect me and don't let anyone disturb me. Ning Fan released the Lightning Infant and ordered. He was going to use the white-eared dog as the material to create an undying ghost soldier. Understood. The Lightning Infant rode on the ancestral lightning sparrow while holding the lightning guard in its hand. Any ferocious beasts that tried to disturb Ning Fan would be killed by its lightning power. Due to the huge difference in strength between the white-eared dog and Ning Fan, the success rate of creating an undying ghost soldier could reach up to 70%. Compared to the 30% success rate of creating Daoist Xianxia, 70% was quite good. 70%. If my luck is taken into consideration, the true success rate should be above 75%. Ning Fan estimated. A success rate of 3/4 was really not low. If he still fails, it would not be a problem of luck but a problem of his technique. Unfortunately, this was just the second time Ning Fan attempted to create an undying ghost soldier. Compared to the previous time, the number of mistakes he made this time was significantly reduced. However, there were still some flaws in Ning Fan's technique which eventually led to the failure of the production of the undying ghost soldier. This was the second time he failed to create an undying ghost soldier. It's actually so difficult, Ning Fan sighed. It would be a lie to say that he was not disappointed. However, with his firm Dao heart, he almost walked out of the shadow of failure in just an instant. Forget it. I'll wait for 24 hours and try again. The ghost flower of the netherworld would need 24 hours to create an undying ghost soldier. It could only be created once a day. In that case, it would be meaningless even if he killed the remaining 2 half-step Saint Realm ferocious beasts. Ning Fan dismissed the summoning of the ghost flower of the netherworld and kept his lightning infant. Then, he left the place. As soon as the ancient ferocious beasts saw Ning Fan fleeing after committing the murder, all of them felt greatly humiliated. They chased after him for a while but it was naturally impossible for them to catch up to him. Feeling helpless, these ancient ferocious beasts could only return to the 9-colored rainbow one after another to absorb the rainbow's spiritual chi and cultivate again. 24 hours later, Ning Fan returned to them. As soon as they saw that Ning Fan still dared to come to them, a large number of ferocious beasts pounced at him. They still did not have any fear towards him. Fear? The ancient ferocious beasts in this place obviously did not have that kind of emotion. They also did not have such a high-level thinking ability. As expected of a beast that is formed from evil intent. You actually only know how to kill your enemies. Unfortunately, I'm not afraid when you have 3 half-step Saint Realm experts. Now that there are only 2 of you left, you are even less of a match for me. Summoning, Ghost Flower of the Netherworld. Myriad Saint Dragon King appears, Dao Destruction Lightning Infant appears. Ning Fan did not even need Aphrodite and Black Devil's help to kill these ancient ferocious beasts with ease. This made the 2 ladies extremely depressed. They still wanted to help Ning Fan but it seemed like they did not have the chance to do so anymore. 2 hours later, Ning Fan and his group had killed a total of 1 million ferocious beasts. Once again, they met the requirements of the high-grade summoning. Now, they began to create undying ghost soldiers under the prerequisite of the high-grade summoning. The ferocious beasts who did not know what fear was naturally did not know how to escape. In the end, another half-step Saint Realm ferocious beast was killed by Ning Fan. This time, it was the 9-winged demon phoenix. The success rate was 65%. The strength of this demon phoenix was slightly stronger than the white-eared azure dog. Thus, the success rate was slightly lower. This time, Ning Fan tried his best to improve his technique. As it was already his third time creating ghost soldiers, he was getting more and more familiar with his technique. Basically, he did not make any mistakes anymore. However, he still failed this time. This time, it was not a problem with his technique. Instead, it was Ning Fan's bad luck that caused him to encounter a failure rate of 35%. No matter how lucky a person is, they would not be able to be lucky all the time. Regarding this, Ning Fan also felt deeply helpless. He could only leave again. On the third day, Ning Fan came again. There was only one half-step Saint Realm ferocious beast left in this place. Under the joint attacks of Ning Fan, Myriad Saint Dragon King and the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant, this ferocious beast that looked like a black Qilin died with hatred. This time, Ning Fan did not show any mercy. All the low-grade ferocious beasts that tried to attack him were killed. He killed 3 million low-grade ferocious beasts in one go as sacrificial offerings before he started to create undying ghost soldiers. Perhaps the number of sacrificial offerings this time was much higher. Perhaps Ning Fan did not make a single mistake in his technique this time. Perhaps Ning Fan's good luck finally worked for once. This time, the production of the undying ghost soldier was a success. After Myriad Saint Dragon King, Ning Fan now had a second undying ghost soldier, the Black Qilin Ghost Soldier. Having one more half-step Saint Realm expert under his command would certainly increase Ning Fan's strength by a lot. Moreover, he had also eliminated all the ancient ferocious beasts in this place. Within the range of hundreds of thousands of li *, 500 m per li, there was no longer any ferocious beast that would come to stop Ning Fan from doing his job. It's time to mature the Great Thousand Rainbow. Ning Fan stood on the surface of the sea and looked at the magnificent and dazzling nine-colored rainbow in the misty sea. His expression was a little helpless. In order to develop the pseudo-devil cavity, he needed to be busy in this star sea for around 20 years. I hope that nothing will go wrong in this situation in the northern heaven during these 20 years. 1 year passed. 2 years passed. 3 years passed. Ning Fan was busy accelerating the maturation of the Great Thousand Rainbow in the depths of the Star Sea. At the outer region of the Star Sea, there was also a star boat that carried the cultivators of the illusory cloud sect to train. It was the 7th year since Ning Fan came to the Red Rainbow Star Sea. It was also the 7th year since the disciples of the illusory cloud sect came here to train. Rumble in a certain uninhabited sea region, the Lin surnamed Duzhen of the illusory cloud sect killed 3 to 4 young ferocious beasts in a single breath. These are the 1,449th ancient ferocious beasts that I have killed in the past 7 years. I have roamed the Star Sea for 7 years and I have never tasted defeat. I wanted to find a worthy opponent but I couldn't find one. There is nothing more unfortunate than this in life. Being invincible is so lonely. On the star boat, the Lin surnamed Duzhen waved his sleeves to shake off the sea mist. Then, he boasted like a senior expert. Behind him, the group of disciples of the illusory cloud sect had already become numb to Duzhen's behavior. None of them bothered to talk to him. Even the 2 young ladies who had just descended were speechless about the Lin surnamed Duzhen. They thought to themselves, are all the legendary true immortal old monsters like this? Those magnificent stories about true immortals are really lies. Senior Lin, why didn't you dare to go deeper into the sea for 7 years? It's so hard to understand. If you want to find powerful opponents so badly, why don't you drive the star boat to the deeper part of the sea? There must be adult ancient ferocious beasts there that can satisfy your desire to fight. The fat man named Yuichi rubbed the back of his head with an ignorant look on his face. You're so young. How could you know? If I didn't have you low-grade disciples with me, I wouldn't have been wandering around here. I was just worried about your safety. Don't tell me that I'm afraid of fighting those truly powerful ancient ferocious beasts. Don't tell me that in your heart, this old man is a coward who fears death. The Lin surnamed Duzhen let out a long sigh, as if he had expected better from him. Just as he was about to teach the talkative fat man a lesson, his expression suddenly stiffened as he froze on the spot. On the way the star boat had sailed, a large area of the sea had been evaporated by unparalleled flames. Hundreds of charred corpses of void shredders and thought shatterers were lying in front of everyone's eyes. My God! All of them were adult ferocious beasts, and their auras were even stronger than Senior Lin's. Why did they die here? Did they encounter a natural disaster? It's too hot. The fire power in this place is too strong. I can't believe there's lightning power here. This place must have been destroyed by heavenly flame and heavenly lightning. Otherwise, how could the seawater have evaporated for so many years? As long as the seawater flows to this place, it will be evaporated by the residual heat. This is terrifying. The fantasy cloud sect disciples were all flabbergasted. The most spectacular scene they had seen over the years was the duel between Du Zhen and a young life immortal beast. They had never seen hundreds of charred corpses of void shredders and thought shatterers. The Lin surnamed Du Zhen's heart pounded wildly. How could he still be in the mood to brag? He was truly frightened by what he had seen. The low-grade disciples couldn't see it, but how could he, the mighty Du Zhen, not see it? This place hadn't been destroyed by heavenly flame and heavenly lightning. Instead, it had been destroyed by a supreme being with the legendary pre-heaven flame and lightning power. After so many years, the dried seabed still couldn't be filled with seawater. It was caused by the residual fire and lightning power that hadn't melted for so many years. What kind of expert could evaporate such a large area of the sea in the center of the sea and create a strange water-free area? Immortal Venerable? Immortal King? No, at least an immortal emperor. Could it be that a senior immortal emperor had done this? Judging from the aura, that senior should have passed by this place 6 or 7 years ago. Could it be that he had gone to the depths of the star sea? No matter how arrogant Du Zhen was, he was still deeply shocked at this moment. The only one who didn't feel shocked was the fatty. He squinted his eyes, which was a rare sight. He looked at the hollow area in front of him and muttered to himself. The flame of blazing thunder, innate middle grade. The Eastern Yama King is quite capable. I wonder what rank this technique is among his many techniques. Compared with my Bodhi green lotus fire, which one is stronger? The fat man named Yuichi revealed an enigmatic smile. This was the first time he smiled like this. His smile was filled with indescribable kindness and carefreeness. A big belly can tolerate things that cannot be tolerated in the world. The moment he opened his mouth, he laughed at the laughable people in the world. Just like Maitreya. I kind of want to meet this Eastern Yama King. Since that's the case, let's use this Kiliacosm rainbow as a bet. Let's see if this poor monk is better than this devil. Fatty's right hand, which was hidden in his sleeve, formed a Buddhist finger seal. No one on the ship noticed it. As soon as he did, countless illusory golden flower petals that were invisible to the naked eye fell from the distant sea behind the star boat. As Nye Tian activated his illusory power, the originally calm sea currents in the distance suddenly turned into raging waves. At the same time, hundreds of fierce beasts jumped out of the water and charged towards the star boat, roaring furiously. Those fierce beasts were the result of an extremely profound illusion technique. Even a half-step saint expert might not be able to see through it without a certain level of eyesight. Of course, Lin and Du Zhen couldn't figure it out. Originally, these people were still marveling at the miraculous scene of the burning sea that Ning Fan had unintentionally created. However, when they suddenly noticed a large group of ancient ferocious beasts appearing at the back of the star boat, all of their faces turned pale with fright. How could they still have the mood to admire the miraculous scene of the burning sea anymore? All of them were nearly scared to death. WHWW, what's going on? Why did so many ancient beasts suddenly appear behind us? 1,000. At least 1,000. Moreover, the vast majority of the beasts were stronger than Senior Lin. We're finished. We must have encountered a large number of dire beasts. Senior Lin, quickly save us. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Senior Lin, aren't you invincible? Aren't you lonely? Please make your move. Kill all these beasts. Please. The illusory cloud sect's disciples all had ashen faces due to excessive fear. Although they had been training in the Sea of Stars for 7 years, they had never encountered a danger of such a scale. How could they remain calm? In a panic, they tried everything they could to ask Du Zhen to kill thousands of ferocious beasts to save them. Du Zhen, who everyone had high hopes for, felt as if his heart had been crushed by 10,000 bulls. What a joke! How could he have the ability to kill thousands of berserk beasts in front of him? He might not even be able to defeat any one of them. If thousands of berserk beasts swarmed him, he would be smashed into pieces in an instant. Nonsense, nonsense, nonsense. The heavens above have the virtue of cherishing life. How can I kill so much? It's not that I don't want to fight with them. Let's let them go for now. Let's change directions and see if we can get rid of these ferocious beasts. Du Zhen is so scared that his voice is trembling. However, he still wants to save face and pretends to be a senior master. It is really hard for him. The rear was already blocked by thousands of vicious beasts, and it was impossible to turn back. They would definitely have to face these vicious beasts head-on. At this critical moment, Du Zhen, surnamed Lin, suddenly had a bold idea, which was to drive the star boat to the deep-sea region, and find that immortal emperor, who had entered the deep-sea region 6 or 7 years ago, to save his life, before those fierce beasts arrived. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare to go to the deep sea. But there was no other way. If I don't go to the deep-sea region and ask for the senior immortal emperor's help, who else would have the ability to kill so many powerful ferocious beasts? Therefore, under Fatty's deliberate arrangement, the cultivators of the illusory cloud sect began to flee for their lives in a panic. They ran all the way to the deep-sea region, approaching Ming Fan. Along the way to the deep-sea region, the star boat did not run into any ferocious beasts. There were only thousands of ferocious beasts that were formed by illusion techniques chasing after them. Of course, it was because Ning Fan had already killed all the ferocious beasts along the way. After running for an unknown period of time, Du Zhen suddenly noticed a 9-colored rainbow hanging on the surface of the sea in front of him. It was like a giant dragon absorbing water. That rainbow was the most beautiful rainbow that Du Zhen had ever seen in his life. Unfortunately, he did not have the mood to appreciate such a beautiful scene. All he wanted to do was to survive. Under the rainbow, there are no ferocious beasts. However, there is still the lingering chi of a great battle. It has been 7 years since then. Obviously, a great battle has taken place here. Now, the baleful chi is so strong that it is not something that a low-grade cultivator could withstand. Under the rainbow, where the baleful chi was the heaviest, there was a white-robed young man standing on the surface of the water. He was planting a 9-colored plant on the surface of the water. Du Zhen could only see the blurry back of that white-robed young man. He could not see his face. He wanted to steer the star boat closer to the rainbow, but there was a gentle force stopping the star boat from moving forward. Obviously, that white-robed young man did not want others to disturb him. Even though he could not see that person's face clearly, Du Zhen could sense an extremely powerful and strange chi from this person. He was very sure that this white-robed young man was the senior immortal emperor who had burned the seawater dry. Finally, he found a life-saving straw that could save him from drowning. He was so excited that tears and snot flowed down his face. "Senior, save me. I'm Lin Chong, a disciple of the illusory cloud sect. As long as Senior is willing to save my life, I'm willing to be your slave and never betray you for the rest of my life." Ning Fan, who was cultivating the 9-colored plant on the surface of the water, turned around. "You don't have to be my slave. I don't really need a servant with a cultivation base like yours anymore. However, it's not impossible for me to save your life. It's just that it's a little difficult." In fact, Ning Fan had already noticed everything that was happening on the star boat. He also knew that those ferocious beasts that were chasing after the star boat were all illusions. They would not really hurt anyone. The fatty was a Buddha cultivator. Since he was a Buddha cultivator, why would he kill indiscriminately? It was not worth it to get himself into trouble and hurt his own cultivation base. He was a black-bellied fatty. He had been scolded by Du Zhen for a few years and laughed at by the cultivators on the same ship as him. Therefore, he purposely created some illusions to scare these low-level cultivators. Of course, the more important purpose of this illusions was to test Ning Fan's strength. A dignified half-step saint would actually be calculated with a group of juniors. On the surface, this fatty seemed to be a little narrow-minded. In fact, it was the embodiment of his magnanimity and his straightforward character. If a half-step saint old monster was humiliated by a low-level cultivator countless times, he would certainly not let those juniors go. He would either kill them if he was lenient or plot against them if he was serious. However, this fatty only created some illusions to scare people without harming their lives. He was already stronger than most of them. From this point of view, even though this fatty was black-bellied, he still had a magnanimity. He had 70% Buddha nature and 30% ruffian nature. He could be considered as a wonderful person. Involuntarily, Ning Fan had a higher opinion of this fat man. It had nothing to do with his strength. What he thought highly of was his way of doing things. As soon as they heard that Ning Fan was willing to help them, all the cultivators of the illusory cloud sect were overjoyed. They did not know that the ferocious beasts that were chasing after them were just illusions. Ning Fan turned around and his eyes fell on the star boat in the distance. He exchanged glances with the fatty for a short while and then looked away. From the fatty's eyes, he saw a hint of challenge. Challenge? Interesting. Ning Fan's eyes were covered with green light. His gaze shifted to the thousands of ferocious beasts on the surface of the sea as if he wanted to see through all the illusions. Unfortunately, he could not see them clearly. The fatty's attainments in illusions were quite high. Even though Ning Fan had the eyesight of the second level of the heaven-being realm, he could not see through all the veins of the illusions. He could only see 40 to 50% of them. As for the remaining 50 to 60%, he would need to rely on the experience he had accumulated in the past to break the illusions. This was also the reason why Ning Fan felt that it was a little difficult to break this technique. This was obviously 1,000 times more difficult than killing thousands of ferocious beasts. This was the first time Ning Fan had a direct confrontation with this fatty of unknown origin. He's actually at the second level of the heaven-being realm. This Eastern Yama is really unexpected. In terms of the eyesight of the heaven-being realm, I am not as good as him. However, if you want to break my illusions, you can't just rely on your eyesight. There are too many things in this world that you can see but you can't touch. The more you want to get close to them, the more you can't get them. The part that you can't touch is the most mysterious part of illusions. The fatty's eyes were filled with confidence. He wanted to see how many breaths this Eastern Yama, whose name shook the entire realm river, could last under his illusions. Very powerful. Each of the 1,000 ferocious beasts that he summoned was created using different illusory techniques. These 1,000 ferocious beasts would involve more than 1,000 illusory techniques. This person's illusory techniques are above mine. With the illusory techniques that I have mastered, I can at most break 600 of them. As for the remaining 400, it will be very difficult. Asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk asterisk Ning Fan lifted his finger and pointed at a ferocious beast across the sea. Each time his finger touched, a ferocious beast would be turned into powder. 1 breath passed. 2 breaths passed. 3 breaths passed. In the blink of an eye, 140 breaths had passed. Ning Fan had already destroyed 600 ferocious beasts using his illusory techniques. As for the remaining 400 beasts, he could not break them with his experience. What was more troublesome was that he realized that he had fallen into the fatty's trap. The 1,000 illusory techniques were just the surface. The fatty's illusory techniques actually included illusion traps. As the name suggested, an illusion trap was a trap that was added to one's own illusory techniques. If one could not detect the trap, the more he tried to break the illusion, the more he would be bewitched by it. Ning Fan was currently in such a situation. It was his first time encountering such a cunning illusory technique. Due to a moment of carelessness, his sea of consciousness was invaded by the opponent's illusory technique. Waves of dizziness could be felt from his forehead. This person's illusory techniques are even better than some quasi-saints. Ning Fan smiled bitterly and commented. He could not help but admit that in terms of illusory techniques alone, he was still no match for this fatty. However, it was also impossible for him to be defeated by the fatty's illusory technique. It took him 140 breaths of time to trigger an illusory technique trap. This Eastern Yama is really impressive. Unfortunately, he failed to detect the existence of the trap in the end. As a result, his sea of consciousness was invaded by my illusory technique. He has lost. Within 10 breaths, his sea of consciousness will certainly be damaged by my illusory technique. The fatty smiled confidently. However, his confidence only lasted for 10 breaths of time before it turned into astonishment. 10 breaths of time had passed. His illusory technique could not harm Ning Fan's sea of consciousness at all. 20 breaths, 30 breaths, 40 breaths. 100 breaths, For a full 100 breaths, the power of his illusory technique that invaded Ning Fan's sea of consciousness had attacked his sea of consciousness for more than 3,000 times. However, it still could not cause any damage to Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. What kind of abnormal defensive power was the sea of consciousness? Even after being attacked by a half-saint realm illusion technique, he could still remain unharmed? This was simply unheard of. Your mind is in a mess. This mess is the greatest taboo for illusion cultivators. Reflect illusory technique. Ning Fan had been waiting for the moment when the fatty's mind was in a mess. Then, he would reflect the illusory technique back to the fatty with his Fu-Li illusion technique. Asterisk puff asterisk without any warning, the fatty on the star boat coughed out a mouthful of blood. The remaining 400 ferocious beasts at the back of the star boat also collapsed at the same time, turning into nothingness. I'm safe. I'm safe now. Eh? Why is Yuichi coughing out blood? Seeing that Ning Fan had killed all the ferocious beasts within a few hundred breaths, the people on the star boat burst into cheers. However, some of them also noticed that the fatty was coughing out blood. They felt that it was strange, but they were too lazy to think about it. I've lost the first round. The fatty smiled bitterly. He seemed to be talking to himself, but at the same time, it seemed like he was talking to Ning Fan across the ocean. No. For the time being, this round can be considered a draw. It's a fact that my attainment in illusory techniques is not as good as yours. The reason why I managed to injure you was because I used some other methods. It was an unfair victory. Ning Fan shook his head. He was also talking to himself, but it also seemed like he was giving the fatty an answer. What a great Eastern Yama. Since that's the case, I won't lose in the second round. The fatty wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly jumped off the star boat. Stepping on the waves, he walked towards the 9-colored rainbow where Ning Fan was. The barrier that Ning Fan had set up naturally could not stop him. Thus, under everyone's bewildered expression, the fatty walked towards Ning Fan's location step by step. How is this possible? Even the star boat could not pass through the barrier. Yuichi, who was just at the divine transformation realm, actually managed to break through it. Countless disciples of the illusory cloud sect were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. Each of them looked at Yuichi as if they were looking at a monster. It's fake. This brat's divine transformation realm cultivation base is fake. He's a powerful being. He's an existence whose cultivation base far surpasses mine. No wonder he wasn't included in the list of disciples to gain experience. He's not an outer sect disciple. He's an ancient monster who sneaked into the ship. The Lin surnamed Duzhen was almost scared out of his wits. When he thought about how he had been bullying the fatty every day during this period of time, his limbs turned cold and his body trembled. Will I be retaliated against? Will I be killed? The dumbass fatty that I bullied every day is actually an ancient senior. My life is going to end here, the Lin surnamed Duzhen let out a long sigh. Suddenly, his expression changed as he discovered something even scarier. As the sea mist was blown away by the wind, he finally saw Ning Fan's appearance on the distant sea surface with his spirit sense. The juniors behind him probably did not recognize Ning Fan. After all, their cultivation bases were too low. However, as the Lin surnamed Duzhen, how could he not recognize Ning Fan? Ning Fan's portrait had already spread throughout the circle of the second step of the Eastern Heaven. The palace master of the Slaughter Palace is actually here. The Lin surnamed Duzhen had never thought that he would meet his idol in the Scarlet Rainbow Starry Sea. All of a sudden, his breathing quickened. Ning Fan was a great hero who had almost pacified the entire border river with his own strength. Even though he was born timid, he admired those who were bold the most. He admired heroes like Ning Fan who shouldered the rise and fall of the world on their shoulders even more. When he thought about how his life was saved by his idol this time, the Lin surnamed Duzhen was so happy that he could not find any words to describe it. His eyes were almost filled with tears. However, when he thought about how he had offended Yuichi, who was an ancient monster, he felt like the world was collapsing. He felt that his future was filled with darkness and no hope. What? This senior is the legendary palace master of the Slaughter Palace, the Reign Immortal Monarch? A disciple of the illusory cloud sect accidentally heard the Lin surnamed Duzhen muttering to himself. Soon, the news spread across the entire starship. All the disciples of the illusory cloud sect gazed at Ning Fan's heroic appearance through the waves with admiration in their eyes. Even though they were not qualified to see Ning Fan's portrait, most of them had heard about Ning Fan's achievements in the Battle of the Border River. They had long admired this hero who saved the Eastern Heaven to the extreme. However, they had never thought that they would be able to see Ning Fan with their own eyes. Only the two young ladies who had just ascended did not know much about the Battle of the Border River. They only had a rough idea about it. Both of them were also shocked by Ning Fan's appearance and reputation. They recognized Ning Fan's appearance. They had known each other before they ascended. Isn't this person, the divine sovereign of the rain world, Ning Fan? How did he become the palace master of the Slaughter Palace who had shaken the entire Eastern Heaven? Even though the two young ladies were still inexperienced, they were not fools. They knew that there were some things that they should know but not reveal. Thus, they did not tell anyone about the divine sovereign of the rain world. However, when they looked at Ning Fan again, they could not help but blush shyly. No one knew that before they ascended, the person they admired the most was the divine sovereign of the rain world, Ning Fan. They had always looked forward to meeting the divine sovereign of the rain world. Unfortunately, they did not have the chance to meet him. Rumor had it that the divine sovereign of the rain world had ascended a long time ago in the mortal world. However, no one knew which day he had ascended to. They had never thought that the idol they admired in the past would appear in front of them in such a domineering manner. This was their first encounter. However, it was definitely the most magnificent encounter they had ever had. After the divine sovereign of the rain world ascended, he actually became a peerless expert in the Eastern Heaven and became the idol that countless legendary immortals looked up to and admired. They must keep this secret well and not let anyone else know about it. Ning Fan naturally did not know what the disciples of the illusory cloud sect were feeling. He was also too lazy to care about them. The only person who could catch his attention in this place was the fatty named Yuichi. Seeing the fatty walking towards him step by step, Ning Fan's eyes slightly narrowed. He wanted to see how this fatty was going to challenge him next. It seems like you are using the spiritual plant's secret technique of the true world to mature the Great Thousand Rainbow. When the fatty got closer, he called out the origin of the nine-colored plant that Ning Fan planted on the surface of the water with just a glance. Brother Yu, are you also here for the Great Thousand Rainbow? Ning Fan asked in an indifferent tone. That's right. If that's the case, let's use our own methods and see who will be able to obtain this Great Thousand Rainbow in the end. As I wish. The fatty patted his big belly and said with a smile. Suddenly, he lifted his finger and pointed at the empty surface of the water in front of him. Suddenly, a small golden grass grew out. That small grass originally only had one color. However, as the fatty used his ability to change it, it grew taller and taller. Its color also changed. Eventually, it grew into a nine-colored plant. It was very similar to the nine-colored plant that Ning Fan was cultivating. Obviously, they were planning to use the same method to obtain the Great Thousand Rainbow. You are 7 years late. Your nine-colored vine can't grow as fast as mine. You won't be able to bring this Great Thousand Rainbow away. Or perhaps, you have some kind of secret technique that allows you to ignore the gap of 7 years. Ning Fan said meaningfully. Hee. This will be the second round of our battle. Eastern Yama King, I advise you to use all of your abilities. Otherwise, your 7 years of cultivation might go down the drain. When the flower blooms, the reverse life flower. The fatty smiled confidently. He lifted his finger and pointed at the surface of the water. Immediately, the nine-colored vine began to grow at an astonishing speed. As for Ning Fan's nine-colored vine, it began to wither at an astonishing speed. What kind of ability is this? It can actually seize Dao Sense and use it for its own use. Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. The nine-colored vine was none other than his Dao Sense. It was the medium that he used to mature the Great Thousand Rainbow. However, it was actually devoured by the fatty's strange ability. When the flower blooms, the reverse life flower, this was definitely not an ability that ordinary Buddhist cultivators could possess. The profoundness of this technique was highly likely to be the Buddhist technique of the true world that only titled Buddhist cultivators could inherit. You came from the Western Paradise. Ning Fan instantly made a judgment. It was not a guess but a certainty. That's right. The fatty smiled calmly. Do you have a title? The 19th generation Maitreya. I see. It seems like if this Yuichi isn't a fake name, it must be the common name that you use to worship the Sand Gate. I didn't expect you to be the Maitreya of this generation. It seems like I can only fight against you with my full strength. Ning Fan's aura suddenly changed. The ancient devil destruction will spread throughout his body. He also pointed at the surface of the water and imitated some of the principles of the fatty's ability. He went against the ancient Buddhist concept and forcefully seized the Tao sense that was seized from him. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The withered nine-colored vine in front of Ning Fan began to regain its vitality. The nine-colored vine in front of the fatty, on the other hand, stopped growing and withered bit by bit. The situation was reversed. The Maitreya monk's heart skipped a beat. He never thought that Ning Fan would dare to seize the Tao sense with his ancient devil cultivation base and ancient Buddha's ability. He was too arrogant. Since the end of the Dharma age, he had never seen such an arrogant devil lord who dared to behave atrociously in front of a true Buddha. He had once again underestimated Ning Fan. Realizing that he had underestimated Ning Fan once again, the Maitreya monk's eyes turned serious. Finally, he decided to use his full strength to fight against Ning Fan. The two of them no longer spoke. They didn't even look at each other. However, the battle between them became even more intense. This was a battle of Tao will. In the eyes of Lin, Du Zhen, and the others, the two of them just stood there and didn't move at all. However, in reality, the two of them were engaged in a clash of Tao intense in their minds. The battle of Tao insights was extremely dangerous, and the slightest mistake would result in the collapse of one's Tao. In the mental world, the Maitreya monk was no longer dressed as a cultivator of the mortal world. Instead, he was a dignified golden Buddha with a bun on his head. He was carrying a magical cloth bag that could take away one's Tao psyche. Ning Fan also did not have the appearance of a white-robed young man. Instead, his Tao sense transformed into 10 gigantic butterflies that blotted out the sky. Each of them was of a different color. The first 8 types of the 10 giant butterflies represented his yin-yang rain, dark yin-yang, war yin-yang, lightning yin-yang, slaughter yin-yang, phoenix yin-yang, wood yin-yang and poison yin-yang respectively. The remaining 2 were slightly weaker. It meant that he had only cultivated the beginning of the Fu Li yin-yang technique and the heavenly bull yin-yang technique. 1 year passed, 2 years passed. In the blink of an eye, another 14 years had passed. It was the 21st year since he came to the Scarlet Rainbow Starry Sea. He had been fighting against Maitreya monk for a total of 14 years. In the real world, Ning Fan and Maitreya monk had been standing there silently for 14 years like statues. In the mental world, the two of them were still locked in battle. The only difference was that after 14 years, the 9-colored vine in front of him had completely matured and bore a 9-colored fruit that was filled with immense spatial power. The 9-colored vine in front of the Maitreya monk had completely withered. What on earth is Lord Killing Hall doing? Why is he fighting with that fat senior for 14 years without saying anything? None of the low-rank fantasy cloud sex cultivators could understand how dangerous the battle of Tao sense was. Only Du Zhen, whose surname was Lin, knew about it. Of course, he was too lazy to explain it to the low-rank disciples. Pucci. On this day, the Maitreya monk finally reacted. His body was the first to move. His legs went soft and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura quickly weakened. The moment the Maitreya monk regained his mobility, Ning Fan also moved. He did not spit out blood, but his face was slightly pale. It was obvious that the 14 years of battle of Tao will was a huge burden on him. Ba. Thank you, benefactor, for showing mercy and not completely obliterating this poor monk's Tao perception. This poor monk has lost this battle wholeheartedly. I don't have the face to compete for the great thousand rainbow. I'll take my leave now. The Maitreya monk let out a faint sigh. Then, he placed his palms together and bowed to Ning Fan before leaving dejectedly. Ning Fan looked at the back of the Maitreya monk who was leaving without saying a word. On the surface, he had won the battle of Tao will, but it did not mean that his current Tao will was stronger than the Maitreya monk. This was because the Maitreya monk didn't come with his main body. It was only an avatar. If this person had come with his true body, the odds of victory should be 50-50. A titled Buddhist cultivator is indeed powerful. No wonder the ancient texts say that a titled Buddhist cultivator is equivalent to a sovereign. If it wasn't for the fact that my Tao will had already grasped the yin-yang wood, even if I split my Tao will into 10 to attack this person, I'm afraid I wouldn't be his match. Compared to this person, the light Buddha of the great humble clan who is also a half-step quasi-sage realm expert is indeed much weaker. I wonder how many more of these titled Buddhist cultivators are there in the Western Heaven. No matter what, he had won anyway. At least the result was good. That was enough for him. Ning Fan plucked the ripened 9-colored fruit and apologized to the 9-colored rainbow that was hanging high above the surface of the sea with a guilty expression. All living things had spirits. He could feel that this 9-colored rainbow also had a spirit. Under normal circumstances, he would need to wait for more than 4 million years for the Great Thousand Rainbow to ripen. However, he used a method similar to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs to catch the fish. In this way, even though he managed to collect some of the Great Thousand Rainbow in advance, it also caused the place to be unable to produce any more Great Thousand Rainbow in the next tens of millions of years. Senior Ning is actually talking to the rainbow. Someone noticed that Ning Fan was talking to the rainbow and each of them wore a strange expression. If Ning Fan wasn't their idol, they would certainly think that he was a lunatic. It's alright. He's really a polite young man. Only a divine being like Ning Fan who was connected to all living things could hear the rainbow's reply. The 9-colored rainbow was not angry at Ning Fan's behavior. Instead, it praised Ning Fan's politeness. I can't see the world that you can see. I can hear the world that you can't. Ning Fan might not be as good as Taoist Musong or that Maitreya monk in terms of opening his eyes. However, he also had his own abilities that others could not compare with. After successfully obtaining the Great Thousand Rainbow, Ning Fan did not immediately go into seclusion to cultivate. Instead, he boarded the illusory Cloud Sex Star boat and asked the 2 young ladies some questions. The questions he asked were naturally about the situation in the lower world. The 2 ladies had just ascended not long ago. Thus, they were quite familiar with the situation in the lower world. From the 2 ladies, Ning Fan learned that during the hundreds of years when he ascended to the Eastern Heaven, many of the ladies had already attained the void fragmentation realm under the guidance of Emperor Xia and the Old Devil. For example, Diao Er and Mei Chen, who were originally at the void fragmentation realm, had even advanced to the rogue immortal realm one after another. In the Eastern Heaven, void fragmentation realm and rogue immortals were probably just ants in the eyes of true immortals. In the lower world, however, they were definitely considered as peak experts whose names shook the world. They were powerful enough to dominate the 9 worlds. When Ning Fan heard that even Ji He and the other ladies who disliked cultivation had become void refinement realm cultivators, he was speechless. At the same time, he felt gratified and nostalgic. Everything is fine in my hometown. That's enough. Ning Fan gave a few bottles of pills that he did not need to the 2 ladies as a reward for answering his questions. To him, those pills were just 7th and 8th revolution pills that he did not need. However, to the 2 ladies who were just at the divine transformation realm, they were definitely priceless treasures. The 2 ladies looked at Ning Fan even more bashfully. Then, they whispered their names to Ning Fan. The young lady who wore purple robes was called Xianxia. She was the direct descendant of a void fragmentation realm old monster in the heaven immortal world. The young lady who wore blue robes was called Sumanue. She was the young lord of a void fragmentation realm sect in the earth immortal world. The 2 of you are really fated. One is called Ainue while the other is called Manue. No wonder you 2 are like sisters. Ning Fan smiled faintly. It was an unintentional remark. However, for some reason, the moment he uttered those words, he felt an indescribable heartache that instantly spread across his entire body. That kind of heartache did not come from the past. Instead, it came from the future. That kind of heartache seemed to want to tear his future into pieces. Samsara is a circle. The more Ning Fan comprehended samsara, the more he believed in this point. He was secretly shocked. He did not understand where this kind of heartache came from. However, he firmly believed that all the winds in this world must have their own reasons. This kind of heartache might not necessarily be groundless. On the contrary, this kind of heartache was highly likely to be a warning. It was similar to the sudden inspiration of cultivators. However, it was at a higher level and more mysterious than that. It was a kind of prediction at the level of samsara. If Ningfan continues to walk down the path of samsara, it was highly likely that he would feel heartache and regret because of some reason that happened to the two ladies in the future, Xianxia, Sumanue. With Ningfan's eyesight, he could not see anything wrong with the two ladies at all. At first, Ningfan only treated the two ladies as passers-by. However, at this moment, their positions in his heart became unprecedentedly heavy. It had nothing to do with love. What he felt more was a kind of worry about the warning of samsara. Ningfan secretly separated a trace of his spirit sense and left it in the bodies of the two ladies in case of emergencies. With their cultivation level, they naturally could not detect it. He wanted to see why the two ladies whom he met out of nowhere would give him a warning of samsara. Of course, Ningfan would not give up everything he was doing just for a warning of samsara. After making some arrangements on the two ladies' bodies, he left the illusory cloud sex star ship and left the scarlet rainbow starry sea. After that, he found an unlucky abandoned planet at a certain time and place and started to refine the Kiliacosm rainbow. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. After Ningfan accidentally destroyed tens of abandoned planets, he finally devoured the Kiliacosm rainbow. The progress of the pseudo-devil cavity had reached 50%. His speed had also improved. When he was flying, he could already clearly feel the power of space. The third thing that Ningfan wanted to find was the Void Divine Tree, which was located in another eastern immortal forbidden land, the extreme Scarlet North Abyss. It was not a living void divine tree but a withered tree that had been dead for countless years. The progenitor of the godly Void Pavilion had once comprehended the Tao and cultivated under this tree. That was how his spatial abilities became increasingly profound. Many powerful beings in the eastern heaven had come to this tree to comprehend the Tao. Some of them even thought of cutting it down and taking it away. However, even Taoist Musong could not cut down the withered void divine tree or take it away. Every year, many old monsters of the eastern heaven would come to this place in an attempt to find the void divine tree and comprehend its mysteries. Most of them would die in the extreme Scarlet North Abyss before they could even see the void divine tree and become food for the ancient ferocious beasts in this place. Of course, Ningfan was not afraid of the so-called ancient ferocious beasts. Instead, he was looking forward to finding them. However, to his disappointment, the quality of the ferocious beasts in this place was far inferior to the Scarlet Rainbow Starry Sea. At first, he wanted to kill 1 or 2 half-saint realm ferocious beasts along the way to make some undying ghost soldiers. However, after searching the entire place, he could not even find an immortal Emperor realm ferocious beast. In this way, even if Ningfan did not summon his servants to protect him, no ferocious beasts could disturb him while he was comprehending the Tao. He sat under the void sacred tree for 9 years. After 9 years, he stood up, covered in dust, took a step forward, and disappeared from the face of the world. At this moment, the pseudo-devil cavity had been developed to 70%. The fourth thing that Ningfan wanted to find was located in the Nan clan. At the entrance of the Nan clan, Ningfan arranged to meet Tantai Weiyu. He used some of the treasures in Gung Wu's treasure to exchange for the incomplete space refinement art of old immortal Man Hua with the Nan clan. Tantai Weiyu could not help but laugh at Ningfan. They are friends. Do friends need to be so serious when making a deal with each other? Ningfan spent 6 years to comprehend the essence of this spatial secret technique and fused it into the pseudo-devil cavity. The progress of the pseudo-devil cavity had also reached 80%. Finally, Ningfan was going to look for the 5th item. Speaking of which, he should have gone to the place he was going to a long time ago. Unfortunately, when he had just ascended to the eastern heaven, his cultivation base was too low. It was not enough for him to head to this place and fulfill his promise. Now that his cultivation base was strong enough, he could not spare any time to deal with this matter because he was busy with other matters. Coincidentally, the item he wanted to retrieve this time just happened to be here. He also planned to take advantage of this opportunity to repay the karma he owed back then. His destination was the true lightning world. In the past, Ningfan was schemed against by the great Emperor Mo Luo of the ancient Devil Abyss. When he was on the verge of death, it was Lightning Emperor Tai Su who sacrificed himself to save Ningfan. The reason why Lightning Emperor Tai Su saved Ning Fan's life was because he wanted a promise from Ning Fan. If you succeed in your cultivation one day, you must head to the True Thunder world and resolve the suffering of the True Thunder clan for 1,000,000,000 years. That is my hometown. Back then, I met an expert who advised me that I could only resolve the true lightning tribulation when the Purple Dipper disciple appeared. I can't be wrong. You are the disciple of Purple Dipper. You must have received the Celestial Emperor's teachings. Even the Northern Heaven Purple clan can't save the True Lightning clan. Only you can. This is my lifelong wish. I hope that you can help me fulfill my regret. Also, Fei Feng. If you head to the True Lightning world, you must help me look for someone. Her name is Fei Feng. Perhaps she is already married. Perhaps she is already dead. If she is still alive, you can give this pill formula to her. It can cure her chronic illness. You don't have to tell her that this pill formula is a gift from me. If she is already dead, please go to her grave and burn this pill formula. Then, I can die without regrets. The True Lightning world was not a world that ordinary cultivators could see. Instead, it was more like a world that could only be seen by cultivators who had opened their eyes. In that case, even the treasure-searching compass could only roughly locate the location of the True Lightning world. It was impossible to find the entrance of the True Lightning world from the endless starry sky. Fortunately, Ning Fan had already prepared the harmonious spirit compass with Lu Yan's power. Somewhere in the starry sky, Ning Fan took out immortal materials that could not be found in the Age of Chaos and set up some kind of special formation. Be it the immortal materials or the formation, they were all bought from the heaven-reaching sect. Without the help of the trading formation of the ancient country, it would be difficult for Ning Fan, who had not opened his eyes, to enter the True Lightning world even if he knew the specific location of the True Lightning world. After being busy for a few months, Ning Fan finally finished setting up the formation. At the moment when the formation was activated, a ray of purple lightning tore open the endless starry sky. No, it was not accurate to describe it with the word tear. It was a kind of unveiling. It was like unveiling a canvas on a drawing board. It was as if the scenery of the entire eastern heaven was just a piece of paper on that drawing board. After unveiling the previous piece of paper, the next piece of paper would be revealed. Ning Fan felt a flash of lightning in front of his eyes. He had already entered the inner part of the True Lightning world. In front of him was a sea of lightning which was dazzling and blinding. It was difficult to identify the direction. Ning Fan only knew that he had successfully entered the True Lightning world. However, he still did not know where exactly he was. Before he could carefully examine the situation of this place, two traces of ferocious chi suddenly came from within the rumbling lightning. They carried the tremendous aura force of an immortal king and continuously approached him. Strange. Why is there a member of the True Lightning clan in the outer region of the Immortal Sovereign's seal? How did he escape? Could it be that he escaped by luck using that method like what Tai Su did 50 million years ago? One of the Immortal Kings guessed. Hee. Who cares how he got out? It's not important. What's important is that I can feel that this person is very delicious. I will eat half of his flesh and you will eat the other half. All right. They actually did not give Ning Fan any chance to speak and wanted to kill him at the outer region of this sea of lightning. Ning Fan seemed to have sensed something. He narrowed his eyes and simply waited outside the lightning sea, allowing the two ferocious immortal kings to approach him. The appearance of these two immortal kings was very strange. Even though they maintained their human forms, they did not look like humans at all. Instead, they looked more like demons. Their entire bodies were made up of pure lightning power. There was not a trace of flesh and blood on them. It was extremely strange. What was even more unexpected was that he actually sensed an extremely faint trace of ancient demon chi from the bodies of these two immortal kings. They are actually ancient demons, since the bloodline of these two immortal kings was so thin, they basically could not cultivate the demon spiritual power that belonged to ancient demons. The reason why they had ancient demon chi was not because of their cultivation but because it was passed down from their ancestors. Die. Without giving Ning Fan a chance to speak, one of the lightning demons released a powerful ability as soon as he got close to Ning Fan. It summoned a gigantic lightning diagram and sucked Ning Fan into it. The True Lightning clan is indeed full of ants. This kid is obviously an immortal king, but I actually captured him so easily. Weak. Too weak. The lightning demon who captured Ning Fan in a single move snorted disdainfully. However, as soon as his voice fell, his face suddenly turned pale and he coughed out blood. At the same time, the lightning diagram that he used to subdue Ning Fan exploded from the inside with a loud bang. Ning Fan reappeared unscathed. It's not the Taisu lightning diagram. It looks similar, but it's not. Ning Fan muttered to himself. The reason why he was captured by the enemy in a single move was just because he wanted to see the structure of the opponent's lightning diagram from the inside. That was all. In his opinion, escaping the encirclement of an immortal king realm cultivator's lightning diagram was too easy, and it wasn't anything to boast about, nor could it be considered to be dangerous. However, in the eyes of the two immortal kings, they were horrified as if they were looking at a ghost. Peak Immortal King Realm. This person is definitely a peak Immortal King Realm old monster. Otherwise, how could he escape from the inside of the lightning diagram? This person is not someone we can defeat. Leave now. A moment ago, the two lightning demons were still extremely arrogant. In the next moment, they were so frightened by Ning Fan that they actually turned around and left. Unfortunately, it was a little too late to leave now. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. However, he seemed to have thought of something and suppressed his killing intent. Based on his usual style of doing things, if someone came to his doorstep, he would definitely not let that person go. However, he had just arrived at the true Thunder World and knew nothing about the happenings here. He wasn't sure if these two Thunder Demons were related to Thunder Emperor Taisu, so he was worried that he might have killed the wrong person. With that in mind, Ning Fan changed his killing move. He casually threw out 2 rays of lightning and tied the 2 demons up like dumplings. He didn't even use the sky sealing art. Just by using the power of the lightning Dao Law to transform into ropes, Xiaoqin was able to tie up the 2 fiends. After all, Ning Fan's magic power was far stronger than the 2 lightning demons. What level of magic power is this? He can easily subdue us with just a simple throw of Lei Li. Demi-saint. In terms of magic power, this person was undoubtedly a quasi-sage. However, if he really was a quasi-saint, why was his great circle aura so thin? Moreover, I've never heard that the True Thunder tribe, which is a slave, actually has a quasi-sage. They don't even have an immortal emperor. The strongest among them are only 3 celestial kings in the Great Perfection stage. Could it be that this person wasn't a member of the True Thunder clan, but a cultivator who had opened his eyes and came from the surface world? This won't do. I must report this to the 12 venerated lightning beasts. The 2 lightning demons were almost scared silly by Ning Fan's immense magic power. They subconsciously ignored Ning Fan's immortal king realm cultivation base and thought that Ning Fan was a quasi-sage who deliberately disguised his cultivation base. Then, they desperately tried to escape and report this matter to the 12 venerated lightning beasts. Unfortunately, all their struggles were futile. In front of absolute strength, the 2 of them couldn't even escape. Ning Fan's eyes slightly narrowed. He felt that the amount of information in the conversation between the 2 lightning demons was a little too much. She of Great Perfection stage. Celestial King Realm. The Surface World. The 12 venerated lightning beasts. What did all these mean? The True Thunder clan was a slave. There were only 3 Celestial King Realm experts at the Great Perfection stage. The members of Lightning Emperor Taisu's clan didn't seem to have a good life in the True Thunder world. Reverse Spirit Technique, Soul Search. Ning Fan used the Reverse Spirit Technique, which was less harmful to the 2 demons, to read their memories. This search was not a big deal. He no longer planned to show them any mercy. Not only were the 2 demons not the members of Lightning Emperor Taisu's clan, but they were also the #1 enemy of the True Thunder clan. They were the existences that the clan hated the most. In that case, how could Ning Fan spare the lives of the 2 demons? He casually threw out 2 tribulation flashes and turned the 2 demons into ashes. Ning Fan did not even need to use tribulation flashes that were multiplied to deal with immortal kings of this level. The only thing that made Ning Fan a little speechless was that after killing the 2 lightning demons, his body emitted a faint blood-red light. That blood-red light carried the chi of a curse technique and a tracking technique, which made Ning Fan very displeased. According to the memories of the 2 demons, as long as a low-grade slave dares to kill a lightning cultivator of the sealed clan, in the true Thunder world, his body would be stained with the bloodlight of judgment. The bloodlight of judgment could not be erased by magic power. It could only be erased using special methods. Those who were stained with the bloodlight of judgment would be locked on by the lightning cultivators of the sealed clan, no matter where they go in the true Thunder world. From then on, they would be hunted down endlessly. The bloodlight of judgment would devour the chi and blood of cultivators, causing them to die step by step due to exhaustion. Unfortunately, with Ning Fan's enormous chi and blood that he had cultivated after eating half of the blood god Gung Wu, this level of bloodlight of judgment could not cause any substantial harm to him at all. The time it took for the bloodlight of judgment to devour 1 unit of his chi and blood was enough for his body to automatically recover hundreds or thousands of units of his chi and blood. He did not care about these curses at all. Ning Fan gave it a try and found out that he really could not erase the bloodlight of judgment on his body with normal methods. Thus, he gave up. It would be the same to think of a way to remove the bloodlight of judgment when he arrives at the territory of the true Thunder clan. Anyway, according to his senses, there was no one in this world who could threaten his life. In that case, he would not be afraid even if there are really experts who are hunting him down. Those 2 lightning demons are cultivators of the sealed clan. According to the memories of the 2 demons, there are a total of 3 levels in this true Thunder world. The high-grade cultivators are the lightning cultivators of the sealed clan. They are the rulers of the true Thunder world and they are the nobles of this world. They can do whatever they want in this true Thunder world. Even if they casually kill the cultivators of the middle grade and low grade, they would still be innocent. The middle grade cultivators are the subordinates of the high grade cultivators. Those who are at the lowest level are the clansmen of Lightning Emperor Tai Su, the cultivators of the True Thunder clan. In this world, all the members of the True Thunder clan are just slaves. Their lives are extremely difficult. The place where I am now is where the second layer of the seal of the True Thunder world is. The entire True Thunder world is sealed by 2 layers of seals. The inner seal was personally placed by immortal sovereign Zido in order to trap the members of the True Thunder clan and prevent them from taking revenge on the last descendant of Zido. The outer seal was placed by Lightning Emperor Tai Su in order to prevent people who accidentally intrude into this place from discovering the location of the True Thunder clan. It is a kind of seal that is half blocking and half concealing. I have the Tai Su lightning star that was passed down by Lightning Emperor Tai Su. In a sense, I am equivalent to half a member of the True Thunder clan. The outer seal will not stop me from entering. As for the 2 lightning demons, the reason why they can freely enter and exit the outer seal is because of their noble status. Thus, the seal will not dare to harm them. Ning Fan looked at the boundless sea of lightning in front of him. After pondering for a moment, he dived into it. As soon as he stepped into the outer seal, hundreds and thousands of illusory lightning diagrams appeared in his surroundings. It was as if tens of thousands of lightning bolts were about to strike him. However, when he displayed the Tai Su lightning star, the attacks of tens of thousands of lightning bolts on the outer seal immediately dispersed, allowing him to enter the inner seal. The inner seal was personally placed by immortal sovereign Zido. Even great cultivators from the ancient times can't enter and exit freely without his permission. The reason why the 2 lightning demons could pass through this layer of seal is because immortal sovereign Zido had granted them this privilege. As for me, because I have learned a trace of immortal sovereign Zido's samsara power, I seem to have a certain privilege as well. Ning Fan tried to use the golden-purple samsara mist to protect his body. As expected, there was no longer anything blocking his way when he passed through the inner seal. The moment he passed through the inner seal, he felt his body becoming light and he began to fall to the ground. What entered his sight was an unfamiliar continent. On this continent, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was dominated by lightning. It was the best place for lightning cultivators to be born. While Ning Fan was falling from the sky, he turned his spirit sense into rain and spread it across the continent. Gradually, he understood the layout and distribution of this continent like the back of his hand. To the west of the continent was the territory of the Feng clan. Only high-grade cultivators were allowed to live there. These people occupied more than 90% of the spirit veins on this continent. To the east of the continent was a place where middle-grade cultivators lived together. These people were the servants of the lightning cultivators of the Feng clan. They occupied the remaining 10% of the spirit veins. In the northeast corner of the continent, there was a small piece of bitter cold land which was given to the True Lightning clan. In this place, the True Lightning clan was the lowliest existence. The spiritual chi in the place where they lived was even poorer, making it difficult for them to cultivate there. The place Ning Fan was heading to was that piece of bitter cold land. After confirming the direction, his figure flashed in midair and instantly disappeared. Not long after he left, a few immortal venerables and immortal kings of the Feng clan arrived at this place with solemn expressions. "Can you confirm who he is?" One of the immortal kings of the Feng clan asked the person beside him. "It's difficult. This person's ability is strange. The bloodlight of judgment actually couldn't sense his cultivation base, appearance or bloodline. It's very difficult to determine whether he is a middle-grade cultivator or a low-grade lowly servant. The only thing we can be sure of is that the deaths of Feng Bao and Feng Ju are definitely related to this person. Without a doubt, his body has the chi of the bloodlight of judgment. Judging from the direction, he should be fleeing towards the Dao Nurturing Mountain after killing them." One of the immortal venerables of the Feng clan replied. "The Dao Nurturing Mountain is the territory of the low-grade lowly servants." Sure enough, this person is very suspicious. He is a low-grade lowly servant. The expressions of the few experts of the Feng clan immediately turned gloomy and they chased after Ning Fan. Unfortunately, with their speed, it was purely a pipe dream for them to catch up with Ning Fan. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the few experts of the Feng clan had already advanced 1,000th of the distance to the Dao Nurturing Mountain. As for Ning Fan, he had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. What entered his sight was a boundless snowfield. The entire snowfield was lacking in spiritual chi and the living environment was harsh. However, there was only one snowy mountain at the center of the snowfield which had a considerable amount of spiritual chi which could be used for cultivation. This place was the most important place of the True Lightning clan, the Dao Nurturing Mountain. There were only 3 immortal kings in the entire True Lightning clan and all of them were on this mountain. Ning Fan had promised Lightning Emperor Tai Su 2 things in total. The first was to remove the Immortal Sovereign Realm's seal and save the True Lightning clan. The second was to find a certain person and pass her a scroll of pill recipe. The second task was obviously easier than the first. Thus, Ning Fan planned to find the old senior called Fei Feng first and pass the pill formula to her. According to Ning Fan's senses, that old senior called Fei Feng was currently on Dao Nurturing Mountain. He was one of the 3 great immortal kings of the True Lightning clan. With 3 celestial kings, it was reasonable to say that the overall strength of the True Thunder clan was not bad. In the eastern sky, it could be considered a first-rate force. However, what puzzled Ning Fan was the ratio of the experts in the True Lightning clan. The entire True Lightning clan had a total of more than 400,000 clansmen. Most of them were only at the vein opening and harmonious spirit realms. Only a few of them were above the spirit-severing realm. There were 0 void training stage cultivators. There were 0 void fragmentation realm cultivators. 0 life immortals. Du Zhenling. It was completely empty. The 11 shredders. 10,000 ancient immortal sovereigns. 3 celestial kings. This ratio was extremely strange. It was as if there was a huge gap in the cultivation base of the members of the True Lightning clan. For some reason, there was not a single cultivator who had attained the void refinement realm to the shredders. This was just too abnormal. Even the memories of the 2 lightning demons did not mention the reason behind this. It seemed like the mystery of the missing experts of the True Lightning clan was something that even the 2 demons did not have the right to know. It was a secret of the True Lightning clan. Ning Fan had never been a person who was overflowing with curiosity. Instinctively, he felt that there was something strange about this matter. Thus, he naturally would not inquire about the secrets of the True Lightning clan and violate the taboo of the clan. The bloodlight of judgment on my body is indeed troublesome. Even though I'm not afraid of it, if the ordinary members of the True Lightning clan see it, I'm not sure if they would panic because of it. According to the memories of the 2 demons, the True Lightning clan has already been slaves for 1 billion years. Deep in their bones, they are most afraid of someone breaking the law. Thus, they won't allow any of their clansmen to provoke cultivators who are at the middle and upper levels. Ning Fan could not get rid of the bloodlight of judgment for the time being. However, it did not mean that he could not conceal it a little. As a demonic light flashed in his left eye, Ning Fan activated the power of his illusion technique. The bloodlight of judgment around his body instantly disappeared without a trace. It was perfectly concealed by the illusion technique. At least, ordinary people would not be able to see it. As for whether or not the pursuers of the Feng clan could track him under the condition of the illusion technique, it was not something that Ning Fan needed to worry about. After giving it another thought, he decided to conceal his immortal King Qi as well. This was to prevent the true Lightning clan, which only had 3 immortal kings, from being frightened by his immortal king realm cultivation base. At the foot of the Dao Nurturing Mountain, there were many villages and towns. The members of the true Lightning clan had been living here for 1 billion years. They had long gotten used to the bitter cold of this place and the white snow of this place. Ning Fan walked all the way to the foot of the Dao Nurturing Mountain. Most of the cultivators of the true Lightning clan that he met were very afraid of strangers. As soon as they saw Ning Fan's unfamiliar face, most of them hurriedly went home and shut themselves in their houses. However, if Ning Fan takes the initiative to stop them and ask them questions, they would answer him with incomparable respect, not daring to anger him at all. Many members of the true Lightning clan had hunched backs. That was the sequela left behind by bowing to others all year round. Along the way, Ning Fan would occasionally see some mid-grade cultivators who were having fun in the territory of the true Lightning clan, admiring the snow and comprehending the Tao. Normally, the members of the true Lightning clan would be very afraid of these people. When facing them, they would also be very respectful, which was exactly the same as when they were facing Ning Fan. These people think that I am a mid-grade cultivator. That's why they are afraid of me. Ning Fan sighed. Servility. Ning Fan saw this kind of pitiful thing in the bones and blood of the members of the true Lightning clan. It was a deep-rooted belief that could no longer be changed after suffering 1 billion years of oppression. Ning Fan could imagine that the true Lightning clan which made immortal sovereign Zido spend so much effort to seal it must have been a notorious force in the true world before the establishment of the Zido immortal domain. Otherwise, how could immortal sovereign Zido be so afraid of them? One should know that even the descendants of the Big Dipper immortal domain were not sealed. Only the descendants of the Ziwei clan who had a strong foundation were sealed. The strength of the descendants of the Ziwei clan shocked Ning Fan. If it wasn't for Niu Mansion's help, he might not even be able to survive from the hands of blood god Gung Wu. Just like the descendants of the Ziwei clan, the members of the true Lightning clan who were sealed only had 3 immortal kings left. The fact that they were only left with a trace of servility made people sigh. If Ning Fan goes to any immortal king sect in the Eastern Heaven with a stranger's identity, he would certainly be interrogated strictly. However, on the Dao Nurturing Mountain, he received another kind of generous treatment. He was obviously a stranger, but not a single member of the true Lightning clan dared to stop him along the way. From their point of view, as long as Ning Fan was a stranger, he would either be a mid-grade cultivator or a high-grade cultivator from a noble clan. No matter which one he was, they could not afford to offend him. How would they dare to interrogate Ning Fan and displease him? They only dared to show their ferocious eyes to the members of their own clan. When they faced Ning Fan, all of them were timid. Ning Fan frowned. After passing through 5 sentry posts in a row, he was stopped by the members of the true Lightning clan at the 6th sentry post. Those people wore sullen faces. They did not dare to not stop him, but they were afraid to do so. It was because if they were to go further up, it would be the Broken Thought Cave of the true Lightning clan. The 11 lords of the Broken Thought Cave were currently in secluded cultivation inside the cave. How would they dare to let outsiders disturb them? Please wait, my lord. The place in front of us is an important place of our true Lightning clan. If you are here for fun, the 5th sentry post is your limit. This is a gift that the 12 venerated lightning beasts have personally given to our clan. I hope that you will abide by the rules and not make things difficult for us. As long as you don't go further up, we will do whatever you want us to do. The few cultivators who were guarding the mountain begged Ning Fan with pleading words. Among them, there was even a pretty young lady who was begging Ning Fan with coquettish eyes. Her eyes were too charming. It was as if she was even willing to sacrifice her body to appease Ning Fan's anger as long as Ning Fan did not make things difficult for her. She was a young lady who was no longer a virgin. Her bone age was no more than 14 years old and her cultivation base was just at the vein opening realm. What kind of life should a 14-year-old young lady have? What kind of life has the young lady in front of me experienced? Ning Fan did not pry into the thoughts of this young lady, nor did he have the intention to have sex with her. After all, they were the clansmen of Lightning Emperor Tai Su. Ning Fan did not want to make things difficult for them. He stopped in the snowstorm and said to the few pitiful cultivators who were guarding the mountain, "I didn't come here to enjoy the snow and have fun. I have something to discuss with Senior Fei Feng. Since none of you are willing to let me go up the mountain, I will wait here for a while. I hope that you can help me inform Senior Fei Feng to come and see me." As soon as they heard that Ning Fan was here to look for immortal King Fei Feng, the cultivators who were guarding the mountain were instantly enraged. However, when they realized that the change in their expressions was extremely rude, they immediately changed their expressions into respectful smiles. "Please wait for a moment, my lord. I will inform you right away. However, it's still early now. Senior Fei Feng had lost too much blood yesterday. She should still be resting at this moment. Can you come again in the evening to collect her blood so that she can have more time to recover?" Lost too much blood, collect her blood, Ning Fan frowned. Of course, he had noticed the change in the expressions of the cultivators who were guarding the mountain. That instant of anger was not a pretense. It seems like these people have misunderstood something. Blood collection. Senior Fei Feng doesn't seem to be having a good time. Ning Fan guessed inwardly. Along the way to the True Lightning Clan, he had seen many strange things. If it wasn't because he really did not want to touch the taboo of the True Lightning Clan, he would definitely be able to dig out all the secrets of the clan with his abilities. He wanted to use his mind-reading technique on the young lady who was guarding the mountain with seductive eyes. However, in the end, he held back his urge. "All right. Then, I will wait for Senior Fei Feng to wake up. I will come again in the evening." Ning Fan suppressed all of his curiosity and descended the mountain. The atmosphere of the entire True Lightning Clan was silent and oppressive. It carried a sense of resignation which made him dislike it. Ning Fan really wanted to know what kind of mood Lightning Emperor Tai Su had when he was on this down-nourishing mountain 50 million years ago in this snow-covered world. He was also very curious about how beautiful the lady whom Lightning Emperor Tai Su could not forget until his death would be. She was someone who lived in the same era as Lightning Emperor Tai Su, and she only had the cultivation base of an immortal King Realm cultivator. No matter how good she was at preserving her youthful looks, her vitality should have already withered and she should be getting old. However, none of these were a problem. In the eyes of a cultivator like Ning Fan, a woman's outer appearance was just a beautiful skeleton. What was more important was her inner heart, which was her sincerity. Everyone would grow old and there would be a day when they would lose their youthful looks. The so-called preserving one's youthful looks was just a matter of delaying it but not avoiding it. What Ning Fan valued more was the deep love between Senior Fei Feng and Senior Tai Su. They would never forget each other until the end of their lives. Compared to this, too many emotions in the world seemed superficial. Senior Fei Feng, who Lightning Emperor Tai Su missed so much, was probably waiting for Senior Tai Su's return without changing her mind. Unfortunately, she couldn't wait for him anymore. She probably wouldn't be able to wait for him in the future. When he thought of this, Ning Fan's heart felt a little heavy. It was hard for him to imagine how sorrowful and tearful a lady who had been waiting for Lightning Emperor Tai Su for tens of millions of years would be when she found out that he had died. Besides, the main reason why Lightning Emperor Tai Su's Dao was destroyed was to save him. The mountain path was covered with white snow. Every step Ning Fan took would leave a deep footprint on the mountain path, producing a sizzling sound. Perhaps I also have this kind of guilt and reluctance in my heart. That's why I agreed to wait until evening to see Senior Fei Feng. If it wasn't for saving me, Lightning Emperor Tai Su might have been able to see Senior Fei Feng personally before his Dao vanished. Some regrets can't be made up for in a lifetime. This is also the reason why I'm trying my best to become stronger. I don't want the same regret to happen to my woman. Ning Fan sighed even more. All of a sudden, a commotion at the bottom of the mountain path interrupted Ning Fan's thoughts. It was an old man who was screaming miserably. He was being kicked and beaten by three young men who were dressed in luxurious clothes. The snow on the mountain path was dyed red by the blood that the old man coughed out. It was a ghastly sight. The three young men were full of noble aura. Obviously, they were not members of the true lightning clan. Instead, they were mid-grade cultivators. Even if they were to bully someone openly in the territory of the true lightning clan, no one would dare to stop them. The cause of the incident seemed to be that the old man slipped on the snow when he was walking and a pile of feces he was carrying accidentally spilled on the three young men. Hence, the three young men wanted to cut off one of the old man's arms to punish him for the humiliation he had brought them. Ning Fan frowned slightly. He had never been a person who meddled in other people's business. However, this old man was obviously a member of the true lightning clan. For the sake of Lightning Emperor Taisu, he could not ignore this matter. Of course, there were many ways he could help them. For example, he could just summon a strong gust of wind secretly to blow the culprits away, or he could use an illusion technique to make the three young men let go of this old man. Ning Fan himself was not afraid of trouble. However, he could not ignore the true lightning clan. Killing someone in the territory of the true lightning clan would bring trouble to the clan after all. Ning Fan's hand that was hidden in his sleeve was about to release his ability from a distance to get rid of the three young men. However, at the next moment, the words that the three young men uttered made Ning Fan's expression change slightly. Then, his expression turned cold. "Old man, you really don't have eyes. We are the high and mighty Zido immortal cultivators. How dare you pour feces on us? Are you courting death?" As expected of the inferior clan that was once defeated by us Zido immortal cultivators. "You can't even carry a pile of feces. What's the point of having this arm? Just chop it off. I, Zido immortal cultivators, will never shy away from a battle. Why would I be afraid of a battle? My life and death are all for Zido immortal cultivators. Ha ha ha. Chopping off an arm is so troublesome. Let's just kill this old man." The words of the three young men were too harsh to Ning Fan's ears. It was so harsh that Ning Fan could not ignore it. It suddenly made him feel extremely displeased. These words were the heroic roars of countless Zido immortal cultivators before they died. However, they were uttered by the three young men in such a context. It was like blasphemy. What displeased him the most was that the three young men really seemed to be the descendants of Zido immortal cultivators judging from their chi. Therefore, it was not wrong for them to call themselves Zido immortal cultivators. But why do I feel a little displeased? Does a devil lord need to tolerate people over and over again? No. A devil lord can only tolerate twice at most. This was the devil cultivation principle that Ning Fan came up with on the spot. He wanted to restrain his gradually irritable heart. The core of this principle was closely related to the devil Tao that the old devil taught him. Beating up the clansmen of Lightning Emperor Taisu is counted as the first time. Desecrating the glory of Zido immortal cultivators is counted as the second time. 2 times is just right. It's not enough. In other words, after tolerating these 2 times, I have to wait until the 3rd time before I can take action. Ning Fan rubbed his head. In the end, he decided to change his temporary devil cultivation principle because it was too troublesome. A devil lord doesn't need to tolerate people over and over again. If it's necessary, he can tolerate twice at most. When a devil lord wants to cause trouble, the above 2 principles will all become invalid. *Chi**Ning Fan appeared in front of the old man openly. With just a gaze, the 3 young men who committed the crime were drenched in cold sweat. They felt an uncontrollable fear. He already had a comprehensive plan. He had decided on how to take away the 5th item and how to fulfill Taisu's promise. His plan was to create havoc with reason first. Then, he would destroy all his enemies with reason. Finally, he would save the entire True Lightning clan with reason. Within 3 breaths, cut off one of your arms and scram down the mountain. Otherwise, you will die. Ning Fan looked at the 3 young men and said mercilessly. When facing unreasonable people, you just need to be more unreasonable. Another temporary devil cultivation principle. 3 breaths later, the 3 young men were frightened by Ning Fan's baleful chi. They cut off one of their arms and fled down the Tao-raising mountain. Ning Fan was too scary. It was their first time meeting such a ferocious and domineering person in the True Lightning world. They were terrified. Although they did not dare to disobey Ning Fan on the surface, it did not mean that they did not dare to do so behind his back. They wanted to go home and ask for reinforcements. If they don't call for help when they are young, wouldn't they be bullied for nothing? Sigh. This young man. Senior, thank you for saving me. However, you have gotten yourself into big trouble. Those three people have a very powerful background. The old man who was saved by Ning Fan was extremely grateful to him. Initially, he planned to call Ning Fan a young man. After all, the average cultivation base of the True Lightning clan was not high. Many people who looked like young men were actually young men and they were his juniors. However, he was not a fool. He quickly figured out that Ning Fan might look like a young man on the surface, but he was actually an old monster who was 10,000 times older than him. That was why he changed the way he addressed Ning Fan to senior. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth twitched when he was almost called a young man. With his bone age, he could even be this old man's great-grandfather for 1,000 times. Little friend, you don't have to worry. It's better if those three people ask for reinforcements. After all, I still have to stay on the Dao-raising mountain until evening. Ning Fan smiled and comforted the old man. It was exactly because he had to wait until evening that he was very free. He had plenty of time to do something. After sending the old man away, Ning Fan simply sat cross-legged on the snowy ground halfway up the mountain, waiting for the three young men to ask for help. 1 hour passed. The help had arrived. They were three old men who looked like they were old and experienced. Each of them was actually an ancient immortal venerable. Oh? They actually managed to ask three ancient immortal venerables to come. It seems like these three juniors are quite capable. However, I wonder if there will be someone even older after I beat up these three old men. The three immortal venerables did not conceal their chi at all. They flew to the Dao-raising mountain furiously. The entire True Lightning clan was shocked, except for Flying Phoenix Immortal King, who was still unconscious due to excessive blood loss. Countless members of the True Lightning clan wanted to find out what was going on. The three famous venerables of the Snow Mountain among the mid-level cultivators had come in anger. This was definitely not a small matter. Investigate. I want to know the whole story within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Apart from the Flying Phoenix Celestial King, the other two Celestial Kings of the True Lightning tribe ordered with unsightly expressions. At the same time, the three venerables of Xue Xue, who were floating in the air above Yongdao Mountain, could not suppress their anger. Their roars echoed through the world. Who cut off our junior's arm? Come out and accept your death within 10 breaths of time. Otherwise, we will raze this Dao-nurturing mountain to the ground. Upon hearing this, the two Celestial Kings of the True Thunder tribe were exasperated. Was there a need to find out the reason? There was no need for that. The nephew of the three venerables of the Snow Mountain had his arm chopped off. No wonder he was so angry. This was no small matter. Although as a cultivator, there were many ways to recover an arm that was amputated, this was no different from slapping the three venerables of Snow Mountain in the face. His arm was a small matter, but his face was more important. Which clansman had forgotten the awkward position of the True Thunder tribe and dared to provoke the three supremes of the Snow Mountain? This was simply attracting hatred for the True Thunder tribe. Do you want to die? Fellow Taoists, this is a misunderstanding. Please calm down. This was what the two True Thunder tribe's Celestial Kings wanted to say. Unfortunately, they didn't have the chance to speak. It was because Ning Fan spoke first. In 3 breaths of time, cut off one of your arms and leave this place. Otherwise, die. Others could not feel Ning Fan's aura force when they heard his voice. However, that was because the aura force of his voice was concentrated on the three venerables of the Snow Mountain. Ning Fan's voice was like a clap of thunder, resounding in the ears of the three venerables of the Snow Mountain. Each time his voice echoed, the three venerables of the Snow Mountain would cough out a mouthful of blood. The three of them could not hide their shock. At the moment they coughed out the third mouthful of blood, they cut off one of their arms and fled in a panic. They had no choice but to run. If they don't run, they would definitely die. Not even in their dreams would they expect that their descendants would provoke such a ruthless person like Ning Fan. However, they could not run for nothing. Under Ning Fan's intentional suppression, the might of his roar only contained the power of 5,900 tribulations of magic power. 5,900 tribulations of magic power was equivalent to a peak immortal king realm cultivator. The three venerables of the Snow Mountain did not dare to provoke a peak immortal king realm cultivator on their own. However, they could call for help. Who are you, fellow Taoist? Why did you cause trouble in the Tao-nurturing mountain of our True Lightning clan? Did our True Lightning clan do anything to neglect fellow Taoist? The two immortal kings of the True Lightning clan instantly found Ning Fan's location and questioned him with an unpleasant expression. However, they did not dare to question him too harshly. It was because they were afraid that Ning Fan was also a mid-grade cultivator or even a lightning cultivator of a high-grade clan with a noble title. I didn't neglect you at all. I just wanted to kill some time. Don't worry. With me around, not only will the True Lightning clan not get into trouble because of what happened today, but I am also here to save the clan. Ning Fan answered them seriously. You're lying. The two immortal kings of the True Lightning clan cursed inwardly. Of course, they did not dare to say it out loud. They could not figure out Ning Fan's background. All they knew was that he was not a member of the True Lightning clan. In the True Lightning world, as long as one was not a member of the True Lightning clan, he would either be a mid-grade cultivator or a high-grade cultivator. Even if Ning Fan was just a mid-grade cultivator, he was not someone they could afford to offend. This person is definitely the sworn enemy of the three venerated beings of the Snow Mountain. This is an internal conflict between mid-grade and high-grade cultivators. This person is purposely stirring up trouble here because he wants to set up a trap to deal with the three venerated beings of the Snow Mountain. Or perhaps, he even wants to take down the backer behind the three venerated beings. The two immortal kings of the True Lightning clan secretly guessed. Fellow Taoist, you must be careful. Behind the three venerated beings of the Snow Mountain is Tao Monarch Purple Thunder, who is a high-grade lightning cultivator of a noble title. He is a mighty immortal emperor. Immortal kings like us can't afford to offend him. The two of them reminded Ning Fan with a probing tone. Is an immortal emperor finally going to come? Ning Fan saw through the probing of the two immortal kings of the True Lightning clan. However, he did not mind it at all. He smiled and said, Fellow Taoists, don't worry. I am waiting for their immortal emperor. Just as I thought. This person has an even greater backer behind him. He is not afraid of Tao Monarch Purple Thunder at all. The two immortal kings of the True Lightning clan heaved a sigh of relief as if they had confirmed something. As long as Ning Fan's background is strong enough, no matter how many troubles he causes, he would certainly be able to settle them in the end. As such, the two of them could finally put their minds at ease. Now, they even had the intention to curry favor with Ning Fan. With the lowly status of the True Lightning clan, it would be greatly beneficial to the development of the entire clan if they could befriend an influential figure among the high-grade cultivators. As a result, a strange scene appeared. The two immortal kings of the True Lightning clan sat cross-legged on the snowy ground together with Ning Fan. They took out an exquisite tea table made of lightning silver wood and began to brew the unique spiritual tea of the True Lightning world. In order to make Ning Fan happy, the two of them tried their best to be eloquent. No matter what topic Ning Fan was talking about, they could chat cheerfully with him. This made Ning Fan a little speechless. He was here to cause trouble, all right? He didn't come here to chat with anyone. Fortunately, his boredom did not last forever. After drinking more than 10 pots of spiritual tea, someone finally arrived in the sky above the Tao-raising mountain. Unfortunately, the person who came this time was not Tao Monarch Purple Thunder, which made Ning Fan a little disappointed. These people actually came here because of the bloody light of judgment. They were the patrollers who discovered Ning Fan's whereabouts when he just entered the True Lightning continent. It's him. Even though he is covered by an illusion technique, the bloody light of judgment is undoubtedly on him. He is the one who killed Feng Bao and Feng Zhu. Moreover, he is even chatting cheerfully with Jin Lei and Mu Lei, immortal kings of the True Lightning clan. It seems like the True Lightning clan is also his accomplice. The two immortal kings of the True Lightning clan were dumbfounded. The teacups fell onto the snowy ground. The boiling hot tea melted the snow in front of them. Feng Bao and Feng Zhu. Aren't they the trusted subordinates of the 12 venerated lightning lords of the Feng clan? Since when did the True Lightning clan conspire with someone to murder these two people? This is 2F*King unfair. What exactly did this troublemaker do in the name of the True Lightning Clan? He killed Feng Bao and Feng Ju and beat up the three venerated beings of the Snow Mountain. Could it be that his background is even stronger than Feng Bao and Feng Ju? However, why are these patrollers of the lightning cultivators of the Feng clan so rude to this person? The situation doesn't seem right, fellow Daoist. What exactly are you? Jin Lei and Mu Lei were about to ask Ning Fan for confirmation. Unfortunately, they did not have the chance to speak. It was because as soon as those patrollers discovered Ning Fan's location, they immediately rushed towards the Dao-raising mountain. They did not intend to show any mercy at all. You're courting death. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. His body swayed slightly. It seemed like he had moved, but it also seemed like he had not moved at all. However, the few patrollers who were shouting to kill Ning Fan were instantly crushed by his fist force. Even their demon souls did not manage to escape. Blood splattered across the sky. The pure white Dao-raising mountain began to be dyed red by the blood mist, making it look like the 7 apricots blooming in the snow. He actually dares to kill the lightning cultivators of the Feng clan? Who exactly is this person? Could he be one of the 12 venerated lightning lords? Due to their low status, Jin Lei and Mu Lei were not qualified to know the appearances of the 12 venerated lightning lords of the Feng clan. In their eyes, Ning Fan's lawlessness and reckless actions were completely due to his identity. Ning Fan had killed several immortal venerables and immortal kings. His movement technique was so fast that they could not even see a trace of it. This was the result of his strength. This person is definitely an immortal Emperor realm cultivator. Moreover, he is one of the strongest ones among the 12 venerated lightning lords. He must be one of the weaker ones among the 12 venerated lightning lords. Jin Lei and Mu Lei were stunned by Ning Fan's identity. They were even more convinced that everything Ning Fan was doing now was because of the power struggle among the 12 venerated lightning beasts. Therefore, they became even more enthusiastic towards Ning Fan and wanted to attach themselves to him even more. As for why the patrolling cultivators were rude to Ning Fan, it was very simple. The Lightning Reverend of the Feng clan also had different factions. They weren't on the same side. Dusk fell and evening came. The white-haired flying phoenix immortal emperor woke up from his slumber. As soon as he woke up, he immediately sensed a monstrous murderous aura coming from the Dao-nurturing mountain. That was a baleful aura that could only be emitted by a fallen immortal venerable or immortal king. Immortal primes and immortal kings had died, and not just one. Furthermore, it wasn't a cultivator from the true Thunder race that had died. It was a Feng clan's Thunder cultivator. That unique ancient Fey aura could not be faked. I've only taken a nap. What did the little fellows do? Where are the metal lightning and wood lightning men? The flying phoenix immortal king asked anxiously. The 2 immortal kings are inviting someone to tea. Drink tea? Are you kidding me? Just as the flying phoenix immortal king was about to spread out his spirit sense to find out what was going on, an immortal emperor's aura that could topple mountains and overturn the seas descended upon the entire Dao-nurturing mountain. I'm Purple Thunder. Who was the one who broke the arms of the 3 venerables of Snow Mountain? Show yourself. Daoist Purple Thunder had arrived. He was actually a 6 tribulation grade emperor, an existence that was as rare as a phoenix feather and a unicorn horn in the entire true lightning world. His arrival was extremely terrifying. Very few people knew that the reason why Daoist Purple Thunder came was because 3 unlucky fellows had bullied an old man who was carrying manure. Who can tell me what exactly happened? Why did a great figure like Dao Lord Purple Thunder come to the Dao-raising mountain? Flying Phoenix Immortal King was burning with anxiety. How could she care less about her weak body? She immediately got up and went out to check on the situation outside. The maids could not stop her. They could only support her and walk out of the room. Not only Flying Phoenix Immortal King, the 400,000 members of the True Lightning Clan were also in a mess because of Dao Lord Purple Thunder's arrival. After all, immortal emperors were the supreme beings in the True Lightning world. Any immortal emperor had the strength to crush the members of the True Lightning Clan. They had to be cautious and fearful. Even though they were mentally prepared, the 2 immortal kings were still a little nervous when they saw Dao Lord Purple Thunder's arrival. However, when they saw Ning Fan's calm expression, they felt reassured. Since this person deliberately led Dao Lord Purple Thunder here, he certainly has a way to deal with him. We just need to wait and see. the two of them thought. Tao Lord Purple Thunder stood in the sky above the Tao-raising mountain with his hands clasped behind his back. He did not even bother to open his eyes. His expression was incomparably arrogant. He did not put the true lightning clan in his eyes at all. If it wasn't because someone had injured the three venerated beings of the snow mountain and slapped his face, he would not even bother to step into this snowy region which was barren of spiritual chi. He was a sixth tribulation great emperor who had been famous for a long time. Similar to most of the lightning cultivators of the Feng clan, his body was completely made up of pure lightning power. There was also a strong ancient demon chi spreading out from his body. That ancient demon chi had already reached the level of an ancient demon with ancestral bloodline. It was quite sharp. I'll say it again. The arrogant disciple who injured the three venerated beings of the snow mountain, get out here right now. As Tao Lord Purple Thunder let out a furious roar, a gigantic spirit wheel that was condensed from purple lightning suddenly appeared behind him. It was actually his ancient demon spirit wheel. His roar reverberated across heaven and earth. Each time it reverberated, some members of the true lightning clan would cough up blood due to the impact. Even the immortal kings of the true lightning clan, like Flying Phoenix Immortal King, could not withstand the aura force of this person. This person is actually an ancient demon with ancestral bloodline. Even though the two lightning demons I killed when I first entered this world also had a trace of ancient demon bloodline, it was extremely weak. However, this person was different. His ancient monster bloodline was very pure. It was obvious that he had mastered it and even condensed his spiritual wheel. During the Age of Chaos, within 4 days, the demon race had lost their demon spiritual power due to some unforeseen event. It was already very difficult for ancient demons to be born. At most, they could only give birth to some fake ancient demons that imitated the ancient demons. Unfortunately, this true lightning world is isolated from the rest of the world, causing the demon cultivators here to not lose their demon spirit force. Ancient demons can still be born. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. With a sway of his body, he appeared in the vast sky. With a flick of his sleeve, the heaven and earth roar of Tao Monarch Purple Thunder strangely dissipated. Amidst the swirling white snow, Ning Fan and Tao Monarch Purple Thunder stood opposite each other in midair. Seeing that Ning Fan had finally shown up and had easily broken his demon roar, Tao Monarch Purple Thunder's expression turned slightly unpleasant. What surprised him even more was that Ning Fan looked very unfamiliar. At first, he thought that the person who bullied the three venerated beings of the snow mountain was an immortal king who had been famous for a long time in the true lightning world. However, it seemed like that was not the case. This young man doesn't have the chi of a heaven-sealing lightning demon on him. He is not a member of my Feng clan. This is for sure. This young man is either from a mid-grade clan or a low-grade true lightning clan. In short, his background won't be too powerful. There's nothing to worry about this. Similarly, there's no need to be afraid of his cultivation base. The three venerated beings of the snow mountain said that he is a peak immortal king. However, in my opinion, his immortal king chi is far from reaching the great perfection realm. Weak. Too weak. Judging from the baleful chi left in this place, this young man has also killed the patrolling lightning cultivators of the Feng clan. Humph. How dare a mere mid-grade cultivator kill a lightning cultivator of my Feng clan? He's really courting death. Tao Monarch Purple Thunder's mind raced. His eyes quickly turned gloomy. He let out a cold snort and said arrogantly to Ning Fan. Junior, tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. Ning Fan acted as if he did not hear Tao Monarch Purple Thunder's question. He was too lazy to answer him. Instead, he looked at the direction of the snow mountain where immortal King Fei Feng was. Fei Feng has finally appeared. It would be a lie if Ning Fan said he did not feel guilty when facing this old woman who had one foot in the grave. He let out a sigh and spoke to immortal King Fei Feng using telepathy. At first, immortal King Fei Feng was still thinking about Ning Fan's identity and purpose. However, the moment she heard Ning Fan's telepathy, her breathing suddenly became sluggish. Then, her face was filled with death chi and tears flowed down her cheeks. Lord Fei Feng, what happened to you? The few maids immediately panicked. It's nothing. Just let me rest for a while. It's just that an old friend of mine has passed away. It's just that he won't be able to come back anymore. Fei Feng closed her eyes in pain. On the other side, Dao Monarch Purple Thunder was enraged by Ning Fan's disregard. How dare you? I'm asking you a question as an immortal emperor. How dare you ignore me? Dao Monarch Purple Thunder activated his demon spiritual power. Lightning flashed in his lightning demon spirit wheel and millions of tiny mosquitoes flew out of it. Those mosquitoes were all formed from lightning power. Their appearances were strange and it was hard to name them. Each of the mosquitoes had the cultivation base of a life immortal realm cultivator. Among the millions of mosquitoes, there were even a few peak immortal king realm mosquitoes. Their appearance was so overwhelming that it made one's scalp go numb. Is this the power of an immortal emperor old monster? He can actually transform millions of immortal insects using lightning power. If these millions of immortal insects come down, my true lightning clan will definitely be devoured by them. The two immortal kings of the true lightning clan were stunned by Dao Monarch Purple Thunder's heaven-defying means. Countless members of the true lightning clan exclaimed in fear. The sounds of insects and the exclamations of humans in the entire clan gathered together, creating a cacophony of noises. Insect technique, huh? Ning Fan's expression did not change at all. He just raised his hand and pointed at the sky. Immediately, the Taisu lightning diagram appeared above the snowy sky. As the Taisu lightning diagram moved, millions of immortal insects that were formed from lightning power were swept away by the lightning diagram. Then, the lightning diagram expanded and turned all of the immortal insects into ashes. Silence, it was dead silence. No one in the entire True Lightning clan had expected that Ning Fan could actually kill millions of immortal insects with a single move. Among them, there were even a few immortal King Realm insects. Some of the older cultivators who had some understanding of the history of the True Lightning clan could vaguely see through the Taisu lightning diagram. Their breathing began to quicken. Taisu lightning diagram. Isn't this the ability that the most outstanding expert of the True Lightning clan created after the seal was lifted? What exactly is the relationship between this young man and that lord? Even the 12 revered lightning beings could not imitate the true Taisu lightning diagram, but this young man could actually use it. Taisu lightning diagram. You. Who exactly are you? Dao Monarch Purple Thunder revealed a terrified expression for the first time. It was all because Lightning Emperor Taisu had used this diagram in the past to leave a great humiliation and grievous injury to the lightning cultivators of the Feng clan. However, what frightened him even more was about to happen. As Ning Fan raised his hand again and pointed at the sky, the lightning diagram suddenly changed its direction and swept towards him. Dao Monarch Purple Thunder's expression changed drastically. He tried to dodge it, but how could he do so? As his body was formed from lightning, he could not avoid the suction force of the Taisu lightning diagram at all. All of his life-saving methods were rendered useless at this moment. He was directly sucked into the Taisu lightning diagram. As the Taisu lightning diagram rolled over him, his physical body directly turned into ashes, leaving only his unconscious demon soul. Ning Fan then released the lightning diagram and captured him. Cold, bone-chilling cold. At this moment, Ning Fan's silent back seemed to have become a peerless ominous star in the eyes of the members of the True Lightning clan. The physical body of Dao Monarch Purple Thunder, a dignified immortal emperor, was destroyed by Ning Fan and his demon soul was captured by Ning Fan. This scene was just too shocking. It turned out that an immortal emperor who was high and mighty could also be crushed by someone like an ant. How terrifying was Ning Fan's strength when he was able to suppress an immortal emperor. Immortal emperors and ancient demons are just SOSO. Did I overestimate this man's cultivation base? Or could it be that my Taisu lightning diagram has a natural restraining effect on the lightning cultivators of the Feng clan in this world, making them unable to even escape? With Ning Fan's vast magic power and the lightning infant and lightning sparrow totem spirit of the Taisu lightning diagram, it was not strange at all for him to be able to instantly kill someone like Dao Monarch Purple Thunder with this technique. What Ning Fan found strange was that Dao Monarch Purple Thunder clearly wanted to escape. However, he was unable to do so under the influence of the Taisu lightning diagram. All of his escape methods were rendered useless. It seems like my research on the Taisu lightning diagram is far from thorough. There are still many secrets about this technique that I don't know. After capturing Dao Monarch Purple Thunder's demon soul, Ning Fan did not refine it into the 10,000 spirit blood and kill it immediately. It was because the moment he captured the demon soul of Tao Monarch Purple Thunder, he felt an obstruction on the level of willpower from the entire True Lightning world. There was a strong willpower that forbade him from killing Tao Monarch Purple Thunder. That willpower was very familiar. It was actually the willpower of Immortal Sovereign Zido. Is it Immortal Sovereign Zido who is stopping me from killing? When I tried to enter the True Lightning world, this willpower did not stop me. When I was killing low-grade lightning demons, it also did not stop me. However, when I wanted to kill an immortal emperor, it stopped me. Ning Fan frowned. At this moment, he was caught in a dilemma. On one hand, it was Immortal Sovereign Zido who had helped him before. On the other hand, it was Lightning Emperor Tai Su who had helped him before. For the first time in his life, Ning Fan felt that he had been a little rash in agreeing to Lightning Emperor Tai Su's request in the past. He did not know what the True Thunder race had done to Celestial Emperor Zido. If they did not have such a huge grudge, how could they have been suppressed by Celestial Emperor Zido? As the supervisor of this realm, the lightning cultivators of the Phone clan were responsible for monitoring the True Thunder clan. Immortal Sovereign Zido might not object if he were to kill a low-tiered thunder demon. However, if he were to kill an immortal emperor, it might cause an imbalance in the power of the supervisors of this realm, allowing the True Thunder clan to grow stronger. This was something that Immortal Sovereign Zido did not wish to see. Immortal Emperor Zido wanted to suppress the True Thunder clan. However, Lightning Emperor Tai Su wanted to save the True Thunder clan. Originally, Ning Fan planned to directly suppress the lightning cultivators of the Phone clan with his strength and rescue the True Lightning clan. However, now, he was hesitant and was stuck in a dilemma. Could it be that Immortal Sovereign Zido had underestimated the seriousness of this matter by rejecting the True Thunder clan so much? Or perhaps, there was some inside information that he didn't know, since Ning Fan had promised them, he would certainly save the True Lightning clan. However, perhaps his way of saving them should not be through violence. Perhaps, he should first understand the ins and outs of how the True Lightning clan was suppressed and come up with a new plan. Having made up his mind, Ning Fan did not forcefully destroy Tao Monarch Purple Thunder's demon soul. Instead, he temporarily sealed him inside the lightning diagram. Under the respectful gazes of all the cultivators of the True Lightning clan, Ning Fan once again landed on the Tao-raising mountain and transmitted his voice to Flying Phoenix Immortal King. Then, Flying Phoenix Immortal King suddenly announced that Ning Fan was a distinguished guest of the True Lightning clan. He was someone from the surface world and he was the reinforcement that Lightning Emperor Tai Su had invited. Now, she had something to discuss with Ning Fan and no one was allowed to disturb them. In the end, Flying Phoenix Immortal King brought Ning Fan to the secret place of the True Lightning clan on the Tao-raising mountain. Only Jin Lei and Mu Lei Immortal King were left there with their mouths agape. They had actually guessed Ning Fan's identity wrongly from the beginning to the end. Only a few people knew that there was a secret place hidden in the belly of the Tao-raising mountain. That place was the hope of the True Lightning clan's revival. Flying Phoenix Immortal King led the way in front of Ning Fan and brought him out of the secret place. Ning Fan followed behind her. Looking at Flying Phoenix Immortal King who was trembling in front of him, he sighed inwardly. He had already told Flying Phoenix Immortal King about Lightning Emperor Tai Su's death. He had also given her the pill recipe that Lightning Emperor Tai Su entrusted to him. From the beginning to the end, Flying Phoenix Immortal King did not ask a single word about Lightning Emperor Tai Su. However, Ning Fan could see that this old lady was very sad. The more she kept quiet, the deeper her sadness would be. "Senior, don't be too sad." Ning Fan finally persuaded her. "Hee, don't be too sad. There's no need for that. I'm not a young and affectionate girl anymore. Why would I have so many feelings for each other? Why would I feel so heartbroken? I just feel a little regretful. In the past, he left the True Lightning world without saying a word and left me here to wait for him. Now that I've waited for the result, it turned out to be like this. He must be living an unrestrained life in the surface world, right?" Flying Phoenix Immortal King finally asked about Lightning Emperor Tai Su. "The surface world? You don't know about the surface world? It seems like you're not a cultivator who has opened your eyes. I'm afraid you must have used some special methods to come to the True Lightning world. I'm also not a cultivator who has opened his eyes. Since the True Lightning clan was sealed, Tai Su was the only cultivator who had opened his eyes. He was also the only one who could go to the surface world from the inner world to seek for a way to save my clan. Mountains have their interior and exterior, water has its depth. Everything in this world actually has its interior and exterior. The world is no exception. In the true world, there's a saying that everything in the surface world is an illusion while everything in the inner world is the real thing. I don't know if this saying is true or false, but I think it's somewhat believable. Senior, you mean that the 4 heavens and 9 worlds that I've been living in is actually just the surface of the world and everything I've seen is an illusion? Ning Fan shook his head. He had always scoffed at such a saying. It doesn't matter whether it's real or illusory. If all the warmth he had was just an illusion, he would rather live an illusory life. Why should he pursue the so-called truth? Hee. I've already told you that I'm not a cultivator who has opened my eyes. How would I know if this saying is right or wrong? Let's not talk about this. Tell me about Tai Su. I want to hear about his deeds after he left the true lightning world. Ning Fan nodded his head and told Flying Phoenix Immortal King about the deeds of Lightning Emperor Tai Su that he had collected. As a matter of fact, Ning Fan had basically only heard about the deeds of Lightning Emperor Tai Su. Those deeds were too old and had been passed down for too long. They had gradually deviated from the truth and became more like stories. However, Flying Phoenix Immortal King still listened with great interest as if she had always been by Lightning Emperor Tai Su's side and witnessed all of his deeds with her own eyes. It was not that she did not resent or hate Tai Su for leaving without saying goodbye in the past. However, she missed him more than anything else. To be able to become one of the few sovereign emperors in the surface world, Tai Su really won't be buried no matter where he goes. If it wasn't because of the bloodline of the true lightning clan that restricted him, he probably could have reached a higher cultivation realm with his aptitude. Flying Phoenix Immortal King said regretfully. The bloodline of the true lightning clan restricted Lightning Emperor Tai Su, huh? Ning Fan remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking about. The two of them remained silent for a while. They did not know how long they had walked. Suddenly, a hint of bloody smell came from the dark secret passage in front of them. There was a secret chamber there. There was nothing else in the secret chamber except for an incomparably massive pool of blood. When Ning Fan walked into the secret chamber and saw the pool of blood, he finally had the answer to some of the strange things about the true lightning clan. No wonder the cultivators of the true lightning clan would have a huge gap in their cultivation base. You said that you want to know the cause and effect of the sealing of my true lightning clan. These things are taboo in my clan and we can't tell outsiders about them. However, you are different. You are the person whom Tai Su trusts. That's why I trust you. However, you must promise me that you will never tell anyone else about what you hear today. Can you do this? Flying Phoenix Immortal King suddenly asked with a serious tone. I can. Ning Fan nodded his head. That's good. Let me think about where should I tell you this story. Let me tell you about the secret technique of my clan first. In my true lightning clan, there are a total of 3 secret techniques. All of them require blood to be used. Therefore, this pool of blood is indispensable. One of the secret techniques is called bloodline aggregation technique. It can forcefully raise the cultivation base of a certain clan member by sacrificing a large number of clansmen. Little friend, you should have noticed that there is a huge gap in the cultivation base of our clan members, right? Where did those people go? Sigh. They are in this pool of blood. For the revival of our clan, they sacrificed their lives. If it wasn't for their sacrifice, it would have been impossible for an eternal expert to be born in this barren land where our true lightning clan has been living for generations. Be it me, the Metal Lightning Clan, Wood Lightning Clan or even Tai Su in the past, all of them had to sacrifice a large number of clansmen in order to attain their current cultivation base. Therefore, little friend, can you understand how heavy the responsibility on our shoulders is? As expected. Ning Fan, who had a vague guess, was not too surprised after listening to Flying Phoenix's narration. However, he was also shocked by the kind of sacrifice without any hesitation. The second secret technique of my clan is called blood lightning control. By sacrificing a large number of clansmen, one of them can master the method to control blood red lightning. This blood red lightning is said to be one of the 8 divine lightning of the true world. It is called Xianxia divine lightning. It is said to be created by a Taitsong tribulation spirit called Red Xianxia. Since it is a shortcut to master the Xianxia divine lightning, its power is naturally much weaker than the real Xianxia divine lightning. However, it is still enough to sweep away all the lightning in the lawless era. Red Xianxia. Taitsong tribulation spirit. Ning Fan's expression suddenly changed. He had never thought that he would hear this name in the true lightning world. In the past, he had once fought against an innate lightning spirit called Qing Naluo. From that lightning spirit, he obtained a bone whip. It was said that the bone whip was made from the bones of a lady called Red Xianxia. However, Ning Fan could sense Hong Yi's qi from that lady's bones. Hong Yi was an extraordinary lady that he met in the rain world. Ning Fan had no idea why she was related to the Taitsong tribulation spirit and Red Xianxia. Moreover, when he was devouring the will of the tribulation lord in the dust tree, he had seen that Red Xianxia once in his dream. Hong Yi of the rain world learned the blood-red lightning of Lightning Emperor Tai Su by chance. That was why she was able to dominate the rain world and was extremely powerful. At this moment, Ning Fan also found out that Lightning Emperor Tai Su learned the blood-red lightning from a senior called Red Xianxia. At this moment, Ning Fan seemed to have seen countless messy karma lines intertwining in the true lightning world. He also seemed to have seen something from the karma cycle of Hong Yi, Lightning Emperor Tai Su and Red Xianxia. He wanted to think about it, but he could not understand the key point. Fei Feng did not notice Ning Fan's astonishment. She continued. The third secret technique of my clan is called fate-reversing lightning. By sacrificing a large number of clansmen, one of them can return to the past. This method of returning to the past is not really going back in time. Instead, it is more like an invasion of the samsara cycle. Using the identity of an outsider of the samsara cycle, you forcefully invade a certain part of the samsara cycle that you shouldn't have appeared in and witness the past of that samsara cycle with your own eyes. Of course, after invading the samsara cycle, you won't be able to change anything. Basically, no one will notice your invasion. If they notice it, they won't be able to escape from the samsara cycle. Oh? The True Lightning Clan actually has such a magical secret technique that allows me to return to the past as an outsider? Before Ning Fan could recover from the surprise of Red Xianxia, he was shocked by the fate-reversing lightning of the True Lightning Clan. Invade the samsara cycle and return to the past. This method seemed to be very similar to the high-grade devil cavity of the ancient devil clan, which allowed one to cross the samsara cycle. They had a lot of similarities. It seems like the fifth item that the treasure-searching compass pointed out is this fate-reversing lightning. If I can comprehend this secret technique and integrate its essence into my pseudo-devil cavity, it will certainly increase the completion rate of my pseudo-devil cavity. Even though Ning Fan wanted to obtain the cultivation method of this fate-reversing lightning, he certainly would not say it at this moment. Instead, he allowed Fei Feng Immortal King to continue talking without interrupting him. In the past, Tai Su used this secret technique to return to a certain part of the samsara cycle in the past. I don't know what he saw. I only know that after he returned, he said that he had met a senior in the past. That senior had pointed out a path for him, a path that could save the True Thunder clan. It was also at that time that he had an idea. In the end, he left the True Thunder clan without saying goodbye. Lightning Emperor Tai Su had once returned to the past using a secret technique and met a senior. Ning Fan's face revealed a look of reminiscence. What he was recalling was the words of Lightning Emperor Tai Su in the past. In the past, Lightning Emperor Tai Su seemed to have really mentioned that he came to save me after receiving the guidance of a certain senior. During the battle with Mo Luo that day, a mysterious man in purple robes appeared and killed Mo Luo's devil sense with a single palm strike. He was a peerless expert. I used to think that the mysterious man was Immortal Sovereign Zido. However, now that I think about it again, it really doesn't seem like it. In the past, because I saw the person who was suspected to be Immortal Sovereign Zido making a move, I was certain that I would not go against Immortal Sovereign Zido's will to save the True Lightning Clan. That's why I agreed to it without hesitation. Now that I've come to the True Lightning world, what I've seen and heard is that Immortal Sovereign Zido doesn't want to let the True Lightning Clan go. This is contrary to what I saw in the past. If that mysterious man in purple robes isn't Immortal Sovereign Zido, who could he be? That person must be the senior expert who gave Lightning Emperor Tai Su guidance. However, Great Emperor Mo Luo also said that he had met that person in the sixth Tao of Samsara. What do you mean by that? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with confusion. First, it was the red Xianxia. Then, it was the fate-reversing lightning. All kinds of karma entanglements made him a little unable to see himself clearly. He could not see the samsara cycle or the past or the future. There were too many causes and effects that could not be matched. This feeling was just like the scenery you see. It was obviously covered with white snow, but you felt hot, scorching and scorching. Wrong. What's wrong? It's not those karma that's wrong. I'm the one who's wrong. The reason why my understanding of the karma of the people and the things that I've experienced is because the people and the things that I've experienced are not necessarily in the same timeline. Some of the people that I've met are from the past, some are from the future, and some are from other samsara cycles. Cultivators think that they can see the past and the future clearly. But in reality, what they see is just the past and the future in their imagination. The real history of the cultivation world has neither a past nor a future. There are only circles that go round and intertwine with each other. At this moment, Ning Fan suddenly had an epiphany. He seemed to have understood something and muttered to himself. Fei Feng was surprised. She did not know what Ning Fan was talking about and she could not understand it at all. However, she could tell that these words contained supreme enlightenment. It was something that she could not reach no matter what she did now. In this world, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Which came first, the fruit or the cause? Which came first, the past or the future? Which came first, me or non-me? Which came first, the butterfly or Ning Fan? The more Ning Fan thought about it, the deeper he felt. At this moment, he seemed to have touched the truth of the world because of some epiphany. However, this truth was too profound and taboo. It was something that he could not touch with his current strength. Pucci an arrow of blood spurted out. Ning Fan's eyes regained their focus. He woke up from his epiphany and smiled bitterly. So what if my karma is chaotic? So what if the past and the future confuse me? As long as I continue walking down this path, I will eventually find the answer. Ning Fan heaved a long sigh of relief and returned to normal. No one knew what Ning Fan had comprehended, let alone Fei Feng. Congratulations on your breakthrough, little friend. Fei Feng congratulated him with a gratified expression. Even though she did not know what Ning Fan had comprehended, she could tell that it was something very profound. The person whom Tai Su entrusted to her was indeed not an ordinary person. Perhaps this time, the true Lightning Clan could really be saved from the hands of this person. It's too troublesome for me to explain the history of the true Lightning Clan to you. Why don't you use the secret technique of the fate-reversing lightning to return to the past and witness the rise and fall of our clan? Fei Feng suggested. Didn't they say that I need to sacrifice a large number of members of the true Lightning Clan to use the secret technique of the fate-reversing lightning? This isn't appropriate. Ning Fan frowned and refused. No. That's for ordinary people. Because ordinary people lack certain prerequisites to use this technique, they need to offer sacrifices to help them. All of this is just like mastering the Xianxia divine lightning. However, if it's for special cultivators like you, there's no need to offer sacrifices. My grandfather is a unique being who can return to the past without offering sacrifices. On his body, there is a kind of Tao comprehension aura similar to Little Friend's. Perhaps, Little Friend can also do this. While speaking, Fei Feng passed an ancient leather scroll to Ning Fan. What was recorded on it was actually the third secret technique of the true Lightning Clan, fate-reversing lightning. This technique was one of the reasons why Ning Fan came to the true lightning world. However, he did not expect that he would receive it in such a way that was almost like a gift. He did not even ask for it. You captured the demon soul of Taoist Purple Thunder, but you didn't kill him. I suppose you are still a little confused about whether to save the true Lightning Clan or not. I won't force you to save the clan. You can decide what you want to do after you see the past of the true Lightning Clan. Coincidentally, the 12 venerated Lightning Lords are going to hold the Tao Fruit meeting of the Lightning Residents soon. Before the meeting ends, even if they know that Taoist Purple Thunder has been captured by you, they won't have the time to deal with you personally. Instead, they will have to wait until after the meeting. With Taoist Purple Thunder as an example, ordinary immortal emperors of the true lightning world won't dare to come here on their own. Instead, they will choose to wait for venerated lightning to come personally. You have 10 days. 10 days later, when when the Dao fruit meeting of the lightning residence ends, the 12 venerated lightning lords will certainly come here personally to capture you. Within 10 days, you can comprehend the fate-reversing lightning on your own and try to return to the past of the true lightning clan. 10 days later, when the army arrives, it's up to you whether you want to leave or stay and whether you want to save my clan or not. My clan has already lived for far too long under the enslavement of immortal sovereign Zido. It doesn't matter if we continue to live like this. You don't have to feel troubled. You don't have to be like Tai Su, throwing away your emotions for the sake of responsibility. As soon as Fei Feng finished speaking, she sighed and left. Ning Fan was the only one left in the empty blood pool in the belly of the mountain. After a long time, he flipped open the book that recorded the fate-reversing lightning secret technique. On the first page of the book, there was a paragraph written on the book. Don't ask what reincarnation is. What's important is what you choose to believe in. Don't ask about the past and the future. This world has no end and no beginning. Don't look for the answer. The answer will be something you can't bear. Ning Fan's expression suddenly changed. If he was not mistaken, the handwriting on the scroll of fate-defying lightning was actually his handwriting. Could it be that the similarity of the handwriting is just a coincidence? Is it a coincidence? No, it's not a coincidence. Ning Fan could tell that these words contained his own qi. There was no doubt that they were his handwriting. However, why would his qi appear in the ancient book of the true lightning clan? It was really puzzling. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. When he was about to ponder over it, the words on the first page flashed and disappeared one by one, as if they had never existed in the first place. When he took a closer look, there was no such thing as the first page of the book. The first page was clearly empty without a single word. The words that he had seen before were like an illusion. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with contemplation. He then flipped to the second page of the book. After reading it, he finally understood why the words on the first page were so strange. It turned out that everyone would see different words on the first page of the ancient book of the true lightning clan when they open it for the first time. Others would not be able to see the words on the first page of the book. These words were not an illusion but some kind of warning given to the reader by the samsara of heavens through its own deduction. If the reader could understand these warning words, they could avoid certain dangers and disasters at some point in the future. Interesting. I didn't expect to receive such a surprise when I just opened this book. Those 3 lines of words are actually another warning from the samsara of heavens. When I met Xianxia and Sumanue in the past, I faintly sensed a warning from the samsara of heavens by chance. This time, this book has given me a similar warning again. The life of a cultivator is accompanied by countless dangers. In order to predict these dangers, there would be people who are passionate about studying the art of divination. The level of the warning given by the samsara of heavens is above ordinary divination. If I can understand the mystery of these 3 lines of words, it will be very beneficial to me. Don't ask what the samsara is. What's important is what you choose to believe in. Is this saying talking about the nature of the samsara? Don't ask about the past and the future. This world has no end and no beginning. Ning Fan had already understood this point before. It was slightly related to the truth of the world. Don't look for the answer. The answer will be something you can't bear. Answer? What kind of answer can't I look for? It's puzzling. Ning Fan pondered for a while but he still could not understand the essence of it. In the end, he could only give up. The samsara of heavens had clearly given him a warning but he could not understand it. There was nothing that made him more helpless than this. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. He would cross the bridge when he came to it. Ning Fan calmed himself down and began to study the mysteries of the fate-reversing lightning technique in detail. Among them, the word defying contained the profound meaning of defying the heavens and changing one's fate, which was what the creator of this technique wanted to achieve. To change one's fate, one had to know one's fate. Therefore, the cultivation of divination was the most basic part of this art. Knowing destiny was not enough. If he wanted to change his fate, he needed to have the ability to travel between the past and the future. Thus, the person who created this technique used the lightning escape technique as the foundation and fused the power of time and space to create a heaven-defying technique that allowed one to travel through different spaces. This technique was similar to the ancient demon's demonic cavity in that it was divided into 3 cultivation stages. Those who had achieved a small success in cultivation could make use of sacrifices to allow a trace of their consciousness to tear apart the cycle of reincarnation and return to the past, staying there for a short period of time. This trace of consciousness was normally not visible to people from other spacetimes. There were also an extremely small number of talented people who could ignore the sacrifice. However, there were very few such people in the entire history of the True Thunder clan. The reason for this had always been controversial and no one could come to a conclusion. Those who achieved a large success in this technique could allow a large amount of consciousness to travel between the cycles of reincarnation and stay there for a long period of time. Those who achieved a large success in this technique could allow their physical bodies to directly leave the spacetime they were currently in and cross the cycle of reincarnation to go to any spacetime they wanted. It could be said that the ultimate goal of the fate-defying lightning technique and the ancient demon's demonic cavity was the same. Both of them wanted to cross the cycle of reincarnation. The only difference was the cultivation process. When Fei Feng said that she wanted Ning Fan to return to the past, she actually just wanted to let Ning Fan return to the past with a trace of his consciousness instead of his entire body. The reason why she brought Ning Fan to the secret place of the True Thunder clan's blood pool was because she planned to let Ning Fan use the large amount of sacrifices in the blood pool to achieve this. Of course, if Ning Fan could ignore the sacrifice with his own strength, she would be even more happy to see it happen. That was why she mentioned this matter. Let's try to cultivate this technique to a small success first. Ning Fan flipped open the first level of the fate-defying lightning technique. According to the introduction in the book, this technique could only be considered to have a small success after cultivating it to the 20th level and above. The first level is the introductory volume. If one doesn't have the foundation of divination and calculation and has excellent aptitudes, he will only need 100 years to cultivate it. Fortunately, Ning Fan was not a beginner in the Tao of divination. Thus, he naturally did not need 100 years to cultivate the contents of the first level. He skimmed through all the words on the first level and pondered for around 10 breaths of time. Then, he directly comprehended all the contents of the first level. The first level of the fate-defying lightning technique had been successfully cultivated. At the moment he finished cultivating it, Ning Fan's cultivation base in the Tao of divination actually improved a little. His listening to the heavens will seem to have become clearer. Oh? The cultivation of the fate-defying lightning technique can actually improve my cultivation base in the Tao of divination. This is really unexpected. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. In this world, there were very few cultivation methods that could directly improve one's cultivation base in the Tao of divination. A cultivator's cultivation base in the Tao of divination could basically only be improved slowly through the accumulation of the cultivator's own experience and knowledge. Just from this point alone, the fate-defying lightning technique was already considered to be world-shocking. All of a sudden, Ning Fan became even more interested in cultivating the fate-defying lightning technique. The second level is the introductory volume. After a beginner cultivator cultivates the first level, they can cultivate it in 200 years. Ning Fan still only used around 10 breaths of time to comprehend all the contents of the second level. His cultivation base in the Tao of divination improved once again. The third level can be cultivated in 300 years. In another 10 breaths of time, he finished cultivating it. The fourth level, 400 years. After 10 breaths of time. The fifth level, 500 years. After 10 breaths of time. The sixth level, the seventh level, the eighth level. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan had already finished cultivating all the contents of the first 20 levels. He had completed the progress that a beginner cultivator would need tens of thousands of years to complete. The reason why he could have such a shocking speed was not only because of his extremely high comprehension ability but also because of his high starting point. He was not a beginner cultivator of the Tao of divination in the first place. Why would he need to spend time to comprehend the basic parts of the Tao of divination? Even if he was not a rare Tao of divination grandmaster in the era of divination, he could definitely be considered as a quasi-first-rate divination master. After continuously cultivating the 20 levels of the cultivation method, his cultivation base in the Tao of divination had improved tremendously. He could be considered as having truly stepped into the threshold of a first-rate divination master. Putting everything else aside, his perception of his own fortune and misfortune had become several times sharper. If he were to predict in advance, he could even vaguely predict what would happen in a short period of time in the future. From the 21st level onward, the cultivation method was no longer considered as an introductory scroll but a minor accomplishment scroll. The minor accomplishment scroll included 200 levels of the cultivation method. He needed to finish cultivating all of them to achieve grand accomplishment in the fate-reversing lightning technique. This scroll contained a large amount of lightning technique and spatial technique. Thus, it was extremely difficult. Before achieving minor accomplishment, Ning Fan's cultivation of the fate-reversing lightning technique was smooth sailing. However, when he reached the 21st level, he spent a total of 10 hours to successfully cultivate it. At the same time when the difficulty increased, the benefits he obtained after he finished cultivating the technique had also increased. This time, not only did his cultivation base in the Tao of Divination improve, but also his cultivation base in the Tao of Lightning and his comprehension in the Tao of Space. Ning Fan did not continue cultivating the 22nd level of the cultivation method. The difficulty of the 22nd level of the cultivation method was much higher than the 21st level. According to Ning Fan's estimation, he would not be able to cultivate the 22nd level without at least 10 days to half a month. Fei Feng did not give him much time to think. The fate-reversing lightning technique was sufficient for now. It was time for him to return to the past and take a look at the history of the true lightning world. As for the cultivation of the fate-reversing lightning technique, he could always find some time in the future. Let's see if I need to offer a sacrifice when I use this technique first. Ning Fan closed his eyes and began to activate the fate-reversing lightning technique, which was at the minor accomplishment stage. His entire body was enshrouded in a ray of lightning that was sometimes black and sometimes white. It was indescribably mysterious. He was like an old monk in meditation, sitting there for 2 hours. After a long time, Ning Fan finally woke up from his meditative state and smiled. Senior Fei Feng said that her grandfather can use this technique without offering a sacrifice. At first, I thought that her grandfather was able to do it because he had studied the power of samsara. But it turns out that it's not the case. The key to whether or not to offer a sacrifice was actually the two words yin and yang. Most people needed to offer a sacrifice because they needed to absorb a large amount of yin qi from the dead to cover up their own yang qi. In order to travel through time using the fate-reversing lightning technique, the first prerequisite was to disguise oneself as a dead person who did not exist in the current samsara. This was also the reason why Lightning Emperor Tai Su could not do it. Even though he was the person with the highest innate talent in the true Lightning clan in recent years, he could not ignore the need to offer a sacrifice to perform the technique because he did not cultivate the power of yin and yang. On the other hand, the reason why Fei Feng's grandfather, who was not very famous, could do it was probably because he had studied the two words yin and yang deeply by chance. It had little to do with his innate talent. If it wasn't because I'm a cultivator of the yin-yang transformation, I probably wouldn't be able to determine the reason behind whether or not to offer a sacrifice. Ning Fan closed his eyes again and activated the fate-reversing lightning technique to its maximum. He began to lock onto the coordinates of the past of the true Lightning clan. Every point of time in every cycle had its own unique spacetime coordinates. The coordinates of time included the coordinates of time, the coordinates of the plane and the coordinates of the dimension. None of them could be omitted. The coordinates of the plane were used to lock onto the spatial node. The coordinates of the time were used to lock onto the time node. The most mysterious thing about the coordinates of the dimension was that it was also the thing that Ning Fan found the most difficult to understand. The function of the coordinates was actually to distinguish between different parallel samsara cycles in the same time and space. According to the records in this book, only third-step saints had the ability to analyze the coordinates of the dimension. Besides, even saints would need to pay a huge price to obtain the coordinates of a certain parallel space. Fortunately, the complete spacetime coordinates of the True Thunder clan's flourishing period were marked on the ancient records of the life-reversing thunder technique. The dimensional coordinates were obtained by the ancestors of the True Thunder clan at a great cost. Therefore, every person who had achieved initial success in the life-reversing thunder skill could head to this spacetime node to view the past of the True Thunder clan with the coordinates. Unfortunately, there was only one coordinate recorded in the book. There was no second coordinate. Ning Fan himself did not know the coordinates of the other spacetime coordinates, and he did not have the ability to analyze the complete coordinates on his own. It was still possible for him to analyze the coordinates of the world plane of a certain realm. He could also try to analyze the coordinates of time, but the coordinates of dimensions. This matter involved the third step of understanding of parallel universes. Currently, he did not have the ability to do it at all. Therefore, he could only rely on the only complete spacetime coordinate recorded in the book to perform the reverse thunder skill. He could only travel to the past of the true thunder race. Reverse thunder skill, activate. When the lightning radiance on his body reached its peak, a trace of spirit sense suddenly turned into lightning in the depths of his sea of consciousness. It flickered for a moment and disappeared without a trace. He himself seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep and did not wake up for a long time. It was an unfamiliar time. It was a strange world. A white-robed young man was walking between heaven and earth with a blank look in his eyes. The sky in front of him was filled with thunderclouds that would not disperse for years. The air was filled with a massive lightning primordial force that was beyond the young man's knowledge. The lightning chi here is so dense. Even if a lightning cultivator with the worst aptitude comes here, they would only need 100 years at most to cultivate to the divine transformation realm, 1,000 years to reach the void refinement realm, and another 1,000 years to reach the void fragmentation realm. However, what is the void fragmentation realm? What is the void refinement realm? What is the divine transformation realm? Where is this place? The white-robed young man's eyes were blank. He seemed to have forgotten a lot of things. This is the true thunder country of the mortal world. It is the territory of the Taitsong Jialing, not far away from the white-robed young man. A few old men who were fishing by the river answered his doubts. The few old men seemed to have inadvertently mentioned this matter while they were chatting. They did not intend to answer the white-robed young man's doubts. They could not see the white-robed young man at all. The white-robed young man had clearly walked to their side, but they could not see him. Mortal world. True lightning country. Taitsong Jialing. These words sound so familiar. I feel like I have heard them somewhere before, but I can't remember them. The white-robed young man frowned deeply. Why can't the people here see me? The white-robed young man tried. His body was not an illusion, but he could actually pass through the bodies of others and everything in front of him. What is going on? Why can't I touch anything in this world? Who am I? Why am I here in this true lightning country? The white-robed young man was very confused. He did not know who he was, what kind of place this true lightning country was, and why he existed. He did not know where he should go. He stood beside the old men who were fishing and listened to their conversation. These old men were mostly talking about the mortal world. They talked about family trifles and interesting stories in their hometown. They seemed to be mortals of the true lightning country. But what are mortals? I don't understand and I can't remember. The white-robed young man listened to their conversation from noon until sunset. After fishing for an entire afternoon, the old men were going home. The white-robed young man did not know where he should go, so he followed the old men and kept walking and walking. He arrived at a bustling small town. Most of the people in the town were just mortals. But suddenly, a ray of light flew across the sky. It was walking on air. It was a harmonious spirit cultivator flying. Look. It's an immortal. An immortal is here. We have come to the dragon town. Many mortals who were having their dinner in the town went out to look at the immortal in the sky in surprise. No one could see the white-robed young man. That harmonious spirit cultivator could not see him either. No one knew that this white-robed young man was actually a trace of Ning Fan's consciousness that had gone through reincarnation. Even Ning Fan himself had forgotten about this. This was the flaw of the minor accomplishment fate-reversing lightning technique. If it was a grand accomplishment technique, it would not have this kind of memory loss. A harmonious spirit cultivator, huh? But what is a harmonious spirit cultivator? The white-robed young man was puzzled. He quietly watched the development of the situation. He watched the harmonious spirit cultivator descend from the sky and gather all the influential people in the town to announce the order from the True Lightning Sacred Sect. It turned out that the True Lightning Sacred Sect was the #1 sect in the True Lightning country. It was also one of the most famous super sects in the mortal world. It turned out that this harmonious spirit cultivator was a disciple of the True Lightning Sacred Sect. It turned out that this person came to this town to select a disciple for the branch sect. That's great. After 40 years, the White Thunder branch sect finally came to our town to select disciples again. Many elders in the town began to cheer. 40 years ago, we also participated in an immortal assessment. Unfortunately, we did not pass. I wonder if this time, will any of our juniors be lucky enough to become an immortal's disciple. There were also some middle-aged men who were about 46 or 47 years old sighed as if they were recalling the past. Ning Fan did not leave the Dragon Town. He did not know where to go after leaving, so he simply stayed here to watch the disciple assessment of the White Thunder branch sect. The assessment would last for 10 days. Those who participated in the assessment must be children with a bone age below 8 years old. They could sign up now. In the twilight, there were a total of 300 children in the Dragon Town. They were happily sent to the Harmonious Spirit Cultivator by their parents to sign up for the assessment. Among the 300 children, some had excellent cultivation aptitude while others had low aptitude and were not suitable for cultivation. A Harmonious Spirit Cultivator could roughly see the aptitude of a child with just a glance. However, aptitude was not the highest criterion for the White Thunder branch sect to select disciples. Compared to aptitude, the White Thunder branch sect paid more attention to a cultivator's willpower, which was why there was a 10-day assessment. Ning Fan's eyes did not look at those children with higher aptitude. His eyes were always on a child with low aptitude. It was a child named Shi. In the True Lightning Country, in the mortal world, surnames were very important. Not everyone was qualified to have a surname. Most mortals only had a name and were not qualified to have a surname. Shi was such a typical example. He was not qualified to have a surname unless one day, he could stand out. He desired to stand out, desired to become an immortal's disciple, desired to fly in the sky and control the universe. Ning Fan felt that this kind of desire was very familiar. That year, when he first saw the old monster standing in the sky, it was the same eyes. But who is the old monster? What year was that? I can't remember. What Ning Fan was more concerned about was that this child named Shi seemed to have some kind of inexplicable karma that was related to his arrival. But what is karma? I can't remember anything. In the next 10 days, Lai Long Town was like a celebration, joyfully holding the immortal assessment. The time of the first day of assessment was early in the morning. The content of the assessment was to walk 100 miles before sunset. For adults, this was not difficult, but for a group of 7 or 8 years old children, this was quite difficult. On the first day of assessment, more than 200 children were eliminated. Only more than 50 children with good family backgrounds and body refinement from a young age completed the assessment before sunset. Shi also passed the assessment. He was a different race. His family was poor and he could not eat his fill since he was young. How could he have the money to buy medicine to refine his body? He completely relied on his willpower to complete the entire process. The moment he passed the assessment, he fainted due to excessive physical exhaustion. This coma lasted for half a month. Half a month later, Shi woke up and learned that because he fainted, he missed the remaining 9 days of assessment and lost the qualification to become an immortal's disciple. No matter how his parents comforted him, it could not alleviate Shi's sadness. He wanted to soar in the sky like an immortal, but he missed this opportunity. When would the next assessment be held? Wait another 40 years, at that time, he would already be a 48-year-old middle-aged man. Would he still have the qualification to become an immortal's disciple? My son, don't be sad. If we can't become an immortal, then we won't. When the grains in the field are ripe, mother will sell the money and send you to the village school to study. Mother knows that my son is an ambitious person and will certainly have a great future in the future. Mother knows that my son is an ambitious person and will certainly have a great future in the future. Mother hasn't pulled cloth or made new clothes for several years, but she still saved money for him to study. He doesn't want his mother to live such a hard life. Mother hasn't pulled cloth or made new clothes for several years, but she still saved money for him to study. He doesn't want his mother to live such a hard life. He wants to be an immortal, he wants to stand out. He just wants his mother to live a good life. Sigh, my son is really sensible now. But mother still wants you to study. Farming is too hard. Mother has suffered for her whole life. I don't want you to suffer in the future. When my son is successful and becomes a high official, it will be the same for him to be filial to mother. If you suffer for a few years now, then you will be able to enjoy happiness in the future. My son, do you understand? Ning Fan walked out of the room and did not look at his mother's tender affection again. At this moment, he no longer had his memories and he didn't have the shrewdness of the past. When he suddenly saw this scene, his mother's tender affection unknowingly connected to the softest string in his heart. When he realized it, his eyes were already moist. I'm crying. Ning Fan touched the corner of his eyes and felt surprised. It seemed like he hadn't cried for many years. He seemed to really miss his mother, but he felt guilty in his heart. Through the help of the godly void pavilion, he had sent a lot of spiritual herbs to the rain world. It should help his mother recover. But who is my mother? What is the godly void pavilion? Why am I crying? Why am I bitter? Perhaps it was some kind of karmic connection that attracted Ning Fan. Or perhaps it was the tender affection between the mother and her son that attracted Ning Fan. In short, in the following days, Ning Fan did not leave Lilong town. Every day, he would walk and stay in the town. He did not know why he was born, why he died and why he existed. He wanted to integrate into this world and find himself. However, this world rejected him. No one could see him. 1 year passed. 2 years passed. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. Sure, who was 8 years old in the past, was now a 15-year-old handsome young man. He was already a slightly famous figure in Lilong town. The people around him were changing along with the passage of time. Only Ning Fan was not affected by the passage of time. His bone age and his time were fixed at the moment when he came to this world. When he leaves, it would still be the same. It would not deviate for too long. It would only be a dream. I don't seem to be affected by the passage of time in this world. Why is that so? Ning Fan felt puzzled. It had been 7 years since he came to this world. However, he still could not remember many things. He still did not know who he was. He could not interfere with this world. This world also could not interfere with him. On the other hand, when Sher was 15 years old, he thought that he had made some achievements in his studies and wanted to go out and find a way to become an official. In True Thunder Country, there was no imperial examination system. If one wanted to become an official, he could only be recommended by others. He could only be a guest of the officials and nobles. Lilong town was too small. If he stayed here, he would not be able to display his talents for the rest of his life. He would not be able to earn a lot of money and let his mother live a good life. He had to leave this place. Even if I can't become an immortal, I must become an outstanding person among the mortals and let my mother live a good life. The moment he left Lilong town, Sher secretly swore. However, he did not expect that he would leave for 31 years. That year, Sher was already 46 years old. In this year, Sher had married a wife and had a son. However, his wife had long forgotten him due to illness. His beloved son had also died young. He had been alone for 31 years and had never returned to Lilong town. It was not that he did not want to go back. It was not that he did not miss his mother. It was just that he did not have the face to go back. When he was young, he thought that he could go anywhere in the world. He thought that as long as he had the ability to rule the world, he would be able to become a superior person. However, this world was just too difficult. Young and impetuous, because he had accidentally offended some nobles, he was unable to stand out and become an official for a whole 31 years. The more he was down and out, the more he did not dare to go home and face his mother. He did not know how disappointed his mother would be if he returned home in such a down and out state. He missed home so much that his heart ached. However, he had no choice. He missed the dumplings his mother made, missed the pancakes his mother baked, missed the way his mother would secretly add a native egg to his pancake. He missed it very much, very much. However, he could not go back. He stayed in a small village far away from home to teach. He was full of talent but could not display it. He was full of longing but could not express it to anyone. He lived numbly, and he could only live an ignoble life. Until one day, a fellow villager from Lilong town found him after a lot of hardships. He found out about him in this remote and desolate village. That fellow villager brought him bad news. His mother, who could not be defeated by wind blades and frost swords, had fallen ill. He was already over 40 years old, and his mother was also over 60 years old. At this age, once she fell ill, it might be a farewell forever. At this moment, face and whatnot were no longer important. Sure wanted to go home. He just wanted to go home. He was so anxious that he wore his shoes upside down and hurriedly left this remote and desolate village with his fellow villager. He did not notice that Ning Fan was silently watching him for 31 years outside the door. No, perhaps he had faintly sensed something. Because the moment Shi went out of the door, he seemed to frown in the direction where Ning Fan was standing. Interesting. This person has never cultivated the Tao, but he actually vaguely sensed my existence. But what is Tao cultivation? Ning Fan sighed and quietly followed behind Shi. After many twists and turns, they returned to Lai Long town. Perhaps it was because he was afraid of being close to home. Shi hesitated outside the house and did not dare to enter the house. He did not dare to face his mother. He did not dare to imagine how disappointed his mother would be if she knew that he had wasted his life. He hesitated and walked in circles like a timid ant. Just as he was struggling with the pain in his heart, an old and agitated voice suddenly rang out from within the room. Is it my son? Is my son back? Shi felt that his heart had been hammered hard. His eyes turned red, but he gritted his teeth and did not shed any tears. Ning Fan did not watch the reunion of the mother and son. He walked very far away to the point where he could no longer see the mother and son. Only then did he raise his head and look at the sky in silence. Even though he could not remember many things, he could still vaguely see that Shi's mother's face was already filled with the chi of death. There was no cure for her. The most painful thing in life was to be separated forever after a short reunion. That person called Shi would probably suffer a great blow. Strange. The wind is rising. Ning Fan suddenly sensed something and frowned. When he said that the wind would rise, it was not the ordinary wind that would rise. It was the wind of heaven's will. It was as if some important turning point of samsara was about to happen. There seemed to be a scarlet lightning flashing across the sky. Xianxia divine lightning, huh? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with confusion. He seemed to have recognized the scarlet lightning, but at the same time, he could not. At the next moment, he forgot everything. Xianxia divine lightning. What is that? He did not know what that flash of red lightning was. He could only vaguely feel that there was an unforgettable aura within the red lightning that made him reluctant and intoxicated. It seems to be the aura of the sword ancestor, but who was the sword ancestor? It also felt like the aura of red dress. But who was Hong Yi? Chi, a woman who looked exactly like Hong Yi, appeared. She was wearing a bright red dress and floated over to him. Coincidentally, it landed in front of Ning Fan. No, it's not a coincidence, she had followed Ning Fan's chi to this place. But he couldn't find it. Ning Fan was standing right here, but she couldn't see him. Am I hallucinating again? The thing I'm looking for isn't here. My butterfly, but why do I have to painstakingly search for butterflies? And what kind of butterflies should I search for? I don't know. I have never known. It's as if there is something that I can't think of in my entire life. I once asked the Culpa Lord about the doubts in my heart, but his answer was to not ask too much. If I want to live, I have to stay away from the sword and the butterflies. I have to stay away from all the purple in this world. Last night, I had a dream again. It was the same dream. I practiced my sword alone, waiting for 10 years, waiting for an unknown butterfly. I clearly remember all the peerless swordsmanship that I used in the dream, but why can't I use it in the real world after I wake up? I can't even use the basic swordsmanship that beginners use, as if I was born to be rejected by all the swords in the world. The woman in red faintly sighed. She was about to leave when she suddenly seemed to have noticed something, and her beautiful brows raised. Who would have thought that I would meet a mortal who has opened the third gate of the heavenly being realm by chance in a mortal town? Such a talent was actually not chosen by the White Thunder Branch sect. The White Thunder Branch sect is really stupid. The third gate of the celestial being realm. Ning Fan was shocked by the lady's words. If he was not mistaken, the woman in red was looking in the direction of Shi's house. Could a mortal open the third gate of the celestial being realm? Ning Fan was shocked by such a shocking fact. However, in the next moment, he did not understand why he was shocked. He had forgotten what the third gate of the celestial being realm was. His previous shock seemed to be a kind of instinct and habit. Compared to this matter, he was more concerned about the identity of the lady in red. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch the lady in red. However, his hand directly passed through the red-dressed woman's body. Sure enough, I still can't touch her. If it was in the past, I wouldn't mind recommending such a talent to the Tribulation Lord. Unfortunately, I already hate the life of the Taitsong Tribulation Spirit. In the future, I will most likely betray the Taitsong Tribulation Spirit. There is no need to recommend such a talent to an enemy. The lady in red smiled slyly, and her figure flashed, disappearing without a trace. Ning Fan instinctively wanted to chase after her, but a huge purple light descended from the sky and stopped him. That purple light flashed and disappeared. It was unknown where it came from and where it disappeared. The time it stayed was too short, but it gave Ning Fan a very familiar feeling. This is the power of the purple battle samsara. But who is the purple battle and what is the samsara? Ning Fan was at a loss. He did not know why that force stopped him from chasing after the lady in red. After trying 100 times, he had no choice but to give up. However, in the depths of his heart, there seemed to be a crack quietly growing. He did not know what that crack was. As he had lost all his memories, he could not sense it. However, when he woke up and his consciousness returned to the blood pool of the true Lightning Clan, perhaps he could understand something. Why did that purple light stop me? Why did I want to chase after that red-robed lady? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with confusion. He pondered over this question, but it was destined that he would not be able to find the answer. He could not collect his thoughts for a long time. The wind of heavens will subsided. It seemed like that important turning point of the samsara had passed with the departure of the red-robed lady. The sun was setting in the west. The tired birds returned to the forest. The burning clouds in the sky gradually faded. In the end, the twilight was finally replaced by the night sky. Ning Fan looked at the night sky for a very long time. Even though he had been in this world for 38 years, he still did not know who he was and where he was going. Why can't I remember anything? I don't want to stay here anymore. Ning Fan muttered to himself. The feeling of not knowing who he was too painful and torturous. It made Ning Fan hate everything in this place. He wanted to leave. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, his body instantly turned into a ray of lightning and disappeared from heaven and earth. The fate-reversing lightning technique failed. It was because the host had developed a consciousness of resistance. Ning Fan woke up from his meditative state. His face was filled with surprise. Only a short period of time had passed since he activated the fate-reversing lightning technique. In this extremely short period of time, he had spent 38 years in another world and another samsara with the help of the fate-reversing lightning technique. With the help of the fate-reversing lightning technique, he actually turned a trace of his spirit sense into lightning and transmigrated to another samsara. It was truly an unbelievable thing. The true lightning country of the mortal world. Without a doubt, his trace of spirit sense had transmigrated to a certain samsara of the three great true worlds. It was definitely not the history of the illusionary world. This was the first time he used the fate-reversing lightning technique. It could be said that he had too many experiences that needed to be summarized. It turns out that the memories of the fate-reversing lightning technique, which is at the minor mastery stage, can't be retained after transmigrating to another samsara, so when the host has the consciousness of resistance, they can break free from the samsara and return to reality at any time. From the moment I transmigrated to another samsara, my consciousness has been weakening bit by bit as time passed. In the cycle of reincarnation, I couldn't see clearly because I was closely involved, so I didn't notice this. But now that I've received 38 years of memories, I can still find some clues. If it wasn't for the fact that my consciousness was constantly weakening, I wouldn't have been moved to tears by the mother-son relationship between a mortal and a mortal. I also wouldn't have chosen to leave because I wanted to escape from reality. In other words, being stuck in this cycle of reincarnation of the minor success thunder technique for 38 years should be my limit. After concluding the key points of using the fate-reversing lightning technique, Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He began to think about the few things that he could not understand in his samsara. The first thing he did not understand was why the True Thunder race's reincarnation coordinates would be in the True Thunder Nation's Lilong town. What's so special about Dragon Town? If there was anything special, it seemed that the mortal named Shur was the only one who opened the third door of the celestial being realm as a mortal. Did he have to be so talented? From the looks of it, be it the True Thunder Nation or the Shur clan, they are all closely related to the karma of the True Thunder clan. Otherwise, the reincarnation coordinates passed down by the True Thunder clan would not coincidentally appear at this place. The second one was puzzled. Who exactly was that woman in red? When he wanted to chase after that woman, why did a ray of purple light appear in his samsara to stop him? Once, I met that woman in red robes in my desolate dream. She should be a grand firmament tribulation spirit called Red Xianxia. She is too similar to Hong Yi. There must be some kind of karma between them. However, the feeling that she gave me was extremely similar to the Sword Ancestor. Before I understood the Sword Ancestor so well, I might not have been able to notice this. However, at this moment, I can feel that this matter is a little strange. Could it be that this woman has some kind of connection with the Sword Ancestor? Also, what is the relationship between this woman and Hong Yi? The previous life and the current life were too complicated. Even though Ning Fan's intelligence was extremely high, he still felt that his head was going to explode whenever he is involved in this matter. What he could not understand the most was why that ray of purple light wanted to stop him. Without a doubt, that ray of purple light is the power of the Purple Dipper Samsara. It was sent out by immortal sovereign Zido through the time and space of the Samsara. Could it be that immortal sovereign Zido did not allow me to come into contact with that woman when I travel through the Samsara? Or perhaps, there are other things that I don't know about. Ning Fan frowned. It was impossible for a fourth-step immortal sovereign to make a move for no reason. There must be a reason behind his actions. The problem was, what was the reason for immortal sovereign Zido to make a move? It was just too strange. Ning Fan shook his head and swept away the strange feeling in the depths of his heart. Then, he closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. After adjusting his breathing to his optimal state, Ning Fan used the fate-reversing lightning technique for the second time. It was still an unfamiliar time. It was still an unfamiliar place. Ning Fan walked on the streets of Lilong Town, feeling puzzled. The landing point of the lightning technique that I used twice seems to be wrong, but what is the lightning technique, and what is the landing point? I don't understand. Ning Fan walked on the streets of Lilong Town. Everything in this place felt familiar yet strange to him. It was as if he had been here before and stayed here for a long time. At the same time, it also felt like it was his first time coming here. He did not know where he was going. There was no one who could see him. There was no one who could tell him. He felt lost in Lilong Town as if he was looking for something. However, he did not know what he was looking for. After a long time, Ning Fan stopped in front of a dilapidated house that was both familiar and strange at the same time. This house was very dilapidated. It looked like an antique that had existed for a long time. I seem to have been here before. Ning Fan was at a loss. He did not remember that this house used to be Shur's house. It was unknown why this dilapidated house was well kept by the residents of Lilong Town. There were even some residents who volunteered to be the guards of this house and did not allow any tourists to visit it. What was even stranger was that there were actually many tourists in this dilapidated house. They would go against the rules to visit it. Moreover, these tourists were different from the villagers of Lilong Town. They were basically not ordinary people. All of them were powerful cultivators with great abilities. There was no lack of immortal emperors among them. What's so special about this dilapidated house? Or perhaps, this house itself is not worth mentioning, but some important person used to live here. Ning Fan muttered. Just as he was pondering, a few tourists at the side suddenly kowtowed to the dilapidated house as if they were worshipping a saint. Is this the old residence of Saint Huishur? It's amazing that a saint could be born in such a shabby house. Who is Saint Huishur? Saint Huishur's life is really a legend. When he was young, due to his lack of talent, he was abandoned by the White Thunder Branch School. When she lost her mother in her middle age, Saint Huishur suddenly made a great ambition to become a celestial cultivator. Since he started cultivating at the age of 48, logically speaking, there was no chance for him to reach the foundation establishment stage. However, Sage Huishur managed to do it and cultivated all the way to the Sage realm. It's really impressive. He started cultivating at the age of 48. Sage, in this world, not everyone becomes a genius at a young age. There are also many people who mature late in life. Saint Huishur was one of these geniuses. She started her vein-opening cultivation at the age of 48 and stepped into the harmonious spirit realm in just 3 months. After another 3 months, she formed her core. 10 years to form the nascent soul, 10 years to form the divine transformation realm, 100 years to form the void refinement realm, 100 years to form the void fragmentation realm, and another 100 years to become an immortal. 1,000 years of crossing truth, 1,000 years of renouncing emptiness, 1,000 years of thought fragmenting, and then another 10,000 years. He actually broke through the ancient realm and became a sage with a skeletal age of 13,000 years. 13,000 years old. With such a speed of becoming a saint, it is said that she can be ranked in the top 10 of the true world. I heard that there are many immortal emperors who assert that Sage Huishur has the qualifications to reach the 4th step. The Culpa Lord even personally summoned Sage Huishur. A sage who is 13,000 years old, your news is outdated. I have received the latest news that Sage Huishur has been appointed by the Culpa Lord to take over the entire True Thunder country. She will become the youngest king in the history of the country. The king of the True Thunder country. As long as Sage Huishur continues to grow, the era of the True Thunder country will certainly come. Ning Fan frowned and left. This was not the news that he wanted to know. He did not know what he wanted to find in the Dragon Town. However, after hearing this news, he suddenly had an urge to find this Sage Huishur and see what he was capable of. But where is this Sage Huishur? He had no idea. Thus, the moment he walked out of the Dragon Town, he was at a loss again. Ning Fan did not know where he should go in the vast world. Until he heard a piece of news from a passerby by chance. That Sage Huishur was currently in the capital of the True Thunder country to hold the coronation ceremony of the king of the country. So, as long as I go to the capital of the True Thunder country, I will be able to see this person. Ning Fan began to rush towards the capital of the country. It was not difficult for him to eavesdrop on the news from some passers-by. However, the problem was that the country was just too huge. Ning Fan walked in the direction of the capital for 10 years, but he still could not reach it. One day, Ning Fan saw a cultivator flying across the sky. Suddenly, he had an idea: why don't I fly? Thus, Ning Fan changed to flying to hasten his journey. His speed was extremely fast, faster than any of the ancient monsters he met along the way. However, even after 10 years of traveling, he was still very far away from the capital. 10 years was enough for Ning Fan to travel around the 4 heavens and 9 worlds for a few hundred times. However, it was still not enough for him to travel from the Dragon Town to the capital of the True Thunder country. How big is the True Thunder country? How big is the mortal world? How big is the 3 great true worlds added together? Unfortunately, Ning Fan, who did not have his memories, could not think about such complicated things at all. Moreover, he did not understand why strange thoughts kept popping up in his mind. After another 10 years, Ning Fan finally arrived at the capital of the country. However, 30 years had passed since the coronation ceremony of the country's king. That Sage Huishur was no longer in the capital. He had actually gone out to visit the Tao. Ning Fan had no choice but to leave the capital and continue to search for Sage Huishur. He did not know why he wanted to find him. It was just an instinct that was like that of a wild beast. After searching for another 10 years without any results, Ning Fan's consciousness collapsed and the fate-reversing lightning technique ended. Ning Fan woke up from his meditative state for the second time. While sorting out the various information he obtained from the samsara, Ning Fan could not help but sigh. That mortal named Shur finally had his own surname in the end. His full name was Huishur. However, he did not step into the sage realm for 13,000 years. A sage who was 13,000 years old. What an outstanding aptitude. For the first time in his life, Ning Fan, who had always looked down upon his peers, saw a cultivation barrier. Ning Fan's bone age was already 170,000 years old. However, he had only cultivated to the immortal king realm. Such a cultivation speed could shock the world during the Dharma ending era. It could also shock a region in the 3 great true worlds. However, it was definitely not unprecedented or impossible in the future. At least, Ning Fan knew that this sage Huisher was much better than him. He opened the third door of the heavenly being realm with the body of a mortal and stepped into the sage realm at 13,000 years old. He could not be compared to him. However, it did not matter. He did not want to be the strongest in the world. As long as his power was enough to protect some people, it would be enough. However, what puzzled Ning Fan was that the landing point of the fate-reversing lightning technique for the second time seemed to be different from the first time. Firstly, the location was different. The first time, his landing point was the river at the outskirts of the Lai Long town. The second time, he directly landed in the Lai Long town. Secondly, the landing point was also different. During the first time, when he landed, Huisher's surname was not Hui yet and she was only 8 years old. During the second time, Huisher had already become a sage realm expert. 13,000 years had passed. When I used the fate-reversing lightning technique, the coordinates of time and space were obviously fixed. But why are the time and space points I arrived at not fixed? The coordinates are the same but the landing point is different. If samsara is something unchanging, the same coordinates will definitely land in the same place. However, what if samsara is constantly changing? Is samsara an inanimate object like a sundial? It is constantly changing according to the sunlight. Or maybe samsara isn't an inanimate object but a living thing. It can grow and change. It has its own emotions and will. Hee. This kind of thinking seems a little too heaven-defying. However, I have never seen samsara with my own eyes. How would I know that this possibility doesn't exist? Rumble *, a huge enlightenment instantly invaded Ning Fan's mind, causing his eyes to shine brightly. At this moment, he seemed to have come in contact with the essence of samsara again. No one knew what he had comprehended. After a long time, Ning Fan began to use the fate-reversing lightning technique for the third time. Different from the previous 2 times, Ning Fan made some modifications to the technique this time. Some tests, an unfamiliar time. An unfamiliar place. When he used the fate-reversing lightning technique for the third time, he actually did not land in the True Thunder country. What he saw was a large piece of barren land. Countless residents of the True Thunder country had migrated to this place and lived there. The True Thunder country had actually migrated. They had betrayed the Taizong Jialing and joined the Purple Do Immortal domain which was under the command of immortal sovereign Zido. They had betrayed the mortal world and joined the defying mortal world. In the newly migrated land of the True Thunder country, many Purple Do Immortal cultivators came to welcome them. Haha. This is great. With the addition of Sage Huisher, our Purple Do Immortal domain has become stronger. Those arrogant Taizong tribulation spirits are probably going to suffer a huge blow. First, Red Yiksha, one of the 8 lightning generals under the Tribulation Lord's command, betrayed him. Then, the True Thunder country changed sides. It's obvious that the people's hearts are all on our Purple Do Immortal domain. I heard that Sage Huisher's cultivation base has already gone through 900 reincarnation cycles. She's not far away from the 4th step. Even if she hasn't gone through 1,000 reincarnations, she can already achieve the Virtue Saint Defier realm, a half-step immortal sovereign with a skeletal age of 3 million years. Her aptitude is really terrifying. You're wrong. To a sage, skeletal age is just an illusion. The number of reincarnation cycles is the truth. I see. Ning Fan looked at the new land of the True Thunder country blankly and the scenes around him. His ears were filled with complicated information. Everything in front of him was unfamiliar. He did not know why he appeared in this place. He did not know who he was and where he was going. He walked in a daze. No one could see him. Even the sages who occasionally flew past him could not see him. He walked from the bustling crowd to the place where the lights were dim. As he walked, he suddenly saw a river in front of him. There was a bridge on the river and there was someone on the bridge. It was an elderly man who was equally lonely. He was looking at the rapid flow of the river in a daze. The elderly man's hair was already white and his cultivation base was unfathomable. However, all of this was not Ning Fan's main concern. The main point was that the appearance of this elderly man gave Ning Fan an inexplicable sense of familiarity even though he could not recall where he had seen this elderly man before. Something that was even more unbelievable to Ning Fan happened. When Ning Fan's gaze fell on the elderly man, the latter actually turned his head and looked at him. He could see it, he could actually see it. It's you. The elderly man seemed to have recognized Ning Fan, but he seemed a little uncertain. You recognize me? Ning Fan's expression changed a little. He walked to the bridge and stood beside the elderly man. It was not easy to find someone who could see him. Of course, Ning Fan would attach great importance to him. Perhaps this old man recognizes you, or perhaps the person I recognize isn't you, but another reincarnation, a different person. The old man's words contained a trace of confusion. That confusion seemed to be the reason why he was standing here alone. That's right. I don't understand. Ning Fan shook his head. He really did not understand. I don't understand either. It has been many years, but I still don't understand. The elderly man also sighed. He really did not understand. The more he cultivated the Tao, the more he did not understand. What are you looking at here? Ning Fan asked with a frown. His intuition told him that this elderly man was not simple. Unfortunately, his memory was incomplete and he could not see through this elderly man's background. I'm looking at fish. Fish? Yes, fish. Even fish live happily, but this old man is not. I used to think that the world I yearn for is a real ideal country. However, perhaps such a place doesn't exist in this world. Where there is light, there will be shadows. I have a premonition that my decision will implicate the people of the entire True Thunder country and bring them to the few shadows in this place. Oh, no. In a few more days, the True Thunder country will no longer exist. There are no countries in the Purple Do Immortal region. In the future, there will only be the True Thunder clan here. The elderly man sighed bitterly. Are these fish really living happily? Ning Fan muttered to himself. Hee hee. Little friend, you are really interesting. Has anyone told you that your focus is very strange? Shouldn't a normal person be concerned about my unhappiness? What does your happiness have to do with me? Ning Fan said disapprovingly. The elderly man was stunned. Then, he smiled and said, you have a point. You and I are unrelated to each other in the first place. We don't have any karma between us. Why do we need to talk about it? Why don't we discuss the Tao in the river of Haliang? It will be best if we only talk about the Tao and not the karma. That's not what I mean. Ning Fan frowned. It's fine as long as I am. If you want to talk about fish, I will talk about fish. The fish is like the Tao, and the Tao is also like the fish. Don't you see that the Tai Chi of the Tao is transformed into the two fish of Yin and Yang? That is the true meaning. As the old man spoke, he changed the topic to the discussion of the Tao. However, Ning Fan, who had lost all of his memories, did not seem to be interested in discussing the Tao. I'm more concerned about whether the fishes here are really as happy as you said. Ning Fan said. How can a fish not be happy when it gets water? Of course they are happy. The old man sighed. You are not a fish. How would you know the happiness of a fish? Ning Fan shook his head and said. You are not me, how would you know that I don't know the joy of fish? The elder said in a carefree manner. Of course you don't know, because you're not happy. What do you mean? You're not looking at the fish, you're treating the fish as you. You don't know that fish are happy, but you want fish to be happy. This was the meaning behind the so-called mountains and rivers. However, if this feeling is not one's true feelings, then it is false. The old man suddenly became silent, as if he was touched by Ning Fan's words. His sigh became heavier. After a long time, the old man pointed at the fish in the river and said. Just like what you said, since I'm unhappy, that fish is certainly unhappy as well. If that's the case, even if I meet him, it will only make him unhappy along with me. It seems like there's no need for us to meet. You are not a fish. How would you know that this fish has been waiting for you for hundreds of years? Even if you meet yourself, what can you do? Life is a journey of continuous loss. When a baby is born, it obviously does not contribute to the world, but it can receive the most love and care. When it's young, it needs to bear all kinds of responsibilities. When it's in its prime, it needs to get used to all kinds of separation and death. When it's old, it needs to experience the most helpless loneliness in the world. Life is like walking from the happiest to the most unhappy. The same goes for Tao cultivation. If my unhappiness can make more people happy, this kind of sacrifice might be worth it. It's just that those members of the true lightning clan have to die for my will. I don't understand. Ning Fan's face was filled with bewilderment. He felt that the old man's words were too profound. Thus, he did not want to think deeply about it. As a result, the words that the old man said from the bottom of his heart became like playing the lute to a cow. It was extremely awkward. My name is Xianxia. Where exactly did you come from? Can you tell me your name? The old man asked helplessly. I don't know who I am. Ning Fan said blankly. So you're just a traveler of the second step, huh? It must be fate that brought us together. This is the third time we've met. If I don't even know your name, it would be such a pity. The old man said regretfully. The third time we've met. Ning Fan became even more bewildered. This is my third time. However, it's possible that it's your second time. The last time you came to look for me, you couldn't find me. Otherwise, we could have met 4 times in the cycle of samsara. The old man still wanted to say something, but a messenger flying sword suddenly arrived. It seemed to contain some important news. After receiving the news, the old man did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately bid farewell to Ning Fan and left in a hurry. Eventually, Ning Fan was the only one left on the dimly lit bridge, watching the fish alone. He did not know what he wanted to see. He also did not know what he was looking for. He obviously could not understand the old man's words. However, he seemed to have gained a great understanding as he looked at the fish in the river. Among those fish, there was one that gave Ning Fan a very strange feeling. That fish was looking at him. It was not afraid of humans at all. That kind of gaze was very similar to Xianxia, who had just left. Sure enough, he's looking at me. Ning Fan muttered something that even he could not understand. He closed his eyes and was completely immersed in the gaze of that fish. It was not Ning Fan's first time hearing about an encounter between himself and himself. It was also not his first time encountering such a thing. However, it was definitely his first time encountering someone who was as strong as Xianxia. He clearly did not have any memories nor any purpose, but he really immersed himself in this kind of comprehension. Perhaps it was because he had no purpose at all that he could see everything clearly and thoroughly. Meeting, what is meeting? Is it the coincidence of the starting point and the ending point? No. It's not, it's a kind of materialization. It's a kind of collision between 2 parallel existences. There's no order between me and the fish. There's no order between me and the butterfly. I'm Ning Fan and I'm also the butterfly. I'm living in the present, but at the same time, I'm living in the butterfly's time. Ning Fan closed his eyes. He did not notice that his body was gradually turning from a human into a butterfly. That kind of change was not the change of his form nor the change of his Tao. In fact, it should be said that there was no change at all. I can't believe that I've actually comprehended the mysteries of materialization before attaining the true saint realm. In the great overarching heaven of the Zido immortal region, immortal sovereign Zido, who was imparting the Tao to all living beings, suddenly revealed a gratified smile. Then, he passed an order to his disciples. No one is allowed to step on the stone bridge above the Hao River in the new territory of True Thunder Country. No one knew why immortal sovereign Zido gave such a strange order. No one knew that Ning Fan stood on the stone bridge and comprehended materialization for millions of years. During that period of time, Ning Fan had no idea how many people came and went. During that period of time, the law of samsara tried to dispel the consciousness of Ning Fan's minor accomplishment lightning technique countless times. However, it could not be dispelled. Ning Fan also did not know about this. He did not know that he had once turned into a butterfly. He also did not know when he had left the body of a butterfly and returned to his original form. Ning Fan felt that he had only comprehended for a very short moment. However, when he woke up, his surroundings had already changed. The relocation of the True Thunder Country had become the history of millions of years ago. The entire True Thunder clan no longer existed. From the conversations of the passers-by, Ning Fan found out that millions of years had already passed. This made him very surprised. During these millions of years, the True Thunder clan had undergone a drastic change. According to rumors, the entire clan committed the crime of rebellion under the leadership of immortal sovereign Huishur and was suppressed by immortal sovereign Zido. Rebellion? How is that possible? Ning Fan found it hard to imagine that the old man who told Yuer that he was unhappy would actually betray the Zido immortal region. From the conversation they had that day, Ning Fan seemed to have heard a lot of difficulties from Huishur. There should be a lot of reasons behind the so-called rebellion. Even though Ning Fan's memory was incomplete, he vaguely felt that his existence was to understand the reasons behind it. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance to understand it this time. Because he had comprehended the profound principle of materialization, he had stayed in this place for millions of years. Logically speaking, his minor accomplishment lightning technique could only stay in this place for around 40 years. The consequence of staying for too long was the appearance of the envoys of Samsara who wanted to capture Ning Fan and punish him. A mere second step and actually dares to ignore the law of Samsara and forcefully stay in another time and space for millions of years. This man deserves to be killed. An ancient devil that was shrouded in darkness moved towards Ning Fan stealthily with the power of Samsara. His killing intent was fully revealed. No one could see that ancient devil, just like how no one could see Ning Fan. Ning Fan also could not see that ancient devil. However, he could vaguely sense the killing intent from the other party. This man seems to be just a small immortal king. My cultivation base is already higher than his. Moreover, with the power of the 6 paths reincarnation well, killing him is as easy as killing a chicken. Dark Samsara, activate. Ning Fan felt that the entire time and space began to twist. At the next moment, he was pulled out of the samsara of the third lightning technique by a tremendous dark samsara power and was pulled to a strange world filled with broken limbs and corpses. Where am I? Ning Fan frowned slightly. He did not know who brought him out of the samsara and where he was now. Fortunately, as he forcefully left the previous time and space, the memories that were taken away by the samsara were returning to his body bit by bit. Thus, Ning Fan was not completely helpless in the face of the current danger. This is an interrogation space that I, Great Immortal Mo Luo, have spent 3 million years to forge. Once you come here, your only future is death. You won't even be able to escape to the previous samsara. Unfortunately, I'm currently at a crucial stage of my cultivation. I can't use my eyes and spirit sense recklessly. Thus, I can't even see your appearance. 6-winged, after you see this person's appearance, make a copy of it and store it in my interrogation notes. If the higher-ups ask me about it, it will be very troublesome if I didn't even record his appearance after killing a space-time criminal. The latter half of the sentence was said by Great Immortal Mo Luo to his servant. Yes. Another voice answered respectfully. At the next moment, Great Immortal Mo Luo appeared with billowing darkness. He was riding on the back of a 6-winged giant. The 6-winged giant seemed to be equally strong, but it was willing to be Great Immortal Mo Luo's mount and servant. Great Immortal Mo Luo looked down at Ning Fan disdainfully as if he was looking at an ant. I have the dark samsara in my hands. How do you want to die? Great Immortal? Ning Fan was slightly stunned. Then, his expression turned strange. Great Immortal Mo Luo, as his memories gradually returned, he felt that this Great Immortal Mo Luo looked very familiar. He seemed to look a little like the archenemy he met when he was young, Great Emperor Mo Luo from the ancient devil abyss of the dream world. As his memories continued to return to his sea of consciousness, more and more memories of the grudge he had with Great Emperor Mo Luo emerged in front of his eyes. It made him even more certain that the mysterious assailant he met at this moment was coincidentally that detestable Great Emperor Mo Luo. As such, when Ning Fan looked at Great Emperor Mo Luo again, he immediately revealed a thought-provoking cold smile. The enemy who dragged Ning Fan out of the time samsara was undoubtedly Great Emperor Mo Luo. However, there was one thing that Ning Fan did not understand. The Great Emperor Mo Luo that he met at the moment seemed to have yet to become a sovereign emperor. His cultivation base was only at the peak Immortal King realm. It was too weak. However, in the time and space he was in, Great Emperor Mo Luo should have already become a sovereign emperor and become one of the 9 great devil ancestors of the ancient demon's abyss. So, the Great Emperor Mo Luo that he met now was not the future Great Emperor Mo Luo but the Great Emperor Mo Luo from countless years ago? Did he accidentally run into him during a time and space travel? Lowly criminal of time and space, repent for your fate of dying tragically. Run away as much as you can. Cry, hate and beg for mercy. If you meet other guards, you might still be able to keep your life. However, you are unlucky to run into my hands. Ha 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 ha. My slave, six-winged, tell me. Has this brat been scared silly by me? Why is he not saying a word? Killing such a coward is really too boring. Great immortal Emoluo, who could not use his eyesight, opened his empty eyes and laughed wildly while asking the six-winged giant who was his mount. Ning Fan was slightly speechless. He began to doubt his own senses. Was the person that he met really the great Emperor Emoluo of the past? His standards are a bit low. His behavior is completely like a fool, master. There is no fear on this criminal's face. Be careful. The situation doesn't seem right. This person gives me a very dangerous feeling. The six-winged giant answered respectfully. Oh, six-winged. You are good at everything except that you are too cautious and boring. Fine. Today, I will let you witness the power of the dark samsara. This is the technique that all guards of the 6 paths of samsara must learn. It's really useful to kill a criminal of time and space. Great immortal Emoluo's empty eyes suddenly flashed with black light. The shadow of a black tree that was as tall as the sky was reflected in his eyes. For the second time, the dark samsara was activated. Ning Fan didn't even have the time to react. His body was pierced by dozens of black tree branches condensed from the power of darkness without any warning. He looked like a soldier who was shot by arrows or a hedgehog. He was in an extremely sorry state. Not bad. It's actually not ordinary darkness energy. It's not affected by my dark yin-yang. Moreover, from the moment the black branches appeared to the moment they pierced through my body, there was no time lag at all. This was an attack at the level of karma. The moment the black tree branch appeared, it directly pierced through my body. Moreover, these black tree branches are born with tremendous sealing power. Once someone is pierced by them, it would be very difficult for them to break free with brute force unless they are second-level quasi-saints or above. Their cultivation base and mobility would be sealed by the black tree branches and they would be at the mercy of their enemies. Blood trickled down from the corner of Ning Fan's mouth. His eyes glowed with green light. He instantly saw through the details of great immortal Emoluo's attack. However, he was still injured. Not simple. Little fellow, I've used this technique to kill hundreds and thousands of spacetime criminals. It's the first time I've seen someone like you who can see through the dark reincarnation branch's mysteries. It seems to be too much of a pity to kill you. How about this great immortal will give you a way out, hide it from the people above, and secretly spare your life. However, you have to be my slave and allow me to devour your Tao corpses unconditionally when I need them for my cultivation. What do you think? As long as you agree to this request, you can live for a very long time. My suggestion isn't bad, right? Great immortal Emoluo was shocked by Ning Fan's sharp observation. After being surprised, his expression became scheming. He chuckled strangely as if he wanted to spare Ning Fan's life. From great immortal Emoluo's point of view, Ning Fan, who was subdued by the dark reincarnation, was already powerless to resist him. His life and death were all in his hands. His willingness to give Ning Fan a way out was already considered as him being merciful. If Ning Fan does not appreciate it, he would not mind killing Ning Fan with his next attack. So the reason why you're taking in a slave is just to devour him. Ning Fan seemed to have recalled the past in the rain world in the past. He remembered the various interactions he had with the Six-Winged Clan, the Giant Devil Clan, the Mist Horn Clan and the Ghost Eye Clan. If it wasn't for Lightning Emperor Tai Su who saved him in the past, perhaps his fate would be to be devoured by Great Emperor Emoluo one day in the future. Without Lightning Emperor Tai Su, his path of cultivation would have already ended a long time ago. Be straightforward. Do you agree to my suggestion or not? Great Immortal Emoluo said impatiently. Of course I won't agree to it. You and I are mortal enemies. Of course, to you, these are all grievances of the future. You who is in the past probably won't understand them. Ning Fan said expressionlessly. Grievances of the future? So it turns out that you, a junior, came from the future and even became enemies with me in the future. Hee hee. If that's the case, I really don't want to spare your life anymore. You can be at ease. Just die. Chi chi. The black branch that was inserted into Ning Fan's body suddenly began to devour his flesh and blood. It multiplied and grew inside his body like a plant, causing his flesh and blood to explode. Even his primordial spirit was minced into pieces. He only lasted for 3 breaths and the dark reincarnation branch has already devoured him? Too weak. Great Immortal Luo said disdainfully. It's not that this person is too weak. It's Master who is too strong. The six-winged giant flattered. Ha ha ha. Your mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter. You're right. You're right. It's me who is too strong. This young man is not weak. He is not weak. Ha ha ha. The master and servant pair were laughing merrily. Suddenly, their expressions changed greatly. At the same time, they felt chills running down their spines. To their surprise, Ning Fan, who was supposed to be dead, appeared not far away with a flash of purple demonic light. He was actually still alive. He actually used the power of an illusion technique to confuse his enemies, making them think that he had been killed. Impossible. It's impossible for someone who is subdued by the dark reincarnation to escape. You're not a second-level quasi-sage. How is it possible that you're still alive? Even though Great Immortal Luo could not see, he could still sense how terrifying Ning Fan was at this moment. Cold sweat flowed uncontrollably from his forehead. When did you get the illusion that I was hit by your attack? The corner of Ning Fan's mouth curved into a cold smile. He activated his eternal true body and turned into a golden flame giant, pouncing towards Great Immortal Luo. The baleful chi that Ning Fan gave off at this moment was too strong. Great Immortal Luo could not imagine that Ning Fan, who was just an immortal king realm cultivator, had actually killed many immortal emperors and half-step saints. The aura force of the golden flame giant that rushed towards Great Immortal Luo made him shiver. He realized that he had run into an iron plate today. If he knew that Ning Fan was such a powerful time traveler, he would definitely turn a blind eye to it and not question Ning Fan about his crimes. However, it was already too late for regrets now. He could only fight with all his might. Dark Samsara, activate, *chi*. At the moment when Great Immortal Luo launched his attack, Ning Fan's golden flame giant was penetrated by tens of gigantic wooden thorns, rendering it immobile. Have you restrained him? Great Immortal Luo said with lingering fear. Master, be careful. This time it's still an illusion technique. The six-winged king activated his sensing technique and warned Ning Fan in shock. As expected, the golden flame giant that was pierced by a large number of wooden thorns turned into an illusion bubble and disappeared. The real golden flame giant reappeared with a flash of purple demonic light. Finally, it approached Great Immortal Luo and his servant. Illusion technique, activate. Great Immortal Luo and the six-winged giant who were controlled by the illusion technique actually killed each other and died at the same time. With a sizzling sound, both of their bodies turned into devil smoke and dissipated. It was not that Ning Fan did not want to use other methods to kill these two enemies. It was just that he was currently traveling through time and space with his minor accomplishment lightning technique. Thus, he could not touch anyone. Thus, he could only resort to trickery and kill these two enemies with an illusion technique. It's you. It's you. This baleful chi. It's you. Last time I, Lu Yi, saw you in the 6 paths of reincarnation well. Damn it. Damn it. My devil sense died in the interrogation space. I can't get any information about it. Even if I meet you in the future, I won't know that my devil sense has been killed by you. Damn it. Before Great Immortal Luo disappeared, he said something that made Ning Fan feel strange. In the past, Great Emperor Luo had also said something similar. However, he did not say it to Ning Fan. Instead, he said it to the expert in purple robes who mysteriously appeared in the past. I will help you get rid of the 30% devil sense of this fiend. As for the remaining 70% which is sealed by Luo Mountain, when your cultivation base is strong enough, you can go to the devil world and kill him. You can't do this. I, Lu Yi, used to guard the 6 paths of reincarnation. He has seen you before. He has seen you before. Samsara is really interesting. Karma is connected. No matter how high one's cultivation realm is or how much karma one has experienced, what one comes into contact with is still just a superficial part of it. Perhaps only by completing all of one's samsara can one understand the complete karma of oneself. Ning Fan muttered to himself thoughtfully. No one knew what great immortal Mo Luo's words before he disappeared had made him think of. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to kill Great Emperor Mo Luo and his six-winged servant. They probably didn't come to capture me with their true bodies. Instead, they projected part of their devil sense in front of me using some kind of method. What I killed was just some devil sense. Ning Fan shook his head regretfully. When he was young, he was bullied by Great Emperor Mo Luo a little too much. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get back at him. However, he did not manage to truly kill Great Emperor Mo Luo in the end. What he killed was just a part of the devil sense of Great Emperor Mo Luo and his servant. The two of them did not come here with their true bodies. They just used some kind of method to send their devil sense to this place. Ning Fan felt regretful that he did not manage to kill Great Emperor Mo Luo. If he killed the past Great Emperor Mo Luo, would the future Great Emperor Mo Luo be affected? Ning Fan was very curious about this. Or perhaps it was because he did not manage to kill Great Immortal Mo Luo today that there would be a future Great Emperor Mo Luo. Was his inability to kill Great Immortal Mo Luo a destined thing from the very beginning? Perhaps the script of samsara was written from the very beginning. Since Great Emperor Mo Luo existed in the future, it was impossible for him to kill the past. Perhaps it was impossible for the samsara to be changed by accidents. All accidents were also destined, just like today's encounter. The only thing that could change the samsara was the power that surpassed the level of samsara. It was destined that I would kill the devil sense of Great Immortal Mo Luo. His devil sense was destroyed and he doesn't remember me. When we meet in the future and plot against me, he also doesn't remember the past. Everything is just the script of samsara. How strong must one's cultivation base be in order to walk out of this predetermined script? In front of the intricate and complicated samsara, Ning Fan once again felt how insignificant he was. He also felt that his knowledge was insufficient. However, he did not lament for too long. It was because he was attracted by the spoils of war in this battle. It was a small section of a dark tree branch. Even though Great Immortal Mo Luo's devil sense had descended into this world, the spoils of war that he brought with him were his true body and not his projection. Thus, he could seize it. It was clearly just a small section of a dark tree branch, but it gave Ning Fan a very strong sense of danger. If it wasn't for Ning Fan's powerful illusion technique, he would have already been killed by Great Immortal Mo Luo twice. Divine abilities and magic treasures of the first level of the law of causality were always hard to guard against. Tell me your name and your origin. Ning Fan activated his ability to communicate with the dark tree branch directly. Dark Samsara branch, Dark Samsara branch, Dark Samsara branch. Ning Fan had never heard of a dark samsara tree, nor did he know what a dark samsara branch was. If he takes a closer look at this small branch, he could actually sense the chi of a third-step expert. It was not hard to imagine that the so-called dark samsara tree must be an item with a great background even in the true world. With this item, it seems like I can start to improve the dark illusion technique that is derived from the great accomplishment demonized Dark Night Dao Elephant. Unfortunately, I can't touch anything when I travel through time using the fate-reversing lightning technique. I probably can't touch this item as well, let alone bring it back to the real world. Ning Fan stretched out his hand regretfully. He thought that he could not touch this branch. However, the strange thing was that he actually touched it. This feeling was similar to the time when he obtained the great accomplishment demonized Dark Night Dao Elephant. In the illusory world, he obtained the four symbols blood spring. In this world, there were also some special items that could connect the void and reality, the past and the future. The four symbols blood spring was such an item. The dark samsara branch was actually such an item as well. I didn't expect that I would also make a mistake. Since the enemy used this item to attack me, it means that this item can touch me and hurt me. Of course, I can also touch this item. However, I wonder if I can bring this item back to the real world from the past if I can touch it. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He felt that he could give it a try. Then, he thought of something else and felt extremely regretful. Speaking of which, why could I stay in the previous time for millions of years when I used the fate-reversing lightning technique? Moreover, I didn't even notice the passage of time at all. That strange state I was in just now seemed to be quite extraordinary. Now, I can't enter that state no matter what. It seems like there's no way for me to study that strange state in detail. Ning Fan sighed regrettably. The law of samsara only allowed his minor accomplishment lightning technique to stay in the different time and space for around 40 years. The strange state that allowed him to go against the law of samsara was amazing no matter how he thought about it. It's really a pity that I can't enter that strange state again. Rumble Ning Fan erased the Mo Luo imprint on the dark samsara branch and activated it. With its power, he easily destroyed the interrogation space of great immortal Mo Luo. At the moment when the space was destroyed, his consciousness returned to the real world. At the same time, somewhere far away, great immortal Mo Luo and the six-winged giant who were monitoring the 6 paths of reincarnation while using their devil senses woke up from their meditation at the same time. They coughed and their faces were filled with shock. How is this possible? My devil sense has actually been destroyed by that space-time criminal. What kind of background does that space-time criminal have? He isn't even afraid of the dark samsara branch. Could it be that his cultivation base is at the 2nd level of the quasi-saint realm or above? Great immortal Mo Luo's forehead was filled with cold sweat. I'm doomed. My dark samsara branch couldn't be sent back. It seems like it has been snatched away by that bastard. I'm going to die. As a guard of the 6 paths of reincarnation, I've lost my samsara branch. It's a serious crime. I'll be punished by having my samsara erased. The second drop of cold sweat appeared. So we can only run away now. The mountain and sea realm is a place where the forces of the sage sects are everywhere. We certainly can't stay here any longer. Six-winged giant, tell me, should we run to the mortal world that's under the control of the Jia clan or to the defying earth world where the immortals are fighting? Great immortal Mo Luo asked his servant, the six-winged giant with a long face. He no longer had the demeanor of a master. Let's go to the defying earth world. Ju Mo has already advised us to seek refuge with immortal sovereign Zido in the defying earth world. I heard that ancient devils can live without bowing down to him there. The six-winged giant pondered for a while and answered. Is that true? We can actually live with our heads held high after seeking refuge with immortal sovereign Zido. Great immortal Mo Luo was extremely shocked and moved. As for whether or not they sought refuge with immortal sovereign Zido because of what happened today, history seemed to have already proven it. In the secret place of the true lightning clan, Ning Fan woke up from his meditation. Looking at the dark samsara branch that had returned to his consciousness, the corners of his lips curved into a smile. He had actually brought this item from the past to reality, it's too heaven-defying. With this item, my dark illusion technique can now possess extremely strong destructive power. In the past, my illusion technique lacked defensive power. However, in the future, it won't. However, now isn't the right time to refine this item. I still have many questions about the reason why the true lightning clan was destroyed. It seems like I need to perform the fate-reversing lightning technique for the 4th time. Even though I can't enter the strange state that I was stuck in for millions of years in this strange time and space previously, as long as I've entered it once, I will still gain something. I have a bold idea about performing the fate-reversing lightning technique for the 4th time. After resting for a while, Ning Fan performed the fate-reversing lightning technique for the 4th time. However, compared to the previous fate-reversing lightning technique, there was obviously something different about the lightning technique he performed this time. It was an unfamiliar time. It was not an unfamiliar place. A butterfly suddenly flew into the great overarching heaven of the Purple Do Immortal region. The 4th time Ning Fan performed the fate-reversing lightning technique, he directly landed in the great overarching heaven. It was the place where immortal sovereign Zido taught the Tao. The great overarching heaven was supposed to be the place with the strictest security in the Purple Do Immortal region. However, at this moment, there was not a single person guarding the place and no one was teaching the Tao here. Immortal sovereign Zido was not there. The Purple Do celestial beings were not there either. The entire great overarching heaven was in ruins. Traces of weapons could be seen everywhere. Could it be that the 4th time my lightning technique will land in the time after the destruction of the Purple Do Immortal region? The butterfly that flew into the great overarching heaven muttered to itself. This butterfly was none other than Ming Fan. Moreover, Ming Fan, who had returned to the past this time, actually retained part of his consciousness. Logically speaking, those who perform the lightning technique would return to the past with the consciousness that was closest to their original form. In the past, Ming Fan returned to the past in his human form. However, this time it was unknown what kind of profound principle he had comprehended, and he actually returned in the form of a butterfly. Because of this, he somehow managed to retain his memories without dispersing and could move around in this place with his consciousness. Unfortunately, no one was able to see him. The purple dough immortal region has finally ceased to exist, huh? No, something is not right. There are still movements in a certain corner of the great overarching heaven. Ming Fan suddenly sensed something and flew towards a certain corner of the great overarching heaven. There, an intense battle was currently going on. In the dilapidated great overarching heaven, a white-haired giant whose body was surrounded by blood-red lightning was fighting against 1,000 grand firmament tribulation spirits. The weakest of the grand firmament tribulation spirits who were attacking the white-haired giant were at least 5 stars true blood. There were even a few grand firmament tribulation spirits who had keen bloodlines which were comparable to saints. A battle of this level was just too terrifying. Ming Fan was shocked by the terrifying fluctuations of the battle in front of him. What shocked him even more was that white-haired giant. That white-haired giant was just too strong. With just his strength, he managed to defeat 1,000 grand firmament tribulation spirits without giving them any chance to fight back. In the end, after that white-haired giant forcefully killed 2 of the grand firmament tribulation spirits, the remaining grand firmament tribulation spirits fled in panic and retreated from the great overarching heaven. In the end, the dilapidated great overarching heaven returned to silence. As for that white-haired giant, he was holding a red lightning bolt in his hand. He was like the guardian god of the great overarching heaven, guarding this wasteland until his death. That white-haired giant seemed to have been dead for many years. He had already lost his consciousness a long time ago, but he was still able to fight for the purple dough immortal region. The appearance of that white-haired giant gave Ming Fan a familiar feeling. After taking a closer look, he realized that this person was actually Huishur. It was not Sage Huishur. It was immortal sovereign Huishur who had a cultivation base of the 4th step. However, he had already fallen and no longer had any consciousness. A samsara traveler of the 2nd step. The result of the samsara test is that he is harmless. This person can't be killed. Immortal sovereign Huishur muttered to himself while staring at Ming Fan's direction. He could still see Ming Fan. However, he would never talk about the happiness of fish with Ming Fan anymore. The purple dough immortal region has already been destroyed, but Senior Huishur is still guarding the great overarching heaven. What's going on? What does this have to do with the suppression of the true lightning clan? Ming Fan felt his mind go blank. His mind was filled with all sorts of speculations, but he could not be sure of the answer. Wait, the chi on Senior Huishur's body is similar to the blood pool sacrifice of the true lightning clan. Could it be? Ming Fan looked at immortal sovereign Huishur whose eyes were filled with emptiness. He could feel the latter's will to protect the purple dough immortal region even after his death. At this moment, he had a guess that was closest to the truth about the cause and effect of the suppression of the true lightning clan. It seems like the true lightning clan didn't betray the purple dough immortal region like what the rumors say. The truth might be the opposite. Ming Fan guessed inwardly. However, at the next moment, a loud shout came from an extremely far distance, interrupting Ming Fan's thoughts. An unprecedented sense of danger filled his entire body. I've detected it. The criminal who snatched the dark samsara branch has stepped into a different time and space again. Kill. A few envoys of samsara with the cultivation base of Saint Realm came to capture Ming Fan. The reason why they wanted to capture him was naturally because Ming Fan had snatched the dark samsara branch from the other envoys of samsara when he traveled through time and space previously. Not good. Ming Fan's expression changed. Without saying anything, he deactivated the fate-reversing lightning technique and returned to the real world. Just as he left, the power of darkness that filled the sky swept towards him. However, it could not touch Ming Fan. Damn it. He actually traveled through time and space with his memories. He is obviously just at the 2nd step. How did he do this? This brat's means are really unimaginable. If I knew that this brat carried his consciousness, I wouldn't have said anything in anger no matter what. This really pisses me off. The fourth time he used the fate-reversing lightning technique ended in a very short period of time. When he woke up from his meditative state, his back was already soaked with cold sweat. That was close. I almost died in the different time and space. Traveling through time and space is actually so dangerous. I didn't expect that snatching the dark samsara branch during the third time would actually lead to such a serious consequence. In the future, when I travel through samsara, I will definitely be captured by the old monsters of the Saint Realm. It seems like I can't use the fate-reversing lightning technique recklessly. Ning Fan's face was filled with pity. He still had too many questions that he wanted to seek answers from the samsara. Without the fate-reversing lightning technique, he could not find out many things. Moreover, he felt a lingering fear. If he didn't use a trick to travel through time and space with his memories when he used the fate-reversing lightning technique for the fourth time, he would definitely be killed by those saints while he was in a daze. Ning Fan, who did not have his memories, would not know how to deactivate the fate-reversing lightning technique even if he encountered danger after traveling through time and space. He also did not know how to run away. All he could do was stare blankly. Hee. Fortunately, he had his memories with him. That was why he could retreat in time, even though the duration of the fate-reversing lightning technique for the fourth time was very short. Ning Fan still managed to obtain some extremely valuable information. He had many guesses about the reason why the True Lightning Clan was suppressed. After calming himself down, he sent out a message transmitting flying sword to Immortal King Fei Feng. When Immortal King Fei Feng received the message, she immediately came over. As soon as she saw Ning Fan's expression, she knew that Ning Fan probably already knew the reason why the True Lightning Clan was suppressed. Little friend is really a genius. I was worried that 10 days were too short and it would not be enough for little friend to cultivate the fate-reversing lightning technique. However, I didn't expect little friend to only spend a few days to complete your cultivation and travel through time. Moreover, it seems like you've also obtained a great harvest when you traveled through time and space. Even though Fei Feng could not see the wonders of materialization, she could vaguely tell that the current Ning Fan had undergone a huge change compared to before. Senior, you're flattering me. How many times did you travel through time and space within 10 days? 4 times. Hiss. You actually traveled through time and space 4 times in a row. Won't your sea of consciousness be unable to endure it? Fei Feng was astonished. She thought that Ning Fan would only be able to travel through time and space twice at most, and that was already an overestimation. However, she did not expect it to be 4 times. The sturdiness of this young man's sea of consciousness is just too abnormal. Ning Fan naturally would not explain the strength of his sea of consciousness to Fei Feng. He was also not willing to waste time on this matter. Instead, he went straight to the point. I already have some guesses about the True Lightning Clan. However, I still want to hear Senior's answer first to confirm it. Was the True Lightning Clan really suppressed because they betrayed the Purple Do Immortal Domain? Of course not. Fei Feng said bitterly. In other words, not only is the True Lightning Clan not the sinners of the Purple Do Immortal Domain, but they're also the hidden heroes of the domain. Ning Fan sighed. That's right. The ancestors of the True Lightning Clan sacrificed their lives and the entire clan in order to protect the Purple Do Immortal Domain. We are not traitors. I don't know the exact details and the clan did not pass it down to us. Since ancient times, the members of the True Lightning Clan had always thought that we were the enemies of the Purple Do Immortal Domain. Even Tai Su also believed so before she left in the past. However, after Tai Su left, my grandfather accidentally found out part of the truth when he went through reincarnation. My clan is not the enemy of the Purple Do Immortal Domain but a member of the Purple Do Immortal Cultivators. The reason why we were suppressed was to protect the Purple Do Immortal Domain. Using the bloodline power of the remaining members of the clan to preserve the corpse of the ancestors of the True Lightning Clan. What a heaven-defying sacrificial method. Ning Fan sighed even more. Yes. If that's the case, I only have one last question left. Go ahead, little friend. If I save the True Lightning Clan, I'm afraid the ancestors of your clan will vanish into thin air, yes. Whether you want to save the True Lightning Clan or not, it's up to you. I'm already tired of living. It doesn't matter whether I live or die. The other members of the True Lightning Clan have also gotten used to the life of slaves. What's the difference if I save them or not? Fei Feng left with a bitter smile. Once again, Ning Fan was the only one left in the secret place of the True Lightning Clan. Ning Fan looked at the sacrificial blood pool of the True Lightning Clan and finally got the real answer about the reason why the True Lightning Clan was suppressed. The reason why the True Lightning Clan was suppressed was not because of their betrayal at all. Everything was decided by Immortal Sovereign Huishur. The sacrifice of the True Lightning Clan was to protect the Purple Do Immortal Domain. As long as the True Lightning Clan was still sealed, Immortal Sovereign Huishur, who was far away in the true world, would have an endless supply of power. Even if he dies, he would still be able to protect the Purple Do Immortal Domain and the broken Great Overarching Heaven. However, if the seal of the True Lightning Clan is broken, Immortal Sovereign Huishur would lose his power and his corpse would vanish into thin air. The reason why Immortal Sovereign Zido was unwilling to let Ning Fan lift the seal on the True Lightning Clan was because he wanted Immortal Sovereign Huishur to continue fighting for the Purple Do Immortal Domain. It was the will of Immortal Sovereign Zido. It was also the will of Immortal Sovereign Huishur himself. Where there is light, there will be shadows. If you want peace, there must be sacrifices. Previously, Ning Fan did not understand Immortal Sovereign Huishur's words. Now, he understood. It turned out that when Immortal Sovereign Huishur looked at the fish in the river, he already had the thought of dying. Thus, he was mentally prepared to sacrifice everything for the Purple Do Immortal Domain. Hence, Immortal Sovereign Huishur sacrificed himself and the entire True Lightning Clan. However, what did he get in return? In return, the entire True Lightning Clan was suppressed as a traitor. For the past 1 billion years, the members of the clan had been living a life worse than pigs and dogs. In the illusory world, no one knew about the sacrifice of the True Lightning Clan. No one knew about the dedication of the True Lightning Clan. When the Phone Clan in the True Lightning world was still bullying the True Lightning Clan, had they ever thought that the ones they were bullying were the hidden heroes who protected the Purple Do Immortal Domain? This was Immortal Sovereign Huishur's will. He would rather bear a stain and a lifetime of infamy in order to protect the Purple Do Immortal Domain from the shadows. Even if he dies in battle and loses his consciousness, he would continue to protect the broken Great Overarching Heaven with his broken bones. Immortal Sovereign Huishur's decision made Ning Fan feel deep respect for him. However, he did not dare to agree with him. From this matter, Ning Fan could see the personalities of Immortal Sovereign Zido and Immortal Sovereign Huishur. That kind of personality was able to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. In order to protect more of the Purple Do Immortal cultivators, they could sacrifice a few people. Even if they had to sacrifice themselves, they would not hesitate to do so. This was a proposition that tested the rulers greatly. When lives could be quantified and placed on both ends of the scale, would you want to save one person or 1 million people? Ning Fan asked himself if he could do such a thing. He could not do such a thing. In his eyes, there was no difference whether it was 1 person or 1 million people. It was even more impossible for him to sacrifice his loved ones, his friends, and his loved ones in order to protect the Purple Do Immortal Domain. At most, he would sacrifice himself for the things that he wanted to protect. This was the difference between different Daos. Even though I look forward to the Purple Do Immortal Domain, I might not be able to become a true Purple Do Immortal cultivator in my entire life. As for the True Lightning Clan, they have already borne too much humiliation for the sake of the Purple Do Immortal Domain. They could be said to be the heroes in the shadows. They have obviously contributed to the Purple Do Immortal Domain, but they still have to bear the infamy. How unfair is this? The Purple Do Immortal Domain that I look forward to is not a world where 1 person is sacrificed to save everyone. Instead, it is a world where there is no sacrifice. Perhaps this kind of ideal world doesn't exist, just like what Senior Huishur said. However, it is precisely because it doesn't exist that there is a need to build it. Otherwise, what is the purpose of my entire life of cultivation? Therefore, even if saving the True Lightning Clan this time will go against Immortal Sovereign Zido's will and let down Immortal Sovereign Huishur's unyielding fighting spirit, I still want to save them. As for the karma that may be caused by this matter, I, Ning Fan, am willing to bear it all on my own. Boom! Ning Fan suddenly rose to his feet and turned into a ray of light. rushing out of the secret place of the True Lightning Clan. He rushed out of the bitter cold snow plains of the True Lightning Clan and flew towards the Feng Clan in the True Lightning World. His will had never been as strong as it was right now. At this moment, even if immortal sovereign Zido or Huisha were to come back to life, they would not be able to stop him. The Feng Clan was the strongest force in the True Lightning World. At this moment, the grandest Dao fruit meeting was being held in the Feng Clan. There was a divine tree in the Feng Clan called the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree. Every 1,000 years, the Heavenly Demon Lightning technique would bear a batch of Heavenly Demon Dao fruits. That was why the Dao fruit meeting of the Feng Clan was held. The Dao fruit meeting was the most important event in the Feng Clan. Its importance was even higher than the chaos caused by the middle and low-level cultivators in the True Lightning World. This was also the reason why the 12 venerated lightning ancestors of the Feng Clan were not in a hurry to rescue Dao Monarch Purple Thunder even though they knew that he was captured. There was nothing more important than the Dao fruit meeting. There was nothing more important than Lord Lei Shu's happiness and anger. If the Dao fruit meeting is stopped halfway, Lord Lei Shu would certainly be angry. Originally, the amount of blood that they had collected from the experts of the True Lightning Clan was too little and it had already made Lord Lei Shu unhappy. If they were to stop the Dao fruit meeting halfway at this crucial moment, the consequences would be unimaginable even to the 12 venerated lightning ancestors. There's no other way. We can only let the person who captured Purple Thunder ancestor enjoy his freedom for a few more days. When the Dao fruit meeting is over, it will be as easy as flipping our palms to capture him together. The few venerated lightning ancestors were talking about this matter with a smile. Suddenly, a spirit sense that was as cold as ice fell from the sky and turned into a rainstorm, enveloping the entire Feng Clan. With my order, the Dao fruit meeting of the Feng Clan will be stopped immediately. How domineering and undeniable! The arrogance of his words enraged the 12 venerated lightning ancestors. They did not go and find trouble with Ning Fan, but he actually came to their doorstep to seek his death. How audacious! Moreover, he even dared to order the Feng Clan to stop the Dao fruit meeting immediately. Who does he think he is? Immortal Sovereign Zido? What right does he have to order the Feng Clan to stop the Dao fruit meeting immediately? Someone, kill this man. Before Lord Lei Shu flew into a rage, the 12 venerated lightning ancestors had already informed the entire clan that Ning Fan was to be killed. As the 12th venerated lightning gave the order, countless cultivators of the Feng Clan rose into the sky and surrounded Ning Fan. Most of these Feng Clan cultivators had flesh and blood bodies, and only a small portion of them had bodies constructed from pure lightning power. Cultivators of flesh and blood basically did not have the bloodline of an ancient fae. Those with lightning bodies would more or less have some ancient demon bloodline. The reason why Ning Fan came to the Feng Clan was to stir up trouble. However, he was not willing to kill too many people in this place. The reason why the True Thunder Clan was suppressed and sealed was so that the entire True Thunder Clan could be used as sacrifices to provide energy. As long as the True Thunder Clan was sealed, Celestial Emperor Huisher's corpse, which was far away in the true world, could maintain its combat power and continue fighting. The cultivators of the Feng Clan were ordered by Immortal Emperor Zido to guard the seal and monitor the True Thunder Clan. In essence, the existence of the Feng Clan was only to fulfill their duty. Hence, he was reluctant to kill too many cultivators of the Feng Clan. However, this did not mean that he would not kill anyone here. Guarding the True Thunder Clan was one thing, but bullying the True Thunder Clan was another. Celestial Emperor Zido had ordered the Feng Clan to guard the True Thunder tribe, but he didn't order the members of the Feng Clan to bully others and commit all sorts of crimes. I won't kill any of the Feng Clan cultivators who aren't tainted with evil karma. But if any cultivator of the Feng Clan neglects his duty and does evil things to the True Thunder Clan, the hero behind the scenes, don't blame me for being merciless. Roar! Ning Fan's expression was merciless. His devil roar reverberated across heaven and earth. Countless cultivators of the Feng Clan who had weak cultivation bases coughed out blood from the impact. They lost their ability to fly and fell to the ground. Each of them looked extremely miserable. Without a cultivation base that was beyond the ancient times, a low-grade cultivator of the Feng Clan would not even be able to get close to Ning Fan. They would not even be able to withstand a single roar from him. It's the ancient devil's roar. No, this roar not only contained the power of the ancient devils, but also the power of the ancient demons and ancient gods. Who was this person? In the true lightning world, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to possess the divine, demon, and demon bloodlines at the same time. The 12 venerables of thunder paled. All of a sudden, a ray of purple light descended from the sky and tried to bind Ning Fan. It was the willpower that immortal sovereign Zido had left behind in the true lightning world. It's the remnant energy of a celestial lord. The celestial emperor is going to personally punish this villain. The cultivators of the Phone clan were overjoyed. But in the next moment, they couldn't laugh anymore. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with complicated emotions as he stared at the purple battle will descending from the sky. How weak was this willpower? It had already remained in the true thunder world for 1 billion years, and it was completely worn down by the long passage of time. Perhaps the will left behind by immortal Emperor Zido here once possessed enormous power. However, that was something from 1 billion years ago. At this moment, this power had already weakened and was close to being exhausted. It was obviously not enough to suppress Ning Fan with this level of immortal sovereign will. Celestial Emperor, oh Celestial Emperor, when you personally sealed the True Thunder clan back then, did you ever think that these heroes behind the scenes would be bullied and humiliated by the guards you sent? In the past, the True Thunder clan was extremely huge. The leader of the clan was the dignified immortal sovereign Huishur. There were probably many saints in the clan. But now, the entire clan is only left with about 400,000 people. There isn't even an immortal sovereign in the clan. Now, I am going to go against your will because I feel that the sealing of the True Thunder clan was a mistake from the very beginning. If saving the True Thunder clan is a mistake to you, then I, Ning Fan, will bear all the consequences. At this moment, Ning Fan also released all of his will. It was a will that was alternating between black and white. It collided violently with immortal Emperor Zido's purple will in the sky. Crack crack crack. The remaining will of immortal Emperor Zido was actually crushed by Ning Fan's will. However, Ning Fan did not have a good time either. His will was also greatly damaged. His incomparably sturdy divine spirit sea of consciousness actually had 7 cracks on it. As expected of immortal Emperor Zido. Even though a trace of his will has been left behind for 1 billion years, it can still severely damage my sea of consciousness. He's really too strong. Ning Fan sighed with emotion. While Ning Fan was lamenting his own weakness, the entire Phone clan was shocked by Ning Fan's strength. Is it really possible to destroy the will of a 4th-step immortal sovereign with his own will? Even if it was just a tiny trace of the immortal sovereign's will that was left behind in this place and that trace of will had been eroded by the wind for 1 billion years, it was still not something that a 2nd-step cultivator could destroy, right? The entire Phone clan exclaimed in surprise as if they had just seen an unbelievable miracle. The strongest aspect of this young man isn't his cultivation base but his will. In terms of cultivation base, there were many people who surpassed him during the Age of Chaos. However, in terms of the strength of his will, there is absolutely no one below the 3rd step who is stronger than him. Even the will of an immortal sovereign can't do anything to him. Is he a monster? Wait. What is he trying to do now? In the midst of the exclamations, Ning Fan suddenly closed his eyes. His expression was filled with a sense of loss. He was indebted to immortal Emperor Zido for imparting the Tao to him. Going against his master's will was not a good feeling. However, there were some things that he must do once he had made up his mind. Moreover, he must do it thoroughly. Following Ning Fan's will, a rainstorm suddenly swept across the entire True Thunder world. Wherever the rain falls, Ning Fan's spirit sense would be there. This time, Ning Fan spread out his spirit sense. His purpose was different from before. It was not to sense the surroundings but to cast an illusory technique within the True Thunder world, demonize the dark night and reveal the image of the Tao. At this moment, the entire True Thunder world fell into an eternal night. The massive power of the illusory technique flowed along with the darkness of the night, causing all living beings in the True Thunder world to fall into a state of confusion. Only a few people could resist this illusory technique. What a domineering illusory technique. It can actually attack the cultivators of an entire world. Isn't the range of this attack a little too wide? I've never heard of such an attack before. The expressions of the 12 venerated lightning demons and the few immortal emperors of the True Thunder world who were not affected by the illusory technique changed drastically. At this moment, they were about to witness the perfection of Ning Fan's dark illusion technique. An illusory technique that used rain as a medium to attack from a super long distance was about to be born. It was not an ordinary dark night but a rainy night. The rain is the range. The night is the illusory technique. The west wind is my Tao sense. In the rainy night, the west wind blew. The west wind carried an indescribable sense of loneliness. It was the ability that Ning Fan had comprehended when he was young. At this moment, it blended into the rainy night and became a part of it. As the west wind blew, the rainy night carried an indescribable sense of loneliness and coldness. It blew the power of the illusory technique into everyone's heart. Even the 12 venerated lightning and the others who were not affected by Ning Fan's illusory technique fell into the illusory technique the moment they felt a chill in their hearts. However, at the next moment, the 12 venerated lightning and the other emperors of the true thunder world broke the illusory technique one after another and woke up from their trance. It seems like even though the rainy night has taken shape, the restraining power of this illusory technique is still not enough. If that's the case, Ning Fan opened his eyes. At this moment, he took out a black tree branch that was as long as a finger. Dark Samsara branch, *Chi** Ning Fan actually pierced this tree branch into his right eye. However, what was strange was that not a single drop of blood flowed out from his right eye. Instead, it perfectly absorbed all the power of this tree branch, causing his right eye to begin to emit an indescribable ancient qi. The reason why he could perfectly absorb the power was because his right eye contained the power of the divine lattice of wood, which was equivalent to that of the palm divine lattice but higher than that. Under the influence of the power of the divine lattice of wood, the dark tree branch was perfectly absorbed by Ning Fan and melted into his devil eye. The sealing power, karma power and a trace of samsara power contained in the dark tree branch also fused into Ning Fan's right eye. Then, something terrifying happened. At the moment when he absorbed the power of the dark tree branch, the power of Ning Fan's illusory technique increased by more than 10 times. Moreover, there were more changes to it. The entire rainy night gave off an ancient and vicissitude feeling. In the boundless darkness, a dark samsara tree that was as tall as the sky appeared. Under the nourishment of the rainy night, it began to grow crazily in the illusory world. Welcome to my primordial rainy night. No matter how hard the 12 venerated lightning and the others tried to resist, their sea of consciousness was still breached by Ning Fan's illusory technique and they were pulled into the illusory world of the immemorial rainy night. The so-called immemorial rainy night was an illusory rainy night world that was created using Ning Fan's spiritual world as the carrier and the dark illusion technique as the attacking method. This was the final form of the dark illusion technique that Ning Fan had improved. It was also the strongest illusion technique that Ning Fan had created since he started cultivating the Tao. Even though a few of the 12 venerated lightning were illusion masters and the strongest expert among them was a half-step saint, they still couldn't withstand the attack of Ning Fan's immemorial rainy night illusion technique. Their minds were forcefully pulled into the illusory world. The group of immortal emperor realm old monsters wanted to struggle, but they were shocked to find that their bodies were pierced by tens of dark tree branches the moment they were pulled into the illusory world. They were nailed to the ground like wooden puppets, unable to move even the slightest bit despite the pouring rain. They had been sealed. Ning Fan's illusory technique actually carried a terrifying sealing power. It was too unimaginable. We can't break free. What kind of terrifying sealing power is this? Once you fall into this person's illusory technique, you won't be able to break free unless your strength is one level higher than this person's. Moreover, judging from the chi of this person's magic power, I'm afraid not even a first-level quasi-saint could break free from this illusory technique. Everyone was shocked. There's no need to struggle. In my illusory world, be it time or space, everything is under my control. This is actually an offensive illusory technique. But now, I want to use it to interrogate all of you. Let's start with the weakest person in the illusory world. *Chi** Ning Fan's figure appeared in the illusory world and flew towards a cultivator who had a blank look in his eyes. He was a mid-grade cultivator of the true lightning world. He had killed many members of the true lightning clan and his favorite thing to do was to humiliate the women of the clan. He sank into Ning Fan's illusory world. All of his memories were presented in front of Ning Fan without any reservation. Ning Fan used the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to go through all of his memories and confirmed that he had committed all kinds of crimes in the true lightning clan. After that, he activated his illusory technique. Countless black tree branches grew out of his body and killed him in the illusory world. After killing this person, Ning Fan checked the memory of the second mid-grade cultivator because he had also committed heinous crimes against the True Lightning clan and was killed by Ning Fan. The third person did not bully the True Lightning clan. Ning Fan did not kill him but released him into the illusory world. The fourth person was innocent and was released. The fifth person was guilty and was killed. The sixth person, the seventh person, there were too many cultivators in the entire True Lightning world. There were more than hundreds of millions of them. If Ning Fan were to interrogate them one by one, it would not be enough without spending several million years. What was frightening was that Ning Fan was actually willing to spend several million years to screen each and every one of them to see if they had committed any crimes. Did he have that much time to waste as he pleased? No. Even though the 12 revered lightning beings were restrained by the illusory world and could not move, they still had their eyesight. To their surprise, they realized that no matter how much time passed in the illusory world, the time in the outside world had always stopped at the moment when Ning Fan performed his technique. In other words, no matter how much time Ning Fan wasted in the illusory world, it would not affect the real world. In the blink of an eye, several million years had passed. After Ning Fan had screened all the cultivators in the entire True Lightning world, he killed nearly 30% of them while the rest were acquitted and released. Finally, Ning Fan began to interrogate the 12 revered lightning beings. What infuriated Ning Fan was that each of the 12 revered lightning beings had committed heinous crimes against the True Lightning clan. Moreover, they had been devouring the flesh and blood essence of the members of the True Lightning clan all year round for their cultivation. All of you have been ordered to guard the seal here. Is this how you treat those who are sealed? Ning Fan said coldly. Humph. We don't know why you want to stand up for the True Lightning clan. Maybe you have some ulterior motives towards them, or maybe you really want to save them. However, do you know that after saving the True Lightning clan, their ancestors will turn into ashes and they will no longer be able to serve our Purple Doe Immortal domain? After staying in your illusory world for so many years, we can also see that you are actually a Purple Doe Immortal cultivator, aren't you? The act of saving the True Lightning clan will cause our Purple Doe Immortal cultivator to lose our remaining combat power. It will also cause us to lose our last chance to turn the situation around and... Seeing that Ning Fan was about to attack them, the 12 revered lightning beings became rather unyielding. They actually reprimanded Ning Fan instead. Ning Fan did not intend to listen to their rebuttals at all. What infuriated him was that the 12 revered lightning beings in front of him actually knew the truth about the True Lightning clan being sealed and suppressed. They clearly knew the truth and that the members of the True Lightning clan were the hidden heroes of the Purple Doe Immortal domain. However, the 12 revered lightning beings still dared to bully the True Lightning clan wantonly. These people were not worthy of being called the Purple Doe Immortal cultivator. Die, Ning Fan activated his illusory technique. 9 of the 12 revered lightning beings were instantly killed by the dark samsara branch and died in the illusory world. However, 3 of them were strangely reborn after being killed and escaped from the illusory world through their rebirth. They were revered heavenly lightning, revered earth lightning and revered mysterious lightning, who were the strongest among the 12 revered lightning beings. All of them were at the half-step saint realm. The moment they escaped from Ning Fan's illusory world, the 3 of them ran towards a gigantic lightning tree in the territory of the Phone clan. That was the divine tree of the Phone clan, the heavenly demon lightning tree. A half-step saint is indeed difficult to kill. Ning Fan's consciousness left the illusory world and returned to reality. Looking at the messy situation of the entire True Lightning world, he was quite satisfied with the power of his newly created illusory technique. Illusory technique, immemorial rainy night. A single illusory technique had actually killed 30% of the cultivators in the True Lightning world in an instant. As for the remaining 70%, it was because Ning Fan took the initiative to release it. The power of this illusory technique was quite impressive. From this moment onwards, Ning Fan finally had a powerful offensive illusory technique. Moreover, it was an illusory technique that had a terrifying attack range. Of course, a powerful illusory technique would consume a lot of one's mental strength. Obviously, this technique and the cross-shaped halos were innately incompatible. Both of them also required a lot of mental strength. As expected, the cross-shaped halos were more suitable to be used in conjunction with body techniques and magic techniques. What I'm concerned about is not that the 3 half-step saints were not killed in a single strike, but that tree. What kind of tree is that? Since the 3 revered lightning beings chose this tree to escape to, there must be something special about it. I can't underestimate it. Ning Fan's gaze fell upon the heavenly demon lightning tree in the distance and his expression turned slightly solemn. To his surprise, when the 3 revered lightning beings reached the base of the heavenly demon lightning tree, the tree seemed to have come to life all of a sudden. A gigantic eye opened on the trunk of the tree. Children, there's no need to panic. With me here in the Phone Clan, we certainly won't let this person continue to be arrogant. However, all of you must remember that it won't be easy to let me take action. The heavenly demon lightning tree's demonic chi soared into the sky. Lord Divine Tree, don't worry. As long as Lord Divine Tree kills this person, we will certainly capture another 100,000 members of the true lightning clan for you to devour. The 3 revered lightning beings said in a panic. 100,000 is not enough. I want 200,000. The heavenly demon lightning tree said in displeasure. But there aren't many members of the true lightning clan left. If we lose another 200,000 in one go. The 3 revered lightning beings looked troubled. Then let them have more children. Do you still need me to intervene in such a trivial matter? In short, I won't interfere with your life or death if we lose 200,000 offerings. The heavenly demon lightning tree became even more dissatisfied. Yes, yes, yes. 200,000 it is. At this moment, the 3 revered lightning beings had no choice but to compromise in order to save their lives. Ning Fan looked at the 3 people and the tree coldly. He watched as they decided the fate of 200,000 members of the true lightning clan in the blink of an eye. No wonder. No wonder the population of the true lightning clan that was once prosperous would decline to such an extent. Everyone treated the true lightning clan as their food. The entire true lightning world had become a pigsty and a cow pen to feed these members of the true lightning clan. If it wasn't because they wanted to devour the members of the true lightning clan in the future, the true lightning clan might have already been wiped out by these people. This young man is not simple. Since I've decided to take action, I will go all out and completely release my quasi-saint realm body. The 3 of you will buy me 20 breaths of time. After 20 breaths of time, I will deal with this young man. The heavenly demon lightning tree said firmly. 20 breaths of time, huh? Yes. The 3 revered lightning beings wore troubled expressions. They did not have the confidence to stop Ning Fan for 20 breaths of time. However, they still gritted their teeth and charged at Ning Fan again. If I didn't improve my illusion technique before, I might need to summon some helpers to face the joint attack of 3 half-step saints. Now, however, I don't have to. Ning Fan's right eye flashed with devil light. All of a sudden, the shadow of a black tree appeared in his right eye. Illusion technique, immemorial rainy night. With Ning Fan's state of mind, the burden of activating the immemorial rainy night illusion technique once was not too great. However, activating it consecutively for the second time within an extremely short period of time was rather taxing. A stream of black blood flowed down from his right eye. It was the proof that Ning Fan had overused his illusion technique. At this moment, the 3 unlucky revered lightning beings fell into Ning Fan's illusion world for the second time. Their bodies were penetrated by the dark samsara branch and they were pinned to the ground. Not good. We got hit by this technique again. Revered heavenly lightning's expression turned extremely ugly. Impossible. I've already been hit by this technique once. I've already set up a specific defense against it. Why am I still hit by it? Revered lightning's face turned slightly pale. There's something wrong with this illusion technique. It actually contains the samsara chi of the 3rd step. It's definitely not something that we can resist even if we set up our defenses beforehand. Damn it. I don't have any lightning fruit of rebirth anymore, but my brothers still have a few. Lend me one. Revered mysterious lightning said in fear. I only have one. I can't lend it to you. I only have one as well, no. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Asterisk explode. Asterisk as Ning Fan willed it, the bodies of the three revered lightning beings who had fallen into the illusion world were constantly multiplied by the dark samsara branch and exploded. With the power of the lightning fruit of rebirth, revered heaven and revered lightning were resurrected once again. As for revered mysterious lightning, he was really killed by Ning Fan because he had used up all of his lightning fruits. I've finally killed a half-step saint, huh? When Ning Fan killed revered mysterious lightning, he did not summon the ghost flower of the netherworld to produce undying ghost soldiers. He had killed a lot of people in the entire true lightning world. A single illusion technique had killed 30% of the cultivators here and sacrificed tens of millions of them. After killing so many people, he had already fulfilled the requirements to produce undying ghost soldiers. However, Ning Fan did not want to waste the sacrificial offerings on revered mysterious lightning. If there are no better choices, he would not mind adding a ghost soldier to his team. Unfortunately, there were better choices in this place which could be used to produce undying ghost soldiers. Ning Fan's gaze did not fall on revered heavenly lightning nor revered lightning. His eyes were only looking at the heavenly demon lightning tree. Trash. I've only delayed it for a breath of time and one of them has already died. The heavenly demon lightning tree which was unsealing the body of a half-step saint was enraged when it saw revered mysterious lightning getting killed by Ning Fan's illusion technique. Illusion technique, immemorial rainy night, more devil blood flowed out from Ning Fan's right eye. He had activated the illusion technique for the third time. This time, Ning Fan's illusion technique did not only attack revered heavenly lightning and revered lightning but also directly attacked the heavenly demon lightning tree. Ah! Two blood-curdling screams could be heard. Revered heavenly lightning and revered lightning had finally been killed by Ning Fan because they had used up all of their rebirth lightning fruits. In the spacious illusory world, only the heavenly demon lightning tree was not killed instantly. However, it was also trapped in Ning Fan's illusory world. What level of illusory technique is this? Is it a mid-grade supreme profound illusion technique? No, this young man's illusory technique has actually stepped into the high-grade supreme profound illusion technique. Judging from the degree of compatibility between magic techniques, it is actually an illusory technique that he created himself. The heavenly demon lightning tree was astonished. Even though its body was huge, what was pulled into the illusory world was only an extremely small true spirit. Its true spirit was very small and it looked like a bonsai. At this moment, it was pierced through by many tiny black branches and nailed to the ground. No wonder even a half-step saint would be instantly killed by this young man's illusory technique. Even a half-step saint would have to retreat in the face of an illusory technique of this level. Even I might not be able to break this young man's illusory technique with my current cultivation base. Sure enough, this is the only way. For some unknown reason, the true spirit of the heavenly demon lightning tree suddenly withered rapidly and perished in the illusory world. At the next moment, however, its true spirit was reborn in the real world. Surprisingly, it possessed the ability to resurrect after death. This demon tree is indeed not simple. Ning Fan closed his right eye tightly. His devil blood kept flowing out of his body and his consciousness returned to the real world. After using the immemorial rainy night illusory technique 3 times in a row, it was already very difficult for him to use it for the 4th time. Besides, even if he forcefully uses it for the 4th time, according to Ning Fan's estimation, it was still impossible for him to kill the heavenly demon lightning tree. It turned out that the 12 revered lightning beings were not the strongest beings in the true lightning world at all. So this heavenly demon lightning tree is the one. So your name is the heavenly demon lightning tree. Ning Fan covered his right eye and activated his ability to communicate with all living things. He instantly learned the name of the heavenly demon lightning tree. Impossible. You can actually talk to my body directly. The heavenly demon lightning tree was astonished. It did not know anything about the ancient divine spirits nor did it know how all living beings could communicate with each other. However, it still sensed that at the moment Ning Fan activated some kind of ability, its body had leaked its information to him. What an incredible intelligence ability! If I can eat this kid and seize his abilities, a hint of greed flashed across the celestial demon thunder tree's huge eyes. 17 breaths, in another 17 breaths of time, he would be able to release the shell of his quasi-saint realm lightning tree body. Then, he would be able to easily kill Ning Fan and devour him. However, would Ning Fan foolishly wait for the heavenly demon lightning tree to release its body? As a matter of fact, the reason why Ning Fan used his illusion technique to attack the heavenly demon lightning tree just now was to stop it from releasing its body. However, he failed. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, the true power of this heavenly demon lightning tree was comparable to a first-level quasi-saint. However, most of its power had been sealed all year round. It would take a certain period of time to unseal the seal before it could be used. Ning Fan did not plan to give the heavenly demon lightning tree the chance to release all of its power. Although he had created an illusion that was close to a high-grade supreme profundity level, he did not think that this illusion could kill a true demi-sage. Only by interrupting the heavenly demon lightning tree's release of power would he be able to prevent the tree from unleashing its full power. Only then would he have a chance to kill it. Then, he would use this tree to create undying ghostly soldiers, summon Ghost Flower of the Netherworld, Dragon King Wansheng, appear. Undying Black Qilin, appear. Ning Fan then summoned Aphrodite and the Tao Destruction Lightning Nascent Soul. In this way, he was not attacking the heavenly demon lightning tree alone. Instead, he was attacking the heavenly demon lightning tree with the combined strength of the 5 of them. Master, you didn't bring Black Devil along when you fought. Obviously, Black Devil has many ways to deal with this demon tree. Black Devil, who was not summoned by Ning Fan, felt wronged. What bullshit heavenly demon lightning tree? It's obviously the soul-sucking tree of the Dao Hun clan, even though Ning Fan had no idea how this soul-sucking tree cultivated its ancient demon body and how it disguised itself as the true spirit of an ancient demon. The smell of the soul-sucking tree could not deceive the 9 Raccoon clan. There is no mistaking that unique stench of urine. The true identity of this tree is definitely a soul-sucking tree. The people of the 9 Raccoon clan love to pee under the soul-sucking tree the most. Humph. Don't feel wronged. If I really need your help, I will naturally send you to fight. Even though the feedback from the myriad creation communication says that this tree is the heavenly demon lightning tree, I can also vaguely sense that there is a trace of Dao Soul Chi inside this tree which is well disguised. The little cat, Black Devil, was one of Ning Fan's trump cards. It was a trump card specially used to deal with the Dao Soul clan. Since it was a trump card, of course, it was impossible for him to use it at the very beginning. He had to keep it until the very end just in case. The most important thing now was to interrupt the heavenly demon lightning tree before it releases all of its power. Let's attack together and attack the roots of this tree. Under Ning Fan's command, Afro, the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant, Myriad Saint Dragon King and the Undying Ing Qilin all launched their strongest attacks at the roots of the heavenly demon lightning tree. The heavenly demon lightning tree was dumbfounded. It did not expect that Ning Fan would actually summon 4 half-step Saint Realm experts to help him. The joint attack launched by Ning Fan and 4 half-step Saint Realm experts was not much weaker than a true half-step Saint Realm expert. As such, the heavenly demon lightning tree only lasted for 5 breaths before its roots were completely destroyed by Ning Fan and his group. Its act of releasing its power was forcefully interrupted. Rumble the heavenly demon lightning tree that had lost its roots suddenly grew arms and legs and turned into a gigantic treant. Its single eye glared at Ning Fan furiously. It failed to release its power. Now, it could only use 1/5 of its power to deal with Ning Fan. All of you deserve to die. Half-step Quasi-Sage was only a step away from Quasi-Sage, but that step was like an insurmountable chasm. At this moment, Ning Fan had the same feeling when facing the heavenly demon lightning tree. Even though his cultivation base was just at the immortal king realm, his combat power was definitely enough to overwhelm most of the half-step saints in the Age of Chaos. Even so, Ning Fan still felt like he was at a disadvantage when facing the heavenly demon lightning tree. The aura force of the heavenly demon lightning tree swept across the entire true lightning world. Ning Fan, who had the secret character force, was still in a better condition. However, Afro and the others were directly blasted far away by the aura force of the heavenly demon lightning tree. With just 1/5 of its cultivation base, it can actually be so powerful. Is this the power of a quasi-saint? It's indeed not something that I can achieve with my current strength. However, I have 4 great advantages in this battle. It's not like I don't have a chance to truly kill this tree. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes. The first advantage was that the heavenly demon lightning tree could only use 1/5 of its cultivation. The second advantage Ning Fan had was the number of people on his side. The third advantage was that the Heaven Demon Lightning Tree was a tree and cultivated the great Tao of wood. Ning Fan's identity as the father god of wood had an absolute restraining effect on the existence of trees. The fourth advantage was naturally the Black Devil as a trump card. With these four great advantages, Ning Fan was quite confident that he could defeat the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree. However, in the next moment, the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree eliminated one of his advantages. Ancient Demon Lost Art, Tree Demon Doppelganger. As the Celestial Demon Thunder Tree used its spell, a demonic light burst out from its body. Amidst the demonic aura, four wood puppets appeared. Not only did those clones look the same as the main body, they were also the same size. Even the cultivation aura they exuded was exactly the same. All of them had 1/5 of the cultivation of a quasi-saint. You want to besiege me? Dream on. The main body of the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree sneered. Four of its clones immediately charged at Afro and the others while its main body charged at Ning Fan. The advantage of numbers no longer existed. Fortunately, Aphrodite and the others were not easy to deal with. Even if each of them were to face one of the tree demons' incarnations alone, they would not be in a disadvantageous position. However, it would be very difficult for them to win the battle. Obviously, they could not free themselves to help Ning Fan anymore. A clone-type ancient demon lost art, huh? This is the first time I've seen this art. It is indeed useful. The immemorial true body appeared. Ning Fan turned into a giant body made of golden flames and threw a punch at the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree's main body, the ancient Devil Mountain Breaking Strike. Unfortunately, the bark of the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree was the bark of a quasi-Saint Realm tree. Ning Fan's ancient Devil Mountain Breaking Strike that had yet to achieve a combo was just like scratching an itch to the tree. Is this all you've got? Demonic technique, leaf dance technique. The main body of the Celestial Demon Thunder Tree snorted in disdain. He did not know that the ancient Demon Mountain Breaking Strike that he looked down on was actually an extremely terrifying ancient demon body technique. Unfortunately, as Ning Fan had used illusion techniques many times, he had consumed too much of his spirit power. Hence, it was not suitable for him to use the cross-shaped halos at the moment. If he does not activate the cross-shaped halos, he would not be able to have unlimited magic power. It was also not suitable for him to use the ancient Devil Mountain Breaking Strike to form a series of attacks. Thus, he had to find another method to deal with the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree. The Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree shook its crown and millions of Heavenly Demon leaves that were as sharp as flying swords flew towards Ning Fan. The sky was filled with dancing leaves. Leaf dance art was a very common little Yao art among the Yao. Its status was about the same as the basic flying sword arts of Sword Show. The grade of this technique was obviously very low. However, when it is used by the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree, its destructive power was enough to instantly kill some weaker immortal emperors. It was really unimaginable. Unfortunately, this technique was obviously not suitable to be used against Ning Fan. Wood Palm Domain, open. As Ning Fan activated his domain, all the wood chi in the entire heaven and earth seemed to be under his control. The millions of leaves that were attacking Ning Fan could not even touch his body at all. There was an invisible power of the divine lattice that prevented them from doing so. It's actually the Wood Palm realm. This is going to be troublesome. The main body of the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree was shocked. If Ning Fan really possessed the power of the Wood Palm realm, all of its wood element abilities would basically be crippled. It would not be able to use them to attack Ning Fan. The Wood Palm realm was just that unsolvable and unreasonable. Since my abilities can't work, I'll use my magic treasures to determine the winner. Farmer God Cauldron, appear. All of a sudden, a ray of green light shot out from the main body of the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree. It turned into an ancient cauldron that was covered in green copper and pressed down on Ning Fan's head. This cauldron was actually a Xianxia middle-grade magical treasure. When used by the Heavenly Demon Thunder Tree in the quasi-sage realm, the might of the cauldron could overturn the heavens and earth and shake the world. You want to compete with magic treasures? Ning Fan summoned the ocean-defying sword. The giant body of golden flames wielded the sword and slashed at the cauldron, sending it flying away. However, Ning Fan was not in a good condition either. He was forcefully smashed 100 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, deep into the ground by the suppressive force of the giant cauldron. More than half of his body was smashed into the ground. Disadvantaged. Ning Fan was at a disadvantage in this clash of magic treasures and Dao soldiers. It was not because the ocean-defying sword was weaker than the farmer god cauldron but because Ning Fan's strength was far weaker than the heavenly demon lightning tree. This is the sword of a disciple of the chaotic Kuan sacred sect. The heavenly demon thunder tree seemed to be very experienced. He was shocked when he saw the sea-defying sword. But in the next moment, his surprise turned into anger. So what if he was a disciple of the Hun Kuan sect? He had killed the disciples of the Hun Kuan sect. Those damned Hun Kuan disciples should all be killed. Shinong 100 Grass Flame. Of course, the Shinong cauldron was not as simple as smashing people. It was a medicinal cauldron used for pill refinement. The cauldron contained innate flames which made it extremely powerful. As the heavenly demon lightning tree activated his ability, the grass-green Shinong 100 Grass Flame poured out from the Shinong cauldron. It fell from the sky like the divine flames of the 9 heavens and attacked Ning Fan. Innate mid-grade flame, huh? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He opened his mouth and breathed out rolling thunder flames which burned towards the Shinong 100 Grass Flame. The Shinong 100 Grass Flame was a flame that was specially used for pill refinement. Its fire attribute was ancient and gentle. Ning Fan's flame lightning flame, on the other hand, was different. It was born to attack and kill people. Its destructive power was even more domineering. The battle of fire lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. In the end, the Shinong 100 Grass Flame was defeated. It fled all the way back to the Shinong cauldron. It was frightened by Ning Fan's flame lightning flame. Trash. Trash. The dignified Shinong 100 Grass Flame was actually frightened to the point of fleeing. The heavenly demon lightning tree was so angry that he cursed loudly. Seeing that the Shinong cauldron could not do anything to Ning Fan, he no longer had any hope of killing Ning Fan. The Shinong cauldron was the only innate mid-grade magic treasure that he had. It was also the only powerful attacking method that he could use after many of his wood element abilities were suppressed by Ning Fan's godhead. He could not use the Shinong cauldron nor his abilities. Could it be that he, a dignified quasi-saint realm being, had to fight Ning Fan in a melee battle? Even though the defensive power of his quasi-saint realm tree bark was not bad, its offensive power was not impressive. As for Ning Fan's eternal true body, its defensive power was also not low. Even if he fights Ning Fan in a melee battle, he would not be able to kill him. What was more troublesome was that as soon as Ning Fan activated his sovereign domain, the heavenly demon lightning tree realized that he could no longer absorb the wood power of heaven and earth. In other words, he could not recover his demon spiritual power after it is depleted. He would not be able to see the problem within a short period of time. However, if he fights Ning Fan in a prolonged battle of attrition, his demon spiritual power would certainly be depleted in the end. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He no longer wanted to fight Ning Fan, nor did he want to become enemies with Ning Fan. He wanted to make peace with Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan did not care about his words at all. I can't be wrong. Ning Fan sensed countless karma from this heavenly demon lightning tree. All of them were the karma of the true lightning clan. In the past countless years, this tree had eaten billions of members of the true lightning clan. This tree deserved to be killed. Junior. Do you really have to force me like this? If you push me too far, I will just perish together with you. The heavenly demon lightning tree threatened. Then you can perish together with me. Ning Fan had already made up his mind to kill. Even though he did not activate the cross-shaped halo, he had plenty of powerful methods to deal with the heavenly demon lightning tree. Gung Wu's treasure, Vajra armor-breaking pearl, appear. On the day he defeated blood god Gung Wu, Ning Fan had obtained a large amount of treasures from his body. Among them, the one that he valued the most was the mid-grade innate rank Vajra armor-breaking pearl. It was a magic treasure. Its destructive power was not strong, but it had the heaven-defying effect of breaking armor. Ning Fan channeled a large amount of magic power into the Vajra armor-breaking pearl. Immediately, hundreds and thousands of ancient Buddhist characters appeared on the surface of the pearl. Each of those characters was only the size of an ant. They seemed to be some kind of high-level characters of the Buddhist sect which Ning Fan did not recognize. The more magic power Ning Fan channeled into the pearl, the stronger the golden light it gave off. When the golden light grew to a certain extent, Ning Fan suddenly raised his hand and took out the Vajra armor-breaking pearl, hitting it on the trunk of the heavenly demon lightning tree. Asterisk bang asterisk the Vajra armor-breaking pearl did not have much offensive power. Of course, it could not penetrate the quasi-saint realm bark of the heavenly demon lightning tree. Upon seeing that, the heavenly demon lightning tree felt disdainful. It did not notice that the defensive power of its bark had been weakened by 90% the moment it came into contact with the Vajra armor-breaking pearl. Very few people would be able to notice the defensive power of the Vajra armor-breaking pearl, unless it was a first-level quasi-saint who specialized in sensing. Otherwise, the Vajra armor-breaking pearl would not be able to show its true power. It doesn't even know that its armor has been broken. How sad. This tree no longer has the defense of a quasi-saint realm bark. I can kill it with a single strike. Ning Fan's eyes turned sharp. At this moment, he transmitted his voice to Afro and the others. Close your eyes. Withdraw your spirit sense. Afro and the others obediently closed their eyes, shielding their vision and senses and withdrawing their spirit sense. At this moment, Ning Fan summoned the immemorial lightning cauldron. The dazzling lightning covered all the colors in the world in an instant. Ah! The heavenly demon lightning tree was completely defenseless. Its giant eyes were blinded by the lightning from the immemorial lightning cauldron, burning its spirit sense. It lost its ability to sense the outside world. It fell into a state of extreme panic. Then, it felt a sharp pain coming from the trunk of the gigantic tree. The trunk of the heavenly demon lightning tree was too huge. Even if Ning Fan closed his eyes, he could still roughly determine the direction. Then, he pierced through the body of the heavenly demon lightning tree with his sword. At this moment, the ocean-defying sword easily pierced through the weakened bark of the heavenly demon lightning tree and pierced its vital point. At this moment, all the heavenly Magatama jades in the ocean-defying sword exploded inside the body of the heavenly demon lightning tree. Asterisk boom asterisk a loud explosion resounded. The main body of the heavenly demon lightning tree was directly destroyed by Ning Fan's sword. At the moment when the blinding lightning dispersed, Ning Fan caught the true spirit of the heavenly demon lightning tree from within its trunk. Then, he pierced it with his sword again. Asterisk bang 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 asterisk when the true spirit of the heavenly demon lightning tree was attacked, the 4 tree demon clones that it summoned could no longer be maintained. One by one, they turned into demonic mist and dissipated. Aphrodite's beautiful eyes sparkled. She did not expect that the battle between quasi-saints would come to an end so soon after it started. Ning Fan seems to have become stronger again. The true spirit of the heavenly demon lightning tree was coughing violently in Ning Fan's hand. Even though its true spirit was captured and attacked by Ning Fan, was a true spirit something that could be destroyed so easily? Especially since it was the true spirit of a quasi-saint realm demon cultivator, it was even harder to destroy. Asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk. I didn't expect that I would be defeated by you in the end. Tell me, what do you want in order for you to let me go? Let you go? Why should I? Ning Fan sneered. It was not easy for him to capture the true spirit of the heavenly demon lightning tree. How was it possible for him to let it go? If I let the heavenly demon lightning tree go, how could the souls of so many members of the true lightning clan who had been eaten by this tree be able to rest in peace? Humph. Since you don't want to let me go, I will leave by myself. The true spirit of the lightning tree let out a strange laugh. Then, his entire true spirit began to wither rapidly. This scene was exactly the same as when he fell into Ning Fan's illusion technique. Previously, he destroyed his true spirit in the same way and allowed it to be reborn to avoid Ning Fan's illusion technique. At this moment, the true spirit of the lightning tree wanted to use the same trick again to escape from Ning Fan's grasp. Unfortunately, his true spirit could no longer wither after it had withered to a certain extent. Instead, it consumed a large amount of life force for no reason and became even weaker. Impossible. My rebirth ability has been sealed. The true spirit of the lightning tree was astonished. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. Then, he thought of something and roared angrily. No wonder. No wonder you wanted to stab me with your sword after capturing my true spirit. It turns out that you took the opportunity to channel your wood sovereign realm power into my true spirit and formed a seal. That's right. You no longer have the chance to be reborn. Don't even think about escaping from my hands. Ning Fan sneered. However, he certainly would not explain to the true spirit that he did not possess the Wood Sovereign Realm but the Wood Sovereign Realm, which was a higher level. Humph. This old man admits defeat. However, if you think that you can easily kill me just because you captured my true spirit, then you are gravely mistaken. Do you think that I am just a simple heavenly demon lightning tree? I have already said that I will perish together with you today. Soul-sucking technique, activate. Ning Fan's expression changed. He had clearly sealed the rebirth ability of the lightning tree's true spirit. However, the true spirit of the lightning tree still gradually faded away from his hand for some unknown reason. Did this demon escape? No, it didn't. The tree did not run away. It actually had the audacity to invade Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. At this moment, the true spirit of the lightning tree suddenly emerged in Ning Fan's divine spirit sea of consciousness. It took root in his sea of consciousness and stayed there. Among the myriad of Dao Hun clan, there was a clan called the Soul-Sucking Tree Clan. All members of this clan were tree cultivators. They were born with an innate ability to perish together with their enemies. It was called the Soul-Sucking Tree. They could sacrifice their body and cultivation base to occupy the enemy's sea of consciousness. Then, they would devour the enemy's soul step by step and turn it into their own. At this moment, the heavenly demon lightning tree in front of him used the soul-sucking technique on Ning Fan. His true form was not a heavenly demon lightning tree at all but a soul-sucking tree. Many years ago, the soul-sucking tree was not in the form of the heavenly demon lightning tree. At that time, his cultivation base was still weak. At that time, he encountered a heavenly demon lightning tree that was slightly stronger than him. Of course, this soul-sucking tree could not defeat that heavenly demon lightning tree. In desperation, he detonated his soul-sucking tree body and used the soul-sucking technique to occupy the enemy's sea of consciousness. Then, he devoured the enemy's soul step by step and obtained the enemy's body, soul and shell. From that day onwards, he was no longer a soul-sucking tree but a heavenly demon lightning tree. This time, this soul-sucking tree was unlucky enough to run into Ning Fan's hands again. This time, he planned to use the same trick again. He abandoned everything he had when he was a heavenly demon lightning tree and occupied Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. Then, he would devour Ning Fan's soul step by step. As long as he succeeds, Ning Fan would no longer exist in this world. In the future, he would be the new Ning Fan. Haha. I have already taken root in your sea of consciousness. Now, I will occupy your consciousness. What's going on? The soul-sucking tree was astonished. The sea of consciousness was the weakest part of a cultivator. Initially, he thought that it would be very easy to occupy Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. However, he was wrong. He was extremely wrong. Ning Fan's sea of consciousness was too strong. It was too monstrous. Even though he had taken root in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness, his root was very shallow. It could not reach the deepest part of Ning Fan's sea of consciousness at all. Moreover, the reason why he could take root in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness was because Ning Fan's sea of consciousness was currently injured. When he collided with immortal sovereign Zidozwil just now, there were 7 cracks on his sea of consciousness. Damn it, this is basically a sea of consciousness that I can't occupy at all, alright? I can't devour Ning Fan's soul at all. How can there be such a monster sea of consciousness in this world? It's simply the natural nemesis of the soul-sucking technique. Is this the technique you used when you were a member of the Dao Hun clan? It's a very powerful technique. It's very similar to the body-seizing technique but it's on a completely different level. Unlike the body-seizing technique, it doesn't have any side effects. If it wasn't because my sea of consciousness is different from ordinary people, I might have really been devoured by you, taken over by you and replaced by you. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Ning Fan gave it a try. If he wants to, he could easily pull out the soul-sucking tree from his sea of consciousness. However, if he does so, it would worsen the injuries of his sea of consciousness which was already injured. After all, the roots of the soul-sucking tree had already penetrated into his sea of consciousness. Even if the roots were very shallow, it would still be harmful. If Black Devil wasn't around, Ning Fan would probably forcefully pull the soul-sucking tree out of his sea of consciousness at the risk of getting injured. However, since Black Devil was around, why not ask him for some tricks? Humph, Master finally remembered to look for Black Devil, huh? Little Mao was full of resentment. She was still feeling wronged because Ning Fan did not send her to participate in the battle. Alright. Don't be willful anymore. Be good. Tell me how to pull this tree out without getting injured. Ning Fan said helplessly. Unless Master brings me along when you fight in the future, Black Devil won't say anything. Ning Fan could not help but laugh. Was this little Mao no longer as obedient as when he first met her? She actually knew how to bargain with him. This was a good thing. It meant that little Mao had become closer to him, didn't it? Compared to the little Mao who always obeyed his orders, Ning Fan felt that the mischievous little Mao was much more adorable. Master, are you angry? Black Devil is wrong. Black Devil shouldn't bargain with Master. Little Mao only knew that Ning Fan was angry. She was so anxious that she almost cried. She quickly told Ning Fan the method to deal with the soul-sucking tree. Of course, Ning Fan was not angry. He comforted little Mao and began to use the method that Black Devil gave him to deal with the soul-sucking tree. There was a secret technique in the cultivation world that allowed the user to possess the enemy's body. However, there was a risk in doing so. If the technique fails, the user's consciousness might be devoured by the enemy instead. It was the same for the soul-sucking technique. The method that little Mao gave him was a method that specialized in dealing with the soul-sucking technique. It could devour the soul-sucking tree that had invaded his sea of consciousness. According to Black Devil, if I devour the soul-sucking tree in my sea of consciousness, the power of my mind will increase tremendously. This is a good thing. Whether it's casting a powerful illusion technique or using the cross-shaped halo, the mind is indispensable. If that's the case, I'll devour this tree. Hence, the soul-sucking tree that had taken root in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness was terrified to find that its consciousness was becoming blurred and was being devoured by Ning Fan bit by bit. It wanted to resist, but it was to no avail. The method that little Mao gave him completely nullified his soul-sucking technique. He could not resist at all. He could not understand why Ning Fan understood his soul-sucking technique so well. He could actually nullify it so perfectly and even use it to devour it. Who exactly are you? Why do you know the weakness of my soul-sucking tree clan so well? The soul-sucking tree asked in dissatisfaction before it died. It's not that I know your soul-sucking tree clan very well. It's just that my little Mao knows all of you very well. Little Mao? What little Mao? The soul-sucking tree's consciousness became even more blurred. It's me. Little Mao's voice entered the world of Ning Fan's sea of consciousness at the right time. What? The Royal Nine Raccoon? Impossible. This is impossible. He actually raised the Royal Nine Raccoon as his house cat. This is impossible. With endless shock, a quasi-Saint Realm expert had fallen just like that. If it wasn't for the soul-sucking tree abandoning all of its cultivation base as a heavenly demon lightning tree and using the soul-sucking technique, it wouldn't have been so easy for Ning Fan to kill the soul-sucking tree. He would have to go through a lot of trouble. But now, he had saved himself some trouble. Moreover, he had also obtained quite a lot of benefits from it. He had devoured all of the soul-sucking tree spirit power. That was all the spirit power of a quasi-Saint Realm expert. It directly increased the power of Ning Fan's spirit power by more than 2 times compared to his original strength. It could be said that the current power of his spirit power was even stronger than many first-level quasi-saints. In the future, it would be much easier for him to use the immemorial rainy night illusion technique or the cross-shaped halos. There was also another benefit. All of the soul-sucking tree's knowledge and abilities of the wood element were transmitted into Ning Fan's sea of consciousness along with his spirit power. He still needed a lot of time to absorb and comprehend the contents of the knowledge. Once he completely absorbs all of the soul-sucking tree's knowledge and abilities of the wood element, his combat power would certainly improve tremendously. This is my first time killing a quasi-Saint Realm expert. His cultivation base wasn't at its peak. He only had 1/5 of his power. His wood element abilities were completely restrained by me. My Vajra armor-breaking bead managed to break through his defense. His soul-sucking technique just happens to be useless against my sea of consciousness. Even though I had the absolute advantage, I still spent a lot of effort to eliminate this demon. If it's any other quasi-Saint Realm expert, it would be very difficult for me to gain the upper hand. Killing this demon isn't the end. Next, there's still one more thing I need to do. Ning Fan began to borrow the power of the Netherworld Ghost Flower to create the soul-sucking tree's undying ghost soldiers. This was his first time using a quasi-Saint Realm expert as a material to create the undying ghost soldiers. The success rate was pitifully low. It was only 5%. Fortunately, he had used a lot of sacrificial offerings. 30% of the cultivators of the true lightning world who had a blood debt with him had become his sacrificial offerings. Moreover, in order to ensure the number of sacrificial offerings, he did not even create the half-Saint Realm undying ghost soldiers. The number of sacrificial offerings had reached 80 million people. As such, the success rate of creating the undying ghost soldiers had also increased from the initial 5% to nearly 10%. With such a low success rate, it's impossible for me to succeed at all, even though Ning Fan was also looking forward to having an undying ghost soldier with the cultivation base of a quasi-Saint Realm expert. He had experienced failure before. Thus, his mentality was very positive. If I succeed, I'll be very happy. If I fail, I'll accept it. In short, I'll just try my best not to make any mistakes in my techniques and reduce the number of human errors. Ning Fan did not expect a miracle. However, life was always like this. The more you pursue something, the harder it would be to get it. On the contrary, if you do it unintentionally, miracles would usually happen. When the undying soul-sucking tree with the cultivation base of a quasi-Saint Realm undying soul-sucking tree officially joined Ning Fan's ghost soldiers, Ning Fan was so surprised that he could not close his mouth. In the past, there was a 70 to 80% chance of failure. Now, the success rate was only 10%. I'm really too lucky. With the addition of a quasi-Saint Realm ghost soldier, I'll be able to put up a good fight even if I have to face a quasi-Saint Realm expert of a higher level in the future. Moreover, my chances of winning are very high. The only unfortunate thing is that the soul-sucking tree is good at staying alive and regenerating. Even though its offensive power isn't weak, it's not its forte. This is somewhat inconsistent with the method of choosing ghost soldiers that I've decided on previously. Forget it. It's rare to have a quasi-Saint Realm ghost soldier. It's not good to have too many requirements. I've already taught the people of the Phone Clan a lesson. The debt of blood that should be paid has also been paid for the true Lightning Clan. Now, there's only one thing left to do: break the seal of the true Lightning world and release the true Lightning Clan to the outside world. Without Immortal Sovereign Zido's will, the seal of this world could no longer be maintained. Thus, it could be broken with a single strike. Finally, I'm going to fulfill all the promises I made in the past. Senior Tai Su, your soul in heaven can rest in peace. From today onwards, the true Lightning Clan will no longer be anyone's slave. Undying soul-sucking tree, from today onwards, you're my slave. The first mission I'm giving you is to help me break the seal of this world. Understood. The undying soul-sucking tree lowered its wooden head respectfully and said with a blank look in its eyes. He actually took a quasi-Saint Realm expert as his slave. Afro felt that the impact that Ning Fan brought to her today was a little too great. End of chapter 1164. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.